Chapter 1 The Invisible Tycoon. In the 60 in the Arath Republic of China, in the Tona Frinja, stood the mortuary of Uncle Nine, the saintly teacher of myriad worlds. Uncle Nine, having just finished his worship of key ancestors, said to one side, Gao Kupi our oldest brother, today, Master Rin of the town has invited Meadow enjoy some Farintia, iltiku all along, but we mustn't be late. One Kai whose hairstyle resembled a watermelon and looked daughter than Uncle Nine himself happily went to call the eldest brother, Master Rizkolin Jautokup, he called out. Inside the adjacent bedroom, that 12-year-old Lin Yu lay sprawled like a bite character, staring you at the sailing and sighing, boring, so boring. Eldest brother Soyorio ready up, what's boring, when Kai asked curiously. Felonalina sofa masteria don't understand, Lin Yu, like a child, replied Ashidresadandros, saying no more. Although the eldest brother Weijian Hu was Uncle Nine's adopted son and possessed a cultivation of a 12, he had already attained the rank of human master, while when Kai and Kia Sheng were still at a level of sorcerer, hence, both when Kai and Kia Sheng admired him greatly. This was what Lin Yufan boring Qinglong breathing technique went great cave heavenly scripture. After reading theme a few times, he had mastered the basics and had long reached perfection in his cultivation. Now, he didn't need to meditate to absorb Kia's body instinctive like cultivate itself. His cultivation even increased while slept. Wasn't that boring? He had begun practicing martial arts at 6, started cultivating Kiatan and reached the peak of human master at 12. This wasn't a genius, beauty demonic prodigy. Yet Lin Yu was dissatisfied and still found it slow. Uncle Nine told him that it was the cultivation method that was weak, but that the heaven lixa was scarce and couldn't sustain his rapid growth. With this perfected great cave heavenly scripture, absorbed kileko hurlpul, however, do it with a scarcity of ki, even if heron the method non-stop for all 12 horse off today, how much faster could it progress? Reaching the peak of human master in 2 years, be content, it took your master 7 years, and your sure came you 10 years, Uncle Nine said. With such outstanding talent, Uncle Nina read no trivialit, nor reported a thesect. Currently, only hen kimono about it, keeping it a secret from Evan Kishengandwansai. Lin Yu hadel ready resign himself to the fact that his cultivation speed was limited by the overall environment and couldn't live improved over time. So how was Theosov striving in cultivation? Instead, he focused on his side pursuits, the various professions within the mystical world: alchemy, weaponsmithing, array formation, talisman drawing, and soon. Master, why hasn't Uncle Kim your turn yet? Lin Yu complained, dragging his feet. Uncle Nine scolded, Puty hour shows and properly anti-diapr clothes, you must show respect when paying homage at the ancestors. Perhaps you was delay done his delivery route, it's normal to be there twolati occasionally, Uncle Nine speculated. Lin Yu to oppositary and respectfully bowed and kowtowed before the ancestor's statue, muttering, Good morning, ancestors, thank you for your kindness. I have already perfected 3 mysteries true fire technique that master gave me last time. If there are any other extraordinary skills, please send me dream tonight and la master do teach lets me to nor dreams I want men having more. Uncle Nine shukished with a bitter smile. This boy had been mischievous in childhood, but fortunately, the ancestors didn't hold it against them. Alright, Thetic queso for shanking lineage are almost exhausted by you still are content the ancestor sarbasa down below, Uncle Nine said. Prepare yourselves, after eating, follow Metathetown today, Master Rene's invited Meadow enjoy Forentieto discussed Hera location off his father's grave, Uncle Nini announced. Master Ren, Forenti? Lin Yu's interest twice immediate lipict, after more than 10 years off being here, was the plot finale unfolding? Master, dos this me on I can show my abilities, Lin used. Uncle Nina gave him an Rapan said sternly, Haveo complete dio your apprenticeship, Haveo practice a dragon seeking geomancy, yo want to compete with for business before you've even cut through umbilical cord, how old higher equal the year old for business? Lin Yu grumbled, Givio reade perfecta geomancy, but have been stuck at home without even stepping out to door, where is the opportunity for practice? However, Uncle Nine did know that Lin Yu's intention to show his ability as wasn't in geomancy butin finally having feachens to subdue a demon and devil spirits. These years, Tohide Lin Yustalent, Uncle Nine Edelweiss treat him as a junior monk, taking him along to capture a ghost and broaden his horizons, besides preparing materials, he never let Lin do anything to avoid being discovered. Lin Yu was still too inexperienced and needed to at least reach the rank of Earthmaster to defend himself. In the spiritual world, Thema Streecherus were real ways not ghosts and demons but human hearts. What was most remarkable about Lin Yu wasn't this demonic talent but even ligeth the ability to synthesize anything. When Linyu was 6 years old, with Thutune magical power, he was just an ordinary old Wokuda's 51-year-old peach branchesto creative 50-year-old peachwood sword beyond, astonishing Uncle Nine. What kind of mystical technique was these? It wasn't hard of. After extensive investigation and experimentation, Uncle Nine couldn't lie attribute it to the favor of heaven, a heavenly gift. If this were known, Linyu would la stade and would immediate lib hunted down be the entire spiritual world. If possible, Uncle Nine even wanteth a boy to become me heavenly master before even sharing into the world. Nuni in this world could threaten this afedi of a heavenly master. From Thanon, Uncle Nine was no longer surprised be anything that happened to Linyu had become an umtoit. To make good of this talent, Uncle Nine brought in his utter light trust where the junior brother Kim Wandeskadim to help Linyu collect treasure as wily escorting corpses. Linyu would then synthesize similis conspicuous talismans, such as century-old peachwood swords, superior sanking bells, blue talismans, and soon, Kim would take these into exchange for our spiritual materials. Of course, the synthesis talent wasn't without consumption. Synthesizing ordinary items required spending on blood. For example, peachwood under 50 years old weighs an ordinary item. When 6-year-old Linyu synthesized it, he became exhausted and slept for a day. Peachwood over 50 years old weighs a spiritual material, and synthesizing it required consuming magical power, which was an liposablit Herenkov sorcerer. Synthesizing yellow talisman Severa 100 years old in Tobluiones, or even higher, required Therenkov human master. As Linyu's cultivation increased, the level of attention could synthesize il Saros, al-consuming magical power. In 8 years, even the Funkel 90 and Theother Swervri Loki, they had become wealthy through Tismethod. They were invisible to Kunstnet and Layan Rinjautan Boodlesoint the entire spiritual world. Unfortunately, Uncle Nini and Kamastil couldn't shake off their Steinjabits. Besides being willing to pen money on Linyu, their ace Joshing, Wunkai, and Jail frugally. Mr. Lin, Mr. Wen, you're here, please come in. The wider at the coffee shop was very enthusiastic. Linyu of Edition Dan said today, Master Ren invited me master, the sisme master, Uncle Nine. Has Master Ren arrived? Mr. Run Fa, has already here on the second floor, I'll take you there, the waiter replied. Uncle Nina looked at the C9 surprised and asked, Ew, have you been here before? One Kai standing beside him eagerly said, Master, every to me my elder brother comes to the town to stroll, he brings men Kishingir, I'm tired of drinking thought coffee. Puff. This brought a Galson, knowing Geolicatostrol, you could have just bought some snack sand fruits, why come here? What's coffee? Uncle Nini asked. Master, coffee is forentia, when Kay said with a lunite that implied even you don't know this? Uncle Nine gave. Chapter 2 Comparing Wealth with Me? Runtingtinj exclaimed in surprise, I welden thabist, udrosamadisly, yetio frequent this place? Linyu responded, my junior wears simply Tayari Zariman of past hardships, not because of cannot afford coffee. Waiter, please bring me master a coffee with milk on sugar, and I'll have a glass of milk, and bring us neg tarts, please. Oh, and pack another dozen formato takeaway. Can't this little brother speak English too? One Kai standing aside, added helpfully, my eldest brother speaks English better than overseas students, the co-founder himself admitted it. Really, how is that possible? Runtingting covered her with an astonishment. Master Jaya reprimanded, you, Wartharesi Igtarts, eating gone taking Themawaitu, that's squatimpolite. Linya Shrugadan said, Igtart Seriati Piastri, in bringing some me back for your founder to test, and the Pacadones, of course, I'll pay for myself. Mr. Ren quickly intervened, it's alright. If I ulikes them, let them eat more, waiter, putitalonmabil. Runtingting, however, became even more curious, what's the background of this aloof and arrogant little brother, hidifinite lido isn't seem like a country bumpkin. As the waiter served the coffee, Linya dutifully adjusted themilcan sugar for Master Jawanda elaborate on the originovich tarts, resembling a gourmet, which made Mr. Ren envy him greatly. Vault of this Childizion has remarkable insights and, crucially, is for filial. Turning to Lucas' own daughter, his eyed, well, Ilhan lethas meself. Master Jufult greatly honored, his mouth almost split in ginto agrin. Master Joe, have you chosen a for the relocation of my father's grave? Mr. Rin inquired. Forsig matters, it's better to bestilt and to act fastily, Master Jurplied ithinquishold. Finding Tejolt's conversation dull, Runtingting Linseda Theoloflinuand with a twinkline hurry, suggested, Dad, why don't he and Master Ju continue chatting, iltic a little brother Rayu for a stroll? Oh, alright then, Mr. Wren replied with a bitter smile. Children love to play and frolic. What do you think, Master Joe? Mr. Wren asked. Master Joe nodded. Alright. You remember to come back yearly. One kai, protect your senior brother. Don't worry, Master in this town, nu ned resto bully mijani your brother, one kai assured. Lin you saw the cunning and ran ting ting sees and realize it that she was treating him like yakult. Indeed, once they left the calf, run ting ting to plin you shandan enthusiastically and said, Little brother, what delicious treats do I like? Tell sister, and sister will buy you anything. Really? Lin you see twinkle dash it hot, why not take you advantage of this freebie, whole shoulder dirapoff? Sister imnit greedy. But you don't need to buy so me inchels, do you have enough money, sister? Run ting ting didn't suspect anything gone thought, what ekpence a betting scan a little kid buy? Don't worry, sister has money. Our Ren family is there is in the town, there is nothing we can buy, Ren ting ting gashered. Great, sister, follow Lin Yuld Ren ting ting towards West Street. Ren ting ting was curious of what are these streets ready-made clothes, cosmetics, and daily necessities. The South Streets food. I don't often come at West Street, what can we buy her? Shortly in front of the funeral goods is to on West Street, Ren ting ting was speechless. We're coming to a coffin shop? Boss, how much of tea finest cinnabar do you have? Ilta keedle today to bundles of yellow paper, please. And do you have any 3 pureness bells in stock? The story owner B. Madan said, It's Mr. Lin, I haven't seen you for almost half a month. You've come either item, I've just received a new shipment, and knowing your needs, I deliberately ordered more, all off the best quality. 30 Genov tea finest cinnabar costs 10 silver dollars centival. 20 unblessed brass 3 pureness bell cereal so 10 silver dollars. The finest style autolus man paper is 5 silver dollars per bundle, also 10 silver dollars. Ifio takathimal, il give away 10% discount tan chargi out 27 silver dollars, plus il give a 5 wolf artellus man brushes and 3 bundles of ordinary white paper for free. Lin Yuno did satisfactorily, great, sister Ding Ting, that's 27 silver dollars, you can pay no. Run ting ting looked embarrassed and begin twisting her skirt. Don't worry, I'll vot here many items, my junior brother 1K is strong enough to carry them, Lin Yu said. 1K thank you, senior brother, 4th and king of meet the skrishamam and tanjiving meechin sito shine. The story owner quickly said, Mr. Lin, you're too kind, for such a valuable customer like you, our story offers delivery services. Every owner turned to look at Trentington, and Theo girl finally couldn't hold it and quiet liasked Lin you, little brother Ryu, do I really need to buy these things, shall I take you out a close to red buy some mean what fits, what do you need dial-up paper and bells for? Lin ya pretended to be surprised and looked at Trentington, kami on sister Dingting. You said you had money and let me cuss whatever I want. Now that I've chosen you didn't want to buy it, and or supposed to Therakest in Rinja town? One kayata doubtful again, Mijini or brother never buys ready-made clothes, he'll waste it's them tailored from the provincial capital after some own measures, there are in a clothes in this don't that with them. What? Run ting ting was puzzled, what's the background of this little brother, how could he come from such a iltha family? It's not hat I don't want to buy for you, sister, I thought for just buying some clothes and snacks, so I didn't bring that much money, I only have a 10 silver dollars, Run ting ting said, embarrassed and blushing. 10 silver dollar suezo redia hubi mountain renja town in Thizera, 2 silver dollar serenato supporta family of 3 for a month. The store owner, obviously a sharpone, smiled and defused the situation. This must be Miss Rin, right? Our story offers ADAP service, we can deliver the goods first, and so me on a can pater. Oh, is that so? Run ting ting say in relief, you should have zide so earlier. The nilputa tanta band asked me housekeeper to send femina later. Catching a glimpse of Linya's cunning smile, Ran ting ting suddenly realized Dan Ternetto pinch Linya's cheek, saying, You not a little brother, die dud liberate lie bring sister here to embarrass her, you knew we wouldn't bring so many heavy silver dollars with him. Samona might think her Ran family is stingy, shed. Linyu dodged Ran ting ting spinch and laughed heartily, sister ding ting, woskadauto pretend to kin front of, y hatiite when people pretend to wealthy in front of. Wish old and tidiki advantage Ophia? One added helpfully once again, that's right, my senior brother said, my good friends can be wealthy, but they must never pretend to bane front it makes look like poor, unambitious people. Lin Yu kicked one kai, saying, Idiot, why did he say it out loud? Ren Ting Ting wunteltit go and tried to twist Lin Yu's ear. You not a little brother, how do a deliberate lie prank sister ran make him look poranjan ambitious, as punishment, you have to accompany him for the holiday today. You now follow sister to buy some cosmetics, your Eric Orenchu, you're paying for everything from now on. The 3 Eftem left the store laughing playing. Thestorio Nurside, Mr. Ren is therapist in the town, but the only hasten daughter. Master Jo has become wealthy and recentayer sandus rumor red tobe these kindrichest, he dotasan this adopted sin het, if these a 12 familias become a relative by marriage, then thisiam Mr. Lin will truly be fortunate. Chapter 3 Who dares offend my encounter brother? In the East Street Rouge and Powder Shop, Xiaoxing was assisting his aunt in managing the store. As he looked up, he was captivated by the sight of an exceptionally beautiful young woman. Hey, Xiaoxing, stop staring. We are here to shop, Wen Kai chided, waving his hand before Xiaoxing's eyes. Ah, Wen Kai, senior brother, what brings you here? Lin Yu interjected, junior brother, we have brought you a significant client, you must treat us to a meal later. Ren Ting Ting, astonished, exclaimed, you know each other? He, this is my second junior brother, Xiaoxing. His aunt is the proprietor of this very shop. Xiaoxing, this is Miss Ren Ting Ting, the daughter of the wealthiest man in town. Lord Ren, bring out your finest goods, Miss Ren is not short of money. Ren Ting Ting protested, naughty younger brother, weren't you supposed to pay? Me? I never carry money when I go out, Xiaoxing replied, as Lin Yu turned his pockets inside out, revealing them to be utterly empty. Sister Ting Ting, you wouldn't enjoy bullying a child, would you? Please help look after my junior brother's business. Ren Ting Ting, unable to resist, quickly forgot her previous concerns. After selecting a batch of rouge and powder, she instructed Xiaoxing to deliver the goods to her home, resulting in 8 out of $10 spent. The fashionable and vibrant young lady from the Ren family caught Xiaoxing's eye, making him think, how wonderful it would be if such a beautiful girl were my wife. Approaching noon, Lin Yu and Wen Kai escorted Ren Ting Ting back home, but near the Ren residence, they encountered a peculiar old man clad in black robes. Lin Yu's keen senses detected an unusual aura emanating from the stranger. Although he appeared to be alive, an air of malevolence enveloped him. Most alarmingly, the man was scrutinizing Ren Ting Ting. Hey, who are you? Get out of the way, Wen Kai stepped forward, reprimanding him. The man merely extended a hand and lightly shoved Wen Kai aside. In a hoarse voice, he queried, are you the daughter of Ren Fa? Ren Ting Ting was greatly startled. Unable to respond, Lin Yu swiftly positioned himself in front of her, demanding, who are you? Senior brother, this person's strength is formidable. He does not seem like a good person. Wen Kai brushed off the dust from his clothes, expressing his discontent. The man scrutinized Lin Yu, sensing something amiss about the child before him. Yet, he could discern no evident cultivation. A sorcerer and a young acolyte, who is your master? Lin Yu was taken aback. The man could perceive Wen Cai's sorcerer prowess, indicating he was a practitioner of the dark arts. Unfortunately, his skills were insufficient to penetrate Lin Yu's concealed presence charm. My master is Wen Kai began to reply but was interrupted by Lin Yu's swift kick. At that moment, a squad of security officers approached, led by a commanding figure who bellowed, who was causing a disturbance. Ren Ting Ting waved frantically, cousin, it's me. Hurry over, there are bad people here. Captain O's eyes brightened, cousin, which fool dares to bully my cousin? Encounter brother, you're here too. Captain Oz seemed intimidated by Lin Yu, immediately bowing in respect upon seeing him. Wen Kai shouted, this guy just pushed me and tried to intimidate my senior brother. What, who dares offend my encounter brother is challenging me? Brothers, seize him. The man in black let out a cold snort, unwilling to engage with the security team. He deftly sidestepped the officers and vanished into the bustling crowd. Hey, where did he go? A bunch of useless fools, you can't even catch one person. Captain Aw scolded his subordinates in anger. Lin Yu waved his hand, alright, the opponent is not an ordinary person. Since you are here, please take care of Sister Ting Ting and escort her home. Wen Kai and I have other matters to attend to. Understood, encounter brother. You focus on your tasks, and I will ensure my cousin's safety. Hey, little brother, remember you promised to treat us to dinner at my house. Ren Ting Ting expressed her reluctance. At that moment, Wen Cai's clothes suddenly began to smolder. He reached into his robe, pulling out a talisman, exclaiming, Senior brother, my protective talisman is destroyed. Hiss, I truly underestimated the malevolence of that opponent. Lin Yu's gaze turned icy as he produced several new talismans from his robe, distributing one to each person present. The individual we encountered was a dark practitioner, capable of killing invisibly. Ordinary people cannot contend with him. Be cautious and avoid confrontation if possible. Keep the talismans close to ensure your safety. Wen Kai and I must leave immediately to inform our master. A gasp rippled through the crowd, and sweat beaded on Captain O's forehead. Ren Tingting curiously asked, "Cousin, do you seem frightened of encounter?" Ah replied sheepishly, "Not at all. Encounter brother is my great benefactor. He taught me how to fight and how to be a captain. The townsfolk now hold me in high regard, all thanks to his guidance." The captain, "When we first met young Master Lin, we were all beaten soundly," a younger brother interjected. "We were clearly subdued." "Fool, do you want to talk back?" "That was because we were in need of a lesson." As the group departed, Wen Kai whispered, "Senior brother, you are quite generous, you just gave away 7 blue protective talismans." Lin Yu admonished, "Wen Kai, no matter how precious the protective talismans are, they pale in comparison to human life. As long as they are used to save lives and ward off evil, they are serving their purpose. We can draw more talismans, but we must not lose our conscience in saving lives. Otherwise, what is the point of our cultivation, to make money?" "Yes, senior brother, I will remember," Wen Kai replied, lowering his eyes in submission. "Are we not returning home?" "We won't return just yet, I sense something is amiss. Let's buy some glutinous rice at the rice shop, just in case." After purchasing 100 pounds of glutinous rice and 10 large roosters in town, the two finally returned to the mortuary. They informed Uncle Gio about the dark practitioner, who sternly ordered Lin Yu not to leave the house for the next few days. "Ugh, what a drag, not only can I not go out to subdue demons and vanquish evil, but now I can't even stroll about. How am I supposed to maintain my status as the richest young master in Ren Town, all thanks to that wretched Lord Ren? Even in death, he cannot find peace." While grumbling, he employed his magical powers to fuse the glutinous rice. "Humph, do you think ordinary glutinous rice will suffice against me? Watch as I merge my glutinous rice at 100-fold. 100 pounds turned into just 1 pound, it would suffice as spiritual rice. And with the rooster's blood from my 10 roosters, can that not subdue you? Wait, that is still insufficient. What if it fails to kill? I need other trump cards." Thus, Lin Yu emptied his possessions, revealing 5 purple talismans, 100 blue talismans, and the yellow talismans were trivial since he could draw them at will. The talismans are categorized into 5 levels: gold, silver, purple, blue, and yellow. 10 yellow talismans can be combined to form a blue talisman, and 10 blue talismans can combine into a purple one, and so forth. If yellow talismans are limitless, doesn't that mean one could theoretically create the highest level gold talismans? Of course not. Fusion consumes magical power. With Lin Yu's current peak cultivation as a human master, creating a purple talisman would deplete all his magical energy. Thus, he could only produce 1 purple talisman per day. The issue is that Uncle Gio forbids him from exerting his full strength for safety. What if one day he runs out of magic and encounters an enemy? Diamond talismans, protective talismans, thunder talismans, and true fire talismans, this is not right. In Uncle Gio's zombie realm, I do not possess a purple corpse restraining talisman, no way, that is far too unsafe. Hence, Lin Yu hastily withdrew 10 blue corpse restraining talismans and fused them. That evening, a series of bells rang outside. "Ayu, Wen Kai, hurry and open the door, have you missed your master uncle? Four-eyed Taoist arrived as promised." Wen Kai was sleeping soundly, and Lin Yu showed no signs of movement, prompting Uncle Gio to personally open the door. "Senior brother, joyous news, this time, fortune smiles upon us, I have finally obtained another piece of spiritual stone. Ah, the gathering array for Ayu is complete." "Ha, where is Ayu, this little brat? How rude, to keep his master uncle running errands without even coming out to greet me. Let us arrange the client first, perhaps Ayu is simply too tired today and is sleeping soundly." Having organized the client, Four-eyed Taoist could not resist. No, such a momentous occasion. "I must wake that boy." The two entered Lin Yu's room and were almost left breathless. "What is this?" "Humph, this rascal, how dare he secretly use a purple talisman? He has exhausted himself into a deep slumber." Uncle Gio scolded, yet his eyes brimmed with concern. "Junior brother, bring me the spiritual stone. I will set up the gathering array, you guard the door." Four-eyed Taoist, wearing a weary expression, lamented, "What a laborious fate, I just returned, and before I even eat, I am put to work." Chapter 4. Awakening to my departure the following noon, Lin Yu awoke feeling refreshed, stretching lazily as he embraced yet another spirited day. "Ah, finally awake, are you?" came the weary voice of his master, Uncle Gio, from beside the bed. "Ah, master, when did you arrive? You startled me." Lin Yu exclaimed, glancing down to ensure he was properly attired in his little shorts. Uncle Gio snorted, "What are you looking at? When I found you, you were but a foot long." I've seen everything from your childhood to now, you little rascal, grown bold enough to secretly practice the purple talisman, have you? He brandished a prepared rattan whip. Ah, master, please don't. Lin Yu pleaded, I was just trying. Wait, what about my cultivation level? Cultivation level? What cultivation level? Stop pretending, Uncle Gio retorted. After receiving your punishment, you can kneel before the ancestral master. Master, I think I might have made a breakthrough. A breakthrough? Uncle Gio paused, incredulous. How is that possible? Just recently, you were at the pinnacle of the human master level, weren't you? Lin Yu summoned his magical energy, condensing it into a ball of thunderous force. Uncle Gio's expression faltered. Is this true? Have you really broken through to the Earth Master level? Dropping the rattan whip, Uncle Gio turned to leave. Hey, Master, aren't you going to punish me? Shouldn't we go kneel before the ancestral master? Enough nonsense! Get dressed and come with me to express our gratitude to the ancestral master for his blessings. Master, does this mean I can leave as a disciple now? Absolutely not. Why not? According to the rules of the sect, one can only leave as a disciple after reaching the human master level. I'm already at the Earth Master level. Lin Yu protested. I am not only your master but also your father. Until you turn 18, you are not permitted to leave home. After Uncle Joe's explanation, Lin Yu finally understood that it was thanks to his Uncle Simu's efforts. The long-awaited spirit-gathering array had finally arrived. Mount Mao possessed a legacy of array techniques, including the spirit-gathering array. However, in this era of dwindling spiritual energy, it was challenging to gather high-level spiritual materials and spirit stones, making the setup of many arrays nearly impossible. Even the simplest second-tier spirit-gathering array required 8 spirit stones. Uncle Gio and Uncle Simu had painstakingly collected for 2 years to amass the required stones. Nevertheless, the results were remarkable. Within the array's confines, the concentration of spiritual energy doubled, allowing Lin Yu to break through that very night. Earth Master Level 1, TSK, at just 12 years old? Uncle Gio mused, nearing 40 and only at the 7th level of Earth Master, while Uncle Simu, at 35, was merely at the 4th level. Seeing Uncle Simu napping in the guest room, Lin Yu felt a surge of gratitude, murmuring, My master and uncle have tirelessly protected me through the night. I must prepare more means for their safety. Since a human master at the pinnacle could synthesize purple talismans, what about my Earth Master level? With Uncle Gio's permission, Lin Yu synthesized a purple talisman, a 5 Thunder talisman. Hey, Master, I wasn't drowsy this time, I really wasn't. Lin Yu exclaimed joyfully. Quick, check how much magical energy you have left. Closing his eyes to introspect, Lin Yu responded with excitement, half. I still have half of my magical energy left, my vitality remains completely intact. Hiss, does that mean you could create 2 purple talismans in a day? Uncle Gio was taken aback. What does that imply? With Uncle Gio's current level, he could only manage to create 3 blue talismans daily, as any excess would deplete his energy. As for purple talismans, although he possessed magical energy, his skill in talisman drawing was insufficient to reach the pinnacle, rendering him unable to create them. In the spirit world, infusing magical energy into a talisman results in a yellow talisman, which ordinary sorcerers can create. However, blue talismans require a high level of skill, achievable only by human masters. Not to mention, many Earth Masters struggle to create blue talismans, as such abilities demand innate talent for talisman crafting, a talent Uncle Gio possessed. Unlike Uncle Simu, the hierarchy of cultivation levels is as follows. Taoist Child, Sorcerer, Human Master, Earth Master, and then Heavenly Master, followed by Golden Core True Person and Earth Immortal. This meticulous classification arises from the difficulties of personal cultivation in this era of decline, yet the need for strength to subdue demons and capture ghosts remains. It is precisely due to insufficient personal cultivation that various techniques such as talisman drawing and array formation exist, intended to harness the power of heaven and earth to vanquish foes. As for the classifications of monsters, take zombies as an example: walking corpses, white zombies, green zombies, hairy zombies, iron-armored corpses, flying zombies, and unchanging bones. Yellow talismans can subdue white zombies and those below, blue talismans can restrain green and black hairy zombies, and purple talismans can control iron-armored corpses and flying zombies. The iron-armored corpse is a rather unique entity, commonly referred to as the Zombie King, further classified into iron, copper, silver, and golden armors, but none exceed the level of flying zombies, belonging to the high defense category. Back to the main topic, Lin Yu chuckled, 2 purple talismans a day, master, I'll require you to draw a few more blue talismans daily. In return, I shall equip each of us with a set of purple talismans. Even if a heavenly master comes, we shall not fear. Uncle Joe's expression darkened. You little rascal, do you think blue talismans are easy to draw? I can manage at most 2 a day. You'd best use them sparingly. I need to conserve some magical energy for my own tasks. Master, have you forgotten? I've advanced to Earth Master, which means I can draw blue talismans now. Oh? Indeed, your talent for talisman drawing surpasses mine. If we sell these purple talismans, we could wholesale them in the future. TSK, Master, we are going to make a fortune. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with visions of rare treasures. Uncle Gio, however, remained composed. No, if purple talismans begin appearing in 3s and 5s, we can still explain it away as stock from our sex predecessors, but if they multiply excessively, others will take notice. Put. What good is wealth if it isn't earned, Master? Tomorrow, please don't wake me up. Life feels utterly meaningless. I'm too lazy to get up. Lin Yu flopped down, pretending to be dead. Uncle Gio looked at him with a wry smile, thinking to himself, indeed, a child's mindset, how little you understand the treachery of the world. Alright, however, making money pales in comparison to preserving one's life. With your talent, you could reach the heavenly master level by 20.at that time, the world will be yours to claim. Why rush? Look at this, Uncle Gio tossed over an ancient tome. Lin Yu opened it with a lack of interest. Paper-cutting soldiers, what use is that? I have no desire to become a paper craftsman. Uncle Gio explained, this is not mere paper cutting, it involves using spiritual materials and spirit paper to craft puppets infused with magical energy. The higher the level of the spiritual material, the stronger the resulting puppet will be. If you master this skill and create a few powerful puppets, your safety in battle will be greatly enhanced. They could even defeat enemies without your intervention. Lin Yu retorted, Master, we hardly have enough spiritual materials to craft artifacts, let alone puppets. Why not go hunting instead? Let us exterminate some demon lairs and gather some beast hides. That would be genuine spiritual material. Uncle Gio scoffed, it's not that simple. This paper cutting technique was a stroke of luck for your Uncle Simu. Although this technique has fallen out of favor due to the scarcity of spiritual materials, making it nearly obsolete, it suits you perfectly. As for spirit paper, it's something you have in abundance, isn't it? Hiss, that's right, if I get some fine Xian paper and synthesize it 100-fold, wouldn't that be a windfall? Lin Yu's eyes lit up with excitement. What need have I for anything else? I could summon a horde of little minions to handle any demon or monster that dares to challenge me. Uncle Gio nodded with a smile before turning to leave. Lin Yu then headed to the storage room, where he had ordered 30 pounds of vermilion and 2 bundles of fine yellow talisman paper, just perfect for a trial run. As for how long it would take to master the paper cutting technique? I have a cheat. Items can be super synthesized, cultivation techniques are even simpler. Reading a book 100 times reveals its meaning. Reciting it 10,000 times leads to perfection. Indeed, Lin Yu had a cheat for cultivating techniques. He didn't need to practice, merely reading would suffice. 1 reading leads to retention, 10 readings lead to entry, 100 to minor accomplishment, 1,000 to major success, and 10,000 to perfection. With this cheat, even the teachings of the Supreme Clarity Sect's Taoist scriptures had been perfected by him. The introductory Maoshan body refining fist was originally intended to improve one's physique, expand meridians, and enhance aptitude. Yet, he had relentlessly practiced it for 4 years, completing it 10,000 times, to no avail. Uncle Simu didn't awaken until evening, only to find 2 purple talismans at his bedside along with a note, thank you for your hard work, Uncle. Here are 2 purple talismans for your protection. The note even featured a simple drawing of Lin Yu sticking out his tongue and making a silly face. You little rascal, at least you have a conscience. Your uncle hasn't spoiled you for nothing. Upon rising, he discovered Lin Yu was deep in meditation, so Uncle Simu refrained from interrupting, instead enjoying a dinner before continuing his deliveries. Chapter 5 A Spirit Gathering Array. Reading it 10,000 times, it is undoubtedly impossible to finish in a single day. Lin Yu was on the verge of nausea after reading it for just a day, managing only 1,000 repetitions. At this rate, to achieve perfection in his cultivation, he would require at least 10 days, although 1,000 repetitions already represented a significant mastery akin to transforming paper into soldiers. The preciousness of spirit paper made Lin Yu reluctant to waste it. Therefore, he refrained from crafting puppets until he attained perfection. During his confinement in the room, Lin Yu was not idle. He retrieved 30 pounds of high-quality cinnabar. Cinnabar was primarily used for talisman drawing, but when exposed to the sun for 100 days, it could transform into the sun-infused Chiang sand. Although classified as a low-grade consumable magical tool, it was highly favored by the cultivators of the spirit illusion realm. Using Chiang sand for talismans not only significantly increased the success rate but also greatly enhanced their power, making yellow talismans possess the might of blue ones. Unfortunately, Qi Yang San was exceedingly rare, not due to the high price of cinnabar, but because encountering 100 consecutive days of sunshine was a rare fortune, usually only occurring during years of severe drought. There were specialized weapon refining cultivators who tirelessly transported cinnabar from place to place. They would meticulously calculate the weather of a location. If rain was forecasted in the coming days, they would travel through all directions in pursuit of clear skies. This was precisely why Qi Yang San was so scarce. However, for Lin Yu, these challenges were trivial. By combining 100 grains of cinnabar, he could create a single grain of Qi Yang sand, nearly comparable to spirit stones. Now that he had broken through to the Earth Master level, he was capable of synthesizing higher-grade materials. Thus, he wished to experiment with what would happen if he elevated Qi Yang San to the next tier. Expend half of his magical energy, and he transformed 30 pounds of cinnabar into 3 taels of Qi Yang sand, which he then further synthesized into numerous small, translucent stones the size of mung beans, glimmering with a red hue. What was this? Lin Yu picked one up for a closer inspection. It could no longer be referred to as Qi Yang sand. It was more appropriately termed Qi Yang pearl, as it not only contained the sun's true fire attribute for warding off evil but seemed to possess greater spiritual essence. Upon sensing it, he was astonished to find that it truly harbored spiritual energy that could be absorbed by individuals. Was this a fire attribute spirit stone? Could it be used as a spirit stone? Lin Yu realized he might have stumbled upon something extraordinary, and his heart raced with excitement. Calm down, spirit stones can be used to set up a spirit gathering array. I shall test this. If it can indeed be arranged and exhibits gathering effects, it would prove its worth as a spirit stone. In terms of array formation, Lin Yu had already surpassed Uncle Jiu. Uncle Jiu could arrange formations but lacked the skill and weapon refinement, possessing only basic sacrificial crafting abilities. It was Long Mu Daoist who excelled in weapon refinement, yet even he had been left behind by Lin Yu, who was now intent on combining array formation with weapon crafting to create a spirit gathering array disc. By embedding spirit stones into the disc, he could carry it with him and activate it at will, effectively placing himself within a spirit-gathering array wherever he went. The next morning, Lin Yu, sporting dark circles under his eyes, exuberantly rushed to Uncle Jiu's room. Moments later, a startled exclamation emanated from the ancestral hall. "Yu, come, pay respects to our ancestral master with congratulations." Lin Yu retorted, "You always celebrate without revealing the reason. Is the ancestral master not already numb to such frequent congratulations? Master, you always express congratulations without disclosing the joyous occasion. Isn't it unfair to keep the ancestral master in suspense? Might he hold a grudge against us from beyond?" With the portable spirit gathering array, Lin Yu and Uncle Jiu dismantled the interior of the house, placing several precious spirit stones around the ancestral hall to enhance its overall spirit gathering. Though it did not double the effect, it enriched the spirit energy within the hall to a substantial degree. If cinnabar could transform into spirit stones through a thousandfold synthesis, what about ordinary stones? Large blue stones or pebbles? Lin Yu, as if discovering a new continent, immersed himself in research. Even when Uncle Jiu called him to go out, he was reluctant to leave. Finally, the day arrived for the relocation of the grave as agreed with Lord Ren. Uncle Jiu, the feng shui expert, mentioned that this burial site is quite difficult to find. "It is a good location," Lord Ren explained, with Wei following closely beside him. After observing, Uncle Jiu nodded. "Indeed, this site is known as the Dragonfly Touching Water Site, measuring 3 zhang and 4, with only 4 feet usable. Its width is 1 zhang and 3, allowing merely 3 feet to be utilized. Thus, the coffin cannot be buried flat, it must be interred upright." Lord Ren gave a thumbs up. "Impressive, Uncle Jiu." Xiao Shang and Wen Kai stood nearby, while Ren Tingting held Lin Yu's hand, affectionately claiming, "I'm just doting on my little brother." Wen Kai inquired, "Master, what does upright burial mean? Is it a French-style funeral?" Xiao Shang could not help but cover his eyes. Uncle Jiu shot him a glare. "Keep your mouth shut." Lin Yu explained, "An upright burial refers to interring the coffin vertically." Wen Kai, as a Maoshan practitioner, not knowing the basics of geomancy, warrants a punishment of transcribing texts 10 times. "Ah, no, please." Wen Kai nearly cried. "Don't like it? Fine, then recite instead." "Ahem, I would rather transcribe." Uncle Jiu felt gratified. Although Xiao Shang and Wen Kai were not fond of cultivation, he had long been troubled by their disinterest. However, after assigning them to his eldest disciple for guidance, they had shown considerable improvement. "Those who are buried upright will surely have outstanding descendants, won't they, Lord Ren?" Lin Yu inquired. Lord Ren praised, "You are indeed worthy of being Uncle Jiu's esteemed disciple, just as the feng shui master once said." "And is it truly effective?" Lord Ren's expression grew somber as he sighed. "For the past 20 years, our Ren family's business has been declining, and we do not know why." Lin Yu gazed at the grave being unearthed and remarked, it seems that this feng shui master harbors a grudge against your Rin family. Did your grandfather have any past grievances with him? To be honest, this land originally belonged to that feng shui master. My late father recognized it as a good site and purchased it. Lord Rin awkwardly smiled. Was it merely through enticing offers? No coercion involved. Such a favorable site, capable of benefiting 3 generations, is not something just anyone can acquire, even with wealth, Lin Yu stated sternly. This, Lord Ren's smile froze on his face, filled with embarrassment. Ah Wei, perplexed, asked, "You go, wasn't it said to be a treasure site? Why would purchasing it forcefully render it ineffective?" Lin Yu glanced at Uncle Gio, not wishing to steal his thunder. Uncle Gio appeared satisfied and approached the partially dug grave, explaining, "This auspicious site should ideally be topped with snowflakes to be considered dragonfly-touching water. However, that feng shui master, out of spite for the Rin family, instructed you to use concrete for the cover. How can a coffin not touch the water and still be called dragonfly-touching water? The use of concrete will not only fail to bring you fortune but will instead degrade your luck." At least he had some conscience, advising you to relocate the grave after 20 years, causing you half a lifetime of suffering, rather than an entire lifetime. It harms 1 generation but spares the next 18. The gravity of the situation left everyone present in shock. At that moment, Lin Yu spoke again. Those engaged in cultivation often possess extraordinary abilities. When used for righteous purposes, they can benefit the populace. When misused, they can kill without a trace. Although the Rin family is affluent, they are, after all, merely ordinary people. How dare they offend cultivators? Such audacity! Reaping today what was sown yesterday. Lord Rin should heed this warning and strive to perform more virtuous deeds in the future. Ranfe wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, nodding repeatedly. Runtingting pinched Lin Yu's cheek, teasing, "Little brother, why do you speak so maturely? Even my father dares not scold you." Lin Yu shot her a glare. "I am saving your lives, humph. Do not treat me as a child from now on, no calling me a kid." Before long, the coffin was successfully unearthed. "Loosen the ropes, remove the nails," Uncle Gio commanded, donned in his apricot yellow Daoist robe. At that moment, a dark cloud slowly drifted and Lin Yu looked up. Just moments ago, the sun had been shining brightly, and this did not bode well. Chapter 6 Ren Weiyong. Everyone, today marks the day of Rengong Weiyong's return to the light. All those aged 36, 22, 35, and 48, particularly those born in the year of the rooster or the ox, are to turn and avoid. Once the avoidance is complete, everyone, adjust your attire and prepare to open the coffin. As the coffin lid is lifted, a flock of crows takes flight. "Father, I have disturbed your eternal rest. I am truly unfilial." Renfe kneels and bows his head. Rentingting also kneels, calling out for her grandfather. As the gathered crowd leans in for a closer look, they murmur, "Could this truly be a man who has been deceased for 20 years? He appears so lifelike. Aside from the darkened pallor on his face, he seems indistinguishable from the living." Once the father and daughter rise, Lin Yu quietly remarks, "Sister Tingting, your grandfather was quite young when he passed." Renfe awkwardly responds, "My father was only in his 40s at the time of his death, in the prime of life." Lin Yu sighs given his appearance. "It seems he met an untimely end." Renfe shakes his head, asserting, "That is impossible. My father succumbed to a sudden illness, which I witnessed with my own eyes." Lin Yu calmly gazes at Renfe, saying, "Master Ren, have you forgotten what I just said? The means of a practitioner can not only induce sudden illness but can also lead to a death without a trace." Renfe grits his teeth, cursing the feng shui master. "If this is true, I must uncover the truth." Away interjects, "Cousin, didn't you just say that we ordinary folk cannot contend with them? When Kaian here like the legendary talents of Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong, there is cause and effect. You seized their precious land, and they seek your life in return. Isn't that just a balancing of scales?" Uncle Joe reprimands. "Enough, do not speak out of turn." Renfe's face flushes with embarrassment as he suppresses his anger and earnestly inquires, "Uncle Joe, can this tomb still be utilized?" Generally, people do not move graves without reason. Renfe's urgency stems from both the agreed-upon 20 years and a desire to alter the family's feng shui fortunes through relocation. If the Ren family continues to decline, they will be outdone even by the likes of Huang Baiwan in town. Uncle Gio shakes his head. "A dragonfly touches the water, never alighting in the same place twice. Thus, this grave cannot be used. What shall we do then?" "I suggest we proceed with cremation." "Cremation? Absolutely not. My father feared fire above all else. I cannot do this." Uncle Joe earnestly advises, "Master Ren, failure to cremate will lead to troubles." Yet Renfe remains resolute. "Anything is acceptable, but cremation is out of the question." "Uncle Joe, think of another solution." As the employer's demands weigh heavily, Uncle Joe concedes a sigh. "Then let us temporarily store him in our mortuary. Tomorrow I will find another burial site to ensure Master Ren's peaceful rest." Wei directs the workers, good, cover the coffin and transport it to the mortuary. Uncle Gio says, Master Rin, you may leave for now. Rin Fa and his daughter make their way back via a sled, originally intending to stroll with Lin Yu, but today's events are clearly not suitable for leisure. Uncle Joe instructs Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai, you two stay behind and light a plum blossom incense array. Inform me of the outcome upon your return. Iu, let us depart. Remember, incense must be placed at every grave. Understood, Master. On the way back, Uncle Joe quizzes Lin Yu. Have you noticed anything? Lin Yu scoffs, Master, I have already graduated. I am not like those two fools, Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai, who cannot discern this. Clearly, Ren Weiyong is on the verge of a corpse transformation. At this moment, direct cremation would be the easiest solution. Unfortunately, Ren Fa, unaware of the impending danger, insists on preservation. Alas, even Yama cannot save those who court death. When Ren Weiyong transforms into a zombie, the first to seek him out will be his own kin. Uncle Joe chastises, Humph, when you were reprimanding Ren Fa earlier, you spoke so eloquently about encouraging good deeds. How have you forgotten your own words? Ren Fa is merely an ordinary man, with limited experience. A bit of cunning is to be expected, who does not wish for the protection of ancestral feng shui. Reducing him to ashes is altogether different. The purpose of our cultivation is to safeguard peace in our realm, is it not? Even if they do not comprehend this, should we cease our efforts? Lin Yu nods respectfully, yes, Master, your teachings resonate, I shall remember. Alas, a large dumpling is delivered to the mortuary, poised to transform at any moment. Are we not in great peril? Uncle Joe chuckles. Who just claimed to have graduated? You, the future Lin Tianxue, would fear such a thing? Lin Yu sheepishly scratches his head. Upon returning, you shall assist Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai with the coffin. Consider it my test for you. If you handle it adeptly, I shall permit you to pay a visit to Master Simu. Lin Yu replies, and now that sounds reasonable. Humph, Ren Weiyong, I assure you, I shall ensure he cannot claw his way out. Before long, Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai rush back in a panic. Master, something is amiss. Look at this incense. Uncle Joe's expression grows grave as he takes the incense. Nothing is more feared than an uneven burn. This scent indicates a loss of life. Wen Kai asks, could it be from Master Ren's household? Uncle Joe shoots him a glare. Is it here? Wen Kai dismissively waves his hand. Not my concern, Qiu Sheng adds. Then does it mean Master Ren's daughter is also in danger? Wen Kai panics and dashes outside. Ting ting, Qiu Sheng seizes him. Hey, fair competition. Lin Yu approaches, mocking, you two are vying to be the heroes rescuing the damsel? They nod, but upon seeing Lin Yu's expression, they exclaim in astonishment, no way, senior brother, are you trying to compete with us for Ting Ting? You're only 12, Lin Yu retorts, and what of it? Can Ti have a child bride? The two are immensely disappointed. It's over, there is no chance now. Who would dare compete with senior brother for a wife? Lin Yu admonishes, stop sulking and get to work. Qiu Sheng, prepare paper, ink, and knives. Wen Kai, assist me with marking the coffin. Why, senior brother, Lin Yu gestures for them to open the coffin, and indeed, Ren Weiyong has begun to bloat, his nails elongated. Senior brother, this is a sign of impending corpse transformation. Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai are not as inept as they appear in the original text. Their previous mischief was merely a result of Uncle Joe's indulgence. Over the years, under Lin Yu's rigorous training, they have successfully ascended to the rank of practitioners, with magical energy stored within, just 100 strands away from entering the first level of human mastery. Not only have they honed their skills, but their knowledge has also been solidified through discipline. Understanding the gravity of the situation is commendable. Quickly, prepare. After finishing, Qiu Sheng must return to town, while Wen Kai has books to copy. Time is of the essence. What, senior brother, do we really have to copy books? I thought you had forgotten. Qiu Sheng gleefully pats Wen Kai on the shoulder. Hee, has senior brother ever jested about cultivation? With Lin Yu leading the way, the area around Ren Weiyong's coffin is marked with ink lines, including the bottom of the ink line tool, crafted from 100 ordinary ink lines, serves as a mid-grade magical artifact, filled with a mixture of enhanced rooster blood and Qi Yang sand. This device wards off evil, surpassing mere ropes and chains. In addition to the ink lines, Lin Yu scatters a circle of fortified glutinous rice around the coffin. Completing these preparations is not enough. Lin Yu unhesitatingly affixes a purple corpse restraining talisman atop the coffin. 3 layers of protection. Remain here quietly. This time, I am investing heavily. Come on, if you manage to escape, I will take your surname. Inside the coffin, Ren Weiyong feels like crying. This brat plays unfairly. Once I reclaim my son, we shall have our reckoning. Chapter 7 of the misfortunate Dong Xiaoyu. After finishing his duties at the ancestral hall, the sky had completely darkened. Under the moonlight, Qiu Sheng mounted his bicycle to return to town. Oddly enough, the road seemed unusually long today. Usually, he would reach home in a mere 15 minutes, prompting him to mutter to himself. Turning his gaze towards the trees lining the road, he couldn't shake off a sense of foreboding, causing him to shiver involuntarily and pedal with renewed vigor. Just then, he spotted a flickering light in the distance, which appeared to emanate from a lavish residence. How curious! I traverse this path daily. When did a new estate emerge? He pondered. If Jusu or Lin Yu were present, they would not perceive it as a mere house. They could easily see through such illusions, commonly referred to as a ghostly cover. Unfortunately, Qiuxing's cultivation was insufficient. Despite Lin Yu's encouragement to work diligently, his distractions in the mundane world hindered his progress, making his advancement no swifter than that of Wentai. Both were practitioners of the arts. According to Jusu's estimations, it would take at least another 2 months for them to ascend to the first level of human master. Lin Yu often teased their brotherly bond, noting that while Wentai had poor aptitude, his character remained relatively pure. Qiuxing, on the other hand, possessed great potential but lacked the requisite temperament. Neither was particularly suited for the path of cultivation. It was a mystery who had orchestrated this master-disciple connection for Jusu, purely a troublesome affair. In the past 2 years, Lin Yu had not needed to exert himself in cultivation. Instead, he spent most of his time assisting Jusu in mentoring his disciples. Although it seemed somewhat comical for a child to discipline 2 young men, the results were surprisingly effective, much to Jusu's relief. Consequently, he had become quite the hands-off supervisor. Even when Lin Yu, in front of his master, broke the legs of both younger disciples, Jusu refrained from intervening. Returning to the matter at hand, as Qiuxing approached the grand residence, he was startled to find a young woman lying on the roadside, moaning in pain. He quickly dismounted and rushed over to offer his assistance. "Miss, are you all right?" he inquired. You seem somewhat familiar," he added. The young woman turned her head, and Qiuxing was struck by her strikingly beautiful visage, which felt oddly recognizable, yet he could not recall where he had seen her before. "Young master, I was returning from visiting relatives when I twisted my ankle just before reaching home. Could you kindly assist me to my residence, which is just ahead?" she wept. "Oh, it's but a trifling matter, I shall help you," Qiuxing replied, abandoning his bicycle and extending his arms to lift the enchanting figure. Suddenly, upon contact, a flash of white light erupted from his embrace, sending the young woman sprawling away. Qiuxing gasped, startled, and crouched on the ground. When he looked up again, the grand estate had vanished, replaced by a small grove along the road. "Is this a ghost?" he muttered, pulling out a protective talisman from his pocket, which shone with a radiant white light, indicating that the malevolent presence had not yet fled. Anger surged within him as he brandished the talisman and proclaimed loudly, "You audacious fiend, how dare you trespass upon the domain of Qiuxing Daoist? Reveal your true form at once." Within the grove, the female ghost, Dong Xiaoyu, was left disoriented by the sudden blast, her facade of beauty shattered to reveal a grotesque visage, half of her face decayed and horrifying. Had Qiuxing beheld her in this state, he might have reconsidered his intentions of becoming a spectral knight. After a moment of dizziness, the ghost, Dong Xiaoyu, wept, "Young master, how cruel you are. I merely wished to express my gratitude, why must you wound me so?" Hearing the softness in her tone, Qiuxing's wariness diminished slightly, and he curiously inquired, "Gratitude? I am unacquainted with any specters." "You are too forgetful of the kindness you have shown. Today, Xiaoyu was favored by you and received a bountiful share of incense offerings. Thus, I came at night to express my thanks," she replied. "Incense, Xiaoyu, is it truly you, the young woman who perished at such a tender age?" Qiuxing suddenly recalled. "Indeed, it is I. Please believe me, I harbor no ill intentions. That if you would merely accept my gratitude, I shall depart," the ghost implored gently. Qiuxing, maintaining his composure, waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for such formalities. Lighting a stick of incense is but a minor act. The paths of the living and the dead diverge. You need not repay me. I must return home swiftly, lest my aunt worry for my absence." With that, he righted his bicycle, the bell chiming as he pedaled away. Dong Xiaoyu assessed her condition. Having sustained considerable injury, she realized that tonight was not an opportune time for a meeting and chose not to pursue further. With a sigh, she retreated into the night. The following day, Jusu set out with Wentai to seek out a suitable resting place for the late old master. Lin Yu, struggling to rise, was left undisturbed. However, upon seeing the purple talisman adorning Ren Weiyong's coffin, Jusu felt a pang of regret and scolded Lin Yu for his extravagance. For a freshly turned corpse like this, even a yellow talisman would suffice. A blue talisman is the utmost one should use. This prodigal child, using a purple talisman. Do you consider Ren Weiyong a zombie king? Pissed indeed, your apprentice is a wasteful scoundrel, you must quickly rein him in. He shows no respect for the deceased. I shall have words with him upon his return. Carelessly discarding a purple talisman could lead to unnecessary trouble should it be discovered. As noon approached, Lin Yu lazily rose from his bed, stretching widely as he greeted the day with vigor. After dressing, he paid his respects to his ancestral master, then proceeded to tend to the spirits at the Spirit Infant Hall. With a lack of pressing matters, Lin Yu resolved to pay a visit to his old friend, Ren Weiyong. Ah, the Ren family truly exemplifies affluence. The quality of this coffin is superb, enduring even after 20 years. Old Ren, are you feeling stifled inside? It's a splendid day outside. Shall I let you breathe a bit? You may enjoy an hour of sunlight? Eh? Why are you so still? Could you possibly be dead? Your silence implies consent, I suppose. Get away from me, I despise the sun. Run Wei Yong, damn it, can I even move? You dare try me with a purple talisman? This presented a rare opportunity for Lin Yu to hone his skills, as Jusa typically forbade him from intervening, fearing exposure. Now, in the privacy of his own home, with no outsiders present, and both his master and Wentai absent, he felt free to practice on Ren Weiyong. Recalling his collection of talismans and artifacts, he prepared to experiment with each in turn. If Ren Weiyong were aware of Lin Yu's intentions, he would likely tremble in fear. With everything in place, Lin Yu even brought forth the statue of his ancestral master for additional protection, muttering, "Ancestral master, bless your disciple Lin Yu. This is my first venture into vanquishing evil spirits. Should I falter, please lend your aid." The statue flickered with golden light, indicating assent. As Lin Yu cautiously peeled away the purple talisman, he attempted to push open the coffin's lid. Eh? Why is it stuck? I can't seem to open it. Yesterday it was fine, he mused. Of course, yesterday it had not fully transformed, and we returned at dusk now. Under the midday sun, the zombie's aversion to sunlight is paramount. Opening the coffin for sunlight is akin to incinerating it on sight. Zombies are not foolish, they tighten the coffin lid with energy during the day and emerge at night to absorb the moonlight. Ah, so afraid of the sun? Very well, do not say I am unkind. I shall close the door. If you do not emerge to accompany me in practice, you may never come out again. Inside the coffin, Ren Weiyong could no longer endure, thrashing violently as the coffin began to shake. The black thread marking the coffin glowed red, reminiscent of heated wire. Lin Yu smacked his forehead. Ah, my apologies, I forgot about the black thread. It seems it works rather well. However, now that it is so nicely taut, erasing it will be tedious, and I will have to reset it. Thus, do not cling to the coffin lid. I shall assist you in opening it. Seemingly receiving a tacit agreement, Ren Weiyong ceased his struggles, and the coffin stilled. Lin Yu moved forward to push the lid ajar. As soon as he had opened it halfway, a shadow erupted from within the coffin, and Ren Weiyong burst forth, knocking the lid aside, reaching out towards Lin Yu with outstretched hands. What the hell? Old Ren, you lack the sense of honor in combat, daring to ambush me? Chapter 8. Ren Weiyong was on the verge of tears. Lin Yu, being a novice, chose such an opponent for his first practice? A quintessential example of a fresh-faced rookie. He could have at least attempted against a zombie first. Thus, when faced with the surprise attack from the furious Run, Lin Yu inevitably found himself flustered. Although he managed to evade by rolling to the ground just in time, the collar of his shirt was still grazed by the zombie's claws. At that moment, a dazzling white light flashed, and Ren was sent crashing against the wall, his breath weakened by a fraction. Fortunately, the protective talisman was quite effective. This old fellow is rather cunning, preferring sneak attacks, is he? Trying to capture me? Very well, I shall grant you the opportunity. Come, and try my purple diamond talisman. With that, Lin Yu produced a purple diamond talisman and slapped it onto himself. In an instant, golden light enveloped him, as if he were clad in a suit of golden armor, with even the strands of his hair glimmering with a golden sheen. Come now, do scratch me once more, if you dare. I shan't even need the exorcism talisman. Stowing away the exorcism talisman, Lin Yu boldly approached Ren Weiyong. Upon witnessing the exorcism talisman being discarded, Run immediately sprang up, lunging ferociously at Lin Yu once more. Bang! It was as though he had collided with Diamond, and Ren was once again sent flying, his breath faltering further, and to his astonishment, 4 of his fingers had been broken in the impact. Lin Yu was thoroughly pleased with the efficacy of the purple diamond talisman. It was no mere defensive talisman, but rather an offense disguised as defense. Come again, shall we? What, you wish to come again? Do you take me for a fool? You discarded the exorcism talisman, yet you attempted to deceive me with your shimmering golden aura, while I have already broken my fingers and not even grazed a hair on you. To come again, that would be courting death. Ren Weiyong stood against the wall, motionless, his eyes brimming with hatred and a hint of trepidation. What is this? Are you afraid? Since you refuse to cooperate, do not blame me. There was once a great general who proclaimed, if the mountain does not come to me, then I shall go to the mountain. Having tested the exorcism talisman and the diamond talisman, I still possess the thunder talisman and the 3 mystical fires talisman. Given your incompetence, unable to withstand the exorcism talisman, I fear the thunder fire talisman would send you straight to your demise. That would be difficult to explain to the Rin family. Indeed, upon seeing the newly revealed 2 purple talismans, fear filled Ren Weiyong's eyes. He seemed to sense that these 2 were lethal objects capable of claiming his life. Fortunately, I have stowed them away. This little rascal before me is too terrifying. Lin Yu rummaged through his pouch of treasures, sighing. I have too few low-level talismans, I fear you may not withstand them. Why not help me test my magical artifacts instead? What shall we begin with? Yes, glutinous rice. Lin Yu tossed a handful of ordinary glutinous rice, which went off with a series of pops, resembling firecrackers during the New Year celebrations. However, it produced smoke without causing harm, only capable of singeing the zombie's clothing. TSK. Ordinary glutinous rice is fine for stalling in emergencies, but ultimately a useless trinket. Nevertheless, it would suffice as fireworks during the New Year festivities. Now, let us try my specially crafted glutinous rice. This time, Lin Yu did not throw it in handfuls but pinched out a dozen or so grains. Oh, it didn't explode? It actually penetrated. Indeed, Ren Weiyong writhed in agony as if poisoned, leaping about, yet no matter how he struggled, he could not shake off the glutinous rice that had entered his body. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to forcibly dissipate it with his own corpse energy. Moments later, black liquid oozed from the corner of Ren's mouth, indicating internal injury. His breath weakened once more, leaving him with barely half the vigor he had upon rising from the. Lin Yu stroked his chin, expressing disdain. Just a dozen grains and you're in this state. If I were to throw a handful, wouldn't that be enough to finish you off? It seems quite possible. Do not underestimate ordinary glutinous rice. It is particularly effective against corpse poisoned. In the film Zombie Uncle, when Daoist Simo and Master Ishii dealt with the Thunder Emperoress zombie, they employed glutinous rice and poison to infiltrate the zombie's insides. The glutinous rice Lin Yu had concocted was 100 times more concentrated than regular rice, and just a few grains yielded effects far superior to that of glutinous rice water. Ren Weiyong stared in terror at the large handful of glutinous rice, repeatedly crashing against the wall, seemingly attempting to break through it to escape. What's this? Are you scared? Want to flee? If the wall breaks, you won't have to compensate, but it is midday outside. Are you not afraid of the scorching sun? The zombie was nearly in tears. Please, be human. Upon seeing that his opponent had ceased crashing against the wall. Now that's more like it. The next test will be vermilion powder. He tossed a few grains of vermilion powder, only for them to fall to the ground, appearing as though he had thrown a handful of dirt at Run, yielding no. Lin Yu was taken aback. The zombie was also stunned. Could it be that this little demon had exhausted his tricks? Had he run out of magical artifacts? Roar! The zombie howled furiously at Lin Yu. His moment. Oh, you dare to roar at me? Come, let us hear another one. The diamond talisman on my body lasts half an hour. Do you believe I could smash your dentures to bits? Cough cough. The zombie, at that moment, resembled a timid wolfdog, instinctively retreating to the corner. Lin Yu pondered. Vermilion powder is primarily used to exorcise spirits. It seems ineffective against zombies, right? There's also the red sun sand. He promptly tossed a grain of red sun sand. As this item was quite precious, he hesitated to waste it. Bang! A plume of white smoke erupted, as if a 2-centimeter torpedo had been placed on Ren Wei. This time, it was not just smoke without harm. It burned through his clothing and even scorched a portion of his flesh. His red sun sand truly lives up to its reputation as a treasure infused with the essence of the sun's truth. Lin Yu was quite satisfied. What of the red sun pearl? Lin Yu produced a pearl the size of a mung bean, glistening red and translucent. The zombie instinctively recoiled, but where could it hide? Lin Yu feared this item might be too explosive. What if it accidentally killed the zombie? Never mind, let us just aim for the legs. Even if it dies, there would still be a complete corpse, making it easier to explain. You better hold on, Oldrin. Consider yourself fortunate. This single red sun pearl is akin to a spiritual stone, quite precious indeed. I bestow it upon you. Bang! A brilliant red light flashed, illuminating the room as though a flashbang had been tossed in. Had Lin Yu not activated his mystical sight, he truly would not have grasped what transpired. When he turned to look at Ren Weiyong again, he found that the latter was left with but one leg, and that leg was ablaze. If not extinguished promptly, it would soon engulf his entire being. Lin Yu hastily tossed a blue fireproof talisman. Even so, the zombie was left severely injured from the blow, let alone standing to counterattack, surviving. Hey, old Ren, don't you dare die on me. I've only tested half of my artifacts. There are still many more to try, so hold on a bit longer, Ren Weiyong. Damn it, even the donkeys from the production team R&T worked this hard. You're treating me worse than an animal. Please, just kill me. Lin Yu could discern a plea in Ren Weiyong's eyes, a desperate longing for death. Grant me a swift end. Had I known it would come to this, why bother digging me up? I regret it. I beg you to stuff me back in. Gazing at the Sanqing bell and Peachwood sword beside him, Lin Yu sighed. Alas, what a pity. The late Emperor's enterprise was cut short before it had barely begun. Cling cling cling. As Lin Yu stowed away the Sanqing bell, he inadvertently jostled it, causing Ren Weiyong to swell his eyes and spit out a mouthful of black blood, his neck tilting at an unnatural angle, and then he fell silent. Ah, what is this? Dead? Hey, don't die on me. If you do, how will I explain this to the Ren family? Ren family, we thank you. We wanted a corpse, not a living zombie, so there is no need for an explanation. Chapter 9 The bewildered feng shui master observing the notifications from his external assistants, Lin Yu noted the task of eliminating the green zombie, earning him a merit of 100 points. He was convinced that Ren Weiyong was truly deceased. Could the Qiyang Pearl possess such formidable power? It was not merely the Qiyang Pearl, everything Lin Yu had experimented with could potentially lead to Ren Weiyong's demise. The upper-grade artifact, the three clear bells, it was likely that no one in the entire spiritual illusion realm possessed it, for the three clear bells were reputed to be the Emperor's bell. The Ta Ching Jade Register recorded, holding the Emperor's bell, one can cast fire for thousands of miles. The sound of the bell reverberates in 8 directions, shaking the magical bells, commanding reverence from gods and demons alike. Although it bore a grand title, its efficacy in subduing it was primarily utilized by corpse transporters, while practitioners of the Tao often employed the three clear bells in conjunction with fire rituals to ward off evil and focus the spirit. Typically, one would purchase a mundane three-clear copper bell, perform some rituals, and it could be transformed into a lower-grade artifact. The ability to intimidate malevolent spirits with the sound of the bell sufficed. It was unheard of for anyone to slay ghosts or zombies merely by ringing a bell. As for Lin Yu, he was likely the sole individual capable of refining the three clear bells into an upper-grade artifact. Yet, the results were astonishingly effective. Without the accompaniment of the fire spirit spell, merely a few accidental chimes had rendered the elder Ren unable to endure. In truth, it was not the three clear bells that had slain Ren Weiyong, but rather Lin Yu, this little demon, whose incessant techniques had tormented a green-haired zombie to the point of despair, yearning for death. The reason a zombie exists is due to the lingering resentment that festers within its body after death, accumulating over time into a corpse. Lin Yu speculated that Ren Weiyong's demise was indeed unnatural, and it was reasonable to assume that the feng shui master had deliberately instigated his resentment before death, with the intention of nurturing it. However, Lin Yu had inadvertently ruined this plan. The zombie, unable to bear the humiliation, had dispersed its resentment. Once the resentment dissipated, it was akin to removing the fuel from a fire. In summary, Ren Weiyong had committed suicide. Remarkably, Lin Yu had managed to help a zombie resolve its hatred in such a manner, a feat that would surely make him the pride of the spiritual illusion realm. Though the experimental results were less than satisfactory, the mess had to be addressed. Lin Yu meticulously tidied everything, returning Ren Weiyong to his coffin, even carving a wooden prosthetic leg for him, so as not to arouse suspicion from the Ren family. How foolish of that old man to strike when he did, only to send the coffin lid flying. Fortunately, my external training had reached a significant level, granting me boundless strength. Otherwise, could I have single-handedly ensured his resting place? To prevent any lapses due to his inexperience, Lin Yu thoughtfully replaced the protective blue corpse restraining talisman, affixing it directly to Ren Weiyong's forehead. After securely closing the coffin lid, cleaning the room, he finally returned the statue of the ancestral master to the shrine. Lighting incense, he prayed, "Ancestral master, how did I fare in my inaugural endeavor to subdue demons and vanquish evil? Did I bring disgrace upon our Maoshan lineage?" The ancestral master shimmered with golden light, and then the 3 incense sticks before him burned rapidly, as if someone were smoking heavily. A good omen. Lin Yu thought, "Thank you, ancestor, for your praise. I shall strive harder to promote the glory of Maoshan. By the way, could you perhaps communicate with my master in a dream? He forbids me from going outside, leaving me no opportunity to subdue demons or vanquish evil." Just as Lin Yu was musing, Zhou returned. "Have you just woken?" Lin Yu stepped out from the shrine, curling his lip as he replied, "Who just woke? I was merely having a chat with the ancestor." Something seems off about you," Zhou remarked, as Lin Yu's keen perception detected an aura of yin energy surrounding him. "Did something happen?" "Ha? What? Nothing at all, the journey was quite smooth." Zhou replied somewhat nervously, "You haven't had lunch yet, allow me to prepare a meal for you." Noticing his reticence, Lin Yu shot him a glance, thinking to himself that perhaps Zhou had not been sufficiently punished for his previous transgressions, keeping secrets even after encountering a ghost. As the saying goes, to die under a peony is to be a ghost of elegance, yet here he was, a ghost beneath a female spectre. How scandalous. Knowing the plot, Lin Yu surmised that Zhou had likely encountered the fateful love, the veiled ghost, Dong Xiaoyu. Upon noticing the darkened and tattered collar of his garment, likely a remnant from Ren Weiyong's ambush, Lin Yu frowned. "It seems my defenses are still lacking, relying solely on exorcism talismans is insufficient. I must forge myself a set of ritual garments." By evening, Uncle Gio returned with 1 kai. Master, have you found a new burial site? Uncle Joe shook his head. Alas, it is not so simple. After a full day of searching, I did find 2 suitable sites, but neither is appropriate for the elder or en.as. You know, the elder Ren has already undergone corpse transformation. The new burial site must not only ensure auspicious feng shui but, more importantly, must create a natural formation to gradually dissipate his corpse energy. Only then can we ensure absolute safety, leaving no room for future troubles. The issue with the elder Ren has already been resolved. Resolved? How did you manage that? You didn't secretly burn him while I was away, did you? Uncle Joe felt a pang of anxiety. How could I be so reckless? Master, come and see for yourself. Lin Yu led Uncle Joe to the coffin after instructing Qiuxing and Wen Kai to have their meal first. You removed the corpse restraining talisman, aren't you afraid he will escape? Can the ink line alone suffice? It will do. I've tested it. Our ink line is no ordinary item, it is more than adequate. With that, Lin Yu pushed open the coffin lid and casually peeled off the blue talisman from Ren Weiyong's forehead. Without the protective corpse energy, Ren Weiyong was now merely an ordinary corpse. The myth of not decaying for 20 years had crumbled. He had begun to rot, his eye sockets sunken, resembling little more than skin stretched over bone. Hiss, what is this? The corpse energy has dissipated. Who killed him? Uncle Joe inquired in astonishment, immediately turning to Lin Yu, then shaking his head. No, if he were killed by an artifact or talisman, there would be residual corpse energy and poison. He must be burned, but in this case, it doesn't seem like he was killed. Rather, it appears as though his resentment has vanished, leading to liberation. Lin Yu, who had been preparing to confess, was taken aback by this revelation. Master, can zombies also attain liberation? Haven't you boasted of reading all the books? How could you not know this? Uncle Joe teased his disciple. The essence of a zombie lies in the resentment that lingers after death. Now that his resentment has dissipated, he has naturally returned to true death. Oh, I thought I had killed him. It turns out that was not the case. Lin Yu felt somewhat dejected. What did you say, you little rascal? Did you act recklessly while I was away? Coughing, Lin Yu had no choice but to recount the details of his experiments from earlier that day. Uncle Joe, who had initially intended to reprimand him, upon hearing the results of the experiment and the ancestral masteress manifestation, transformed his ire into joy, agreeing that this would not be counted against Lin Yu. Well, you stumbled upon a fortunate turn of. In that case, we can utilize the burial site found today for his interment. Although Uncle Joe scolded him verbally, internally he was overjoyed, thinking, truly, my disciple Lin Yu is remarkable. In a cave on the back mountain outside the Ren family town, the dummy bore the name and birth date of Ren Weiyong. Ren Weiyong, awaken, awaken, awaken. Unfortunately, despite his vigorous attempts, the straw dummy remained motionless. The elder was bewildered. Has my magic failed? He casually ignited the dry twigs at his feet with his magical energy. No failure here, so why can't I awaken Ren Weiyong? He should have risen yesterday to drink blood. Could it be that a powerful figure is suppressing him? I've heard that there is only one mortuary in town, presided over by Maoshan Lin Jiu. Could it be him? I shall see just how capable you are, Lin Jiu, to dare disrupt my plans. With that, the black-robed man confidently turned to glance at the several coffins behind him, all of which were his creations and served as his protective magical artifacts. Under the moonlight, he approached the vicinity of Uncle Joe's mortuary. Observing for a moment, the black-robed man felt a jolt of surprise. A mere mortuary had protective formations? Maoshan Lin Jiu, quite impressive. I do not believe you will not step outside. Chapter 10. Do not approach me. After dining with his master, Qiuxing rode his bicycle back to town as usual. While passing by a small grove, he instinctively turned his head to glance, uncertain whether he was reminiscing about the previous night or anticipating the enchanting beauty. A chill breeze swept through, causing him to shiver and hunch his shoulders, inadvertently urging him to quicken his pace. Young master, I have been waiting for you for quite some time. The gentle voice of the beautiful spectre echoed once again, tightening Qiuxing's heart. His mind raced with the teachings of his master and senior brother. No, the realms of humans and ghosts are fundamentally different. I must depart swiftly. Yet, his limbs betrayed his will, as if possessed by some unseen force. Perhaps he himself was unaware, for which young man could withstand the allure of a captivating beauty? After all, he had not witnessed the true visage of the female ghost the night prior. In his memory lingered only the romantic fantasy of a hero rescuing a damsel. Did I not tell you there was no need for thanks? Why have you returned? Upon hearing this, the female ghost sensed an opportunity and revealed herself. Her graceful figure and exquisite features made Zhou swallow hard, feeling a dryness in his throat. Young master, how could I forget your immense kindness? Upon seeing your remarkable demeanor yesterday, I, Xiaoyu, was utterly captivated. What do you mean? I am a practitioner of the Tao. Humans and ghosts are worlds apart. You must not speak so recklessly. Xiaoyu replied with feigned innocence, I am well aware that I am not worthy of your attention. I do not seek to accompany you, but rather request a single chance to serve you. If only for a fleeting moment of warmth, I would be content with that. The beauty wept, her tears resembling delicate pear blossoms, exuding an air of vulnerability. Zhou had never encountered such a situation before. It was his first experience of a woman's affections. Do you find me repulsive? She teased softly. I am but a young woman, unmarried and yet to know love. With a hint of bashfulness, Zhou defenses crumbled entirely as he weakly inquired, what do you wish? Allow me to host a banquet in your honor, as a gesture of gratitude. Ah, well, if it is only this once, then it shall be so. Do not come again afterward, Zhou thought, rationalizing that it was merely a meal and not a transgression. Elated, the female ghost waved her hand toward the grove, and a modest dwelling materialized. However, it lacked the grandeur of the previous night, now appearing as a simple thatched cottage. Please remove your otherwise, I shall not dare to approach. Zhou nodded, as if under a spell, and unfastened the talisman from his person, casting it onto the carriage. He soon followed Xiaoyu into the abode. With the banquet laid out before them and the beauty beside him, Zhou quickly found himself intoxicated by the atmosphere. Xiaoyu reclined in his embrace, whispering, Young master, I am wholly yours tonight. Zhou, already overwhelmed with desire, lifted Xiaoyu into his arms and headed towards the bed, exclaiming with eagerness, Let me show you my greatest treasure. You are quite... In a frenzy, Zhou began to disrobe. As he loosened his trousers, a blue lightning talisman suddenly materialized. A thunderous clap erupted beside Xiaoyu's ear, and 5 bolts of lightning struck her delicate face. Ah! He looked around, only to find that the cottage had vanished, replaced by the wild grove. Xiaoyu, are you alright? He called softly to the ghost sprawled on the ground. Stay away, you filthy Taoist. It must have been my senior brother or Wen Kai. Get lost, I came with good intentions to keep you company, and yet you used talismans against me. Xiaoyu, I truly... Look, I will discard the lightning talisman, alright? Zhou, still dazed, tossed aside the talisman and leaned in to assist the ghost. Ah, your face? Zhou was struck. This is my true form. It is all your fault. My years of cultivation have been ruined by your protective talisman, and now I shall never recover my beauty. Ghost, do not come any closer. Zhou retreated in fear, scrambling to escape on his carriage. Xiaoyu, initially not harboring much resentment, felt her heart freeze upon witnessing his retreat. She spat with fury. Ah, so men truly are untrustworthy. Just moments ago, you were sweet-talking me, and now you find me repulsive? Repulsive, you say? I will have you, and you shall endure it. Fueled by resentment, Xiaoyu transformed from a cunning ghost into a vengeful spirit, lunging at Zhou, intent on taking him by force. Zhou hastily grabbed the protective talisman. Do not approach me. A flash of white light erupted, sending Xiaoyu hurtling back with a piercing wail. With the talisman in hand, Zhou felt reassured and quickly retrieved the lightning talisman. Stay back. If you come any closer, I will use this talisman to strike you down. I am a Taoist. Uncle Zhou, so you finally remember you are a Taoist? What a disgrace. Faced with the lightning talisman, Xiaoyu instinctively recoiled in fear, casting a resentful glance at Zhou before fleeing. I will not let you go. From now on, I, Dong Xiaoyu, shall haunt you forever. Zhou was terrified and hurriedly rode his carriage away, racing towards the ancestral hall. Lin Yu seemed to have anticipated this and was awake, waiting with a smile. Upon seeing Zhou pale visage, Lin Yu teased, Oh, Zhou, did you charm a girl? Was it enjoyable? Huh, senior brother, you already knew, so you let the lightning talisman slip? Zhou felt utterly embarrassed. Humph. Uncle Zhou emerged from the house, and it was evident he was also aware of the situation. Lin Yu grinned mischievously. If you could forsake your protective talisman to dally with a female ghost, she must have been quite the beauty. Pfft, senior brother, please stop, I almost lost my lunch just thinking about her appearance. Once Qiuxing had vented his distress, Uncle Jiu stood ready with a cane, and Qiuxing dared not protest. Uncle Jiu scolded as he struck, 5 years of apprenticeship, 3 years of cultivation, and this is how you behave upon encountering a female ghost. This is what I have taught you in 5 years? Master, I realize my error. I shall never act so carelessly again. Error, you have made no mistakes, it is I who have erred, your character is too weak, after 5 years, you have not matured, so easily tempted. You are unfit for the Tao. Rather than allowing you to fall in with ghosts, it is better to strike you down now and let you join that female ghost. Please, Master, I truly understand my mistake. I will focus on my cultivation from now on. Were it not for your senior brother discovering this early and arranging the protective lightning talisman for you, you would have surely lost your essence tonight and been consumed by that ghost. How could I, Lin Zhou of Maoshan, accept you as a disciple? Uncle Zhou's tone was filled with disappointment. He truly wished to expel him from the sect. After Qiuxing had been sufficiently chastised, Lin Yu interjected, Master, please calm down. This experience will surely serve as a lifelong lesson for him. Let us grant him another chance? For your sake, I shall spare him this time. Now thank your senior brother. Qiuxing bowed deeply to Uncle Jiu admonished, Go, kneel before the ancestral tablet and repent, do not rise until dawn. Chapter 11 Who did this? At dawn the following day, Uncle Jiu conferred with the Ren family regarding the burial arrangements, scheduling the interment for that afternoon. Ren Fa was equally reluctant to delay. An early burial would ensure an earlier turn of fortune for the family. At noon, Away arrived with a group of workers to carry away the coffin, and in the afternoon, Uncle Jiu oversaw the burial ceremony. After conducting the ritual and reciting the incantation to appease the land deity, the flurry of activity finally came to a close, and Mr. Ren generously offered 20 taels of silver as gratitude. Lin Yu was astonished to notice a mysterious dark aura hovering above Ren Tingting's head. The situation was even more dire for Ren Fa, whose brow was shrouded in darkness, clearly indicating misfortune was looming. The feng shui here is quite favorable. Logically, after the burial, the Ren family's fortunes should improve. Yet look at this. Prompted by Lin Yu's observation, Uncle Jiu furrowed his brow and, pointing his finger like a sword, cast an eye-opening spell on himself. How can this be? He mused, approaching Ren. Run, has anything unusual transpired in your household over the past few days? Ren Fa, perplexed, responded, Unusual occurrences, none at all aside from my father's relocation. There has been no other matter. Uncle Jiu's words baffled him. I see a dark aura emerging from your... It suggests impending calamity, Uncle Jiu cautioned. However, Ren Fa was filled with doubt. Could it be that Uncle Jiu finds the compensation insufficient? When we opened my father's coffin, he insisted on cremation, warning that failure to do so could lead to problems. Yet everything seems to be proceeding smoothly now. Is 20 taels not enough? Is he seeking to extort more from me? Cough, cough, thank you for your concern, Uncle Jiu. Previously, our family's feng shui was poor, but with your assistance in finding the right burial site, I believe our fortunes will surely improve. Uncle Jiu sensed that Ren Fa was not absorbing the gravity of the situation and chose not to press further, for who would believe in the unseen? As he observed Mr. Ren departing, Uncle Jiu could only shake his head with a wry smile. Lin Yu scoffed, Master, it's hard to advise a fool on a reckless path. Let us not meddle in their affairs. Uncle Jiu, to stand idly by is not the way of our kind. You shall handle this matter. If you cannot protect the Ren family, I shall hold you accountable. He was concerned that his disciple lacked compassion and sought to toughen Lin Yu's resolve. What? Me? What does this have to do with me? I am not the Ren family's bodyguard, and they haven't even hired us. Lin Yu protested with a grimace. Uncle Jiu, recognizing his disciple's reluctance, remarked, You truly need more training. Why don't you accompany Sister Tingting for a shopping trip? At that moment, Ren Tingting returned to invite Lin Yu. Lin Yu glanced at his master, who smiled. Here is your chance. You have the next 2 days off, you need not return tonight. Master, are you really selling me off? What amusement could I possibly find with an ordinary person? I am destined to be a future celestial master, busy with talismans and alchemy every day. You? Busy? You sleep until noon and still claim to be busy? Ren Tingting chimed in, Master, I have some matters to attend to over the next few days and cannot look after you. How about letting him stay with me for a couple of days? Really, that would be splendid. Ren Tingting exclaimed. Rest assured, I will take good care of my little brother. She tugged Lin Yu away. Hey, if anything happens, send a paper crane. Uncle Jiu reminded him. Later that evening, a black-robed feng shui master watched Ren Weiyang's new grave from a distance, disdainfully commenting, Such a simple site chosen, they know of feng shui but not how to ward off calamities. Lin Jiu is nothing special. It appeared he had not noticed the anomalies surrounding Ren Weiyong. Yet, I wonder why I cannot awaken him, he mused. Tonight, I shall excavate him myself. Sharing a bed is improper, does Mr. Ren approve? Ren Tingting laughed dismissively, you little brat, do you even understand propriety? How old are you, my father? 1T mind. Lin Yu could not help but retort, keep calling me a kid. Just wait 3 years and see if I can handle you. Ren Tingting playfully curled her pinky, oh, such bravado, little brother, come on, I'm waiting for you. She then began changing her clothes. Hey, what a pity I can only watch. Is this how you test a disciple? What disciple could withstand such trials? On the mountainside at night, the black-robed feng shui master opened Ren Weiyong's new grave. Observing the black thread wrapped around the coffin, he scoffed, so this is their plan, a mere thread to restrain a zombie I've nurtured for 20 years. Heh, the moonlight is splendid tonight. I am sure Ren Weiyong would appreciate it. Upon lifting the coffin lid, he gasped, a blue corpse restraining talisman, Lin Jiu has quite the flair, no wonder I couldn't awaken Ren Weiyong. However, upon removing the talisman, the expected ghastly visage did not materialize. Instead, he was met with the decaying features of the corpse. Who did this? The realization struck him like a thunderbolt. No wonder I couldn't awaken him, damn it, who killed Ren Weiyong? Lin Jiu, it must be Lin Jiu. You have ruined my 20 years of effort, you shall pay dearly. Consumed by hatred, the feng shui master summoned 5 of his accompanying zombies, initially intending to confront Lin Jiu directly. But after a moment of contemplation, he realized that would be unwise. Lin Jiu's domain was fortified by a formation, placing him at a disadvantage. He needed a plan to draw Lin Jiu out. Gazing at Ren Weiyong in the coffin, the feng shui master's eyes glimmered with cunning. Perfect, I shall first collect the interest from the Ren family. At the night watch house, Uncle Jiu and Wan Kai had just settled down to sleep when a paper crane flew in, an urgent message from the Maoshan flying crane seeking the dragon technique. Master, help! I am at the Ren residence. This is bad, something has happened at the Ren family, it's a US distress signal. What could have transpired at the Ren household? At that moment, Lin Yu, who was being cosseted by Ren Tingting like a child, felt both irritated and incredulous. Am I merely a plaything to you? Suddenly, a sense of danger surged within him. Wait, something amiss. Lin Yu bolted upright, startling Ren Tingting. What's wrong, little brother? Are we sleeping or not? Lin Yu swiftly donned his attire, his expression grave. Something's happened, take this talisman and stay close to me. Ren Tingting, bewildered, asked, what is going on? There is no noise. Noise? Relying on sound for warnings, you'd be finished long ago. Lin Yu scoffed. An evil presence is approaching, you wouldn't sense it, but I, as an Earthmaster, can feel it enveloping the entire Ren household. I did not come merely to entertain you. Sensing the overwhelming malice outside, Lin Yu scattered a handful of ordinary glutinous rice along the courtyard wall. He then affixed protective talismans to all the doors and windows in the living room. Finally, he took out a paper crane and activated it swiftly. Heaven and earth, the profound sect, the way of the spirits, flying crane message, master, help, urgent as the law commands. Command. Having completed his preparations, Lin Yu handed Ren Tingting a protective talisman. Go, give this talisman to your father, then gather all the servants and maids in the living room. Do not let anyone be alone. There are evil intruders outside. Chapter 12 of The Lone Guardian of the Gate. What transpired? What transpired? Summoning the butler to gather the personnel, Ren Tingting stood at the staircase with a protective talisman in hand, eagerly offering it to her father as he descended. Father, there is trouble. The gathering in the living room turned their gaze towards the entrance, only to be met with a horrifying sight. 5 grotesque creatures with green faces and sharp fangs had inexplicably leaped into the Ren family courtyard, their feet crackling with sparks like firecrackers during the New Year festivities. The leading figure, a middle-aged man clad in black robes, bore a sinister grin as he regarded Lin Yu, the lone guardian of the gate, with keen interest. Child, are you one of the Ren family? I believe we have crossed paths before. Lin Yu, sensing imminent danger, regarded the stranger with steely resolve and calmly inquired, who are you to dare unleash the undead? Haha, you possess considerable knowledge, even about the undead? You, a mere Taoist apprentice with no cultivation, think these glutinous rice offerings can thwart my vengeance upon the Ren family? Ren Fa, trembling with dread, pointed at the man, exclaiming, ah, it's you. You are that feng shui master from 20 years ago. Indeed, it is I. Back then, you, Ren Fa, were merely a brash youth, and I am surprised you still remember me. I am here today to collect the interest owed to. With a voice filled with hatred, Renfei retorted, "Why are you so cruel? My father merely appropriated one of your feng shui burial sites. The Ren family has suffered under your malevolence for 20 years. Isn't that sufficient?" The feng shui master erupted in laughter, mockingly replying, "Ah, so you are entirely ignorant, fool. Today you shall gain clarity. This entire scenario was orchestrated by me. Do you think, without my covert guidance, your Ren Weiyong would know what a dragonfly skimming water burial site is? Would he have selfishly sought to seize a grave? What?" Renfei's eyes widened in disbelief. "Indeed, I orchestrated the bait that lured Ren Weiyong into action, and I secretly cursed him to death, transforming that burial ground into a haven for the undead. Not only did I ruin your Ren family's feng shui for 2 decades, but I also turned Ren Weiyong into a formidable zombie, born as a green corpse." "Ah! You!" Renfei exclaimed, nearly fainting from the shock. Worriedly, Runtingting grasped Lin Yu's hand and asked, "You, is what he says true? Did my grandfather truly become a zombie?" Lin Yu shrugged, "He is not lying. My master discerned the truth on the day of the coffin relocation and suggested immediate cremation, but you all opposed it. Know this: if a zombie is resurrected, its first instinct is to seek out its blood relatives, feeding on their blood, which makes it even more powerful. A green corpse that evolves further becomes a black hair iron armored corpse, extremely malevolent." Ren Tingting and Renfei were paralyzed with fear. "What shall we do now?" Renfei lamented, realizing that had he known the magnitude of the threat posed by his father's transformation into a zombie, he would have undoubtedly agreed to cremation, disregarding any concerns about feng shui and fortune. The feng shui master fixed his gaze on Lin Yu, praising him. "Not bad, young lad, you possess considerable knowledge. Your master must be Lin Zhou, correct? His abilities are limited. Following him will lead to no fortune. Why not come under my tutelage? I can teach you the ways of corpse cultivation." Lin Yu burst into laughter at the absurdity. "Who are you to speak so arrogantly? My master is the revered Qingshi Taoist of Maoshan, a master of the multiverse, and cannot be judged by your standards. You must first surpass me before you make such claims." Runtingting's complexion paled. "Aau, which of these 5 is my grandfather?" "Ha, you cannot even recognize your own grandfather?" Renfei, mustering his courage, shook his head. "None of them look like him." The feng shui master's face twisted in fury as he spat. "If it were not for that Lin Zhou meddling in my affairs, today you chapter 13. Who among us is the true monster? Fear not, the talisman on the window has failed, yet I have plenty more." With that, Lin Yu produced a large handful of blue talismans, seemingly numbering in the hundreds. Come, take these and hide in the living room. Do not venture out. When the talisman on the window darkens, simply replace it with one of these." The feng shui master nearly choked on his own blood, his gaze fixated on Lin Yu with a mixture of disbelief and incredulity. "Where on earth did you acquire so many blue talismans?" "A single yellow talisman for exorcism is worth $1, while a blue talisman commands 10, and is notoriously scarce. As a mere caretaker of the Lin family graveyard, how could he possibly have amassed such wealth? Is this protective charm truly so valuable?" The members of the Ren family were utterly astonished, particularly old Master Ren, whose hands trembled with a mixture of shock and fear. No wonder the rumors in town these past few years have suggested that Uncle Jiao is the second richest in Renjia town. It appears there is truth to it. If each blue talisman is worth $10, and if Ayu distributes one to each of us tonight, that amounts to over $100. And if Tingting holds this entire stack, worth more than $1,000, Ayu shows no sign of hesitation. It's no wonder there are whispers that his wealth surpasses even ours. As Renfei contemplated this, his gaze toward Lin Yu shifted significantly. He glanced at his daughter, then back at Lin Yu, lamenting internally, "If only Ayu were but 2 years older." Lin Yu smiled. "My master may lack wealth, but old Master Ren is affluent. The Ren family is the wealthiest in town. These talismans are but trifles to you." Old Master Ren blushed slightly, thinking to himself, "I may be the richest. All my family's assets barely amount to $20,000. Spending 1,000 all at once would indeed sting. It is not merely a trifling matter. However, I shall pay." "Old Master Ren, what gives you the audacity to raise your voice so suddenly?" Lin Yu turned in surprise, sensing a hint of false bravado. As Lin Yu and Renfei engaged in their banter, completely disregarding their adversary, the malevolent feng shui master seethed with rage, caught in a moment of indecision. "Are we still fighting, or shall we take a break until my master arrives?" "Humph, you insolent brat, do not become overconfident. I possess ample means to deal with a ragtag group like yours. Do not assume that a few talismans will ensure your victory." With that, he brandished a rusty iron sword. Despite its worn appearance, it was undeniably a genuine mid-grade artifact. "You seem to have forgotten, in addition to controlling 5 protective zombies, I have practiced martial arts for many years. While your talismans may repel zombies, can they withstand my iron sword? Ah. Rin Fa trembled in fear. Ah, can you not be so reckless? Can we truly contend with him? Lin Yu shot him an exasperated glance. What happened to your earlier bravado? Turning back, he noticed the feng shui master's triumphant smirk. Unfazed, Lin Yu quietly retrieved a handful of talismans from his treasure pouch. Another large batch of blue talismans. Youngster, your exorcism talismans are of no concern to me. Ah, the Vajra talisman? You little rascal, is Lin Zhou truly the son of the Maoshan sect leader? Where did you procure so many blue talismans? With a flash of golden light, a layer of golden armor enveloped Lin Yu, causing the feng shui master to sway slightly, nearly losing consciousness. Lin Yu chuckled, turning to Ren Fa and the others. Stay hidden inside and close the door tightly, he cannot breach it. My master will arrive shortly. Concerned, Ren Tingting asked, little brother, what about you? Lin Yu patted his golden armor reassuringly. Fear not. He cannot breach my Vajra protection. Ren Fa and the others hastily closed the door, with servants rushing to barricade it. The feng shui master, gnashing his teeth in resentment, thought, the blue Vajra talisman cannot hold me back for long. Not to worry. I have nearly 100 of them. Lin Yu casually waved a bundle of Vajra talismans. The feng shui master was so enraged he nearly spat blood. Are we still fighting or not? Lin Yu pressed again. Fight? With you braced in 100 turtle shells, am I a fool? The feng shui master fell into despair, unwilling to engage with Lin Yu any further, yet, to retreat in such a manner left him unsatisfied. How could he face the world after coming to seek vengeance and leave without inflicting a single wound? Humph, do not become too complacent. Can you truly protect everyone alone? The feng shui master commanded his 5 protective zombies to encircle Lin Yu. Detain him. After issuing, his attempt to kick it open failed. Do you think a single blue talisman can stop me? He scoffed, wielding his iron sword to strike, for while blue exorcism talismans could ward off magic, they were of little use against brute force. Lin Yu's confidence faltered. He had thought he was in a secure position, ready to toy with this spirit, but now the enemy was desperate, resorting to all manner of tricks. Observing the 5 zombies surrounding him, neither attacking nor retreating, Lin Yu chuckled triumphantly. You 5 worthless creatures think you can stop me? For green zombies and 1 half-armored black-haired zombie, this adversary was no novice, likely a local master. Without hesitation, Lin Yu retrieved other treasures from his person. In his left hand, he held the Qiyang sand, and in his right, he grasped strengthened glutinous rice. Ah, the damage experiment conducted by Ren Weiyong. Today, it shall save the lives of the Ren family descendants. You may rest in peace. Ren Weiyong, your character is commendable, I thank you. A series of muffled thuds and explosions followed as the 5 zombies fell to the ground, completely incapacitated. Their focus shifted from restraining Lin Yu to writhing in agony. Lin Yu clapped his hands. Hey, cease your assault on the window, your 5 prized possessions are on the brink of death. What? The feng shui master called out, turned in horror, his hair standing on end. How is this possible? Your exorcism and Vajra talismans cannot be this powerful. What have you done to them? The feng shui master rushed closer, his heart racing with despair. Ah, it's nothing much, merely some Qiyang sand. Would you like some? I have plenty to spare. Lin Yu casually produced another handful of Qiyang sand. Qiyang sand, each grain is usually quite precious, and you're using it by the pound? I thought our contest would be a battle of powers, yet you resort to wealth? If only my sect were as affluent, I wouldn't need to take this despised shortcut of corpse refining. Get lost, I do not wish to see you. I spent 20 years refining those 5 protective zombies. You little beast, you shall compensate me for my protective zombies. The feng shui master lunged at Lin Yu, his rage blinding him to the Vajra talisman, failing to even graze the hem of Lin Yu's garment as his strikes were absorbed by the golden shield. Lin Yu, reveling in his victory, stored away the Qiyang sand and, witnessing the remaining zombies gasping for breath, retrieved the Sanqing bell. He mused, Ren Weiyong was sent off with this bell. Having used the Qiyang sand and glutinous rice, can the sound of the bell not yield results? The bell chimed, producing a series of explosive sounds. Hey, stop howling. A few blasts to their heads will cause them to take their own lives. Indeed, 4 of the zombies succumbed, their heads exploding, while only the half-armored zombie continued to struggle, though its strength was waning and it was not fatally wounded. The feng shui master, caught in a frenzy of madness and self-doubt, gazed at the triumphant youth and the Sanqing bell in his hand, his eyes narrowed. What, the high-grade artifact, the Sanqing bell? You little monster, you are truly a little monster, Lin Jiao. I swear I shall not rest until I have your life. Lin Yu interrupted him. Hey, I did all this, why blame my master? If you have the guts, come at me. Curse you. The feng shui master, disregarding insults, seized the convulsing half-armored zombie and prepared to flee. Lin Yu swiftly approached, grasping the feng shui master's right foot as he attempted to leap away. Dare to call me a monster, today, I shall show you who the true monster is. With a flick of his wrist, he cast a blue corpse restraining talisman upon the half-armored zombie's face, and with fists and feet enveloped in golden light, Lin Yu unleashed a relentless barrage upon the feng shui master's head and face. The courtyard echoed with cries of agony, while the members of the Rin family, merely listening from within, could feel the intensity of the battle. Chapter 14 The Curse. Stop, I concede, you are a monster, a monster. The once proud geomancer, now battered and bruised, looked utterly unrecognizable, devoid of any semblance of a cultivator, resembling nothing more than a beggar. Lin Yu scoffed. Oh, still quite defiant, are we? Have you always been so obstinate, still calling me a monster? You are the true monster, your entire family is monstrous. With a flurry of punches and kicks, the geomancer felt the protective talismans on his body flicker, as if the energy within them was waning. I'm sorry. I am a monster, we are all monsters, he pleaded, tears mixing with snot as he begged for mercy. Please, Taoist master, spare me, I promise never to commit evil again. Lin Yu stood up, disdainfully spitting in the man's direction and delivering a swift kick. Coward! If you can't even withstand a beating, why not show a bit of resilience? My master hasn't even arrived yet, at least let him witness my valor. I'm here, and I see your valor. But where is the bravado? Came the voice of Uncle Jiao from the wall. Ah! Lin Yu looked up in surprise. Master, when did you arrive? Hee, I hope I haven't embarrassed you. I took down an evil sect and 5 zombies all by myself. Spent a few talismans and artifacts, but we maintained our principles. Not a single member of the Rin family was harmed. Uncle Jiao nodded with satisfaction, thinking, you've passed this time. Kid of the geomancer, upon seeing Uncle Jiao approach, gritted his teeth in hatred. Lin Jiao. Uncle Jiao expected him to voice some old grievances. Why not take care of your own disciple? Is this how you conduct battles in the spirit realm, specializing in face-slapping? Evil and heretical, such beings deserve eradication. When dealing with the wicked, there is no need for moral considerations. Uncle Jiao, though stern, was not inflexible. Lin Yu squatted down, menacingly stating, Hey, if you want to avoid a beating, you better confess. Who are you? The man curled up on the ground, trembling as he stammered, I am from the Yin Corpse sect. What? Uncle Jiao's heart sank. The Yin Corpse sect has resurfaced? Lin Yu, intrigued, turned to his master and asked, Master, what is the Yin Corpse sect? It doesn't sound like a righteous path. Why are you so anxious? Are they more formidable than us at Maoshan? Uncle Jiao sighed and began to enlighten his disciple about the secrets of the spirit realm. In this world, righteousness and evil are often closely matched. We must never underestimate our enemies. The Yin Corpse sect was once a powerful faction in the art of corpse manipulation. Although the practice was looked down upon in the spirit realm, it was still manageable, provided they kept to themselves and refrained from evil deeds. However, 50 years ago, the Yin Corpse sect conspired to hunt down practitioners from other sects to harvest their remains for their dark arts, which incited the collective fury of the spirit realm. Consequently, the forces of righteousness and evil, rare allies, united to obliterate the Yin Corpse sect. Think, 50 years later, a descendant of the Yin Corpse sect re-emerges. The geomancer suddenly interjected with a mocking cackle. Lin Jiao, you truly are the heir of Maoshan, privy to such secrets. As long as there are corpses in this world, the art of corpse manipulation shall never perish. As long as there are corpse manipulators, my Yin Corpse sect shall endure, evil will prevail. Prepare yourself, the era of darkness shall return, and all sects that once opposed us will pay the price. Lin Yu, furious, kicked him again. Stop your pretentious drivel, you're already crippled. Why waste more breath? The man did not react with anger, nor did he plead for mercy. Instead, he grinned savagely. Little one, have you not realized? Your purple talisman's time has come. Lin Yu looked down and saw that indeed, time had flown. The purple exorcism talisman flickered a few times before finally exhausting its energy and burning out. Watch out! Uncle Jiao exclaimed, but it was too late. The geomancer spat a mouthful of blood, transforming it into a blood arrow that shot straight toward Lin Yu's brow. After releasing the blood arrow, the geomancer collapsed, his breaths shallow and labored, clearly having sacrificed his life force for this lethal strike. At that moment, evasion was futile, the protective talismans had vanished, and with the purple exorcism talisman just extinguished, Lin Yu was in grave danger. Just as the blood arrow was about to strike him, a flash of purple light appeared, conjuring a new protective barrier around Lin Yu, ensuring his safety. The blood arrow met the purple light, disintegrating like snow beneath the sun, without even a sound of protest. It was thoroughly purified. Uncle Joe's expression hardened. Damn it, it's a curse. The geomancer was taken aback. How is this possible? Before Uncle Geo and his disciple could respond, the man's head tilted, and he succumbed to death, his eyes wide open as if he had died from shock. Lin Yu spat disdainfully. Pa, did you think you could plot against me? You didn't expect, did you, that I had more than one purple talisman? Nearby, Ren Fa, who had turned calamity into safety, murmured to himself, wait a minute, when I asked you earlier, you said you only had one. Uncle Geo kicked his disciple, admonishing, next time, I'll see if you dare to be so careless. You almost fell for his trap. If you had been cursed, don't mention me, even returning to Maoshan may not have freed you. Lin Yu stuck out his tongue. Though he feigned nonchalance, he was genuinely shaken, inwardly cursing the man's treachery. This spirit realm is perilous. I was too naive. I must be more cautious in the future. It's a pity he died too quickly, otherwise, we could have extracted secrets of the In Corp sect from him, Lin Yu lamented. Uncle Geo shook his head, chuckling, if it were that easy, the In Corp sect wouldn't be such a headache. He then produced a blue soul-binding talisman from his robe and tossed it at the geomancer. However, as the talisman ignited, it had no effect whatsoever. Lin Yu exclaimed in astonishment, Master, could it be that this man has no soul? Are those from the In Corp sect truly so formidable? Could he be a puppet? Uncle Geo shook his head. No, he condensed his blood and soul into a single cursed blood arrow. This man was truly vile, leaving no escape route for himself, willing to forsake reincarnation just to take revenge on you. Thankfully, you had the purple talisman for protection. A terrestrial master wagering everything to concentrate a curse cannot be countered by a blue exorcism talisman. Lin Yu felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Cough, Master, you're right. My cultivation is too shallowed. I should have stayed by your side more closely before I turned 20. Uncle Geo couldn't help but chuckle. Are you frightened now? Weren't you quite bold before? Don't worry, as long as we don't stray too far, you'll be fine. Visiting your fourth uncle's domain is still permissible. Lin Yu inspected the half-step iron-armored corpse and found that, with the demise of the evil cultivator, the iron-armored corpse had also perished. The guardian soldiers' fates were intertwined. Listening to the system notifications, Merit 1000, Merit 500, Merit 100, Lin Yu smiled, realizing this system operates like a dungeon, settling accounts after each encounter. Old Master Ren approached with his family to express their gratitude. Uncle Geo, thanks to you, our Ren family would not have survived this night. We are eternally grateful. Old Master Ren, spare me the formality. It is the duty of cultivators to subdue demons and assist the vulnerable, Uncle Geo replied humbly with a smile. Lin Yu directed the servants to clean up the aftermath. The corpses scattered about needed to be burned with lychee wood to prevent the spread of corpse poison. Old Master Ren pulled Uncle Geo aside to sit in the living room. Uncle Geo, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you. Chapter 15, The Treasure of Licking the Bag. What are they discussing? Uncle Geo was quite curious as he observed Renefe's eyes darting back and forth, first glancing at his daughter, then at Lin Yu. Could it be that Master Ren has taken a liking to Yu? Is he considering marrying off his daughter to him? Although Yu is somewhat younger, Miss Ren is not much older either, merely 4 years his senior, and she possesses a charming appearance. After all, a woman 3 years older than a man is often considered a catch. Uncle Geo, just now when the villains attacked, Yu provided each of us with a protective talisman, and its effects were astonishingly good. There is one left unused, in the hands of the young lady. I wish to discuss with you the possibility of purchasing all these talismans, he said. Uncle Geo nearly toppled from his chair. I have even thought of a name for my grandson, and you come to me with this? Master Ren, 1 talisman per person suffices. Having more is of no real use. But, Ren Fa insisted, these talismans can only exert their full potential in the hands of practitioners. Very well, Uncle Geo conceded, aware of the talisman's value. While he could not seize them by force, he managed to negotiate for 5 additional ones. With the one given out tonight, the Ren family acquired a total of 20 talismans, for which Master Ren paid $300 silver, 100 of which was to express gratitude for Yu's life-saving actions. Having settled the matter, Uncle Geo led his disciples back to the ancestral hall. Lin Yu retrieved the spoils of war, presenting them to his master, a rusty iron sword of medium grade, a low-grade sand. Additionally, there were several silver dollars, a dozen yellow talismans, and 2 blue ones, along with a broken iron token, likely an identity badge. Is there a hidden compartment? Upon examining the tome on corpse refinement, several different pages fell out. Nail-headed 7 arrows? Master, is it truly this legendary technique that we have encountered so easily? Uncle Joe took the pages in astonishment. Indeed, it is the nail-headed 7 arrows, and not merely a fragment. After a thorough reading, he cautioned, such techniques have their limits. If the cursed individual is wicked and malevolent, the caster gains merit. However, if the cursed is a good and virtuous person, the caster will deplete their merit. Should the caster lack protective merit, they may suffer a backlash. Lin Yu recalled the Rin family. Master, could it be that Ren Weiyong was cursed to death? That is a possibility, Uncle Joe replied. You should consider studying this curse technique, but use it cautiously. As for the corpse refinement, he hesitated. Although it belongs to the unorthodox paths, possessing a few armored corpses for protection could greatly enhance the safety of my disciples. Lin Yu shook his head disdainfully. I have no desire to learn corpse refinement. Being surrounded by several grotesque creatures would ruin my appetite. Besides, one wrong move could result in backlash. What if I were to be infected by corpse poison? Once I perfect the art of paper soldiers, I will have no shortage of guardians. Uncle Joe chuckled. The puppets created through paper soldier techniques cannot compare to refined corpses. Corpse refinement allows for the advancement and growth of protective zombies. However, the puppets made from paper, limited by the quality of materials and the consumption of your spiritual power, will forever remain static in strength. They cannot evolve. Lin Yu still disagreed. The same applies to corpse refinement. If the protective zombie exceeds the master's capabilities by too much, what if it awakens its intelligence? Would it not be the first to turn against its master? Uncle Joe nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. If you choose not to learn, so be it. However, familiarizing yourself with the subject could prove beneficial in the future, especially when encountering the Corpse sect. Speaking of which, Uncle Joe picked up one side bore the number 42. A master who raises armored corpses ranks only 42. The Corpse sect's strength should not be underestimated. Uncle Joe marveled. The combined number of masters from our Maoshan sect barely exceeds 100. The Corpse sect is developing rapidly. Master, what does this tattered piece of beast hide say? I cannot decipher it. It does not resemble a treasure map, Lin Yu inquired. Uncle Joe flipped through it, shaking his head. It appears to be some form of spell, but it is too damaged for me to comprehend. It may well be valuable, otherwise, he wouldn't have carried it with him. The remaining silver dollars would be returned to the public fund, while the Sanqing bell, yellow talismans, and blue talismans? Mere trifles, let Wen Kai have them for amusement. This rusty iron sword, at least, is a medium-grade artifact, though its appearance is quite dismal. Otherwise, I might have let Shermu sell it. Uncle Joe expressed his disdain. You have no appreciation for quality. Much of this sword's power lies in its rust. This is no ordinary corrosion. It is the result of soaking in blood, granting it a bloodthirsty attack capability. Thus, this sword is known as the bloodthirsty sword. Its appearance is far too shabby for my liking. Uncle Joe sighed with a wry smile. This item is an unorthodox artifact, seldom used by the righteous. You should reforge it with your 3 mystical true fire, inscribe it with runes, and transform it into an exorcism sword for Wen Kai. Why should I be the one to reforge it? Why don't you do it? Lin Yu retorted. Uncle Joe kicked his disciple lightly. If I could forge with the 3 mystical true fire, would I need you? Indeed, Uncle Joe lacked the skill to wield the 3 mystical true fire. Perhaps only Lin Yu possessed such an ability. It was not due to the loss of techniques, but rather the scarcity of qualified practitioners in this current age. Lin Yu was an anomaly. For instance, in the Maoshan Qingyi lineage, the eldest disciple, Shi Jian, mastered the Thunderbolt Fist and the Wooden Post technique, while Uncle Joe practiced the Pure Yang Bagua Palm. Shi Mu learned the summoning technique, and Xian he studied the demon-slaying exorcism sword. It was not a matter of secrecy, rather, it was a difference in talent and elective paths. Master, what is the significance of merit? Lin Yu recalled his monster-slaying efforts that had accumulated merit and sought clarification. Uncle Joe was momentarily taken aback, pondering why such a simple principle required explanation. In ancient times, when deities and mortals coexisted, merit represented one's contribution to the universe. It is said that great beings were adorned with a halo of merit, gaining protection from the heavens and reverence from all beings. However, in our current age, the era of decline, the halo of merit is a dream unattainable. For mortals, accumulating merit enhances one's fortune and destiny, potentially leading to a fortunate rebirth. As for us practitioners, accumulating merit accelerates our cultivation under the protection of many of my predecessors from Maoshan serve in the underworld. Is that all? Is that it? Master, is there a chance that merit could be expended for deeds, much like utilizing spiritual power? Lin Yu inquired softly. Uncle Gio retorted with exasperation, "What a fanciful thought, merit is calculated by the heavens and must be recorded in the underworld's ledger, that is only relevant after one's death, individuals cannot see it, let alone utilize it. However, there are exceptional circumstances where it may be applicable." Ah? Really, when would that be? Uncle Gio gestured towards the 2 books in Lin Yu's hands, the nail-headed 7 arrows. Lin Yu sighed in frustration, feeling that this was no answer at all. He returned to his quarters, clutching the tome and the magical sword, feeling rather dejected. Chapter 16 The marvelous use of virtue. Questioning the master is akin to asking a question in vain. It would be more beneficial for me to delve into the study of external aids myself. Alas, these aids are mute and lack intelligence. Slaying a malevolent cultivator grants me 1,000 points of virtue, while a half-step ironclad corpse yields 500 points, and the 4 green corpses collectively provide 400 points, along with an additional 100 contributed by Renweiyong. Thus, Lin Yu finds himself with a total of 2,000 points of virtue, as displayed by the system that he casually peruses the corpse refinement technique but soon discards it, deeming it overly complicated, especially since he must also seek superior bloodline corpses. Why exert such effort when I possess a synthesis aid? The nail-headed 7 arrows technique, however, piques his interest. Once he embarks on his journey, should he encounter formidable foes, he could curse them to their demise. This is also why, when traversing the spirit and illusion realm, practitioners often conceal their true names. Revealing one's identity can lead to being plotted against. With this thought, Lin Yu felt compelled to adopt a formidable suit. What shall it be? Lin Lingsu? No, that name belongs to a revered ancestor. Lin Gengxin, Lin Zhengying, Lin Pingji. Wait a moment, why should I retain the surname Lin for a pseudonym? Suddenly, inspiration struck him. He would adopt 2 names. When confronting the demonic path, he shall be the illustrious Qingwei Taoist of the righteous path, yet, when facing the righteous, he would embody the formidable demon Lord Chonlu of the demonic path. A cunning strategy, embracing both light and darkness. No one would recognize him. It was rather absurd that a tome recorded on animal hide appeared to be of high caliber, yet only a few fragmented phrases remained, devoid of a title. Lin Yu attempted to decipher the obscure phrases but to no avail. It was futile, merely a chicken rib.at. That moment, the virtue column of the aid began to flicker incessantly. Could it be? Is this how it is utilized? Filled with excitement, Lin Yu picked up the tome once more, repeatedly reciting the fragmented phrases, yet the virtue column merely flickered without yielding further results. What could this signify? Is it that my virtue is insufficient? Casting aside the animal hide, Lin Yu rummaged through his belongings and unearthed a small compilation from Maoshan, which contained hundreds of minor spells. Previously, he had selected merely a handful of practical ones, such as the eye-opening spell, dust-removing spell, and the bright light spell. This time, he chose the fire ignition spell. The fire ignition spell was concise, comprising only a few lines. Lin Yu copied the initial phrases, leaving the last 2 lines blank. Holding the paper, he silently envisioned the use of virtue. Indeed, this time, there was no flickering, the virtue points began to diminish, and the final 2 lines materialized on the paper. Is it truly so? Can virtue be employed to complete spells? The fire ignition spell, being a minor technique, consumed 10 virtue points to complete the fragment. What indeed was recorded on that animal hide? Is it possible that 2,000 points of virtue are insufficient? Frustrated, Lin Yu cast it aside and lay weakly on his bed. Virtue, how can one earn it if unable to venture out? Perhaps, exhausted from the day, he dozed off. In his dreams, Lin Yu seemed to return to a past life, witnessing a film, Stephen Chow's CJ7. Ha, my virtue is akin to the effects of CJ7. Wait a moment. Lin Yu suddenly awoke with a start. Who says virtue can only be used to complete spells? What if it could also be utilized to repair items? With this realization, Lin Yu sprang to his feet, seizing the tattered animal hide once more. No longer fixating on the fragmented phrases, he directed his attention to the hide itself. Indeed, this time the virtue column ceased its flickering, and the virtue points began to deplete. With merely 10 points of virtue, the animal hide was restored to its original form. Flipping it over, Lin Yu's jaw dropped. The pot heaven divine art. Elated, he leapt into the air. What a windfall! 10 virtue points for a divine technique. It felt akin to winning a billion with a 2-yuan lottery ticket. Completing the pot heaven divine art required 2,000 virtue points, yet now he had acquired it for just 10. Ha ha ha, truly, I, Lin Yu, am favored by the heavens, grateful to my ancestors. In his excitement, Lin Yu suddenly pondered, if virtue can be used in such a manner, might I exploit a loophole? He gathered a stack of paper, stitched them into a booklet, and inscribed 72 transformations on the cover, then tore out the subsequent pages. Activating the system, he commanded, Virtue 1, and the booklet was restored, yet it remained blank. Pfft, I used a bit of virtue to create a stack of blank paper, so that is how it is. I had hoped to exploit a bug to restore the legendary celestial techniques. The Maoshan ancestor would likely scoff, "What a foolish notion, my Maoshan Eschingwei lineage embodies celestial techniques, yet in this age of dwindling spiritual energy, reaching golden elixir status is the utmost achievement. What good would the 72 transformations or the 8-9 profound skills do you?" Coughing, he conceded that the pot heaven divine art was indeed commendable. One must not be too greedy. Thus, that night, Lin Yu remained awake, reciting the pot heaven divine art throughout the night. The next day, he didn't merely rise, he didn't even leave his room, hanging a sign on the door seclusion. Uncle Jiu sighed, instructing Wen Kai to bring him a meal. The Rin family sent someone to invite Uncle Jiu to assist them, claiming that the old master had been exhumed. Upon his arrival, Uncle Jiu confirmed the truth. It was indeed the work of that malevolent feng shui master. Consequently, the group had to select a new burial site for Ren Weiyong. Thankfully, during Uncle Jiu's earlier search for a dragon's vein, 2 suitable locations had been found. Otherwise, they would have had to carry Ren Weiyong back to the mortuary out of caution. After completing everything, Uncle Jiu visited the original dragonfly waterhole to conduct a thorough investigation and discovered that the burial site had been set with a corpse-rearing formation. Alas, the Yin Corpse sect harbors malicious intent, employing hidden and insidious means, making it difficult to guard against. Not only ordinary people, but even righteous cultivators may find it challenging to counteract. As righteousness wanes and evil flourishes, the world is on the brink of chaos. The demonic path is indeed rising. Alas, countless innocent souls will suffer, and the toll of innocent spirits will only grow. After laying down the sunlight talisman, exorcism talisman, and killing talisman to completely eradicate the dragonfly waterhole's malevolent energy, Uncle Jiu finally turned to leave. These past days, I have relied solely on this place's Yin energy to heal, and you have severed my path to survival. You are doomed. Neither of the master and disciple were of good. On the 3rd day, Lin Yu emerged from seclusion, presenting a superior-grade magical ring to Uncle Jiu. "Master, do not say that your disciple is unfilial. I bring you a fine gift at the first opportunity." "What is this? Where did you acquire such a ring?" Uncle Jiu inquired, astonished. "Ah, this is indeed a magical artifact, of superior quality? What use is a ring to you?" he continued. It was for a magic sword can protect and slay. What purpose does transforming it into a ring serve?" "Master, do you not want it? Do not regret it." Lin Yu grinned mischievously. Uncle Jiu snatched it away. Since Uncle Jiu was already aware of the synthesis of abilities, Lin Yu had no intention of concealing the utility of virtue from him. After hearing this, Uncle Jiu became agitated, instinctively rushing to burn incense and offer thanks to the ancestors. The ancestors below were already exasperated, wishing they could return to kick little Jiu's behind. "What joyous news are you sharing? What good is mere celebration?" Lin Yu proudly elaborated, I have named it the Qian Kuan. Based on the quality of the artifact, inferior quality can hold 1 cubic meter, mid-grade can hold 10 cubic meters, superior grade can hold 100 cubic meters. There are only a few pot heaven artifacts in the entire world. Moreover, this technique has long been lost. Who would have thought that in Maoshan, only the sect master possesses a storage spirit gourd, one of our sect's treasured artifacts? "Master, does this not show that your disciple is dutiful? Is Wensai's transformation of the magical artifact into a ring not a waste?" Uncle Jiu nodded repeatedly. "Indeed, you are truly a good disciple of mine, Lin Jiu. That I have received Wensai's filial piety. Why did I not think of this sooner? I suspect that the people from the Yin Corpse sect may know that this is pot heaven. They aim to comprehend it through the fragments, thus facilitating their corpse refining endeavors. Unfortunately, their fortune is insufficient. This matter is of great significance. You should destroy that animal hide to prevent any leaks that may lead to calamity." "Master, will you not study it?" "Uncle, it is quite simple." "Pfft, you insolent disciple, are you mocking me?" Chapter 17 The Return of the Four-Eyed One. Indeed, Uncle Jiu is truly a prodigy in the art of cultivation. The essence of the pot heaven divine technique lies in the rune. Inscribing the pot heaven runes upon objects can expand their internal space, allowing them to manifest their own realms. Uncle Jiu's innate talent for the path of runes is not to be underestimated, as he has genuinely grasped the fundamentals of this divine technique. However, his craftsmanship in artifact creation leaves much to be desired, as he is only capable of forging inferior-grade magical items. If he were to collaborate with the genius of artifact creation, Four-Eyed, they might complement each other's strengths and weaknesses. With the matters in Rinjia town settled, Lin Yu's life returned to a state of tranquility, yet, he did not remain idle. He diligently practiced the art of paper cutting into soldiers. Additionally, the crafting of magical garments also needed to be prioritized. Thus, he procured 100 bolts of exquisite silk from a tailor shop. Upon returning home, he activated the thousand-fold synthesis, exhausting his magical energy to ultimately condense a mere 10-foot length of spiritual brocade. After meticulous refinement, a fine-grade Taoist robe of moonwhite hue was freshly completed, the leftover scraps were fashioned into a pair of boots. Uncle Joe looked on enviously. This mischievous lad truly has a flair for the extravagant. How can I, as your master, continue to wear my apricot yellow robe in public if you dress so ostentatiously? It seems I shall have to don a long robe and jacket or perhaps a suit to keep this rebellious disciple in check. Behold, it can even transform into a suit. Pfft, go away, I shan't look. Uncle Joe, feeling disheartened, turned and made his way to town, not to drown his sorrows in drink, but to lavishly spend a fortune on acquiring 100 bolts of silk. The tailor shop owner, in a state of distress, explained, Uncle Joe, it's not that our shop refuses to sell to you, we genuinely have none left, all the silk has been purchased by your young master, A.U. Put. Then I shall place an order for 100 bolts. That can be arranged, but you will have to wait for the next shipment. Young master A.U. has reserved 300 bolts, which will be delivered tomorrow. Oh? 300 bolts reserved? Humph, I suppose this lad has a conscience after all. Uncle Gio, do you still wish to order? No need, A.U.'s order suffices. I presumed he hadn't reserved any. With Uncle Gio's departure, could it be that the affluent Uncle Gio intended to venture into the garment trade? At the ancestral hall, Xiaoxing approached Lin Yu with a troubled expression. Senior brother, I have been tormented by a female ghost lately. Could you lend me your assistance? Oh, did you not say you had driven her away last time? How is she still haunting you? Lin Yu inquired, perplexed. Is it still that Dong Xiaoyu? Lin Yu, exasperated, kicked Xiaoxing lightly, admonishing, what a spineless fellow you are, you can't bring yourself to act, surely you haven't developed feelings for that half-decomposed female ghost? Alright, hand over all your exorcism and thunder runes. Tonight, you will wed the female ghost and consummate the marriage. Pfft, senior brother, that's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? Xiaoxing stammered, I just want you to help me drive her. You want me to deal with a mere female ghost? Even a sorcerer can handle that, why should it fall to me? Wen Kai, come in. Senior brother, did you call for me? Wen Kai, having paused his training, eagerly, he was the most obedient to Lin Yu, always remembered when there were tasks at hand. How has your binding ghost spell progressed? Wen Sai's face turned crimson as he admitted, not quite proficient yet. I can only use a wine jar to barely capture some minor ghosts. That will suffice. Tonight, you and Xiaoxing shall go and capture his ghostly girlfriend. Pfft, Xiaoxing nearly vomited blood. Wen Kai, with a distressed expression, protested. Senior brother, is that appropriate? One must not deceive a friend's wife. When did Xiaoxing have a girlfriend? That would be the ghost, Dong Xiaoyu. Put. Wen Kai couldn't help but burst into laughter. Xiaoxing, you can't be serious. Xiaoxing, embarrassed, Wen Kai cannot handle her. A vengeful spirit? Has this female ghost evolved into a malevolent entity? Lin Yu, no longer jesting, asked with a grim expression. If that is the case, Xiaoxing, can you still not act? This poses a significant problem. The first rule of the Maoshan sect, the righteous and the wicked are at odds, and one must fight for a lifetime. No, she became a vengeful spirit out of hatred for me, but I do not know how her power has grown. However, she has not killed anyone, there is no bloodshed on her. Lin Yu snorted coldly, let us hope it remains so. Tonight, Wen Kai and I shall go investigate. If she has harmed anyone and become a malevolent spirit, there will be no mercy. Xiaoxing, anxious, interjected, senior brother, stop. Have you forgotten the rules of the Maoshan sect? I will ascertain the truth of right and wrong myself, I do not wish to hear you plead for her. Lin Yu's disdain for Xiaoxing grew. He had completely forgotten the divide between man and ghost, disregarding the sect's rules. Did you not claim to be untouched, truly bewitched by this ghost? You offered incense to Dong Xiaoyu once, and now she haunts you, seeking to harm you, yet you still cling to her memory? You owe her nothing from a past life, so why play the fool? That night, as the 3 pure bells rang, the 4-eyed Taoist arrived at the ancestral hall with a group of clients. Senior brother, where are A.U. and Wen Kai? They went to assist Xiaoxing in capturing a ghost. They shall return shortly. Junior brother, you have arrived just in time. Fortune smiled. Senior brother, have you struck it rich? To be frank, I have long grown weary of this corpse driving work, the 4-eyed Taoist inquired with surprise, while still lamenting his past. That's not what I meant. Ahem, junior brother, do be more composed. I have not struck it rich. You will still have to drive corpses to maintain appearances. A.U. has a gift for you that will make your work easier. The 4-eyed Taoist pouted, I knew it. I am destined for labor. It won't be a paper puppet created from the paper-cutting soldiers, will it? That was agreed upon beforehand. Uncle Joe chuckled. No, it is something even more effortless, take a look at this. He handed over a ring he had in his possession. However, the four-eyed Taoist was unwilling to part with it, and the two brothers nearly ended up in a duel before their ancestral master. As they traversed the small woods on the way to Rinjia town, Xiaoxing rode his bicycle. Xiaoxing nearly wept. If you come every night intending to kill me, I could face you with dignity and eliminate the demon, but this, as a pure youth, how can I withstand such temptations? Observing Xiaoxing tumble from his bicycle, Wen Kai, bewildered, asked, I, Wen Kai, am here. Wen Kai shouted to Lin Yu felt an overwhelming urge to kick him. Could you not shout once you approach? You scared the ghost away? Will you pursue her now? Chapter 18 Literary talent unleashed. Upon witnessing this scene, Dong Xiaoyu was well aware that it was a trap set by Qiushi. You still have time to leave. My senior brother and junior disciple have come specifically to collect you. Collect me? Dong Xiaoyu glanced into the distance and couldn't help but burst into laughter. With a foolish sorcerer and a mere child? Today, I shall make you suffer. With that, she cast Xiaoxing aside and soared towards Wen Tai. Senior brother, that female ghost is coming, what should we do? Wen Tai exclaimed, a hint of panic in his voice. Lin Yu reminded him, fool, what do you have in your arms? Use the binding ghost spell to capture her. Oh, right. Wen Tai halted his flight, clutching the wine jar and aiming it at the female ghost. Supreme Old Lord, with my divine method, drive away evil and bind the malevolent, capture and restrain the ominous. Urgently, as commanded. As he stumbled through the incantation, Lin Yu nearly tripped over his own feet. No wonder you can only capture minor spirits, even your spells are delivered in a stutter. It's a miracle that the Old Lord grants you any efficacy at all. As Wen Tai's feeble magical energy surged, the wine jar transformed into a capturing artifact, creating a genuine pull towards the female ghost, Dong Xiaoyu. Yet, it was all for naught. She merely rustled her garments, showing no fear of Wen Tai's binding ghost spell. Ha, vile priest, is this what you call a senior brother? Spare us the embarrassment. Ah. Senior brother, could she be a vengeful spirit? I can't capture her. Wen Tai was close to tears, having mustered the courage for a moment of glory only to find it ineffective. Lin Yu was at a loss for words. You can't even pronounce the spell correctly, how could it possibly work? Hand me the wine jar. From across the way, Dong Xiaoyu, unable to discern Lin Yu's prowess, was taken aback. Don't be too pleased with yourself. My senior brother is far more formidable than you can imagine, prepare to meet your end. Wen Tai retorted, passing the wine jar while mocking her. Lin Yu desperately wished to cover his eyes. Enough. No need to flaunt your borrowed power. Today, I shall not intervene. So, you are Dong Xiaoyu, absorbing yin energy to become a vengeful spirit. It seems you've encountered some fortune, but I wonder if you can withstand this talisman of mine? He then produced a ghost-catching talisman. Dong Xiaoyu gasped in alarm, attempting to flee, but Lin Yu did not use it against her. Instead, he affixed the talisman to the wine jar. He then kicked Wen Tai, advising, recite it again. This time, if you fumble the incantation, I shall twist your mouth. Ask you. Cough, understood, senior brother. I shall do my utmost, Wen Tai replied, feeling sheepish as he accepted the wine jar. Dong Xiaoyu scoffed, do you take me for a fool? I shan't play your games any longer, Xiaoxing. I shall await you as usual tomorrow night. With that, she attempted to escape, causing Xiaoxing to shiver, nearly in tears. Try my four-symbol spirit binding formation. Indeed, as the flag settled, a translucent barrier formed, bouncing Dong Xiaoyu back. After several failed attempts to escape, she roared in frustration, vile priest, what do you intend? Wen Tai, take action, today, she shall be your sparring partner. Oh, Supreme Old Lord, with my divine method, drive away evil and bind the malevolent, capture and restrain the ominous, urgent. Dong Xiaoyu's face turned pale with fear. Lin Yu, exasperated, kicked him again. What are you panicking about? Focus, do not rush, calm your mind and recite slowly, with me here, she cannot harm you. The more Wen Tai panicked, the more mistakes he made, stumbling through the incantation repeatedly. Lin Yu was on the verge of giving up. Dong Xiaoyu, nearing her breaking point, shouted, you insufferable priest, either stop reciting and let me go, or complete it swiftly so I may have mercy. Must you frighten a ghost so? Xiaoxing, can you truly bear to watch them bully me? Dong Xiaoyu pleaded to Xiaoxing outside the formation. Xiaoyu, I find it hard to bear, he admitted. Lin Yu barked, Xiaoxing, if you dare to plead for her, I shall have my master expel you from the sect. Senior brother, silence. Drive away evil and bind the malevolent, safeguard my life and body, wisdom clear, heart tranquil. Lin Yu recited the tranquil heart incantation, pointing a finger at Wentai. A wave of coolness washed over Wentai's mind, and he truly calmed down. This time, the binding ghost spell flowed smoothly from his lips, and as the command left him, the wine jar erupted with terrifying suction, pulling Dong Xiaoyu within with a scream. Xiaoxing caught a glimpse of Xiaoyu's fleeting glance, filled with shame, and lowered his head. "Senior brother, I did it, I truly did it!" Wentai exclaimed, bouncing around Lin Yu like an exuberant child. "Remove the ghost-catching talisman from the jar, affix it to the opening, and return it to the ancestral hall. Xiaoxing, if you truly have feelings for this female ghost, then offer incense daily to dispel her grievances. When the ghost festival arrives, send her to the underworld for reincarnation." Xiaoxing nodded. "Understood, thank you, senior." Lin Yu gathered the formation flags and returned to the ancestral hall with Wentai, only to find Uncle Jiao and Simu both sporting dark circles under their eyes. Master, uncle, what has happened? Did a formidable enemy attack?" They exchanged glances, nodding in unison. "Yes, just now a ghost king appeared outside, and we fought him together, sustaining some minor injuries." "A ghost king? I personally set up the 8-trigram thunderstorm formation here, could it have failed?" "Cough, it was outside the formation, we drove him away," Uncle Jiao hastily reassured him. "By the way, did you successfully capture the ghost?" Wentai performed valiantly. Lin Yu praised. Simu could not help but commend. "Well done, Wentai, you've made progress and can now capture ghosts on your own, quite an improvement over Jialu. Without his 4-symbol spirit binding formation, that female ghost would have escaped long ago. It took me 6 attempts to recite the binding ghost spell successfully." "You mean to say that was your method? Trap the female ghost and then have you practice repeatedly? By the way, your Uncle Simu has returned. Bring out the ring you prepared, he has seen it and loves it," Uncle Jiao reminded. "The ring? Oh, right, the kind you wear on your finger," Simu chimed in eagerly. "You two can't be serious." "Absolutely not," they both asserted simultaneously. Lin Yu retorted, "How could it be anything but, Master, Uncle, is a ring really worth such I have never divided anything between us, I already prepared one for you, Uncle Simu." He then produced the ring and handed it over. Simu beamed widely, unable to contain his joy. Uncle Jiao exclaimed, "I told you so, you had it ready all along, yet you insisted on claiming it for yourself. At your age, you should know better." Lin Yu burst into laughter. What happened to the Ghost King? Chapter 19. The pursuit of Rintingting. The following morning, the tailor shop staff delivered bolts of silk to the ancestral hall of the Four-Eyed Taoist. Gazed at the 3 large carts filled with silk and could not help but exclaim, "Master, are you planning to open a silk shop?" "Haha, this is purchased for making garments," came the reply. "Making garments? 3 carts of exquisite silk?" The Four-Eyed Taoist nearly lost his spectacles in astonishment. "Surely, Master, are you intending to create clothing for decades to come?" Uncle Jiao cast a sidelong glance and lowered his voice, "This is for Ayu. Junior brother, you should stay a few more days, Ayu has a surprise for us." "A surprise?" The Four-Eyed Taoist smiled knowingly, "I do enjoy surprises. Indeed, I shall certainly stay for a couple more days. With this treasure, I shall no longer need to travel overnight." As he spoke, he showcased the ring on his finger. By noon, when Kai joyfully discovered that his spiritual power had transformed. It had previously felt like wisps, but now it felt like a cohesive force. "Master, I think I have made a breakthrough." "What?" Uncle Jiao knocked over his bowl and chopsticks in disbelief. "Could it be? So soon? By rights, you should need at least another month of practice to break through." Gripping his disciple's hand, Uncle Jiao examined him and nodded in astonishment. "Indeed, you have broken through. Young man, I did not expect you to surpass Xiaoxing and be the first to achieve the human master level. Could it be that yesterday's demon slaying opened your mind?" Master, I have reached the human master level. Does this mean I no longer have to practice my punches every day?" Wen Kai wished to shirk his responsibilities. Uncle Jiao shot him a glare. "Dream on, you will continue to practice your punches, and you may now begin learning talisman drawing." "What? I still have to learn talismans?" Wen Kai looked towards his senior brother for help. The Four-Eyed Taoist suppressed a laugh, thinking to himself that with Wensai's wooden-headedness, he would stumble through incantations, let alone talismans. He might not even recognize his own drawings, much less communicate with the heavens. Lin Yu pondered for a moment and then gently advised, "Master, since Wen Kai struggles with writing, wouldn't drawing talismans be too daunting for him?" However, Uncle Jiao stubbornly insisted, "As disciples of Maoshan, we must practice our qi, draw talismans, and exorcise demons. These are fundamental skills that cannot be neglected. After paying homage to the ancestors that afternoon, they formally initiated Wen Kai as a disciple. Lin Yu shook his head in disagreement. Master, while practicing punches, cultivating qi, and exorcising demons are essential, drawing talismans requires innate talent. Even the esteemed four-eyed uncle stopped delving into talismans after mastering the yellow talisman and shifted to cultivating artifacts instead. Since Wen Kai does not enjoy studying or practicing writing, he may not succeed even if you teach him. Why waste energy on something he might not grasp? It would be better to teach him something else. Uncle Gio shot him a disdainful look and retorted, "What do you think I can teach him? In this world devoid of spiritual laws, talismans connect heaven and earth. As my disciple, Wen Kai cannot fail to draw talismans without inviting ridicule. Master, since talismans are merely supplementary tools to exorcise demons, he only needs to use them effectively. With us by his side, Wen Kai will never lack for talismans. Enough, no more discussion, I have my own decisions to make." "Well, Wen Kai, my junior brother, I have done my best, you shall have to rely on your own fortune." 2 days later, Uncle Gio quickly regretted his decision. He discovered that Wen Kai truly lacked the talent for drawing talismans. Teaching him to draw was proving more arduous than teaching Isao to climb a tree. Thus, he approached his elder disciple, Lin Yu, saying, I have considered your words and find them quite reasonable. What, in your opinion, should Wen Kai learn? Ha! Lin Yu was taken aback. I hadn't thought about that. Uncle Gio assumed Lin Yu was trying to avoid responsibility and scolded, "You are the elder brother. I have entrusted those two to your care. If you do not worry, who will? I have decided that the task of guiding Wen Kai's training will fall to you. I do not care what you teach him, as long as he becomes a proper Maoshan general and a vanguard of righteousness." With that, Lin Yu was left in shock. A Maoshan general, a vanguard of righteousness? "Ha, master, your expectations are quite low, just kill me instead." This is clearly asking me to bring Wen Kai up to the level of Uncle Qianhe. After all, as for what to teach, it would depend on Wen Kai's interests. Thus, Lin Yu sought out Wen Kai privately to inquire alchemy, artifact crafting, talisman drawing. Let us forget about talisman drawing. How about formations? No, forget that too. Formations are even more difficult to master than talismans. Wen Kai, what do you enjoy doing the most in your daily life, or what do you do most often? Wen Kai scratched his head in contemplation. Senior brother, like you, I don't often go out. I mostly stay at home, cooking, tending to sheep and chickens, and occasionally slaughtering them. I also tend to the flowers and plants in the yard. Cooking, surprisingly, Wen Kai is quite. Does Maoshan have any culinary-related techniques? Lin Yu shook his head. Tending to poultry, growing flowers and plants, perhaps Wen Kai may be suited for the path of beast taming or planting. However, planting is not viable. It lacks offensive capability, and with the depletion of spiritual energy, the earth is thin. Even if we find him a patch of spiritual earth to cultivate spiritual materials, without combat strength, he cannot defend it. Wen Kai, how about I teach you to nurture spiritual beasts? Then you can command them in battle? Wen Kai curiously asked, Senior brother, what is a spiritual beast? Spiritual beasts are powerful demon creatures that, once tamed by humans, become spiritual beasts, for instance, lions, tigers, dragons, and foxes. No. Senior brother, I am timid, I cannot rear lions or tigers, let alone dragons. Wen Kai quickly waved his hands in refusal. Lin Yu truly felt like kicking him out. There was no hope for him. Asking him to exorcise demons was like asking him to merely guard the ancestral hall instead. Wait, what if you were to raise chickens, ducks, cows, sheep, or maybe a big black dog? Would those scare you? Upon hearing this, Wen Kai immediately laughed. I am not afraid of those, hee. I am the one who slaughters the chickens. I have also killed 3 big black dogs. Lin Yu sighed in relief, finally finding common ground. Given his own abilities, even if Wen Kai wanted powerful spiritual beasts like lions or tigers, he had no means to capture them. However, 100 roosters could easily be acquired. The legendary Shangxi Fury rooster, which has battled the 6-winged centipede for a millennium, attests to the combat prowess of roosters as spiritual beasts. After sharing his thoughts with Uncle Gio pondered for a long time before agreeing. He gritted his teeth and took out a large sum of money, specifically to arrange for Wen Kai to purchase young roosters and black dogs. As for why not a big black dog, spiritual beasts raised from a young age are the closest companions. In Rinjia town, Lin Yu took Wen Kai to find a way for assistance in purchasing roosters and black dogs. After all, they could not go door to door for procurement, could they? The captain of the town's security team was well informed. He helped by posting a notice to spread the word, and within 3 days, all the town's roosters would be gathered. You are out shopping too? Ren Tingting, who was out for a stroll, encountered Lin Yu and Wen Kai. Cough, cough, Sister Tingting, what a coincidence. I have just finished shopping and am about to head back. Farewell, Sister Tingting. With that, he dragged Wen Kai away in a flash of fuming. Ren Tingting stomped her foot. Humph, I knew you were avoiding me. It had only been a few days, yet her annoying younger brother seemed to have grown a bit. Humph, you think you can evade me? Dream on, I shall go find father. The next day, Ren Fa arranged a private meeting with Uncle Gio at the same CAF as before. Uncle Gio emerged with a beaming smile, and it was unclear what the two had discussed. Chapter 20 Paper Soldiers. After more than 10 arduous days, Lin Yu finally perfected the art of crafting paper soldiers and was ready to begin the creation of puppets. Both the entry-level and perfected techniques of paper soldier crafting could produce puppets, yet the distinction lay in the superior performance of those fashioned at the perfected level. It was akin to the art of weapon forging. Only with mastery could one forge high-grade magical artifacts, while rudimentary skills could only yield inferior ones. The spiritual paper had long been prepared. Ordinarily, it required the use of spiritual herbs or the pelts of mystical beasts to create, but Lin Yu had a clever trick up his sleeve. With just a few cuts of fine rice paper, he effortlessly synthesized several sheets of spiritual paper with a mere wave of his hand. What kind of puppet should he create? Various celestial manifestations. That would not do. This world truly had deities, and it would be akin to summoning them. What if summoning was easy, but sending them back became a challenge? He needed to first address the issue of transportation. A paper horse for ghostly travel? No. The art of paper crafting would be sufficient, rendering his paper soldier skills redundant. A bicycle, a motorcycle, an airplane, yes, for transportation, flying was undoubtedly the fastest method. Why would he bother with horseback riding? With swift motions, Lin Yu cut out a crane-like figure and began to infuse it with life using the paper soldier technique. Before long, a magnificent puppet crane appeared in the room, designed for riding, its wings spanning an impressive 10 meters. However, the cost was substantial. This single crane consumed all of Lin Yu's magical energy. In terms of power, the crane boasted a cultivation level akin to a 7th or 8th realm master, yet it possessed no combat prowess whatsoever, as all its abilities were dedicated to flight. It would be more appropriate to refer to it as a flying mount. The crane's resounding call attracted the attention of Uncle Gio and others, who hurriedly arrived. Ah, you, is this your creation? Taoist Si Mu's eyes gleamed with excitement. The perfected paper soldier technique. Ah, you truly are a prodigy. Uncle, do you like it? Would you care to take it for a test flight in the sky? Ha, no problem. I immediately thought of you, Uncle. My affection for you is not in vain. Taoist Si Mu leaped onto the crane, which soared into the sky and quickly vanished into the clouds. Uncle Gio stepped forward with concern. Ah, you, how are you faring? Master, I am fine. It's just a bit draining. Perhaps the crane's cultivation level was too high, hence the depletion of my magical energy. Ah, no wonder you didn't fly yourself and instead had. After all, your uncle is younger and more agile. Uncle Gio's playful scolding was met with laughter. I also wish for such a mount. When Kai chimed in, trying to curry favor with Lin Yu. Me too. If I had one, I wouldn't need to ride a bike and wouldn't fear encountering ghosts, Xiao Shang added. Moving closer, Uncle Joe's expression darkened. He thought to himself, I haven't even spoken yet, and you two are so eager. Lin Yu smiled. However, Xiao Shang, you must quickly cultivate to the human master level, otherwise, you won't be able to control this crane. Although it has been infused with spirit, if its spiritual energy runs low, it will require magical energy to replenish. Xiao Shang's face flushed. He had originally been the second disciple, yet his junior, Wen Kai, had advanced first, and now he was no longer even addressed as senior brother. How embarrassing. Understood, senior brother, I will strive to improve. Then Lin Yu pointed to a wooden chest in the room, saying, Master, I have you and Uncle Simu are wearing high-grade magical garments, just like the one I have on. However, since my two junior brothers lack sufficient strength, wearing high-grade garments would draw undue attention and risk misfortune, so I crafted them medium-grade ones. I still had some exquisite silk left over. Upon opening the chest, Uncle Gio and the others gasped in astonishment. Xiao Shang held up the new attire and admired. Senior brother, have you truly studied tailoring? Your skills seem superior to even the finest tailor in town. Wen Kai nodded vigorously. Indeed, I have never worn such beautifully tailored garments. Lin Yu chuckled. I forged them directly using the weapon forging technique. No matter how skilled a tailor is, they are still just sewing. This is an entirely different matter. Try them on and see if they fit. By the way, I designed 3 styles for your garments, but they require the infusion of magical energy to alter at will. With such attire, you can wear them throughout the seasons without needing to buy new clothing. The two were overjoyed, unable to contain their smiles, as they repeatedly expressed their gratitude. "Ah, you've arranged everything at home so well. Are you planning to go out?" Uncle Joe inquired, somewhat reluctantly. Lin Yu nodded. "Yes, Master. Uncle Simu needs to deliver goods and has already stayed for several days. I plan to accompany him tomorrow." Uncle Joe nodded in agreement. "That's fine. It's merely a visit to relatives, remember, only visit relatives and return promptly, no wandering off." Lin Yu smiled wryly. "Understood, Master. I haven't yet graduated, the outside world is perilous, and I'm quite timid." To comfort his disciple, Uncle Joe decided to share some joyous news of the other day. "Lord Ren from the town approached me. He wishes to marry his daughter to you, and I have agreed. However, you are still young, so we have decided to wait until you are 16 for the wedding." "What? I didn't know anything about this. Such a significant matter, and you didn't consult me?" Uncle Joe scoffed. "What is there to discuss regarding parental arrangements? The agreement was made by our families. Lord Ren is the wealthiest man in the town. His daughter is someone you have met before, and she is certainly worthy of you." "Master, I'm only 12, you're sending me off so soon. What if I grow up and fall for another girl?" Lin Yu was utterly bewildered. He appreciated Uncle Joe's companionship but found such feudal customs distasteful. Uncle Joe rolled his eyes. "Do you think I don't care for you? My disciple is someone of great potential. Even if Lord Ren is the wealthiest in town, what does it matter? Our family will not lack for wealth in the future. His daughter marrying you would be a step up for them. So, I made it clear to Lord Ren that when the time comes, you may take multiple wives and expand your family." "They are not to interfere." "Master, you truly are like a father to me, but will Lord Ren agree?" Uncle Joe beamed. "Lord Ren is astute, he sees your boundless potential, therefore, he did not even dare to contest the position of the primary wife." "Is that even possible? Did Miss Ren agree as well?" Xiao Sheng interjected. "Senior brother, you're too naive. In wealthy families, who doesn't have multiple wives, who would dare oppose parental arrangements? Even though Miss Ren is beautiful, she is 4 years older than you. If you can marry her, it's her fortune. What could she possibly say?" Uncle Joe nodded. "Precisely, Xiao Sheng speaks wisely. In this town, can they find anyone more exceptional than you? His daughter is deeply infatuated with you, and Lord Ren doesn't want to lose his family fortune to outsiders, so he is willing to accept the arrangement." "Is it really that simple?" Lin Yu mused. The traditions passed down from our ancestors are indeed commendable." Miss Ren retorted. "Pooh. Who was just lamenting about feudal customs?" Xiao Sheng jested. "Congratulations, senior brother, the Ren family is the wealthiest, all their assets will eventually be yours." Indeed, Miss Ren is the most beautiful in town." Wen Kai exclaimed enviously. "Stop joking. Do you think I'm a greedy and lustful person? I cherish the bond we share." Everyone burst into laughter, covering their faces. I have never seen such unabashed shamelessness. Before long, Daoist Simu returned. "Senior brother, this crane mount is truly powerful. I flew back and forth for a full hour, and it only consumed half of its spiritual energy. I just rode the crane home and saw Jiala fishing from the sky. He didn't even realize it. I estimate this crane can fly for 2 hours, covering a distance of up to 500 miles. The group was astounded, while Lin Yu merely shrugged. "It's just mediocre. 2 hours for 500 miles, that's comparable to driving a car on the highway, though it pales in comparison to an airplane. It's certainly better than riding a horse." Chapter 21. Master Iq Jialu, who was by the riverbank fishing, suddenly thought he heard the voice of his master. I seem to have heard Master's voice," he said, looking around in confusion. "We're up here." Lin Yu shouted loudly. "Up above?" Jialu looked up and exclaimed, "Wow, what a magnificent crane! Master, senior brother you? Where did you catch that crane?" he asked in awe. "Riding a crane to soar through the skies, this is quite something." At that moment, words seemed to escape him. The two had already landed gracefully on the crane and smiled at him, saying, "All right, don't be too surprised." "This is a spirit paper crane that your senior brother you sent me. After we finish our meal, I'll let you take a ride." I can ride it too. Jialu exclaimed with excitement. Have you caught any fish, Jialu? You patted him on the shoulder. Jialu proudly pointed to the bucket. 3, senior brother, hee, you came just in time. I'm going to show you my skills at noon today. You're quite the adept little fellow, Lin Yu remarked, eyeing the fish in the bucket. Jialu, catch a few more. Ha! Aren't 3 enough to eat, senior brother? Jialu thought to himself, that means we each get one. Lin Yu chuckled, if you catch 10, there's a reward. I brought you a gift. Alright, senior brother. I'll catch 20. With that, he jumped into the river with a splash. Daoist Simu shook his head with a wry smile. Alright, you, let us head home, we have guests to attend to. Upon returning to Simu's residence, they noticed smoke rising from the neighboring house. Oh? The monk has returned? Daoist Simu exclaimed in surprise. Who lives next door, Master Uncle? It used to be just your household here, right? Lin Yu recalled that during his visits years ago, only the Simu family resided there. Simu snorted lightly, an insufferable monk, named Ikyu. He moved here a couple of years ago. Speaking of which, you haven't visited Master Uncle in a few years. Lin Yu smiled wryly. Yes, I wanted to come out, but Master Wu Ti let me. Simu reassured him, that's to protect you. The rules are the same here, you're still not allowed to use your powers, otherwise, I will discipline you as well. Earlier, you asked Jialu to catch fish to test out the 10-in-1 technique, didn't you? Lin Yu chuckled, I've had little opportunity to eat fish in Rinjia town, I've never tried it. Simu admonished, in the past, it was only my household, and Jialu was too young to remember. You can't use your powers, so how can you think of employing other abilities? Ah, no, Master Uncle. Lin Yu was almost in tears. Does that mean my outing is utterly meaningless? You back today too? Simu retorted irritably, yes, you foul monk, you didn't calculate the timing to come back and bother me, did you? Master Ikyu, maintaining his calm demeanor, approached with a benevolent expression. Oh? This young brother has a delicate countenance and a glimmering gaze. Simu, is this your new disciple? Indeed, he appears to be a promising talent for cultivation. Simu proudly replied, ha, you do have an eye for talent. Yu is a genius among our Maoshan juniors, he is the direct disciple of my senior brother Imei. Oh, so he is a highly regarded disciple of Daoist Imei. Monk, why do you keep staring at you? Are you trying to recruit him to your Buddhist teachings? Simu blocked Ikyu's scrutiny. You, go help Jialu catch some fish. Lin Yu smiled and nodded at Master Ikyu before turning back to the river. Despite the playful banter between Ikyu and Simu, their friendship was genuine. Moreover, the original Master Ikyu had once teamed up with Simu to combat evil without fear of death, showcasing both his skill and character. Therefore, Lin Yu held no ill feelings towards him. As for the so-called conflict between Buddhism and Taoism, this world primarily revolves around the battle between good and evil, with demons and monsters lurking everywhere. There is little time to argue about the doctrines of Buddhism and Taoism. As long as one can vanquish evil, that is the true path. Thus, the ancestors of Maoshan have engaged with both schools of thought, and some even practiced Buddhist techniques, seeking a harmonious coexistence. After all, Buddhism has its merits as well. Before long, Jialu and Lin Yu returned with a water bucket. So soon, how many fish did you catch? Daoist Simu asked curiously. Jialu complained, I had caught 13, but when senior brother came to help, he accidentally knocked over the bucket, and all the fish escaped. Look, I managed to catch 3 more. Senior brother, I can catch fish by myself next time, really, there is no need for help. He dared not criticize Lin Yu for making things worse. Lin Yu chuckled, alright, I won't disrupt you next time, hurry and cook, after the meal, I'll show you the gift. Upon hearing the word gift, Jialu became elated and rushed into the kitchen with the water bucket. Daoist Simu pointed at Lin Yu, laughingly scolding him, you rascal, I knew you wouldn't be content. Wow, it smells so good. What is being cooked next door? Ji Qing, who was preparing a meal for Master Ikyu, emerged from the kitchen, drawn by the aroma. Ikyu's nose twitched. Disciple, do you smell that too? Let us go see what it is. He announced, today, we shall dine next door. What, dine? Simu, noticing Ikyu bringing a girl along, quipped, monk, is this your daughter? This is my new disciple, Ji Qing. Meet Daoist Simu. Daoist Simu, how are you? So you're stewing fish, no wonder it smells so delightful, Ji Qing said bluntly. Upon hearing this, Simu burst into laughter. Turns out you're a monk who enjoys both meat and vegetables. Come, let us eat together, today's meal is on me. Master AQ awkwardly chanted a Buddhist invocation, Amitba, my apologies, my apologies. Indeed, I have succumbed to greed, I shall return to the Buddha to seek forgiveness. Ji Qing, it's alright, we're not cooking at home today, so you can stay here for the meal. Simu, would you mind taking care of my disciple for a meal? Simu, naturally not one to argue with a junior, replied, no problem. You're welcome to stay and eat with us. Master AQ looked at the elaborate fish banquet on the table, his fingers moving swiftly over the prayer beads. After uttering a Buddha's name, he turned and returned home. Taoist Simu laughed heartily, rarely able to outdo the old monk, but today he had unexpectedly turned the tables. Jiala warmly pulled Ji Qing to sit down and enjoy the fish, introducing her to his culinary skills one by one. Lin Yu watched Master AQ's retreating figure, secretly admiring, what a truly virtuous monk. Ji Qing, as a young lady, why are you following a monk to practice Buddhism? Do you wish to become a nun? Why not join us in Maoshan for cultivation? Maoshan Taoists can marry. Taoist Simu looked at Jialu and Ji Qing, formulating a plan. Ji Qing shook her head, saying, Taoist, I haven't renounced the world. I am learning medicine from my master. My parents passed away, leaving me an orphan. My master practices medicine to save lives at the foot of the mountain. Seeing my plight, he took me in, and I've been learning medicine from him ever since. Gathering herbs, Master Uncle, how skilled is Master AQ in medicine? Simu continued eating without pausing, grumbling, that scoundrel monk, despite his shamelessness, is indeed skilled in medicine, even I admire him. Really, then could you ask Master AQ if he would be willing to teach me some medical techniques? Lin Yu inquired eagerly. Simu paused, looking at Lin Yu with confusion. Are you serious? Lin Yu nodded, of course, I think medicine is incredibly useful. Taoist Simu sighed, alright then, let me think of a suitable gift to offer him. I can't let the monk help for free. Ji Qing smiled, saying, Taoist, my master is very kind, if you wants to learn medicine, he can just ask him directly, no gifts are necessary. Simu chuckled, you're just a child. You don't understand. No gifts, I fear the old monk might whisk you away. Chapter 22 The Astonishing Master. After dinner, Master Simu took the initiative to offer to escort Jingjing home. However, Jiala insisted on showing. The two brothers made their way to Jiala's bedroom. Jiala, I have prepared the gifts, but there is one condition, Lin Yu said. Havta brother, didn't you say that after catching 10 fish it has nothing to do with fish? The gifts I am bestowing upon you are all magical artifacts, which you cannot wield without cultivation. Although you are the disciple of my master's brother, in my eyes, you are no different from Qiuxing and Wen Kai, my dear junior brothers. You will have what they have, so don't accuse me of favoritism. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you that Wen Kai has already broken through to the first level of the human master realm. He just received his talisman before I came here. Upon hearing this, Jiala immediately sighed in relief. Ah, so that's the challenge, brother, I forgot to tell you, I too have reached the first level of the human master realm. I intended to surprise master, but I'll let you know first. Really? Lin Yu exclaimed, examining Jiala with surprise. Well done, my lad, who would have thought that despite joining the path later, you would be the most diligent of all. Here, this robe is a gift for you. As he spoke, with a wave of his hand, a set of mid-grade magical robes appeared on the bed. Wow, brother, what kind of sorcery is this? Is it a magic trick? Jiala gasped in astonishment. Lin Yu kicked him lightly, saying, what magic trick? When you reach the 9th level of the human master realm, I will teach you. 9th level? Doesn't that take many years? Hey, stop frowning. Go try on the robe and see if it fits. Upon mentioning the robe, Jiala's spirits lifted. You're the best, brother, you're giving me new clothes. After following master for over 3 years, my trousers have worn out, and I've not seen new garments. Infuse it with your spiritual energy, and you will discover some functionalities of the robe. This mid-grade magical robe was crafted by me at great expense. While wearing it, ordinary demons and monsters will not be able to approach your body. Thank you, brother, you are too kind. I'll go catch some fish and treat you to a meal tonight. Lin Yu was speechless. Although fish was delicious, one could not have it for every meal. This robe requires spiritual energy maintenance. Your spiritual energy at the first level of the human master realm is limited, so you must work harder in your cultivation. Don't let it run out and allow the demons to breach the robe's defenses. Jiala patted, I will cultivate diligently and ensure I advance a level each year. A level each year? Lin Yu silently shook his head, that was still too slow. As the close disciple of Lin Jinren, how could he be satisfied with such a pace? With this thought, he left the excited Jiala and stepped out of the room, surveying the Taoist temple of Master Simu. The scenery was picturesque, nestled in a secluded valley, rich in spiritual energy, far superior to Rinjia town. However, being in the wilderness made life inconvenient. Furthermore, the valley was not wide enough, accommodating 2 households was already the limit. Glancing at Master Isho's dwelling, Lin Yu was astonished to discover that the abode of the monk and Taoist was aligned with. No wonder the two were entwined by fate. It seemed this alignment aided in their cultivation. With this realization, Lin Yu took a few spiritual stones from his possession and buried them in various locations, swiftly setting up a gathering. In the past, spiritual stones were precious. Master Simu had painstakingly gathered them, yet he had not been willing to let his disciple use even one, giving them all to Lin Yu instead. Now that he had advanced to the Earthmaster realm, he could initiate a 1,000-fold synthesis. Ordinary pebbles could be synthesized into spiritual stones. A mere gathering formation was nothing, and Lin Yu was certainly going to provide for his master uncle. Why has the spiritual energy changed? Inside Isho's residence, Master Isho, who had been bickering with Master Simu, exclaimed in surprise as the two stepped outside simultaneously. Seeing Lin Yu withdrawing his energy, Master Simu understood immediately. Monk, my dear disciple has kindly set up a gathering formation. You've hit the jackpot now. Had I known, I wouldn't have bothered bringing any gifts. Your few medical skills could hardly compare to a gathering formation. Master Isho was astonished. I didn't expect that such a young lad as Ayu would be a master of formations. Accept it, I am not a miser. Since Ayu has already provided a gathering formation, would I still care about a talisman? Having said that, he left in a huff. Master Isho spoke up. Don't worry, Simu. I won't take advantage of you. I will compensate Ayu. Just the fact that you're not hiding your medical skills is enough for me to be grateful, Master Simu retorted without looking back. Jingjing curiously asked, Master, what is a gathering formation? Is it very precious? Precious, it is exceedingly rare, Master Isho explained. In this age of dwindling spiritual energy, even living in this valley merely allows us to draw on the essence of the flora, yielding only a 20% increase in spiritual energy compared to the mundane world. Most cultivators pursue longevity through the cultivation of spiritual energy. The scarcer it is, the slower their progress. Thus, everyone seeks out places abundant in spiritual energy. However, such paradises are limited and cannot be shared among all. Hence, formation masters devised gathering formations, which can draw spiritual energy from miles or even hundreds of miles away, significantly increasing its concentration within the formation, sometimes doubling or even tripling it. Consequently, the speed of cultivation within a gathering formation can be greatly accelerated. Jingjing gasped, that's incredible, Master, can you do it? Master Isho shook his head. I cannot. The mastering various arts relies on talent. I lack the talent for formations. My gifts lie in medicine and a basic understanding of alchemy. Talent for formations is exceedingly rare. And thus, the gathering formation becomes all the more valuable. Not only does it require talent in formations, but it also necessitates precious spiritual stones as the foundation. Spiritual stones, what are spiritual stones? They are gems imbued with the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, capable of aiding in cultivation. Generally, cultivators find it difficult to procure them. They are quite precious. To give you an analogy, the blue talisman in your hand is quite valuable. 100 of those talismans may not even equal a single spiritual stone. What? So many? Jingjing exclaimed, recalling that Master Simu had mentioned earlier that a blue talisman was worth 10 large coins. Indeed, this was a grand sect of Maoshan, rich in resources. This young friend Lin Yu was remarkable. That night, Master Simu was once again tormented by the sound of Master Isho's wooden fish. Lin Yu found it unbearable as well, so he decisively affixed a soundproof talisman to the wall of Simu's residence, a blue one. The night passed in tranquility. Why didn't Master Simu use this before? He doesn't know how. Drawing talismans requires talent. Master Simu only knows a few common yellow talismans. The following morning, Master Isho came to invite Lin Yu to gather herbs in the mountains. You, have you ever studied pharmacology? Have you read any medical texts? Lin Yu nodded. I've read a few medical books with Master, but they are all for treating ordinary people, mundane medicine, and I have not truly practiced. Master, as cultivators, our aspiration lies in slaying demons and protecting the common folk. In battling these fiends, injuries are inevitable. Thus, I wish to learn the art of healing for cultivators. Master Isho nodded approvingly. You are indeed a disciple of Ime Taoist, filled with righteousness. Cultivators are still human. As long as they are human, healing must be approached as one would treat a human. The principles are the same. For common ailments, one must prescribe the right remedy, and the same applies to injuries sustained by Peruse it on your journey. and feel free to ask me any questions. Lin Yu opened the booklet and, as expected, marveled at Master Isho's expertise. 9/10 of the content was dedicated to treating cultivators. Chapter 23 The Master's Gratitude 3 days later, Taoist Simu was instructing Jialu on the art of talisman drawing. He had not anticipated that Jialu possessed such a natural talent for it. As his disciple, Jialu should have been learning the craft of refining tools alongside him. Unbeknownst to him, every time he went out to transport corpses, he would be away for at least 10 days to half a month, and sometimes even a month. Left alone and bored, Jialu had little to occupy himself with aside from cultivating his skills. He certainly couldn't spend all his time fishing, thus, he turned to reading and drawing talismans. During his time as a novice, he had no spiritual power and could only trace the outlines. Once he became a sorcerer and acquired some power, it was but a mere thread, insufficient to fully manifest a talisman. He would exhaust his energy before completing even a single one. Now, having attained the status of a human teacher, he could produce 3 to 4 yellow talismans each day, which filled Jialu with immense joy. Master, now that I've learned to draw talismans, can I accompany you to transport corpses for profit? Taoist Simu replied earnestly. No, you need not learn the art of corpse handling from your master. Ah, why not? Master has always made a living by transporting corpses. If I do not learn this, what shall I study? Jialu was puzzled. The Taoist Simu chuckled, saying with a meaningful tone, For me, transporting corpses is a means to earn a living, to support you, and to acquire resources for cultivation. With your master earning a living, you need not toil, you only need to focus on your own cultivation. Jialu was deeply moved. Master, does that not mean you work very hard? I have grown up now and can assist you. Taoist Simu affectionately ruffled his disciple's hair, reflecting, You are fortunate. In the future, as long as you follow your senior brother, you shall not lack resources for your cultivation. Now, do not question why, simply focus on your practice and help your senior brother well in the future. Oh, very well. Jialu still felt a twinge of guilt, so he bent down and diligently drew talismans with even greater concentration. Outside, footsteps approached, and Master Isho called out cheerfully, Simu, we're back, quickly prepare a sumptuous meal for us. You must properly express your gratitude to me. Gratitude? For what? Upon hearing the word treasure, Simu's eyes sparkled, and he rushed out. You insufferable monk, if you're going to gather herbs, just gather herbs. You've been gone for several days. I thought you had abducted a youth. If anything were to happen to my disciple, I would never forgive you. Lin Yu stepped forward with a smile. Uncle Master, the master has treated me very well. Moreover, our journey was smooth, and we encountered no dangers. Isho grinned. Simu, I discovered that Yu is not only a genius in formations but also a prodigy in medicine. His medical talent is the highest I have ever seen. Why not let him study medicine with me? I shall impart all that I know to him. Simu was infuriated. Hey, what nonsense are you spouting? Yu is a treasure of our Maoshan's Shangqing lineage, the future successor of the Shangqing celestial master. Do you dare to compete with us? Jialu, fetch my sword for slaying demons. Isho hastily waved his hands. No need to resort to violence, just let it be. Yu, come to my house later. With that, he took Jing and departed. Hey, monk, where is that treasure you mentioned? Show it to us before you leave. Yu is the treasure. I helped you discover his medical talent. No need to thank me, Pa. Am I unaware of a U.S. talent? Previously, I merely feared exposing him, so I suppressed his With a U.S. extraordinary aptitude, he could master anything swiftly, be it medicine or otherwise. Yu, the monk didn't abduct you, did he? Lin Yu chuckled and shook his head. Uncle Master, though I am young, I am not foolish. However, the master has treated me well. He did not avoid me when imparting teachings to Jing and seemingly intended to pass on a set of Buddhist body refinement techniques to me. Buddhist body refinement, Simu sighed in relief. At least the monk understands the rules. The heart methods of Buddhism should not be learned haphazardly, but the path of body refinement has its merits. Perhaps it is in gratitude for the favor of arranging formations. By the way, what body refinement technique did he teach you? The indestructible Vajra technique, which he claims to have comprehended from the Diamond Sutra. Lin Yu speculated that this was not akin to martial arts but rather an application of spiritual power. You speak of the indestructible Vajra technique. He is indeed generous. This is one of his prized techniques. But wait, isn't it inappropriate for Jing, being a girl, to learn this? Jing did not manage to learn it, saying she lacked interest. Only then did Simu comprehend that the transmission to Jing was merely an excuse. The true intention was to impart knowledge to Lin Yu. Subsequently, Lin Yu arrived at Master Isho's abode, where Isho had been waiting in the temple for quite some time. Lin Yu was intrigued to find that the statue Isho worshipped was not that of the Tathagata Buddha but of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Om Mani Padme Hum. Master Isho earnestly recited the 6-syllable mantra before the Bodhisattva. Lin Yu's expression stiffened. He wished to cover his ears, but it was too late. With a wry smile, he said, "Master, why must you go through this hardship? I truly cannot convert to Buddhism." You have arrived." Xiao ceased his chanting and motioned for Lin Yu to sit down. Thus, the two sat across from each other in front of the Bodhisattva's statue. "Our Buddha is boundless and does not confine itself to sectarian distinctions. Your Tao heart is clear and possesses a Buddhist spirit. The six-syllable mantra is a heart mantra passed down by the Bodhisattva. It can not only purify the heart and focus the mind but also dispel evil and vanquish demons. I know that Maoshan possesses its own heart-cleansing mantra, but the six-syllable mantra is different. Compared to Taoist mantras, it is more offensive and can provide you with an additional means of protection. Haha, do you fear that learning this will mean you have entered the Buddhist fold?" Lin Yu shook his head. "Not at all. Whether cultivating Tao or Buddhism is merely a means, the true purpose of cultivation is self-improvement. I know who I am, and that has no relation to the means, nor to any particular sect." Your comprehension is indeed remarkable. I did not misjudge you. How regrettable. Had you not been raised by Taoist Ime, I would have truly wished to take you as my disciple. Lin Yu reflected. The other day, I secretly learned the Master's indestructible Vajra technique, and today I received the transmission of the six-syllable mantra. Alas, I owe the Master a great deal and do not know how to repay you. Master Xiao waved his hand. "What debt are you speaking of? My imparting knowledge is a matter of my own volition. You possess a righteous spirit. In the future, you will undoubtedly become a pillar of the righteous path. Passing you methods for subduing demons and vanquishing evil will only benefit me without causing any harm. What repayment is necessary?" Lin Yu respectfully bowed to the Guanyin Bodhisattva, then turned to Master Xiao and reverently expressed, "Thank you, Master, for imparting the teachings. I shall certainly utilize them to banish evil and will never tarnish the Bodhisattva's esteemed name." The statue of the Bodhisattva shimmered with golden light, and both were astonished. Is the Bodhisattva manifesting? Master Xiao promptly knelt and bowed his head. Lin Yu was dumbfounded. "No way, the Bodhisattva is manifesting. If she seeks to forcibly convert me to Buddhism, haha, young man, you have quite the wit." A melodious feminine voice echoed in his ears, leaving Lin Yu petrified. He looked down at Master Xiao, who remained oblivious. So, is it Guanyin Bodhisattva speaking to me? Should I kneel and bow? But I am a disciple of the Taoist sect, venerating the Grand Supreme Lord. There is no need to be entangled in formalities. This humble monk does not mind. I did not expect that in this degenerate age, there would still be a junior with such aptitude. Alas, it seems the world is on the brink of chaos. The world is on the brink of chaos. Young man, we are fated. I bestow upon you a gift, hoping that in the future, you may assist sentient beings in overcoming tribulations. A beam of red light shot from the Guanyin statue into Lin Yu's brow, and then the statue returned to its normal state. Damn it, she actually bestowed a gift. "You and I are fated." This is clearly the common phrase of the Buddhist sect, grand ancestor of the Tao. It is not that I lack resolve, but the Bodhisattva is simply too powerful. Lin Yu lamented inwardly, yet the voice of the Bodhisattva fell silent. Master Xiao rose from his 3 prostrations, perplexed, and asked, "You, what happened? Why do you stand there motionless?" "The Bodhisattva is here. I dare not move." The manifestation of the Bodhisattva signifies her endorsement of you. This confirms that I did not impart the 6-syllable mantra incorrectly. You rest assured, this is a great opportunity. The Bodhisattva has departed. If you do not believe me, look at the statue. Lin Yu turned his head, and indeed, the statue no longer emitted light. Praised the Grand Ancestor for protection. "Thank you, Bodhisattva. Master, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Today has been overwhelming with numerous events, and I feel rather fatigued." Master Xiao held him back. "Wait a moment, this humble monk has something for." Chapter 24 of The Wealth-Bringing Boy and Master Qiua. Is there more? Lin Yu was utterly taken aback. "Are you truly intending to deplete your entire fortune for my benefit?" Before him, the master rummaged through a wooden box and "You possess a prodigious talent for medicine, excelling in a myriad of arts. Among the 4 schools, it is the alchemical path that stands preeminent. Do you know why? Alchemical path?" Lin Yu gazed at the book with astonishment, wondering if it contained a legacy of alchemy. Because quality elixirs can elevate one's cultivation, sparing practitioners months, even years, of arduous training. Master Ikkyu nodded in affirmation. Indeed, but alas, in this age of waning spiritual energy, practitioners can scarcely afford to sustain themselves, let alone procure the rare herbs and plants necessary for alchemical concoction. Thus, the art of alchemy has gradually fallen into decline. With the rise of talismanic arts, alchemy has faded from public consciousness. Master, if that is the case, what use is this to your humble disciple? Even if I were to master alchemy, it would be akin to a skilled chef unable to cook without ingredients. Lin Yu was genuinely concerned that Master Ikkyu had seen through his hidden advantages. With a smile, Master Ikkyu replied, "The fact that you can effortlessly set up a spirit-gathering array indicates that you possess substantial resources for cultivation. It is not impossible for you to acquire precious spiritual herbs. This tome is a fragment of an alchemical manuscript I stumbled upon, albeit heavily damaged. It contains only basic recipes for chi-enhancing pills and vitality pills, but they are sufficient for the current state of our world. Chi-enhancing pills improve one's constitution, while vitality pills replenish spiritual energy, useful for cultivation as well as recovery in battle. They are applicable to all below the realm of Heavenly Master. Below Heavenly Master, Lin Yu queried. Why only below Heavenly Master? Master Ikkyu patiently explained. Even a Heavenly Master retains a greater reservoir of magical power, enhancing their combat effectiveness and allowing them to harness the forces of nature. However, even the most abundant magical power can be exhausted. As for those above Heavenly Masters, how do the legendary Golden Elixir true beings engage in combat? I must admit, I do not dare to speculate. Lin Yu accepted the manuscript, flipping to the last page, where he indeed discovered scorch marks, indicating that a great fire had consumed much of the text, leaving only the foundational methods of alchemy. Thank you, Master. Should I ever have the opportunity to concoct elixirs? Master Ikkyu interrupted, waving his hand dismissively. Resources for cultivation are exceedingly precious, investing them in you would not be a waste. Now, let us go. Jiala has prepared the meal, and I can already smell the delicious aroma. Indeed, from the adjacent room came Jialua's voice. Brother Jingjing, Master, dinner is ready. Very well, Lin Yu thought, casting a somewhat sheepish glance at the master, who was truly a selfless monk. This knowledge of alchemy felt tailor-made for him. He had previously inquired with his own master, but his master lacked any teachings on alchemy. He had considered returning to the Maoshan sect to seek it, yet the timing had never been right, and he feared exposure, hence he had set it aside. Little did he expect, amid the shadows, a glimmer of opportunity would arise with Master Ikkyu. As he walked, Lin Yu pondered how to repay the master. Should he gift him a Qiankuan ring? No, such a precious item is reserved for the sect leader of Maoshan. Revealing it would be quite inappropriate. Currently, his own strength was inadequate, so he would wait until a more opportune moment. Perhaps he could craft a few magical artifacts for him. Yes, that sounds perfect. Lin Yu recalled that in the original text, Master Ikkyu had collaborated with Taoist Simu to confront the royal zombie, and their beads and fishing nets had been destroyed, suggesting that their artifacts were not of high rank. With his expertise in artifact forging, he could create a couple of superior artifacts to present to the master. This meant that Uncle Qian he would be arriving soon. He hoped he would delay his arrival by a few days, allowing Lin Yu to make further preparations. After dining, Lin Yu returned to his chamber to rest, having spent several days foraging for herbs with the master. It was indeed his first prolonged journey away from home, and he felt somewhat fatigued. As he lay in bed, Lin Yu recalled the manifestation of Guanyin Bodhisattva. That's right, the Bodhisattva had mentioned gifting him something. What could it be? Closing his eyes, he delved into his consciousness, and there it was, a book. As Lin Yu reached out to touch the book, it transformed into a cascade of starlight, swiftly dispersing into fragments that coalesced into memories. So, it was a cultivation technique? The Three Lights Divine Art, remarkable, just the name alone hinted at its extraordinary nature. Lin Yu recalled his previous encounter with the divine art, the Kettle Heaven divine art. Alas, he lacked the merit to fill the gaps. Wow, Guanyin Bodhisattva is incredibly generous. Converting this into merit would surely lead to great fortune. Upon perusing the Three Lights divine art, Lin Yu was once again left astounded. The solar light cultivates qi, condensing the true fire of the sun. It aids in artifact forging and is invincible in combat. The stellar light refines the body, cultivating the stellar body of the stars. It wards off malevolent forces and fortifies the physique. The lunar light refines the soul, purifying the moonlight primordial spirit. It nurtures the soul and solidifies the divine consciousness. Did you think that this tripartite cultivation technique was all there was to it? No, the true magnificence of the Three Lights divine art lies not in its cultivation methods, but in the unification of the three lights, enabling the gathering of the Three Lights divine water. Indeed, it is the legendary Three Lights divine water, derived from the confluence of the solar, lunar, and stellar lights. Golden solar divine water that erodes flesh and bone, silver lunar divine water that corrupts the primordial spirit, and purple stellar divine water that devours true spiritual consciousness. Each is an unparalleled and rare poison, yet, when the three lights unite, it becomes the supreme healing elixir of the three realms. The Three Lights divine water, said to have the power to restore life to the dead. What Guanyin Bodhisattva holds in her jade is precisely this substance. This elixir can revive even the ginseng fruit tree, so reviving a person would be as simple as childless play. Upon comprehending the full extent of its effects, Lin Yu nearly fainted from joy. Guanyin Bodhisattva is not merely generous, she is downright indulgent. No, I must carve a statue of Guanyin and pay my respects. Such a heavy gift merits some incense offerings. To neglect such gratitude would be most ungrateful. In this age of waning spiritual energy, while the forces of heaven and earth may be diminished, the sun, moon, and stars still shine brightly. While the cultivation of spiritual energy may be slow, would it affect the three lights divine art? With the caliber of this technique, even without condensing the divine water, merely practicing the solar chi cultivation could rival the supreme pure Taoist canon. Moreover, the solar chi cultivation can also condense the true fire of the sun. In future battles, a mere wave of the hand could unleash the true fire of the sun. Who among the world could withstand my might? If Uncle Gio were here, he would likely not share Lin Yu's optimistic view. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The Bodhisattva's interest in your talent is one thing, but she is not taking you as a disciple, so it is unlikely she would bestow such a heavy legacy without reason. Bestowing a legacy while refusing to take on a disciple, there must certainly be an underlying issue. Have you forgotten what the Bodhisattva said? The heavens will soon descend into chaos. I hope you can aid sentient beings in overcoming their tribulations. Throughout history, great heroes and champions have always emerged in response to the needs of their times. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Lin Yu's emergence may not be mere coincidence, but rather a manifestation of heaven's will, designed to confront the impending calamity. What materials are most abundant in Taoist Simu's temple? Certainly bamboo. Vast groves of bamboo grow on the mountain, with both Simu and Iq's abodes constructed of it. Thus, Lin Yu resolved to utilize bamboo as his material to craft a few magical artifacts as a token of gratitude for Master Iq. 10-year-old bamboo, when fused, becomes a 100-year-old spiritual bamboo, suitable for crafting low to mid-grade artifacts. Master Iq, with his cultivation at the level of Earth Master, would require superior artifacts to fully unleash his combat prowess. Therefore, Lin Yu directly selected 100 pieces of 10-year-old bamboo to fuse into a single piece of 1,000-year-old spiritual bamboo, an unequivocally superior material. Chapter 25 of the Divine Objects Concealment. Master, come quickly, the bamboo grove halfway up the mountain is glowing. Jialu, who was fishing, rushed out of the river, barefoot, shouting excitedly at the Taoist Master Simu, and Master Ishio hurriedly emerged to investigate. Could it be a treasure has manifested? Master Ishio exclaimed, astonished. Taoist Simu furrowed his brow. I have resided here for nearly a decade and have thoroughly explored this valley. What treasure could possibly emerge now? Indeed, as they rushed toward the source of the radiant light, they found Lin Yu standing in shock, holding a medicinal hoe. You, what has happened? Master Ishio inquired with concern. Lin Yu pointed at the ancient bamboo. I intended to find an old bamboo to craft 2 magical artifacts for you, Master. I thought I would be fortunate to find a bamboo that was 100 years or merely a few decades old. But what, 1,000-year spiritual bamboo, how can this be? Master Ishio gasped in disbelief. In this era of decline, how could such a rare spiritual material still exist? Master Ishio. Simu, however, was well aware of the situation. He shot a fierce glare at Lin Yu. We will settle this later, you rascal. Filthy monk, my Iyu is favored by heaven and earth. This spiritual bamboo has not appeared until now, precisely because Iyu has come. It signifies that he is its rightful master. You must not covet it. Simu declared protectively. Master Ishio, not doubting Simu's words, smiled and explained, that is only natural. Treasures are destined for those with virtue. Since this spiritual bamboo was discovered by Iyu, it rightfully belongs to him. Humph, that is more like it, Simu nodded. Iyu, since this monk understands the rules, we too must be sensible. When you craft your artifacts, if there are any leftover materials, you may fashion 2 prayer beads for him as a gift. Cough, no need, Master Ishio protested, though the joy on his face was undeniable. Lin Yu smiled. Understood, Uncle Master, I have a question I would like to ask. I searched the bamboo grove thoroughly but did not perceive such an exceptional spiritual material. This spiritual bamboo appears to be merely a decade-old bamboo. I stumbled upon its anomaly by chance. Why is this so? Taoist Simu chuckled inwardly. So, you are aware of the act? He then spoke. Monk, you are more versed in spiritual plants, you should elucidate this. Master Ishio replied, Amatba. It is quite simple. Divine objects conceal themselves. Such spiritual entities can almost cultivate awareness and, with further development, become sentient beings. Prior to acquiring means of self-preservation, they must disguise themselves as ordinary bamboo for self-protection. Were it not for your connection, it would likely only reveal itself during a thunder tribulation. I see, Lin Yu sighed. To cultivate for 1,000 years is no easy feat, yet today it is ruined by my hands. What a pity, truly a transgression. Master Ishio chuckled. What a compassionate heart you possess, to show such empathy towards a plant. Taoist Simu remarked, treasures emerge in response to tribulations, you are its human tribulation. If it cannot overcome this, it must start anew. All things have their destiny. Why burden yourself with concern? If you use it to forge artifacts, subduing demons and spirits in the future, that will be merit, and also its own transformation. Now, let us collect it and return home. After bidding farewell to Master Ishio and his disciples, they returned to Simu's abode. Daoist Simu immediately adopted a stern expression. Jello, close the door. Ah, you, kneel. Huh, master, what has happened? Jia Lu asked in surprise. You child, you do not understand, return to your room. Oh. Jia Lu glanced at Lin Yu. Senior brother, be careful. Lin Yu forced a smile. Uncle master, I know I was wrong. Simu huffed. Oh, you know? I doubt you truly do. On the very first day you arrived, I warned you. What was your promise to me? Did you think that without your master, I could not discipline you? As he spoke, Simu picked up the ruler placed before the ancestral master. He pulled aside Lin Yu's protective robe, exposing his fair and sturdy back, and mercilessly struck him several times. Lin Yu did not dare to evade. It was evident that his uncle master was genuinely angry, and he was concerned for his own safety. Uncle master, I truly did this to repay a favor. Simu retorted. Silence. Humph, what favor? Is there any favor greater than your safety? Your master and I are still here. Can we not repay it for you? Is it merely to craft a few artifacts? Do I lack artifacts? At worst, I could give him a talisman. Is that not sufficient? Must you show off? As his ire mounted, Simu struck again. Lin Yu gritted his teeth, waiting until Simu was exhausted from chastising him before he finally spoke in defense. Uncle master, Master Ishio passed down the 6-character true word to me. Just this? Humph, I possess the 9-character true word and the 8 great spells, which cannot rival the 6-character true word? Lin Yu produced the alchemical text, and this. Simu took it. The alchemical inheritance. Is this all for this? After pondering for a moment, Simu still felt it was lacking. Humph. Only this once, there shall be no next time. Lin Yu opened his mouth, hesitating, yet he could not bring himself to mention the transfer of Guanyin teachings. This matter was too esoteric. At the very least, he must wait until he had cultivated it himself. You are not to rise, kneel until dinner. Very well. I shall also consider what artifacts to make. At the base of the massive bamboo, a statue of Guanyin could be carved. The sections connecting to the root were nearly entirely solid and wood-like. No, the 1,000-year spiritual bamboo should be termed as jade-like, suitable for fashioning into a string of prayer beads. 2 sections could also be cut to create wooden fish. The entire bamboo body could be condensed into a staff, reminiscent of the legendary Buddhist artifact, the 6 roots of purity bamboo. Perhaps it could be replicated? With the statue and the 3 pieces of Buddhist gear almost complete, only a protective cassock remained. TSK. No, if I gift him a cassock, it would expose the source of the spiritual material as satin. Moreover, presenting 4 superior artifacts at once would surely infuriate Uncle Master Isai. Perhaps I should craft something for Uncle Master as well. Suddenly, an idea struck. Uncle Master's secret technique is the god summoning art, yet every time the ancestral master possesses a body, the risk of dispersing energy and damaging the body is a weakness. Uncle Master, do not say that your nephew is unfilial. I shall gift you a pair of spiritual bamboo insoles. Quite splendid. Wouldn't you agree? A superior artifact. Moreover, the leaves of the 1,000-year spiritual bamboo should not go to waste. I shall gather them all to brew bamboo leaf tea, truly a rare delicacy. Upon realizing this, Lin Yu chuckled to himself, feeling that the bamboo was indeed a treasure trove. Lost in fantasies of refining treasures, Lin Yu became utterly absorbed. Initially, Lin Yu's synthesis of treasures could have gone unnoticed, but to stage an act for Master Ishio, he was compelled to perform a grand display of the treasure's manifestation. Although he did indeed deceive Master Ishio, it attracted a host of troubles. The radiant light of the spiritual entity's emergence was not only observed by Simu and the others. Nearby mountain spirits, even though several miles away, could see it, and some could even sniff their way here. Fearing Daoist Simu's formidable strength, they did not dare to directly assault. Chapter 26. Master Qianhe 2 days later, as he gazed upon the 4 magical artifacts laid before him, Daoist Simu's eyes blazed with fury, nearly prompting him to strike Lin Yu once more on the spot. Master Ishio was equally dumbfounded. Had it not been agreed that he would receive merely 2 prayer beads, how could he dare accept such a grand array of gifts? Daoist Simu, in an irritable tone, remarked, "All right, enough of your act, you dead monk, just put them away." "But how can I do that? These millennia-old spiritual materials are a boon for IU. Humph, just look at these items, they are all authentic Buddhist artifacts. If you don't use them, who will? Taoist Simu waves dismissively, you may as well keep the wooden fish. It is universally applicable in both Buddhism and Taoism. He continued, we are not lacking in a single wooden fish. With these artifacts, you should be out there subduing demons and dispelling evil, to truly honor the intentions of my disciple. Master Isho joined his palms in reverence, Umatba, that is only natural. I shall not shirk my duty. Ah, superior artifacts? Taoist Simu scoffed, what foolishness, to use millennium-old spiritual bamboo merely to forge inferior artifacts, we cannot afford such disgrace. What if I use cultivation level? Master Isho gasped, casting a shocked glance at Lin Yu. Taoist Simu shot him an incredulous look, haven't you ever encountered a genuine genius, monk? Keep your thoughts to yourself and seal your lips. Bah, it was a mistake to have agreed to let Ayu learn medicine from you. You are obviously harboring ulterior motives to abduct him. Rest assured, Simu, the humble monk understands the stakes. Today, having received this kindness, should I come across suitable cultivation resources in my travels, I will surely keep an eye out for Ayu. Master Isho assured him. Taoist Simu rolled his eyes, as long as you have a conscience, that is good. Jialu, see our guests off. What? Master Isho was bewildered, wondering how the conversation had soured so quickly. However, understanding Taoist Simu's eccentric nature, he could only depart with his disciple. As Taoist Simu closed the door, Lin Yu sensed impending trouble and quickly produced 2 items. Ahem, Master Uncle, these are gifts I have prepared for you. What are these? These are superior artifact spiritual bamboo insoles. Not only are they remarkably resilient, but they also nurture the acupoints beneath your feet and can even treat athlete's foot. Pfft, you wasteful brat. Such fine spiritual materials, and you turn them into insoles? Taoist Simu brandished the ruler before the ancestral statue once more. Ahem, I thought of you, every time you employ the summoning technique, there is a risk of bodily harm. These insoles can prevent foot injuries. With the superior artifact spiritual wind shoes you gifted me, I need not worry about foot injuries. If you truly wish to prevent such injuries, why not craft me a pair of iron insoles? Master Uncle, there is more. This is spiritual bamboo tea, and I have given you all of it without retaining a single leaf. Lin Yu hurriedly pleaded for mercy. Seeing Taoist Simu lower the ruler, Lin Yu eagerly explained, the leaves of spiritual bamboo brewed as tea can calm the mind and nourish the spirit. Drinking this will enhance your cultivation speed. I suppose you do have a heart. Taoist Simu set aside the ruler. While it is acceptable for you to craft a rosary and a wooden fish from a but why not fashion a magical sword from the bamboo itself? Lin Yu murmured, Master Uncle, we are not lacking in superior magical swords. Though spiritual materials may seem scarce to outsiders, Taoist Simu interrupted, silence. Am I lamenting the loss of a single bamboo staff? I worry that such ease of exposure may prove perilous. Ah, surely not. Besides, Master Isho is a good person. One must always maintain a guard against others. To survive in the realm of the spiritual and mystical, never reveal all your cards. Indeed, after the initial excitement, Master Isho reflected solemnly, I thought I had sufficiently esteemed Ayu's talents, yet it appears I have underestimated him. For one so young to forge superior artifacts, his skills have already surpassed those of Simu. And as for his cultivation, the level of a human master cannot produce superior artifacts without sufficient magical power. His outward appearance as a 5th-level human master is likely a fade, possibly due to the use of a breath concealment talisman. His true cultivation level may very well have surpassed the earthly master stage. A 12-year-old earthly master is remarkable. No wonder Maoshan is so intent on nurturing him. Contemplating this, Master Isho bowed before the new Guanyin statue in veneration. Bodhisattva, you have not misjudged. Ayu is indeed a prodigy. As Lin Yu had surmised, Master Isho was indeed a good person. He had guessed Lin Yu's true cultivation level but only attributed it to the preferential resources of the Maoshan sect, not considering other possibilities. A cacophony of noise erupted outside the valley, heralding the arrival of Taoist Qianhe. Ayu, Jello, come out quickly, it is your uncle Qianhe. Taoist Simu exclaimed with joy. Lin Yu's expression soured. Having spent the last 2 days focused on forging artifacts, he had exhausted his magical power. Wait a moment, I, the young master of Maoshan, need not rely on magical power to fight. I am indeed affluent. After preparing for so many days, with all my companions upgraded, there is no way a mere royal zombie can pose a threat. Taoist Simu had established a rule against displaying supernatural ability. Thus, whether or not he possessed magical power mattered little. Brother Simu, Master Isho, Junior Brother Qianhe. Uncle Qianhe. Ah, and who might this be? Jiaolu recognized him, but did not know Lin Yu. Although he was the biological junior brother of Zhou Shu, Lin Yu had been so well hidden by Zhou Shu that only Simu and Zhigu had been informed of his existence. Da was Simu introduced. This is Ayu, the eldest disciple of senior brother Imei. Ayu, I have long heard that senior brother Imei is taken in a child he treasures dearly. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Daoist Qian had exclaimed, surveying Lin Yu with astonishment. At such a tender age, you have already reached the 5th level of human mastery. Senior brother Imei is indeed fortunate. The future of Maoshan looks promising. Uncle, you flatter me. It seems these junior brothers are all modest and restrained. No doubt they have all made significant progress in their cultivation. Daoist Qian had chuckled. The East and West have traveled with me for years, diligently pursuing their training. However, they are merely at the 1st level of human mastery, with only a Dong having reached the 2nd. Daoist Simu marveled, junior brother, you are quite impressive, you truly know how to guide your disciples. I have only Jiaolu, who has just recently broken through to the level of human mastery. Daoist Qianha waved his hand. The East and West have been with me for 6 years, while Jiala has only been with you for 4 years. It is evident that Jiaolu possesses greater talent. Lin Yu was astonished. Jialu, Qiu Shang, and Wen Tai had achieved the level of human mastery, largely due to the resources available here. In contrast, Daoist Qian's 4 disciples had little in the way of resources, yet they had managed to reach human mastery, showcasing their dedication and hard work. Without comparison, there is no pain. Qiu Shang and Wen Tai were rather inept, while Jialu resembled a child yet to mature, unable to even subdue some ghouls in the original tale. In contrast, the 4 from the East and West had all valiantly sacrificed themselves battling zombies, with none faltering in their resolve. This was truly commendable. Hey, what are you all stopping for? A melodramatic voice called out. Sir Wu, I need to borrow some glutinous rice from my brother. This individual was of the royal family from the border, thus we must transport him to the capital for the emperor's judgment. Brother Simu, I am running low on glutinous rice and wish to borrow some from you. Daoist Simu was puzzled. Why is this kid so unusually eager today? Chapter 27 Unexpected Developments. Lin Yu proactively volunteered, undoubtedly with the intent of exchanging ordinary glutinous rice, which royal zombie would dare to act fiercely then. 100 pounds of glutinous rice could only yield 1 pound of spiritual rice, and Lin Yu had very little stock, merely 3 pounds. After all, in this era, glutinous rice was the sustenance of life, and wasting it was disgraceful. If he were to hoard glutinous rice for his own cultivation, causing its price to soar or even leading to starvation, that would be a transgression. When he returned with a bag of glutinous rice, he found that the rain canopy over the coffin had indeed been dismantled. Lin Yu did not intervene. What was meant to happen would inevitably come to pass. Pustules cannot release their pus without being pricked. Master Uncle, I hope this bag of glutinous rice will never be of use to you. Gazing at the copper-cornered golden coffin, Lin Yu pulled out 5 blue talismans from his pocket. Master Uncle Qianhe, these are corpse-restraining talismans drawn by my master, a gift for your protection. Oh? Blue talismans, it seems Brother Imei's talisman skills have improved. You, these must be for your own protection, right? Keep them well. I have my peachwood sword to defend myself. Daoist Qianhe assumed Lin Yu was still a child, shaking the long sword on his back. Accept them, Brother Qianhe. Brother Imei cares for Ayu deeply, and he certainly does not lack blue talismans. Well then, thank you. Ayu will focus on your cultivation. Once I finish this business, I shall visit Brother Imei's dojo to see you. Everyone, let us continue our journey. Until we meet again. Until we meet again. As Lin Yu observed the slowly moving caravan, he paid particular attention to the young nobleman. Despite being a child, he exhibited a calm demeanor and was far from arrogant. In the original narrative, he remained composed in the face of danger, even daring to confront zombies, showcasing remarkable bravery. Sensing someone gazing at him, the young noble turned to look at Lin Yu. Perhaps being the youngest present, Lin Yu appeared like a big child, which elicited a natural fondness from the young noble, who even smiled politely in return. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu tossed an object towards the young noble. Upon receiving it, the young noble discovered it was a bamboo bracelet adorned with intricate, unknown patterns, exuding beauty. Lin Yu pointed to his own wrist, and to his delight, the young noble smiled and actually donned it. A refreshing sensation coursed through him, prompting him to summon his attendants. The dark-clad attendant turned back, presenting a purse of coins. My young master says he greatly appreciates the gift. Here are 100 taels of silver in return. Wow, 100 taels. Jiaolu was already drooling, while Jing stared in astonishment. Lin Yu accepted the silver and handed it to Simu, then waved goodbye towards the distance. Curious, Simu inquired, Ayu, why did you suddenly give a gift to a child? Lin Yu responded with a smile, the child is quite endearing and pleasant to behold, so I gifted him a protective bracelet. It was merely a trinket I crafted casually, it might even save a life one day. What do you mean? Master Uncle Qianhe's journey is bound to be turbulent. I sensed a dark cloud looming over that group. They may soon face calamity. Why didn't you mention this sooner? You should have warned Master Uncle Qianhe. Would a warning be of any use, Master Uncle? If it were possible to evade it, then it wouldn't be a calamity. Simu, now anxious, suggests, Master Uncle, keep an eye on the weather changes. I will return to my room to cultivate. The recent forging has drained my energy. Simu nodded gravely. Very well, go ahead. I will keep watch. Looking up at the clear sky, he muttered quietly, Heavenly Lord, may it not rain. He then turned to Master Ishio, Monk, quickly return and familiarize yourself with the magical tools. If anything befalls my Master Uncle Qianhe, you must assist. Master Ishio clasped his hands together, that is only natural. As evening approached, all remained tranquil, but during dinner, dark clouds gathered ominously, soon followed by flashes of, you stay here to look after Jiaolu and Jingjing. With that, he shouldered the prepared bronze sword, the 3 pure ones bell, and the 8 trigrams mirror before rushing out. Lin Yu shouted, Master Uncle, I want to go as well. Absolutely not, you are forbidden from leaving. Simu firmly refused. Lin Yu, unable to argue, could only sulkily agree to stay behind, watching helplessly as Simu and Master Ishio boarded the spirit crane. It was indeed remarkable, these paper-cut puppets were impervious to water and fire, far superior to those flimsy paper constructions. Brother, what can we do? Jiaolu asked, curious. Jingjing nodded in agreement, undaunted despite her recent apprenticeship and lack of cultivation. Lin Yu pouted, we cannot do anything, let us pray at home. I hope Master Uncle and the others return safely. After pondering, he felt reassured. Daoist Qianhe now possessed several blue talismans and strengthened gluten. Even if zombies were unafraid of thunder and lightning, could they withstand the spiritual rice? Moreover, Simu and Ishio rode the spirit crane, traveling swiftly, so they should arrive in time. However, moments later, as Lin Yu meditated, a sense of unease began to rise within him, an anomaly for one who usually cultivated automatically. Why could he not find peace today? Was his external aid malfunctioning, or was it the thunder affecting him? No, the external aid could not possibly fail, he had seen storms and thunder before without issue. Confounded, Lin Yu turned to the ancestral altar, bowing and lighting incense to seek guidance. 2 incense sticks on the left burned evenly, while one on the right flared rapidly? A death knell incense? This was impossible, he had made ample preparations. What could possibly be amiss with me? Lin Yu felt overwhelmed, pondering where the flaw lay. White out at that moment, a howl echoed through the valley, followed by the cacophony of countless wild beasts. Not good. Lin Yu's heart sank as he hurried toward the door. Lin Yu's expression was grim as he gritted his teeth. Damn it, despite all my planning, I never anticipated calamity would strike me directly. Is this a beast tide? Damn it, clearly, these beasts have conspired to attack the dojo while Master Uncle Simu and Master Ishio are away. Do they know we possess treasures? What beast tide? It's normal for wolves to howl in the mountains, Jiaolu replied, oblivious. Lin Yu recited the eye-opening spell, gesturing towards Jiaolu and Jingjing, who suddenly appeared able to see through the night. Upon reopening his eyes, he gasped. Simu was surrounded by glimmering eyes. What, brother, what should we do? Jiaolu was genuinely frightened, and Jingjing was no less terrified. Merely standing was already an achievement. Lin Yu barked, what is there to fear? If they dare to come here looking for death, we shall leave none alive. Jingjing, take these talismans and seal all the doors and windows. Brother, grab the weapons, you protect Jingjing and do not venture out. I will handle the enemies. With that, he handed Jingjing a bundle of exorcism talismans and gave each Jiaolu and Jingjing a blue diamond talisman. Against such monstrous beasts, the diamond talismans were far superior to the exorcism ones. Lin Yu strode out confidently, shutting the door behind him as the purple diamond talisman ignited, enveloping him in golden armor. Braving the torrential rain, he stepped into the courtyard, the downpour entirely shielded by a translucent barrier. His protective robe, with a flick of his wrist, his top-grade demon-slaying sword materialized, exuding an aura of formidable power. Chapter 28 The shock of Daoist Qianhe in the woods. 20 miles away, the sudden downpour caught Daoist Qianhe by surprise. Observing the ink line washed away by the rain, he grew anxious. Minister Wu, let the coffin enter the tent first. The effeminate Minister Wu, with his fingers elegantly splayed, reprimanded. No, of course, the young Wait, now is not the time. He chuckled. 7th Prince, we can enter the tent now. Alas, Taoist Qianhe felt helpless. He had only 4 disciples, and the laborers were all subordinates of the officials, rendering him unable to command them. A gust of wind swept through, lifting the corpse cloth off the coffin. At that moment, the zombie seemed to sense the failure of the incline and began to struggle. "Master, it's bad. The corpse has risen." Taoist Qian had exclaimed. "What? Southeast, southwest, quickly fetch the ropes." Minister Wu, emerging from the tent in a flurry, shouted, "What is happening? Has the rain stopped?" Indeed, all the guards were gazing at the restless coffin. Upon seeing it, Minister Wu gasped and quickly ducked back into the tent. Southeast and southwest tugged at the ropes, attempting to suppress the zombie, yet the creature possessed immense strength, dragging all 4 of them step by step, the lid of the coffin threatening to open. Taoist Qianhe leaped onto the coffin, securely pressing down, and retrieved the blue corpse restraining talisman given by Lingyu. With a flash of red light, the zombie within the coffin fell silent. Taoist Qianhe sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Thankfully, the blue talisman bestowed by his disciple prevented a dire situation. His disciples, southeast and southwest, laughed and praised him. However, just as Taoist Qian had dismounted, a bolt of heavenly lightning struck the golden coffin directly, and coincidentally, the blue talisman was hit by the lightning, igniting spontaneously. Boom! The coffin lid was instantly blown off by the zombie, pinning Taoist Qianhe beneath it. A zombie with a green face, sharp teeth, and crackling with arcs of electricity burst forth. Everyone stood frozen in shock, the sudden change too swift for anyone to react. The zombie scanned its surroundings and then locked onto the tent, sensing the blood of its kin. "Protect the young master!" Minister Wu shouted as a group of armed guards rushed forward, attempting to intercept the zombie. Yet, as mere mortals with no magical abilities, they stood no chance against the zombie. His swords clashed against the creature, either breaking or dulling, unable to even tear its garments. As the guards fell one by one in brave sacrifice, Taoist Qianhe was finally rescued by his disciples. However, their talismans were of inferior quality, and their cultivation was lacking. They were merely stalling for time. Taoist Qianhe drew his 30-year-old peachwood sword and stabbed at the zombie's heart. Remarkably, the peachwood sword was indeed a bane to zombies, piercing through its chest. Yet before Taoist Qianhe could revel in his success, the zombie seized his arms, its long claws piercing deeply into his flesh like poisoned bamboo skewers. The zombie then leaned in, intending to bite Taoist Qianhe's neck, but he braced against it with his heel. It was then that everyone noticed the peachwood sword had been burned away by the zombie. Southeast and southwest split into pairs, drawing their own peachwood swords in a desperate bid to rescue him. Managing to pull Taoist Qianhe from the zombie's grasp, the other 2 continued to maintain the binding ropes, struggling to hold on. "Master, how are you? The corpse poison is not merely suppressed, but rather extracted and even eliminated by the glutinous rice. What quality is this rice?" Before he could ponder further, a dong and a she were already calling for help. "Master, we can't hold on any longer." The zombie had used the binding ropes to fling the 2 away, crashing into a tree and falling, their fates uncertain. As other guards charged forward once more, Taoist Qianhe quickly produced the remaining blue corpse restraining talismans. Anan, Abei, the binding ropes. The trio united once more, and Taoist Qianhe finally affixed the corpse. Gazing at the now tranquil zombie, Taoist Qianhe broke into a cold sweat. "Anan, Abei, go rescue them." Minister Wu comforted the young master softly. It's all right, young master." With a grave expression, Taoist Qianhe stated, "Young master, Minister Wu, this zombie possesses extraordinary power and is extremely dangerous. With my current abilities, I fear I cannot suppress it. Now that it is bound by the corpse restraining talisman, I do not know how long it will hold. For safety's sake, I suggest we incinerate it immediately. Otherwise, if it awakens again, we shall all perish." "What?" Minister Wu initially wished to argue, as there were strict orders in place, yet, having just witnessed the terror, he too feared for his life. He turned to the young master, who wore a serious expression, embodying a little gentleman. He slowly approached the zombie, performing a solemn bow. "Uncle Wang, I am truly sorry." He then turned and commanded. In that critical moment, there was no time for rescue. No one anticipated that the corpse restraining talisman would only last such a short time. As the zombie reached for the young master, a flash of white light erupted, sending the zombie flying. Everyone looked on in confusion towards the young master, who bore a bracelet on his wrist radiating a gentle white glow. "What is this?" the young master exclaimed with delight. "It's the bracelet that the Taoist brother gifted me. It saved my life." Taoist Qianhe sighed in relief, grateful that Lingyu was indeed a good child. "Minister Wu, take the young master and leave for my senior brother, he can protect you. We shall hold off the zombie." "What? All right, but you all must be careful." Minister Wu scooped up the young master and dashed away. "You can protect the young master. Taoist, we shall remain to assist you. Taoist Qianhe shook his head. The battle here is beyond your capability. Go protect the young master, the mountain paths are perilous at night. Quickly find my senior brother and ask for his aid. Yes, Taoist, do be careful. The three hurriedly followed after the young master. Casting a glance at his injured and unconscious disciples, Taoist Qianhe propelled himself forward alone, wielding a corpse-restraining talisman in each hand, engaging the zombie in combat. I still have 3 corpse-restraining talismans. I wonder how long they will last. At that moment, a cry of a spiritual crane echoed from the sky. Junior brother, hold on, elder brother is coming. In a critical moment, Simu and Ishio arrived just in time, leaping off the spiritual crane, charging towards the zombie from either side. Elder brother? Master Ishio, you have come. Taoist Qianhe exclaimed with joy, how wonderful, I thought I would perish tonight. Simu shouted loudly, producing a thunder talisman. Indeed, the zombie withstood the thunder talisman. Not only was it unscathed, but it seemed to rejuvenate as if it had consumed a restorative potion, healing its previous wounds. Junior brother, what is happening? Taoist Qianhe said, his face filled with distress. This zombie was struck by heavenly lightning before leaving its coffin. It has become impervious to it. What, are you saying it unexpectedly survived the thunder tribulation? Upon closer inspection, it was evident that this zombie was no ordinary iron-armored corpse, as it shimmered with an ancient bronze glow, unmistakably a bronze-armored corpse king. Chapter 29 The Three Demons of Treasure Hunting. What shall we do now, brother? The blue corpse restraining talisman is ineffective, it can only hold it for a moment. What? Taoist Simu was taken aback. Must we resort to the purple talisman? Just as he was in a quandary, Master Ishio exclaimed, Taoist Qianhe, you are injured, are you alright? Taoist Qianhe shook his head and replied, it's nothing. The glutinous rice given by my brother this time is quite effective, it can actually draw out the corpse poison. Glutinous rice? Taoist Simu's eyes lit up. Yes, glutinous rice, junior brother, use the glutinous rice to attack it. What will glutinous rice, brother, can that actually work? Taoist Simu smiled slightly, retrieving a handful of glutinous rice enhanced by Lingyu from his treasure pouch, and accurately scattered it towards the copper-armored corpse king. Bang, 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 a series of explosive sounds erupted, and the effect was surprisingly good. Qianhe and Ishio were astonished. Even the 5 thunder talismans had no effect, yet mere glutinous rice could inflict harm upon the zombie? If I had known this, I wouldn't have needed the peachwood sword. I foolishly exposed my arm with this thought. He also took out the glutinous rice from his possession. However, Taoist Simu frowned, for he alone perceived the anomaly. The damage caused by the glutinous rice was insufficient, lacking the anticipated power. He recalled Lingyu once saying that glutinous rice could penetrate even a half-step iron-armored corpse like a bullet. Why was it different now? He understood, the copper-armored corpse king was simply too formidable, its defenses surpassing even that of the iron-armored corpse. It was fortunate that the glutinous rice could manifest a talisman effect. Penetrating its defenses was still a far cry away. Observing Taoist Qianhe throwing glutinous rice, causing the zombie to dart about in evasion, Master Ishio, enviously, remarked, Simu, do you have any more glutinous rice? Share some with me. Taoist Simu turned to glance and shook his head, saying, Monk, you go assist in saving people, I and junior brother will handle this. Though Master Ishio felt frustrated, he understood that saving lives took precedence. Junior brother Qianhe, you use the glutinous rice to restrain it. I shall give it a try. With that, Taoist Simu drew his bronze sword from his back. It was also a superior sword for slaying demons and dispelling evil. Unlike the comical scenes portrayed in dramas, a single slash did not sever it effortlessly. The zombie sustained numerous wounds, continuously emitting smoke and blood. Ha, so you are not truly invincible in defense. Junior brother, it seems that only you go and fetch Master Ishio. Ah, does Master Ishio possess a superior magical weapon? Looking at the corpses strewn about, Master Ishio lamented, so many innocent lives were lost. Taoist Qianhe, I have stabilized the injuries in all directions, I trouble you to deal with these corpses. If we delay any longer, they may undergo corpse transformation. After speaking, Master Ishio picked up his bamboo staff and rushed forward, chanting the 6-character True Words mantra. A golden Buddhist light formed into a swastika, striking the zombie down. Taoist Qianhe watched in admiration. Truly, Master Ishio is formidable. Taoist Simu spoke solemnly, Monk, this is a copper-armored corpse king that does not fear heavenly thunder. Although our attacks can diminish its corpse chi, the efficiency is not high. Surely we cannot besiege it through the night. You must find a way to confine it, and I shall deliver a decisive blow. All right. Master Ishio removed the prayer beads from around his neck, which had also been gifted by Lingyu. He tossed them in a lasso-like manner towards the zombie, which was caught unprepared and ensnared, the beads crackling and sparking against its neck. Master Isho swiftly circled behind the zombie, grasping the beads, and pressed his foot against the zombie's back, directly constraining it. Humph, copper-armored corpse king, taste my Simu's demon-subduing sword technique. As he spoke, he invoked a spell on his sword, and a flash of red light surged. The bronze sword seemed to be enchanted, its power greatly amplified. Daoist Simu leaped into the air, aiming to stab the zombie in its heart. The zombie, not to be underestimated, realized it was about to be mortally struck and desperately twisted to evade. Did it truly manage to avoid the critical blow? Simu, you missed. Ishio taunted. What nonsense, do you need to remind me? Watch me again. A copper-armored corpse king was not something a mere earth master could contain. The zombie erupted in a frenzy, instantly breaking free from Master Isho's grip. Just when they anticipated another fierce battle, the zombie unexpectedly leaped into the forest, fleeing without a backward glance. It escaped. Daoist Qian. He had finished dealing with the corpses, piling them together and using several fire talisman and exorcism talismans to expel evil. Supporting his disciple up, he realized the zombie had indeed fled. As expected, his skills are remarkable. It is a pity it got away, Master Isho lamented. Daoist Simu snorted. Let it be wise to escape quickly, otherwise, my next strike would have surely slain it on the spot. There is no need for such formality. If you must thank someone, it should be Linyu. He was the one who reminded us to prepare. Daoist Qian. He replied with a smile. Indeed, if not for Linyu's glutinous rice and talismans today, both I and the others would have perished here. By the way, did you not encounter them on your way? Daoist Simu shook his head and said, seeing the thunder and rain, I feared for your safety and rode the paper crane with the monk, so I did not. What is it? That zombie has escaped. It will surely seek a way to regain its vitality. Within several dozen miles, we are the only ones residing here, and the young prince has also gone. It will certainly seek him to drain his blood and enhance itself. Linyu and the others are in danger. Daoist Simu said anxiously, Monk, you protect my disciples as they return home. I will go ahead to assist Linyu. Unbeknownst to them, Linyu's danger did not stem from the copper-armored corpse king, but rather from the moment the rain began. Wolf demon? Yellow weasel, fox spirit, each led a group of juniors to attack. Linyu stared in astonishment at the three great demons that had entered Simu's abode. What a grand gathering! Can someone tell me what has brought your three clans together in a concerted effort to invade this sacred ground? Do you not know of Daoist Simu's renowned reputation? The yellow weasel scoffed. Little brat, who are you? Of course, we are aware of Daoist Simu, and typically we do not infringe upon each other. However, now, Simu is not at home. Even though my uncle Simu has stepped out, he will return. Are you not afraid of his retribution? Linyu mocked. The wolf demon impatiently urged, what are you still chattering about? To avoid complications when Simu returns, hurry and kill him to seize the treasure. Seize treasure? What treasure? Linyu asked, perplexed. The fox spirit beside him smiled seductively, her tone laced with allure. Little brother, a treasure has emerged in the valley the other day. If you obediently hand over the goods, I shall spare you. Ding ding, the protective bell hanging in the corner of Simu's abode automatically rang to guard its master, dispelling the enchanting voice. Within the room, Jialu and Jingjing trembled, hastily covering their ears. In contrast, Linyu remained unperturbed. He was not lacking in protective treasures. Hearing the fox's words, Linyu cursed inwardly, so that is how it is. Damn it, I initially intended to stage a little play for Master Isho, but I never expected to attract such trouble. Heh, very well, the treasure is indeed upon me. If you are not afraid of death, come and take it. Linyu stood firm with his sword, ready for battle at any moment. Upon hearing this, the Wolf King was infuriated, seeking death. Young ones, seize him and tear him apart. Hundreds of low-level wolf demons surged forward, charging at Linyu. Inside, Jiao Li's face turned pale with fear, but at that moment, he was more concerned about his brother's safety. He pushed past Jingjing to open the door, only to find that Linyu had locked it from the outside, unable to escape. Brother, open the door, I will help you. Stay put and watch your brother exorcise demons. Linyu reprimanded without turning back. Chapter 30, A lack of martial virtue. Calmly observing the approaching pack of wolves, Linyu showed no inclination to unleash his swordsmanship. Instead, he disdainfully addressed the leader of the three fiends, saying, I have heard that demonic beasts fear thunder the most. I wonder if that is indeed true. The yellow weasel chuckled derisively. Indeed, but do you possess the ability to conjure thunder? With your mere human master realm thunder, do you think you stand a chance? Linyu mockingly shook his head, then, to the astonishment of those around him, he planted his sword into the ground, freeing his hands. He closed his eyes in silence, seemingly waiting for the swarm of lesser demons to pounce from all sides. Just as he was engulfed by the throng of fiends, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, followed by a cacophony of thunder that resonated throughout the courtyard. Inside the house, Jialu and Jing witnessed an unforgettable spectacle. Lin Yu, amidst hundreds of demonic beasts, was submerged in a sea of lightning, transforming the entire courtyard into a tempestuous ocean of thunder, where not even a scream could escape. Heavenly prison of 10,000. I am merely bullying you, did you not feel it? Hey, Wolfhead, did you feel it? The Wolf King truly spat blood, for the majority of his subordinates had perished, with 9 out of 10 slain in a single wave. I feel like your mother should die, you little brat. I will devour you. The enraged Wolf King's eyes turned crimson as he charged forward. Lin Yu remained unmoved, thinking to himself, do you think my purple diamond talisman is merely for show? It cannot be easily breached. Indeed, the Wolf King's claws struck Lin Yu's golden armor as if merely scratching an itch, failing to penetrate his defenses. With a flick of his wrist, what swordsmanship do I possess? Lin Yu retorted. Jialu, did you see clearly? Have you learned it? He asked loudly. Jialu nodded earnestly. Yes, I saw it clearly, a swift upward strike, a guaranteed kill, I have learned. Put. Guaranteed kill, the Wolf King still appears lively. Lin Yu scolded with a dark expression, I meant for you to learn how to fight, not swordsmanship. Was the heavenly prison of 10,000 thunder impressive? Learn from it. When you have talismans, do not risk close combat. Look at me, I annihilated a large group with a single set, that is what I want you to learn. Embarrassed, Jialu scratched his head. Understood, senior brother. I will definitely practice drawing talismans diligently and will learn the heavenly prison of 10,000 thunder from you in the future. How infuriating, too much bullying, no, too much bullying of demons. The Wolf King, disregarding his injuries, raged, despicable brat, relying on your turtle shell. Huang Lu, Hulalao, 9/10 of my kin have perished, it is time for you to act. Oh, have you gone soft? Lin Yu mercilessly taunted. Jialu, aside from stewing fish, how good are you at barbecuing? There are hundreds of wolf demon corpses on the ground, it would be a waste not to grill the demonic meat. Ah, senior brother, can we eat wolf demon meat? Isn't it too pungent? Pungent? Ha, fox meat is truly pungent. Wolf meat is akin to dog meat, but it is a rare delicacy. Ah, how infuriating, you seek death. The Wolf King merely blustered and did not advance. Beside him, the fox frowned. Brat, since your words are so foul, let me teach you how to speak properly. Huang Lu, our fox clan is nearly equal in number to your yellow clan. This brat is peculiar, let us attack together. If we delay any longer, Simu will return, and it will be troublesome. The yellow weasel gritted his teeth. Fine, then we shall strike together. The three of us will unleash our attacks simultaneously to break through this brat's defenses. Let our kin take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. The Wolf King rejoiced. Excellent, I shall lead the charge. Jialu expressed concern. Senior brother, be careful. Lin Yu smiled calmly. 3 great demons are merely equivalent to 3 earth masters. My purple talisman corresponds to a celestial master's defense. What do you think you can do? Earlier, when besieged by the pack of wolves, he had tested the potency of his thunder magic, and indeed it proved to be a natural bane to demonic creatures. Now, the combined forces of the yellow weasel and the fox amounted to fewer than 100. Using the thunder talismans again would be tedious, it was better to test his swordsmanship on them. This was a rare opportunity for trial. With this thought, Lin Yu brandished the demon-slaying sword and charged forward, invoking the magic passed down by his uncle Jiao, the demon-subduing sword technique. Watching his senior brother wreak havoc within the fray, Jialu felt a surge of excitement and was tempted to join his senior brother in battle. Unfortunately, the door was locked, preventing his exit. Jing advised, there are too many demonic beasts, the two of us can at most take down 3 or 4. We cannot be of assistance. If something happens to us, senior brother, you will have to divide his attention to save us. Yes, you are right, Jing. Since senior brother wants me to focus on learning, I will concentrate on observing the battle. As Lin Yu, enveloped in protective golden light, continued to reap the lives of his kin with his sword, the yellow weasel grew anxious, his eyes. We cannot breach his defenses, use the ultimate attacks. What, the purple diamond talisman? What manner of monster is this brat? How could he possess the purple diamond talisman? However, the 3 demons had already offended Simu to the point of no return and had made plans to relocate upon exiting, hence they could not afford to retreat halfway. They exchanged glances and simultaneously unleashed their ultimate techniques. Wolf King howls at the moon, Huang Pai Daxian, Fox Spirit's 3 tails. Oh, what is this? For some reason, Lin Yu was taken aback as he watched the 3 demons attack simultaneously. His heart raced with alarm. Hiss, crack, the protective shield of the diamond talisman shattered. How could this be? Lin Yu, instead of growing angry, laughed while observing the slightly weakened three demons, a grim expression crossing his face as he taunted, well, to force me to this extent, you three can take pride in yourselves. Have you exhausted your ultimate techniques? Then prepare to die. With that, he flipped his left hand, producing 10 blue 5 thunder talismans, yet the three demons remained unfazed, renewing their assault. Brat, without your protective golden light, you have no chance to use your talismans. It was akin to 3 earth. Lin Yu truly found himself unable to evade, causing Jialu inside the house to panic, but just as the attacks from the three demons struck Lin Yu, his Taoist robe radiated a shimmering white light, gently deflecting all assaults. The three demons were left dumbfounded. What is this, a high-grade protective robe? How is this possible? Are you not the offspring of Simu? How could you possess such a thing? No, even Simu does not have this. You cannot be the son of the Maoshan sect's leader, can you? Lin Yu said nothing, unfazed as he retrieved another purple diamond talisman. The golden protective armor manifested once more, leaving the three demons speechless. Put! You little brat, where do you amass such an abundance of purple talismans? Had I known you were so affluent, we would not have come to steal anything. This is untenable, this brat is far too sinister. Retreat! The cunning yellow weasel decisively ordered, and the fox demon followed suit without hesitation. Only the wolf king remained indignant. Damn it, I, the old wolf, brought my entire clan, with 9/10 perishing, and I leave empty-handed? This is pure treachery. When we return, you two will undoubtedly conspire to seize my territory. The yellow weasel retorted, steal territory, are you a pig's brain? We have already offended Simu, we must each seek new territories. Where would we find yours to steal? At that moment, cries for help echoed from not far away, sounding rather effeminate. Help, little Taoist, save us, there are zombies chasing us. Roar, indeed, following was a piercing shriek. Lin Yu's heart sank. What is happening? Could it be that Uncle Simu and the others have failed? That should not be. Seeing this turn of events, the three demons, who were initially ready to flee, halted, glancing at one another with avarice glimmering in their eyes. The Wolf King sneered mockingly, hee brat, we cannot break through your defenses, but I wonder if that zombie can? Chapter 31 The arrival of the Master Uncle. As the words were spoken, the few fleeing individuals had already reached the entrance of the Four Eyes residence. Deputy Wu held the young prince in his arms, followed closely by 3 elite bodyguards, one wielding dual axes, another brandishing twin hooks, and the last one gripping a bull-tail steel knife. To their astonishment, the ferocious beasts at the entrance inexplicably parted to allow passage, offering no resistance to the group. Brother Taoist, help me, Uncle Wang wants to kill me, the young prince cried out anxiously. Lin Yu observed calmly, noting that none of the 5 were injured. He nodded and instructed, you all head to the door, break open the lock, and let Jialu and his stay hidden inside and do not come out. The 3 bodyguards expressed their concerns. Little Taoist, what will you do? We can assist you in the fight. In this battle, ordinary folks like you cannot intervene, just ensure the safety of this child, Lin Yu replied sternly, clearly indicating that tonight's ordeal would be far from simple. By the way, you managed to escape, but what about my master uncle and the others? I don't know. When we fled, Taoist Qianhe was still battling the zombies, and his 4 disciples were already injured, one of the axe-wielding guards responded. Did you encounter my master Simu or master Ishio? The group shook their heads. As they spoke, the zombies had caught up. Lin Yu calmly commanded, Jialu, quickly open the door and let them in. No one is allowed to come out. Jing, check their bodies thoroughly. There must be no injuries. Jialu shouted, Senior brother, I'll help you. Lin Yu scolded, get back. He waved his hand, throwing a 3-pure bell that struck Jialu, sending him back into the house. Affix a talisman of protection at the door, and ring the bell inside. Do not come out to cause trouble, these zombies are vicious, I cannot protect you. After uttering these words, Lin Yu had no time to waste, as the zombies were already lunging at him. Damn it, how could it be the copper-armored corpse? It seems endless. Fortunately, they had not engaged in a direct confrontation earlier, otherwise, with another strike like that, they would have faced total annihilation. Hey, look, that kid's thunder talisman has failed, the zombie is unscathed. The myriad beasts exclaimed in delight, creating a cacophony reminiscent of 100 beasts howling in unison. Lin Yu's face darkened as he thought, this is not unscathed, this is clearly a full revival, damn it, this group of beasts is driving me insane. I forgot that this cursed royal zombie has been struck by thunder. It is not afraid of lightning. It now appeared that not only was it unafraid of lightning, but it could also absorb it. Had his 10 blue thunder talismans just charged this creature? Indeed, it had. When first encountered, the zombie appeared disoriented and grievously injured, and now, it was revitalized, its copper hue glinting with a hint of silver, almost coalescing into a protective armor. Roar! The zombie let out a bellow, and to Lin Yue's surprise, he detected a hint of joy in its voice. Damn it, are you mocking me? Lin Yu fumed, and with a wave, he cast a purple exorcism talisman upon himself, donning a golden armor beneath a violet shield. The monstrous beasts at the entrance cursed loudly. What the hell is this purple talisman? Who exactly is this kid? Raising the demon-slaying sword, he invoked the opening spell, stepping with the Yubu technique and employing the demon-subduing sword art. Lin Yu charged at the zombie first. The zombie, infuriated, thought to itself, how dare you, a mere child, grasp at the whiskers of this king, you are courting death. But upon engaging, it realized that this child was indeed formidable, much like that bespectacled one from earlier. In a flurry of strikes, the two battled fiercely, sparks flying in every direction. After delivering a powerful blow that forced the zombie back, Lin Yu paused to assess the situation. Hiss, is that damage akin to scraping? How do I handle this? If I continue to wear him down like this, my magical energy will be exhausted before I can defeat him. Curse it, if you had only come half a month later, my 3 lights divine technique would have been perfected, and then you would see. At that moment, Jello inside the house shook. The 3, combined with the high-grade artifact's power and the dedicated fire bell spell, it was as if there was a tang-sang buzzing incessantly in the ears of that royal zombie. Roar! The zombie bellowed angrily, attempting to charge toward the house. Lin Yu waved his sword, intercepting its advance. The beasts outside rejoiced, sensing an opportunity. They rushed back into the courtyard, forming a united front against Lin Yu. Furious, Lin Yu shouted, "Damn it, you are seeking death. Haha, kid, with this copper-armored corpse king present, you cannot escape your fate. It would be wise to surrender your treasures, and perhaps we might spare your lives," mocked the yellow weasel. But the wolf king disagreed, insisting, "Why should we spare him? Today, he shall pay for the blood of our kin." Bah! Wolf Destroyer is truly a fool, the yellow weasel cursed inwardly. Jiao, use the exorcism talisman on the door to hold them off for a moment. I will eliminate these beasts and join you shortly. More? The beasts scattered in alarm, and the cunning yellow weasel shouted, "Corpse King, he has lightning magic, let us switch." Surprisingly, the copper-armored Corpse King seemed to comprehend, turning back to attack Lin Yu. The 3 demonic creatures were elated and rushed to the door, relentlessly assaulting the Four Eyes residence. Despite the protective talismans and the diamond talisman, the power of the charms was ultimately limited, and the occupants within grew increasingly anxious. Lin Yu, in a state of desperation, glared at the copper-armored Corpse King, exclaiming, "Do you truly believe I cannot defeat you? Humph, behold my treasure." He withdrew a handful of red sun sand with his left hand, flinging it at the zombie. Bang! Bang, bang! It was indeed effective. The zombie was blasted back, struggling to maintain its footing, far more effective than 100 sword slashes. Seeing the red sun sand as success, Lin Yu casually discarded the demon-slaying sword, conjuring a handful of red sun sand in each hand. "Humph, today I shall show you what it means to wield wealth in combat. Witness my grenades." "Who do you think you are, a royal zombie, a copper-armored corpse king, so arrogant? Where is your bravado now? Why don't you stand still and face me?" This spectacle left everyone dumbfounded, including the beasts battering the door, who halted in their tracks. "Is that red sun sand? When did this thing become used in handfuls?" The occupants inside were astonished. Although the young Taoist's demon-slaying prowess was impressive, they felt his words inflicted even greater damage on the zombie. The royal zombie gazed at Lin Yu with an unusual expression, as if to say, had it the ability to speak, it would surely be cursing, "You dare throw things at me? Let us see who can fight better in a fair match." Unable to contain its fury, it let out a resounding roar, not directed at Lin Yu, but at the 3 beasts attempting to break in. To the astonishment of all present, they understood this as a challenge to switch opponents. The 3 major demons felt like spitting blood. "Even if we engage, we won't stand a chance. He'll just hurl thunder talismans at us." As the battle reached a stalemate, a celestial crane descended from the sky, heralding the return of Taoist Simu. "Do not panic, my disciples. The Master Uncle has arrived, you vile creatures. Where do you think you're fleeing to?" Upon landing, he quickly discovered that the Four Eyes residence was not merely besieged by zombies, but also by a horde of beasts. "Damn it, what are these little demons doing in my home?" Lin Yu quipped, "They claim to be here to snatch treasures. Now they've allied with the copper-armored Corpse King. Master Uncle, you hold off the Corpse King, I shall deal with those three major demons first. Me? Simu shook his head. Let me handle the demons. My demon-slaying swordsmanship surpasses yours. What demon-slaying swordsmanship? I've only learned the demon-subduing sword art, not the demon-slaying technique. Yet, upon entering the fray, he found that the three major demons, working together, could only barely hold their ground against him. A quarter hour later, Simu awkwardly remarked, "Disciple, why don't you bear the brunt? I'll go summon the Grandmaster." Lin Yu sighed deeply, conceding to the situation. Damn it, this copper-armored corpse king is quite resilient. I've thrown 2 pounds of red sun sand at it, and it still seems unfazed. What? 2 pounds of red sun sand, you wasteful brat, do you have any idea how much that costs? Without time to lament the loss, Simu seized the moment while Lin Yu guarded the door and dashed into the house, arriving before the altar of the Grandmaster. Grandmaster, save us. Chapter 32. Can they escape? A muscular figure with 4 eyes, now considerably bulkier, appeared at the door. Although unarmed, his presence exuded an almost terrifying aura. The zombies halted, and the 3 demons trembled in fear, exchanging glances before attempting to flee. Lin encountered the opportune moment and stealthily maneuvered to the entrance of the 4-eyed elder's abode, seizing the distraction of the demons to cast down the 4 corner flags of his formation. Now you wish to escape, it is too late. Allow me to introduce my 4 symbols confinement array. This formation may not be particularly sophisticated, it might not be able to trap the copper-armored corpse king, but it would certainly take some time for this group of demon beasts to break through its defenses. The 4-eyed Taoist, embodying the strength of a heavenly master, unleashed devastating blows with every wave of his hand. Given the limited time for summoning, he focused his fury on the copper-armored corpse king, pummeling it mercilessly, to the point where the creature displayed a semblance of humanity in its plea for mercy. Meanwhile, the 3 great demons were desperately attempting to breach the array. Lin swiftly dispatched the lesser demons with several thunder talismans, brandishing a handful of talismans as he stood before the 3 great demons. Gentlemen, do not exert yourselves. Your minions have all been eliminated. You may join them in their fate. What? The 3 demons turned to glance behind them, and indeed, all the lesser demons had been vanquished by this young man. Though they seethed with hatred, now was not the time for banter. They still wished to make a final desperate strike, but upon looking down, what did they see? A thick bundle of thunder talismans. Pfft, the 3 great demons felt an urge to spit blood. Was there no end to this humiliation, to treat the blue thunder talismans as mere scrap paper? Do not act recklessly. My ancestors are the legendary Huang Tianzi of the Northeast, one of the fox demon stammered. I hail from the Fox clan. We follow the teachings of Mount Tai. She could barely finish her words. Only the Wolf King appeared particularly downtrodden, thinking, damn it, you all have powerful backers? You can easily claim kinship. While I have risen from nothing, who can I rely on? The celestial hound, the sun-eater god is my ancestor. Lin snorted coldly. With your nefarious deeds and bloodthirsty actions, do not speak of distant relatives. Even if you were the direct descendants of the clan leader, I would still slay you. Prepare to meet your end. Thunder prison of 10,000 lightning. Within a radius of 10 meters, a veritable thunder pool formed. Just as Lin reveled in his triumph, the 4-eyed Taoist's voice rang out in alarm. Be cautious, it's over, the summoning has failed. After successfully casting the summoning spell, one must not allow any form of deflation, not even utter a word, lest the spell collapse. Why did the 4-eyed Taoist speak out in excitement? The reason was simple. The copper-armored corpse king, witnessing Lin's display of lightning magic, had escaped the Taoist's assault and leapt willingly into the thunder pool. What? Lin cursed himself for forgetting about this creature. Master Uncle, you are too short-sighted. I thought that even if you did not slay it, you would at least have it under control. The Taoist shot him a glare. Is that how you speak? What do you mean by too short-sighted? Is it not your recklessness? With so many methods available, why resort to lightning magic to deal with those 3 demons? Lin spread his hands in exasperation. But look at all this readily available beast skin material. It would be a waste to damage it. Lightning magic, though formidable, is particularly effective against demon beasts and leaves their hides unscathed. Is that all? You have learned to be miserly from your master. What shall we do now? This copper-armored corpse king has been severely injured by my blows, and you have just healed it with your talismans. Lin looked at the corpse basking in the thunder pool, seemingly relishing the sensation, and declared proudly, so what? With our combined strength, is there any fiend we cannot vanquish? We shall strike again. Master Uncle, this time you shall control the formation while I take the lead in the attack. You? The 4-eyed Taoist, is it not invincible in its copper armor? I shall assault it from the inside. The Taoist's eyes brightened. Excellent idea. Watch me. If I cannot slay it, restraining it will suffice. Moments later, the 5 Thunder Talismans concluded their incantation. Its color seems rather unusual. Need I say more? The Copper Armored Corpse King has been blasted into the Golden Armored Corpse King. It has skipped the intermediate Silver Armored stage altogether. How many talismans did you use? Ahem, not many, about 20. What? How many? 20, that amounts to 2 purple talismans, prodigal. Lin stroked his chin, surveying the splendid Golden Armored Corpse King. It certainly looked impressive and was impervious to thunder. If such a corpse could serve as a guardian, it would not be unacceptable. The Taoist scoffed, "Dream on, young man, the power of this creature rivals that of a heavenly master. Do you truly believe you can control it? Have you a death wish?" Lin replied, "Master Uncle, in this situation, we must rely on you to restrain it. I shall handle the rest." "Pfft, rely on me, are you sending me to my doom? Use the corpse binding talismans." The four-eyed Taoist gritted his teeth and leaped forward, finally coordinating with Lin to affix a blue talisman to the zombie's forehead. Bang, in less than a second, the blue corpse binding talisman exploded. "Use the purple talisman, the purple corpse binding talisman, quickly," the Taoist urged. Lin spread his hands, "I do not have any." "Then hurry back to fetch one." The Taoist intended for him. Lin's expression soured, cough, "My magical energy has long been exhausted." "Pfft, you are indeed pushing your luck. After days of refining and synthesizing, my magic has been depleted, and I have not even recovered half of it today. Now, the beast tide has come. It is miraculous that I am even still alive. Master Uncle, what do we do now?" The Taoist felt a surge of frustration. What more is there to say? "We must flee at once." However, the zombie, having been thoroughly humiliated, would not miss the chance to exact revenge. The enraged Golden Armored Corpse relentlessly pursued the four. "No more running, I will fight." Gripping the demon-slaying sword, he turned to charge forward. "Damn it, I will take you on. Be ready." Lin scattered a handful of red sun sand as support, but what was this? It merely produced a puff of smoke. How had it become a mere tickle? Of course, the defenses of the Copper and Golden Armored Corpse are not the same. Gritting his teeth, Lin realized that if he did not reveal his trump card soon, he would be in grave danger, so he produced a red sun pearl the size of a mung bean. This was the upgraded version of red sun sand, capable of serving as a spirit stone. A single red sun pearl had once blasted off the leg of the black-haired zombie Ren Weiyong. To say it had killed Ren Weiyong would not be an exaggeration. Bang, Lin targeted the bend of the zombie's leg, dealing considerable damage and causing the zombie to stumble and kneel, with skin torn and bone exposed, yet it did not create a hole, let alone break its leg. Lin felt utterly speechless. Did he not realize how precious this creature was? Just then, Master Isho, escorting the disciples of Taoist Jianhe, finally arrived. "My heavens, what has happened, Four-Eyed? How did the Copper Armored Corpse transform into a Golden Armored Corpse?" Master Isho exclaimed in shock. The four-eyed Taoist, with a dark expression, replied, "It was struck by lightning and evolved." Enough chatter, Brother Jianhe, stinky monk. Let us join forces to contain the zombie. AU has a foolproof method to eliminate it. The disciples from the 4 directions wished to assist but were halted by Lin. "Brothers, you cannot be of assistance. Go inside and tend to your wounds." "But no buts, the battle against a Golden Armored Corpse King is beyond your capabilities." Lin personally supported 2 severely injured disciples and led them inside, instructing, "Jialu, take care of them. Each one gets a bowl of glutinous rice water and lotus seed porridge." "Understood, brother, rest assured." The combined strike of the 3 Earth Master experts was formidable, and even the Golden Armored Corpse King found. Before long, the four-eyed Taoist and Taoist Jianhe seized an opportunity, using the blood-quench top-grade magic sword to pierce through the zombie's 2 hands simultaneously. They then forced the zombie to the ground, pinning it down with the treasured sword. Master Isho pressed down on the zombie's feet with his pure bamboo staff, his entire weight bearing down. Hurry and make your move, we cannot hold it for long." Chapter 33 A Narrow Escape. Wincing at the thought of his precious resources, he grew apprehensive, fearing it might not suffice against the monstrous visage of the Corpse King. Consequently, he discreetly concealed a purple Samadhi True Fire talisman within his palm. As the purple Vajra talisman still shimmered with its protective aura, Lin Yu hastily thrust all the items into the gaping maw of the zombie. Boom, 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 a series of violent explosions erupted from the zombie's mouth, sending the 4. What if the glutinous rice and crimson sun beads fail to penetrate the zombie's interior? Simu inquired with evident worry etched on his face. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, his expression equally grave. Should this plan falter, he would be left with no alternatives. Sighing, he lamented, having believed himself invincible, only to find himself at an impasse. It seemed that when faced with genuinely if tonight's talismans and treasures proved inadequate, it would indeed spell disaster. Initially, he had thought that, armed with his knowledge of the original narrative, he could effortlessly vanquish the royal zombie boss. However, it became painfully clear that over-reliance on the story was unwise. This was no cinematic adventure, but a perilous reality. Of course, he also recognized his own lack of practical experience. Had it been the bronze-armored zombie, a mere 1,000-year-old peachwood sword would have sufficed, sparing him this arduous struggle. At that moment, a brilliant white flame suddenly ignited within the zombie's mouth, quickly engulfing its entire head and spreading. Master Isho pressed his palms together, reciting a Buddhist mantra, Amitba, realizing that it was the Taoist Samadhi true fire, known for its capacity to consume all. Simu shot a glance at Linyu, a scoff escaped. Linyu shrugged, aware of his own circumstances. He had but a single talisman. When confronting the bronze-armored zombie, he had hesitated to use it, and with the golden-armored zombie, he had feared that it might fail to penetrate. Burning from within seemed the most prudent option. Had Linyu possessed an abundance of Samadhi true fire talismans, would he have needed to tread so cautiously? He was not foolish. The truth was, this Samadhi true fire talisman was not drawn by Uncle Gio, who had never mastered the art. It was a blue talisman of Samadhi true fire Linyu had crafted himself after his recent breakthrough to Earth Master, having only ascended to this level a mere few days prior, barely a month's time. Who had the energy to produce talismans then? With his current magical prowess, he could hardly manage 2 blue talismans in a day, so having managed to accumulate 1 purple Samadhi true fire talisman was indeed a stroke of fortune. Doesn't this seem beyond the power of a blue talisman? Taoist Qianhe inquired with curiosity. Simu shot a menacing glare at his foolish junior, thinking, how could you be so transparent about our master's apprentice? Linyu nodded, sighing, this is a precious purple talisman specially sought for my protection by my master. A purple talisman? Remarkable! Master Isho exclaimed, acknowledging the esteemed status of Maoshan as one of the 3 great talisman schools, recognizing the existence of a reclusive master capable of crafting a Samadhi true fire purple talisman. The onlookers watched in awe as the golden-armored corpse king was reduced to ashes, the immediate crisis averted, and a collective sigh of relief washed over them. Tonight had ended with a narrow escape. Employing a protective treasure had been necessary to vanquish this corpse king, and in this endeavor, Ayu had made significant contributions. Master Isho offered his unreserved praise. The fierce battle had illuminated the potency of these superior magical artifacts, deepening his gratitude towards Linyu. The group lavished Linyu with accolades, yet he exhaled a heavy sigh. All of this is but external aid. Had this purple Samadhi true fire talisman been ineffective, we would all have been forced to flee. It seems personal strength must take precedence. With that, he trudged toward his quarters, a sense of dejection enveloping him. The others shared his sentiments, particularly Jia Lu. Taoist Qianhe reflected, indeed, Ayu speaks the truth. Ultimately, it is our own lack of cultivation that brings us to this point. Alas, east, west, south, north, observe your senior brother's resolve, you must learn from him and strive to cultivate diligently. Understood, master. Simu cast a glance at Jia Lu, refraining from further comment, and began directing the group to clean up the battlefield. Everyone, let us assist in clearing the area and gathering the remains of these demonic beasts. Properly handling these will yield true beast hides and spiritual materials. Master Isho inquired, puzzled, Simu, what is the story behind these demonic beasts? After a brief explanation, Master Isho sighed, every action has its consequences, perhaps it was fated. How fortunate we are. Had all the demons headed toward the forest, we would have been in serious trouble. Simu nodded in agreement. Now that you understand, such a grand opportunity, monk, you need not assist in cleaning the battlefield, instead, check on everyone individually to ensure no one has been overlooked for zombie poison. A night of labor ensued, and by dawn, Linyu awoke upon rising, he discovered that Simu and the others had already returned with the copper-cornered golden coffin. Young Ego was generous, expressing his gratitude for Linyu's life-saving intervention by gifting not only the golden coffin to the group but also presenting Linyu with a beloved golden blade adorned with gemstones. Despite the mission's failure, Taoist Qianhe felt too embarrassed to return and demand payment, opting instead to remain temporarily at Simu's abode to recuperate. Thus, the Dark Envoy departed with 3 warriors to escort. There are over 200 beast hides, not to mention those bones suitable for medicinal use or refining, particularly the remains of the 3 great demons. Everyone unanimously agreed to give all the spoils to Linyu, stating that they had no use for them. As for the golden coffin, they could find a craftsman to melt it down in the future, separating the gold for distribution among themselves. Linyu nodded in acquiescence. Such spiritual materials, in the hands of others, would only serve to be sold for coin. However, in his possession, they could be refined into treasures. Uncle Master, since you are familiar with these great demons, do you know their lair? What do you mean? These monsters had mentioned last night that they had mobilized their entire forces, intending to seize treasures before scattering. Yet, unexpectedly, they had been entirely annihilated here. I surmise their lair remains unguarded, and there may still be treasures to be found. Simu's eyes lit up, excitedly patting Lin Yu on the shoulder. Yu, your intellect is truly commendable. Indeed, these great demons have lived for decades, committing numerous misdeeds. They must have amassed ill-gotten gains in their lair. Come, Taoist Qianhe, you take a few disciples to guard the home. I shall accompany Yu to collect our debts and return swiftly. Without waiting for Taoist Qianhe's reply, Simu seized Lin Yu and departed, mounting the celestial crane to purge the lair of the three demons. The spoils from this expedition promised to surpass the value of the 200 beast hides collected the previous night. Chapter 34 A Bountiful Harvest. The first destination was the lair of the wolf demon. To their astonishment, they discovered that within this lair lay hundreds of human weapons, swords and daggers. The Taoist priest, Four Eyes, speculated, damn it, they must have slaughtered a band of mountain bandits and seized their treasure cave as their stronghold. Had I known the wolf demon was such a scourge, I should have taken action to eliminate him long ago. It is truly disgraceful. I, the esteemed Four Eyes of Maoshan, have unwittingly lived beside such a malevolent creature for years. Lin Yu comforted him, saying, Uncle, it is commendable for a local master to protect an area of 50 miles. You bear no blame for your ignorance. Now that we have annihilated this pack of wolf demons, we have avenged the victims, there is no need for you to feel guilt. Four Eyes nodded and began to inspect the spoils of their conquest. The wolf demon was fond of murder, and consequently, the spoils mainly comprised gold and silver treasures. At that moment, however, Four Eyes and his companions were not in need of money, leading to a slight feeling of disappointment. Lin Yu gazed at the weapons and, after a moment of contemplation, proposed an idea. Uncle, while your temple is splendid, it lacks defensive formations. I suggest we melt down these weapons to forge a set of magical tools. How about I arrange an 8 gates golden lock formation for you? It would serve both to trap and to vanquish foes. Four Eyes was elated. Yu, your cleverness has not been in vain. Let us proceed as you suggest. I have long wished to establish a defensive formation, but alas, you seldom visit. Then you may focus on your weapon forging here while I attend to the spoils from the other 2 locations. This place is secluded, and it would be unwise for you to return prematurely. With that, Four Eyes left in high spirits, and Lin Yu began to gather the weapons. There was not only swords but also axes, halberds, hooks, forks, whips, maces, and hammers, almost every. He only needed 8 types of weapons to serve as the focal points for the gate formation. All others would be melted down. By nightfall, Four Eyes returned, and Lin Yu had completed the melting process and was in the midst of restoring his magical energy. Yu, what fortuitous luck! Thank heavens your astute suggestion led me to raid this lair, otherwise, we would have missed out on these treasures. Uncle, what treasure has brought you such joy? Four Eyes opened his backpack, revealing medicinal herbs. It seems that the lair of the yellow-bellied creature had cultivated a batch of spiritual medicines. Although their grade was not high, they were perfect for your studies in alchemy. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled. It was truly a stroke of good fortune. He had initially planned to spend a fortune procuring herbs upon returning to Rinjia town, but now he had saved that expense. Oh, and the rest this. Four Eyes continued, upon inspection, aside from some broken low-grade magical tools, this was the most valuable. He produced a tattered, leather-bound manuscript, unfortunately worn and damaged from the passage of time. The 5 elements escape technique is an extraordinary skill. Once mastered, fleeing from formidable enemies will be a breeze. Do not rejoice too soon, only the wood escape can be cultivated from it, while the rest remains incomplete. Four Eyes doused his enthusiasm with cold water. An incomplete version? I fear not. Lin Yu asserted, reaching for the manuscript and silently invoking a restoration spell. Merit 10. In an instant, the manuscript, once in tatters, was restored to its pristine condition, as if it were. Four Eyes received it in astonishment. What? The text has returned to its original state. My heavens, is this truly the 5 elements escape technique? Your ability is truly extraordinary. Lin Yu chuckled, restoring items is different. It consumes merit. Merit, use it sparingly in the future. Merit is of great significance to us and is not easily acquired. We must not waste it on trivial matters, Four Eyes advised sternly. I understand, Uncle. Lin Yu refrained from disclosing that he had earned a staggering 5,000 merit points by vanquishing the royal corpse yesterday and over 15,000 by defeating more than 200, even before rounding down the figures. In a single night of subduing demons and vanquishing evil, his merit had soared to an impressive 22,000. The mere 10 points for restoring the manuscript felt trivial in comparison. "Hey, uncle, who will be the first to master the technique?" Lin Yu teased, pointing at the 5. Four Eyes laughed and scolded, "Who would want to compete with you, you little prodigy? That would be foolish." The next morning, at the break of dawn, Four Eyes opened his eyes after a night of meditation, only to find Lin Yu missing. "Where did that rascal go? I didn't even notice." At that moment, Lin Yu's head popped up from the ground, excitedly exclaiming, "Uncle, wake up, I've found something wonderful." Four Eyes was taken aback. What is this?" "Have you learned the Earth Escape?" Lin Yu emerged, rolling his eyes. "Earth Escape, what of that? I have mastered the 5 elements escape technique. I am only days away from perfection." "Pfft, get away from me. I don't know you." "Uncle, I just had a little practice and discovered a vein of ore beneath this cave, an iron vein." Four Eyes inquired curiously, "An iron vein? It is not a gold mine." "What use do we have for iron? We are Taoists of Maoshan, surely we aren't here to engage in mining?" Lin Yu grinned and tossed a fist-sized rock with a resounding crash. "Uncle, you are well-versed. Come see what this is. It looks like a companion more to the iron vein, yet it resembles a stone. I couldn't identify it, and when I tried to break off a piece, it was unexpectedly heavy." Moments later, he joyfully grasped Lin Yu's arms and exclaimed, You are in luck. This must be the legendary 1,000 gene stone. For example, a common blue stone weighs 1 pound, yet the same size of a 1,000 gene stone weighs 1,000 pounds, an exceptional material for forging." Lin Yu laughed heartily. "I knew it was a treasure." "Uncle, wait, there are many more below. I will bring them all out." "What? Wait, what did you just say? There are more below?" "Of course, this is merely the smallest piece. I cannot even move the larger ones. Is this thing not just a stone? It rivals the price of gold." Four Eyes chuckled wryly. "Gold, in the mundane world, one can have as much as one desires, but this 1,000 gene stone cannot be bought at any price. A mere speck of it can be added during forging to create a gravity talisman. If used to craft suppression-type magical tools, its power could be exponentially enhanced." "Ah, indeed!" Lin Yu exclaimed. "So, I could use these stones to forge a great seal, perhaps replicating the legendary Fantian seal? The royal corpse from the other day was formidable, so powerful that I nearly failed to subdue it. If I had a treasure like the Fantian seal, would it not be more lethal than a magic sword?" With this thought, Lin Yu promptly burrowed underground, using the Qiankuan ring on his hand to gather all 20 or so pieces. Upon returning to the cave and releasing them, Four Eyes nearly fainted from shock. "Uncle, I plan to melt all these large 1,000 gene stones together to forge a great seal for suppression. I will keep the smaller pieces for crafting purposes. What do you think?" Four Eyes looked at Lin Yu in disbelief, questioning whether he was jesting. While it seemed extravagant, if it could truly be forged, that magical tool would be extraordinary. Even a top-grade magical tool might not slay the golden armored corpse king, as that creature is renowned for its formidable defenses, unless you can forge this into a true magical treasure. The power of a magical treasure far exceeds that of a magical tool, capable of overwhelming foes of a higher tier. Even the golden armored corpse king would struggle. Lin Yu grinned slyly. Uncle, have you forgotten I possess more than just forging skills?" "What?" "Indeed, if I could forge 10 top-grade magical tools, and then you combine them," Four Eyes asserted confidently, "I see potential." Lin Yu smiled slightly. "My magical energy is limited. I will require your assistance, uncle." Four Eyes slapped his chest. "Rest assured, together as uncle and nephew, there is no material we cannot melt down. I shall return to prepare the necessary items and inform the others to prevent any unnecessary worries." Chapter 35 of the Sealing Charm. When Simu returned, he surprisingly brought along the golden coffin as well. "Young one," he remarked, "crafting magical art. I recommend incorporating the essence of the 5 metals. Not only will it enhance the artifact's potency, but it will also endow it with the potential for growth." Growth potential? Lin Yu had not considered this before. Simu, the Taoist priest, elucidated, "In the future, you may find it challenging to encounter 1,000-pound stone again, yet the world is replete with materials from the 5 metals. Utilize 1,000-pound stone as the core material, complemented by the 5 metals. If you allow the artifact to continuously absorb the essence of the 5 metals, it will foster its growth and advancement. This is the distinction between magical artifacts and mere tools. The former possesses nascent sentience. Is it truly possible?" Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Simu's extensive experience in artifact crafting was indeed commendable, and Lin Yu acknowledged it wholeheartedly. If not for his own external assistance, his crafting skills would hardly surpass those of his uncle. Nevertheless, even if he did surpass his uncle, his practical experience and creativity still paled in comparison. The essence of the 5 metals is not merely the common gold, silver, copper, iron, and tin, but Simu smiled slightly. You can refine it. This coffin is gold-plated copper. We can smelt it to separate the materials. If you refine the gold 10-fold or even 100-fold, that will yield the essence of gold. As for silver, we have 2 boxes of silver ingots obtained from the cave. That should suffice. If not, we can convert some of the silver dollars into it. I brought tin from home. Luckily, I had a use for it in my crafting, otherwise, it would be quite hard to find. Is it really feasible? Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Uncle, you are truly a genius. He looked at the box of silver and the box of silver dollars, teasingly saying, Uncle, this is a considerable amount of silver in dollars. Are you truly willing to melt it for crafting? Simu's lips twitched. Enough nonsense. Is there anything here that is not more precious than gold or silver? Humph, it's only when it comes to spending on you that I'm generous. Swap it for Jialu, don't even think about it. Lin Yu felt a surge of emotion, his eyes reddening. Simu waved his hand. Alright, let's get to work. With so much to do, we will need at least 10 days. 10 days? How will you explain this to the family? Won't they worry? Simu replied, Of course, I told them I would be crafting artifacts while you assist me. We cannot have a repeat of the last Lingzhu incident. That single incident attracted a horde of beasts. If anything had happened to you that night, how would I explain it to your master? Lin Yu chuckled. Explain what? Uncle cares for me just as much as my master does. I realized that the night the golden armored corpse king appeared, you were willing to sacrifice yourself for my escape. Simu retorted, Go on, I, the esteemed Taoist Simu of Maoshan, need to flee from a mere golden armored corpse king? Now, focus on the task at hand. Soon, 10 days passed, and the people within Simu's residence were already anxious, particularly Taoist Qianhe, whose injuries had healed with the assistance of Master Isho. The discussions among them had predominantly revolved around Lin Yu. Taoist Qianhe marveled at Lin Yu's cleverness and bravery, while Master Isho spoke of Lin Yu's generosity, initially planning to return the magic sword to Lin Yu. Taoist Qianhe, upon witnessing Master Isho's 3 superior artifacts, decided against it. If my disciple is this generous to outsiders, then this superior magic sword must surely. What on earth were they crafting that required such an extended absence? Taoist Qianhe was quite worried. Meanwhile, Jialu remained calm, as he always believed in his senior brother's remarkable abilities. Taoist Qianhe, what did Simu say before he left? Given their artifact crafting skills, the artifacts they produce will surely be at least superior, if not extraordinary. The stronger the artifact, the more time it takes to craft, we should patiently await their results. Inside the cave of crafting, Lin Yu gazed at the 10 perfectly arranged sealing charms before him, all of which were extraordinary artifacts. He rubbed his hands together, feeling a surge of excitement. Uncle, after 10 days of labor, my magical power has fully recovered. The moment of excitement is upon us. Stop, if you keep cutting, the cave will collapse. That's precisely my intention. With a thunderous crash, the entrance collapsed under the force of Simu's sword, plunging the cave into complete. Uncle, is this for the sake of secrecy? Is it really necessary? You young rascal, one must learn from experience. The emergence of a magical artifact is no ordinary event. What if the light of the treasure inadvertently attracts calamity again? Uncle, I'm starting now. Commence. Simu replied, I shall protect you. Simu urged, begin already. Yet still, there was no response, not even a sound. You, have you started? After several unanswered calls, Simu waved his hand, casting a fire spell to illuminate the cave. Upon closer inspection, he found Lin Yu slumped over, unconscious, clutching a large seal. Is this the result of his magical power being exhausted? Simu hurriedly approached to assess Lin Yu's condition, discovering no damage to his meridians. A genius who emerges suddenly will inevitably draw attention. With limited ability to conceal him, they could only hope to hide him for a day. Muttering to himself, Simu picked up the large seal he had forged. The surface was adorned with intricate patterns formed from the essence of the 5 metals, and at the base were inscribed 2 ancient characters signifying the sealing charm. Outwardly, it appeared unremarkable, devoid of any radiant glow, and its weight seemed to have vanished. This was the marvel of crafting, allowing the intrinsic properties of materials to be concealed, transforming them into artifacts or magical treasures that could only be activated through magical power. With Lin Yu's current mastery of magical energy, he could produce 2 purple talismans a day without losing consciousness. The fact that he had exhausted all his power and fainted during this crafting indicated that this treasure's value must exceed that of the purple talismans. Wait, I cannot control it? My magical power is ineffective, has it succeeded? Indeed, magical treasures differ from mere artifacts, they possess sentience and require blood to recognize a master before they can be utilized. It must have succeeded. The sealing charm, it is hard to imagine that such a powerful treasure was forged from nearly an entire vein of 1,000-pound stone. What immense power it possesses. Simu gazed at the treasure in his hand, then looked at Lin Yu, his eyes filled with affection. Yu is our greatest treasure. With this sealing charm, Yu's future is ensured with an added layer of safety. Chapter 36 Division of Treasures. A day later, Lin Yu finally awakened. Dao's Simu let out a sigh of relief. You rascal, you've finally come to. You nearly scared me to death. Quickly, check if your body is alright. Do you realize you were in a coma for an entire day and night? Did you truly expend that much energy? Lin Yu sensed his body and, with a tone of excitement, replied, Master Uncle, it seems I have made a breakthrough. Not only do I feel invigorated, but my magical power has also significantly increased. Really? Dao's Simu exclaimed, pulling Lin Yu closer for examination, only to be repelled by Lin Yu's. My magical power has now reached the 3rd layer of Earth Master. What, you just broke through to Earth Master not long ago, and now you've achieved the 3rd layer in merely a month. Dao's Simu began to doubt his own life choices, thinking to himself, Simu, am 35 this year and have toiled for 20 years to reach the 4th layer of Earth Master. Alas, the prodigy, comparing oneself to others is disheartening. Lin Yu chuckled, Master Uncle, it's not just my cultivation that has improved to this time, with our joint efforts in weapon refining, With sufficient magical power, I can now forge exceptional magical weapons. What, exceptional magical weapons, all by yourself? Dao's Simu felt utterly despondent. Compared to Yu, he felt as though his 2 decades of cultivation had gone to waste. Having eliminated the royal family's golden armored corpse king and vanquished the 3 demons, it is only natural for you to experience some breakthroughs. Dao's Simu comforted Lin Yu, though he was really trying to reassure himself. Let us go. We have been away for over 10 days, it is time to return. Lin Yu shook his head, Master Uncle, please wait, there are still a few matters to attend to. What, are you still going to refine weapons? Dao's Simu was quite surprised by Lin Yu's actions. Lin Yu smiled, we likely won't return here again. It would be a shame to abandon the iron or vein underground. I might as well forge a few exceptional magical swords and upgrade the foundational magical sword of Simu residence as well. That makes sense. Thus, the 2 remained for an additional 3 days, during which they crafted an alchemical furnace and several exceptional magical artifacts to bring back as gifts. In the end, Lin Yu utilized the demon-suppressing seal to absorb the underground iron ore vein. With a swift motion, he struck down, transforming the sealed entrance into an open mining site. Such overwhelming power startled Dao's Simu and astonished Lin Yu as well. He estimated that if the demon-suppressing seal were to unleash its full might in a single blow, the golden armored corpse king would surely not withstand it. If it weren't reduced to mush, it would be left severely crippled. Good lad, it seems this past half-month hasn't been in vain. Upon returning, we shall adhere to the old rules. No use of magical power, no showing off. Understood, Master Uncle, I shall certainly learn to be humble moving forward. Within Simu residence, Daoist Qianhe, Master Xiao, and others surrounded Lin Yu and his companion. At long last, you have returned. You've been gone for half a month. If you hadn't returned soon, I would have had to use the flying crane to seek you out. One might think you had encountered some misfortune. Daoist Qianhe complained. What on earth have you been refining? Such a fuss over it? To avoid drawing attention, Lin Yu and his companion did not use the Qiankuan ring. Instead, they brought back a large box. Upon opening it, a vast bundle of magical swords and various weapons left everyone dumbstruck. So many? Lin Yu retrieved 8 uniquely crafted. I plan to establish an 8 gates golden lock formation around Simu residence and Xiao residence. It can both trap foes and slay enemies. Wait, are these exceptional magical weapons? My heavens, you extravagant child, using exceptional magical weapons to set up formations? Daoist Qianhe couldn't help but scold. Daoist Simu raised a hand to stop him, saying, Hey, master brother, it's merely a few No need to be so dramatic, these are crafted by us ourselves, they are not that rare. Lin Yu added, indeed, Master Qianhe, Master Uncle Simu's weapon crafting skills have improved significantly. These are all the result of his hard work. Cough, you should go set up the formation. I will introduce the gifts to them, Daoist Simu said, his face turning slightly red as he dismissed Lin Yu, fearing he might inadvertently reveal too much. Lin Yu smiled as he exited to set up the formation. Daoist Qianhe chuckled, I originally intended to discuss with Ayu about him gifting me this superior magical sword, now it seems there is no need to say it. You clearly doesn't care. Daoist Simu couldn't help but laugh. Master brother, your aspirations are rather modest, aren't they? Are you satisfied with merely a superior magical weapon? Here, Ayu has specially prepared for you an exceptional red flame sword. The sword was adorned with an exceptional red sun pearl, and when activated, its blade would carry a hint of true solar fire, effectively vanquishing demons and dispelling evil. What? Master brother, what is this red sun pearl? Why have I never heard of it? Daoist Qianhe exclaimed. Daoist Simu explained, this is a treasure refined by me using 1 pound of red sun sand. How much? 1 pound of red sun sand, master brother, you've struck it rich, how did you come by so much red sun sand? Daoist Qianhe gasped. Daoist Simu patted his shoulder, saying, this time, over these past 2 years, my weapon crafting skills have allowed me to earn a decent amount of red sun sand. Stop with the dramatics, come, the 4 superior magical red sun swords are yours. These were specially crafted by your senior brother Lin Yu with my assistance. The 4 of them joyfully received the swords, thanking both Daoist Simu and senior brother Lin Yu. What? You can also refine weapons? Daoist Qianhe asked. Daoist Simu replied, Ayu not only can refine weapons, but his talent surpasses even mine. Moreover, he has perfectly inherited senior brother Lin Zhou's talent for talisman drawing. This child is truly a prodigy. He will undoubtedly revitalize our Maoshan. Such a genius exists. Senior brother Lin Zhou is indeed fortunate. Now, having received so many treasures, I do not know how to repay Ayu. It's a shame that I, Qianhe, am supposed to be his master uncle and have nothing decent to offer as a greeting. Daoist Simu laughed as he patted Daoist Qianhe's shoulder. Master brother, there is no need for concern. We are all disciples of the same lineage of Maoshan. We are of one family. If you truly wish to help Ayu, why not pass on your sword techniques to him? Ayu has learned boxing and talisman drawing from senior brother Lin Zhou but lacks a proper sword technique for protection. What had senior brother Lin Zhou hasn't he taught Ayu the 3 pure sword technique or the demon subduing sword technique? Daoist Qianhe asked in disbelief. Daoist Simu rolled his eyes. That is merely an introductory sword technique. While it may strengthen one's physique, its combat effectiveness is far from enough for protection against enemies. Master brother, I have already taught Ayu my summoning technique. You cannot be stingy. If that night, when the 3 demons led 200 lesser demons to attack, Ayu had possessed the demon-slaying sword technique, would he have had to wait until the golden-armored corpse king arrived? As long as Ayu does not mind, I will teach it to him shortly. Recalling how their master had imparted the Maoshan secrets to them, master brother had received the lightning thunder fist, senior brother Lin Zhou the pure yang bagua pong, and he had received the summoning technique. They had all made a name for themselves with these skills, significantly enhancing Maoshan's reputation. Only this demon-slaying sword technique had gathered dust in his hands. He hoped it could regain its glory in Ayu's hands. Daoist Simu comforted him. Master brother, your sword technique is commendable. It merely lacks a suitable weapon. With this exceptional red flame sword, I believe the name of sword cultivator Qianhe will soon resonate throughout the entire spirit and illusion realm. Daoist Qianhe's face flushed. The demon-slaying sword technique requires one to be at the Earth Master upper realm to unleash its full power, and I am only at the 3rd layer of Earth Master. Alas, I am unworthy of Maoshan. Daoist Simu inquired. Master brother, having lost the government job, what are your plans next? Daoist Qianhe pondered. After years of wandering, the Maoshan Iron Triangle plan. Siyu smiled and said, when it comes to establishing a charity temple and building a Taoist sanctuary, no one is more adept than senior brother Ime. Why don't you stay here for a couple of days? When I take Ayu home in a few days, we can visit senior brother Ime's sanctuary together and request his assistance in planning the details. In my opinion, it would be wise for you to settle in a nearby town. This way, the 3 of us, yourself, me, and senior brother Ime, can not only meet frequently but also look out for one another in times of need. Wouldn't that be splendid? Daoist Qianhe's eyes brightened at this suggestion. Indeed, brother Siyu, your words hold great merit. Let us proceed as you propose. Siyu then produced a golden bowl and handed it to the nearby Master Isho. This is a special gift I have crafted for you, my old friend. Do not say I have neglected you. It is a premium magical artifact, a golden bowl. I am grateful for your assistance the other day. Master Isho uttered a Buddhist chant, Umatba, and replied, "How can I accept this? It is too generous. Take it, oh, and Jingjing and Jiala also have gifts," Siyu responded. 3 days later, Lin Yu crafted several paper cranes for transportation, gifting them to Qianhe and Master Isho, with an additional low-grade paper crane for each of them. He left Jiala to safeguard the house, with Master Isho providing support, complemented by a defensive formation for gathering spiritual energy. Siyu's abode was transformed into a small sanctuary for cultivation. Siyu, along with Lin Yu and the disciples of Qianhe, rode the spiritual cranes back to Rinjie town. After a prolonged absence, Uncle Jiu greatly missed Lin Yu. However, with Qianhe and the others present, he refrained from inquiring too deeply about Lin Yu. Instead, he mentioned that the Rin family had sought him out several times, and now that Lin Yu had returned, it was only fitting to visit the Rin family. Thinking of his betrothed child bride, Lin Yu smiled wryly and shook his head. Since escape was impossible, he resolved to enjoy the moment. Thus, Lin Yu arrived at the Rin residence in a carriage. Rin Tingting was overjoyed, clinging to Lin Yu wherever he went. "Sister Tingting, I wish to discuss some business matters with Uncle. If you keep holding my hand like this, how can I converse?" Ran Fa watched his daughter and son-in-law, a smile permanently gracing his face. Having not seen Lin Yu for a month, he observed that Ayu seemed taller. "Tingting, please go to. I need to speak with Ayu about some matters." Reluctantly, Tingting departed for the kitchen. "This girl will surely be a handful for you, Ayu," Ren Fa remarked. Lin Yu replied with a smile, "Uncle Ren, you flatter me. It is my fortune to marry Sister Tingting." "Still calling me uncle, you and Tingting are already betrothed, it is merely a matter of time before you marry her." Lin Yu chuckled awkwardly, "I appreciate your kindness, father-in-law, but I must at least wait until I am 15. Ran Fa laughed heartily, "I have heard Uncle Jiu mention that cultivators are not bound by mundane customs. I like you as my son-in-law, so if you wish to take Tingting tomorrow, I would have no objections. By the way, you mentioned you had important business to discuss with me?" "Yes, father-in-law, I would like to ask for your assistance in some business matters. As you know, my master and I are cultivators, preoccupied with our training and slaying demons, leaving us little time to manage business affairs. However, cultivation requires financial resources for acquiring materials." Ran Fa interrupted, waving his hand, "No need to stand on ceremony. They say a son-in-law is. If I do not help you, who else would I help? When I am gone, the entire Rin family will belong to you. Since you are interested in business, just speak plainly, and I shall assist you in managing it." Lin Yu expressed his gratitude. "Just provide me with a list of what you need, and I will have someone deliver it to you." Lin Yu shook his head, "That 1 tea suffice. The quantity I require is considerable, and relying solely on the Rin family's business 1 tea sustain my needs." Therefore, it is imperative to establish a business to ensure a continuous profit stream, otherwise, I cannot meet the demands of my cultivation. "Ah, are you suggesting I expand the business, venture into the provincial city?" Lin Yu smiled, "Not at all. I possess the skill of alchemy and can refine medicinal herbs into potent health elixirs. If you arrange for the procurement of the herbs, I will refine them into pills, and you can then open a pharmacy to sell them. This way, we can achieve swift profits." "Elixirs, Ayu, can you really concoct miraculous pills?" Ran Fa asked, astonished. Lin Yu grinned as he produced a small porcelain vial. "These are not. They are certainly worthy of the title of elixir. This vial is for you, father-in-law. You may wish to try it." Ran Fa had no doubt that his son-in-law would poison himself. The thought of having something good first for his father-in-law was clearly a gesture of goodwill. Delighted, he accepted it without hesitation and promptly swallowed one of the pills. "Father-in-law, after consuming the health elixir, you may experience a cleansing of impurities from your body, resulting in a layer of sludge forming. Therefore, it would be wise to take a bath afterward." "What, you should have mentioned that sooner. I can already feel something pushing out," he exclaimed. When Ran Fa emerged later, his demeanor had transformed. He seemed not only more agile but also appeared to have lost many wrinkles. "Dad, why do you seem younger?" Tingting asked in surprise. Lin Yu laughed, "You're not just younger, you look at least 5 years younger." Ran Fa joyfully grabbed Lin Yu's arm. "Ayu, you possess remarkable skills. This is no mere health elixir, it's practically a rebirth pill." Such a miraculous elixir made him reconsider the need for. "They will surely clamor for it." Lin Yu shook his head. "The first consumption yields the best results, subsequent uses are more suited for treating ailments, thus, it is advisable to establish shops across various locations. Even if we don't sell medicine, acquiring herbs will require manpower." Ran Fa patted his chest, assuring, "Rest assured, Ayu, I will personally oversee it, your significant matters are safe with me." "Oh, and father-in-law, there is another small matter. I wish to cultivate some herbs on the desolate mountain behind the charity temple, but I am unfamiliar with the town office, so I must trouble you to intervene. Renefe raised an eyebrow in surprise. The mountain behind. Oh, what need is there for the town office? That land has been ours for years, left unused. If you have your eye on it, feel free to take it. What, that mountain belongs to the Rin family? Renefe. Otherwise, how could the Rin family be the wealthiest? Is that not why this place is named Rinjia Town? Had it not been for the poor fortune of the Rin family over the past 20 years, resulting in the sale of much property, the entire town would have been our domain. There would be no Huang Baiwan or the like. Lin Yu mused, having a wealthy father-in-law truly simplifies matters. Uncle Jiu, upon hearing Siyu and Xianha's plans for the charity temple, chuckled. Could it be that fate is smiling upon us? 80 miles away in Jiuquan Town, they have reported unusual occurrences. The town office has sent for me to exorcise demons and expressed envy that Rinjia Town has a charity temple while Jiuquan Town lacks any cultivators. I propose that we seize this opportunity to establish connections there. Qianhe, why not consider building a sanctuary in Jiuquan Town? Daoist Qianhe was elated by the suggestion. Is that so? That would be splendid. I leave the decision entirely in your capable hands. Chapter 38. Is home the safest place? It was not until nightfall that Uncle Jiu finally had the opportunity to spend some time alone with his disciple. Ah, you, Simu has informed me about your demon-slaying endeavors. You have performed admirably, and I am quite pleased. However, it remains perilous, so from now on, you shall stay at home and not venture outside. What, master, is this a compliment or a punishment? Lin Yu inquired, his expression one of. Uncle Jiu shot him a stern glance. I do this for your own good. There will be plenty of opportunities for demon slaying in the future, but until you reach the age of 18, your safety is paramount. Lin Yu, well aware of his master's temperament and knowing that he then produced a tome crafted from beast hide, a manual he had personally transcribed. Master, there is something I have kept from Simu, and I would like your guidance on it. Uncle Jiu took the manual, flipping through its pages with astonishment. He quickly tucked it into his robes, casting wary glances around as if fearful of being discovered. Lowering his voice, he asked, "Where did you acquire this?" Seeing his master so startled, Lin Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. Rest assured, master, it is completely confidential, and its origins are quite legitimate. He recounted the experience of being taught the three lights divine technique by the Bodhisattva Guanyin. Uncle Jiu's heart raced with excitement. Well done, my boy, this is truly a divine blessing. You have been favored by a deity. Returning the tome to Lin Yu, he cautioned, memorize this thoroughly, then burn it. It must not be leaked, or you will invite calamity. Lin Yu rolled his eyes. Master, I memorized it when the Bodhisattva imparted it to me. I cannot forget it. I offer this to you so that you might practice it as well. With the decline of spiritual energy in the world, the sun, moon, and stars still shine. Perhaps this is an opportunity? Uncle Jiu gazed at Lin Yu with emotion, sighing deeply. Though this divine technique, I fear my aptitude may not suffice. Since it was bestowed upon you by the Bodhisattva, you must not impart it to others. Lin Yu, undeterred, replied, Master, the Bodhisattva is not so stingy. She granted me this knowledge to save sentient beings. That if you can learn it, we could save the world together. Surely the Bodhisattva would be pleased. Unable to resist Lin Yu's filial piety, Uncle Jiu eventually acquiesced. To be cautious, the master and disciple decided to summon the statue of Bodhisattva Guanyin, offering incense and prayers. Seeing no sign from the Bodhisattva, they took it as a sign of approval. Thus, Uncle Jiu began to practice. As the moon and stars offered no response, Uncle Jiu nearly abandoned hope, believing this to be Lin Yu's fortune alone. Yet, at dawn, as the first rays of sunlight mingled with purple aura, Uncle Jiu astonishingly drew light into his body. Both master and disciple were overjoyed. Master, it seems the true fire of the sun within this technique resonates with you. What a pity. It is merely an additional method of refining qi, not significantly stronger than the upper clear Taoist scriptures. If only we could absorb the moonlight and starlight as well, we could simultaneously refine the soul and body. Uncle Jiu chided gently, silly boy, one must not be greedy. Each person's fortune is unique. How can one force it? To possess a technique for refining the true fire of the sun is already a stroke of luck. This three lights divine technique is a celestial art. It is not for everyone to cultivate. You must keep this secret, never to reveal it. What about Simu? Lin Yu asked. Uncle Jiu sighed, I shall find an opportunity to speak with him privately another day. Remember, aside from us, do not disclose this to Qiu Shang, Wen Kai, or Jialu. Lin Yu nodded, having no intention of revealing it. His 3 junior brothers lacked talent, it would be futile to burden them with more than they could comprehend. Instead, he preferred to devise ways to enhance their cultivation resources. Speaking of resources, Lin Yu also mentioned the plans for land reclamation and that he had learned alchemy. Uncle Jiu was quite pleased. Having a versatile disciple was a tremendous relief. If managed well, their Taoist temple could rival even the blessed realms of heaven. Today, I must take your 2 senior brothers to Jiuquan town to exorcise demons, and I will likely return in a few days. You should focus on arranging the house with Wen Kai and Qiu Shang. Ah, no, master, take me with you, I want to go too. Uncle Jiu scolded sternly, what do you mean, go? I just said safety comes first. You are not permitted to leave. Lin Yu protested, what do you mean by safety first? If I stay at home, what if a formidable enemy attacks? It is not safe at all. If safety is the priority, then being by your side is the safest place. In Jiuquan town, Simu and Uncle Qianhe will be there, as the 3 great earth masters of Maoshan. Is there any place safer than this? Uncle Jiu considered this. It would be a pity for the child to visit relatives only to part ways immediately after. He relented, nodding, very well, you may accompany us, but the old rules still apply. You are not to engage in combat or use your abilities. This outing is an opportunity for you to cultivate peacefully by my side. Lin Yu joyfully embraced Uncle Jiu's arm, exclaiming, I knew Master would come through for me. Uncle Jiu remarked, you should grow a few more years, otherwise, you still behave like a child. Master, I am only 12 years old, I am still a child. After breakfast, Lin Yu utilized his paper-cutting technique to conjure a few oxen and horses, collaborating with Simu and the others to craft several pieces of magical gear such as saddles and plows, leaving them for Wen Kai. He assigned the task of land reclamation in the back mountain to Wen Kai, instructing him to direct the puppet oxen and horses in their work. This method would undoubtedly prove far more efficient than ordinary farmers in town. He also left a procurement list for Elder Ren, ensuring everything was in order. Uncle Jiu and the others then rode the paper cranes to Jiuquan town. Master, it has been a long time since we visited Jiuquan town. I wonder if a Xing and a Yu still remember us. Lin Yu reminisced about his friends from Jiuquan town, whom he had met when Uncle Jiu brought him to capture ghosts. The 2 young ones, a boy and a girl, had watched with envy, wishing to apprentice under Uncle Jiu. However, as he had no time to take on so many disciples, he had imparted a set of introductory boxing techniques, promising to accept them if they laid a solid foundation. Uncle Jiu smiled, of course, this time they are the ones who recommended me to the town office. Brother, what exactly has happened in Jiuquan town? Simu inquired. It is said that a distillery is haunted, and years had passed, and Lin Yu had nearly forgotten the details of the plot. He only knew that Jiuquan town had a church with Western zombies, though the specifics eluded him. In any case, he was merely there to gain experience, and as he was not permitted to act, Lin Yu intended to focus on his cultivation instead. Upon reaching Jiuquan town, a Xing and a Yu stood anxiously at the town's entrance, awaiting Uncle Jiu, but he did not appear. Just then, a crane's call echoed, and they looked up. A Yu exclaimed, wow, brother, what a magnificent crane. A Xing, a Yu, it has been years, you have both grown so much. As everyone landed, Uncle Jiu approached with a smile. Master? Are these cranes yours? My goodness, when did you learn to ride cranes? Yes, master, can you take me for a flight? A Xing and a Yu transformed into curious children. Lin Yu stepped forward to block Uncle Jiu. Hey, do you two still remember me? Upon closer inspection, a Yu's eyes widened in delight. Is that you, Yu? My goodness, you have grown so tall. Hey, stop pinching my face. The 3 began to frolic together, while Uncle Jiu and the others stored the cranes away, shaking their heads in amused disbelief at the childish antics. The Taoist Qianhe, who had accompanied them, whispered, Yu, your demon-slaying skills are so impressive, how is it that you can't even avoid having your face pinched? Simu stifled a laugh, thinking to himself that it wasn't that he couldn't avoid it. Rather, he dared not. In front of his master, Yu was strictly forbidden from taking action, so he could only pretend to be an unskilled novice. Chapter 39. A Xing and a Yu master, this is Mr. Zhao, the owner of the distillery. He is the employer for this ghost hunting mission. A Xing introduced a middle-aged man with a buzz cut to the end. Mr. Zhao, exhibiting an arrogant demeanor, scoffed, so, you are what a Xing referred to as a Jiu? Do you truly possess any skills, or are you merely a charlatan? A Xing hastily clarified, "How could that be, Mr. Zhao? My master is extraordinarily capable," he resolved. Zhao replied disdainfully, very well, I hope you are indeed of use. If you can truly assist me in resolving the troubles at the distillery, I shall reward you with 10 silver dollars afterward. But if you fail, there will be no payment." Unperturbed, Jiao Shu appraised the man and coldly remarked, "Your aura is tainted, and your fate is grim. You shan't survive another 2 days. You are beyond salvation." With that, he departed alongside Simu and Qianhe. Master, master. Those with dubious intentions deserve the hauntings they attract. After saying so, he hurriedly followed Jiao Shu and the others. Mr. Zhao, fuming, stamped his feet in anger. "Humph, a mere swindler dares to curse. Hey, a Xing, is this truly the person you brought?" "Mr. Zhao, I knew you were all talk and no action. Perhaps I should sell the distillery to young Master Yi instead." With that, Mr. Zhao stormed off. You reproached a Xing. "I told you not to meddle. What reputation does Mr. Zhao have in the town? Why concern yourself with such a person?" A Xing lamented, "I merely wished to earn some money." Just then, a voice echoed through the street, "The young lady has returned." The crowd hurried outside to witness the arrival of Annie, the daughter of the tavern, back from her studies abroad. A Xing was captivated by Annie's fashionable attire, nearly drooling in admiration. Upstairs, Mr. Zhao and young Master Yi, engaged in business discussions, also leaned out the window to observe. Young Master Yi, dressed in a stylish suit, was the son of the town mayor, known for his greed and lechery. He abandoned Mr. Zhao and hurried towards Annie, charming her with a few phrases in English, which left her utterly enchanted. They soon arranged to dine together that evening. A Xing attempted to approach Annie, but she didn't. Disheartened, he returned only to be met with a used teasing. Jiao Shu and the others arrived at the town hall, expressing their desire to purchase land for establishing a charitable temple. However, the officials informed them that while land was available, only the town mayor could authorize the transaction, and no one dared to process their request without his approval. Coincidentally, young Master Yi arrived with a group of foreign missionaries, there to facilitate the reopening of the church. With the mayor's son assisting them, the missionaries swiftly obtained the necessary documentation, leaving Jiao Shu and his companions grinding their teeth in frustration, pondering how they, the Maoshan Taoists, were faring worse than these foreign clerics. Lin Yu quietly suggested, "Master, why don't we settle in for a while and observe? After all, we are unfamiliar with this place. It would be wise to gather some information first." Qianhe, the Taoist priest, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, senior brother, there is no rush. Let us stay and investigate. Perhaps tomorrow we shall seek out the mayor to inquire. Establishing a Taoist temple here will inevitably require dealings with the authorities." Thus, the group returned to the inn. Jiao Shu granted everyone a half-day off, allowing them to explore the town, while he, along with Simu and Qianhe, began surveying the geography of Jiuquan town, knowing that selecting a site with auspicious feng shui was paramount for their temple. Originally, arrangements had been made to accommodate Lin Yu, but midway, they encountered a Yu, who had stormed out in a huff, insisting on dragging Lin Yu along for a shopping spree. Lin Yu, uninterested in leisure, recalled the church's reopening and the potential emergence of vampires in Jiuquan town, prompting him to prepare accordingly. "A Yu, why are you don't need to cook for yourself." Lin Yu chuckled, "I simply adore garlic, it's essential with noodles and dumplings." "By the way, A Yu, does Jiuquan town have a bank?" A Yu nodded, "Yes, indeed. Jiuquan is a sizable town with numerous businesses, so there is a bank." "That's splendid, I need to exchange some currency." "You, exchange money?" Moments later, as Lin Yu Zhao, A Yu felt a pang of sorrow, realizing she and her brother A Xing had never encountered such wealth. "Of course, this fortune comes from following my master in subduing demons and spirits." "What? Jiao Shu makes so much money from ghost hunting?" A Yu was taken aback. Lin Yu chuckled, "Not quite, my wealth is due to marrying a good wife. My father-in-law is the wealthiest man in Rinjia town, and with only one daughter, the money is at my disposal." "Put. How old are you, and you're already married?" "Engaged, merely engaged." A Yu was speechless. "You're already so favored just by being engaged, your father-in-law must be quite generous." "A Yu, could you possibly help me speak to master? My brother and I wish to apprentice under him to learn ghost hunting. We know nothing and can only scrape by with odd jobs in Jiuquan town, sometimes struggling to pay rent." Lin Yu assessed them and nodded. "The agreement made by master years ago was that once you excelled in martial arts, you would be welcomed into the fold. You seem quite capable. With another month of practice, you could achieve mastery," indicating you haven't been idle these past 3 years. However, A Xing is lacking. He appears unfocused and undisciplined, better suited for commerce than the path of cultivation. A Yu was astonished. "A Yu, are you truly so perceptive? You can see through my skills?" Lin Yu rolled his eyes. What is so remarkable about that? I am the master's top disciple. If I lack such insight, how can I ever be your elder brother? Is that so? You re so young, do you really want me to call you elder brother? Yu playfully reached for Lin Yu's face. He quickly dodged, producing a bamboo bracelet, grinning. There is a custom for calling elder brother. You must offer a greeting gift. Elder brother. With that, taking advantage of Lin Yu's momentary distraction, Yu snatched the bracelet and slipped it onto her wrist. Oh, why do I feel such a refreshing sensation? Lin Yu proudly explained, this is a protective charm crafted from spiritual materials. It not only keeps you warm in winter and cool in summer but also wards off evil and protects the bearer. Wow, that's impressive. Is it for real? You're not deceiving me, are you? How could that be? This is how I became wealthy. If it were fake, my temple would have been destroyed long ago, Lin Yu replied indignantly. Yu mischievously remarked, well then, thank you, brother Yu. Lin Yu was Xing was sulking over his lack of earnings when he noticed the bracelet on Yu's wrist. Hearing it could ward off evil, an idea sparked in his mind. He planned to contact Mr. Zhao from the distillery and personally assist him in expelling the spirits haunting his establishment. Initially skeptical, Mr. Zhao agreed to Xing's proposal after he assured that no payment would be required. Upon hearing Xing's scheme, Yu shook her head in disapproval. How can you deceive him like that? If you trick him, doesn't that imply our master is a swindler? Yet Xing insisted, if we succeed, not only will we earn money, but we will also prove that master is not a fraud. Even if we fail, with your bracelet for protection, we will not be in danger. Besides, he added quietly, even if there is danger, master is in Jiuquan town, he wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. Once he intervenes, we will surely profit from Mr. Zhao. It must be said, Xing's cunning was quite formidable. Chapter 40 of the Brewery Ghost Hunt. Upon returning to the inn that evening, Uncle Jiu and his companions wore solemn expressions. Lin Yu and the younger generations from the east, south, west, and north were perplexed. Had something gone awry? The town of Jiuquan was steeped in malevolence, with that church positioned at the town's three sinister points. 3 years ago, as I passed through, I had cautioned them, even going so far as to perform some sealing rituals to prevent the malevolent energy from spilling forth and harming the innocent. Little did I expect that the newly appointed town mayor was a feckless fool, who actually consented to the reopening of the church. With the church reopening, the malevolent energy at the three sinister points can no longer be suppressed. Trouble is, after listening to Uncle Joe's account, the younger ones turned their gazes towards Taoist Jianhan. Master, this is quite the coincidence. If you are to establish a Taoist temple here, could it not be that heaven has arranged for us to come here to vanquish demons and protect the good people of Jiuquan? Simu nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is quite possible. Lin Yu interjected, I conducted some inquiries this afternoon. The townsfolk speak of the mayor and his son as being greedy and lecherous. If we approach him directly to request a piece of land, we would likely have to bribe him with a substantial sum of silver, which could easily turn into a bottomless pit, and we may face disdain. I suggest we remain vigilant for a few days. If, as Master mentioned, there are disturbances at the three sinister points, then trouble in the town is inevitable, and at that time, it would be only natural for Uncle to step in to subdue the demons. Everyone nodded in agreement, yet Uncle Jiu frowned and remarked, as disciples of Maoshan, we should take early action upon discovering danger. Waiting for misfortune to strike in order to gain the people's trust is rather against the principles. Simu and Qianhe fell silent, hesitant to counter his words. Lin Yu, however, urged, Master, what is meant to happen cannot be avoided. We are not deities, even if we discern issues at the three sinister points. You have already advised against reopening the church to no avail. We have done what we can, and now we must simply await fate's unfolding. The populace is often ignorant, and we can only act once the crisis arises. Uncle Jiu understood the truth in his disciples' words and sighed deeply. Very well, let it be as you say. Inside the brewery, a spirit hall was arranged for the deceased wife of the brewery owner, as today marked the 7th day since her passing. Yu, possessing considerable skill, led the ritual to summon the vengeful spirit, while Xing would engage in negotiations with the ghost. Initially, they believed it to be mere theatrics to placate the brewery owner, yet to their astonishment, the deceased had indeed met an unjust fate, manifesting as a vengeful spirit in a red dress. Yu closed her eyes and practiced her swordplay, feigning an interrogation. Who are you, spirit? What grievance do you bear? Xing was about to fabricate a story when suddenly, the coffin lid opened, and a spectral figure in a red dress drifted forth, declaring, I am Li Xia. Chapter 41. The dragon-slaying Taoist. In the end, Lin Yu could not resist the insistence of Jiu Shu and spent $200 to redeem Xing and Yu. Master, we were clearly wronged. Xing protested after their release. Jiu Shu interrupted him with a raised hand. Do not refer to me as master, we do not share the bond of a teacher and disciple. By redeeming you today, I have already shown you great mercy. From now on, you must fend for yourselves. What? The Xing was bewildered. Yu, feeling aggrieved, burst into tears. Master, we truly did not commit any wrongdoing. Zhou Shu admonished, to seek a trifling profit by resorting to deception and trickery. If you had not foolishly attempted to deceive that Zhao boss, perhaps he would not have been killed by a ghost, and you would not be facing this calamity. A Xing retorted, but that Zhao boss deserved to die. Zhou Shu nodded. Indeed, he deserved it, but his demise at the hands of a ghost in his own home was his own misfortune. The towness officials would not trace it back to you, yet here you are, without any skills, daring to imitate ghost hunters, bringing trouble upon yourselves without remorse. Had it not been, a Xing and a Yu lowered their heads, realizing that it was indeed their own fault. Zhou Shu chose not to engage with them further and departed with Lin Yu and the others. As they passed by the church, they noticed the priest leading the congregation in distributing free communion. Yet another one of those insidious schemes to beguile the masses, Zhou Shu grumbled. Seeing Lin Yu's curious gaze, he reprimanded, "You, do not engage with these foreign priests." "Understood, master," Lin Yu replied. That evening, a curious foreign believer opened the door to the church basement, inadvertently releasing a vampire sealed within by a crucifix, which led to the believer's untimely demise. Outside Zhochuan town, the dragon-slaying Taoist arrived to transport corpses. The dead passed through, the living avoid. The ringing of bells piqued the curiosity of Annie, the innkeeper's daughter, who peered out from her window on the second floor. Just as Annie found it strange, she had heard tales of corpse transporters in her youth, but these individuals looked remarkably like the living. The dragon-slaying Taoist halted the corpses outside the rear wall of the church and, under the cover of night, made his way to the mayor's residence. Mayor Yi was indulging in garlic noodles, while his son, young Master Yi, lounged on the sofa smoking a cigar. The dragon-slaying Taoist addressed the mayor. "Mayor, I have delivered the goods. It is time for you to settle the payment." The mayor, with garlic breath, negotiated the price with the dragon-slaying Taoist, insisting on a 20% discount. Young Master Yi, unable to bear the sight any longer, "It is not as though this is the only business deal. I have successfully acquired the town's distillery. From now on, we shall conduct our transactions there, without fear of discovery, and we can profit in secrecy for the long term." The dragon-slaying Taoist regarded the young man as more cunning than his father, yet more ambitious, and thus nodded in agreement, knowing that the account would ultimately settle itself. However, unbeknownst to him, the corpses left behind were igniting a fire and playing cards, inadvertently caught by the irate Xing. He and Yu hurried to inform Zhou Shu, hoping to win back his forgiveness. Initially, Zhou Shu was disinclined to respond, but he could not resist Yu's pleas and ultimately agreed to investigate. "Lin Jiao, Dragonslayer, what brings you here?" The two men fortuitously crossed paths outside the church. The dragon-slaying Taoist arrogantly replied, "Is it wrong for me to settle in Zhochuan town to transport corpses?" Zhou Shu inquired, "As far as I am aware, Zhochuan town does not have a mortuary. Where do you intend to stay? Isn't there a foreign church if there is no mortuary?" "Lin Jiao, you're meddling too much," the dragon-slaying Taoist taunted. With a snort, Zhou Shu retorted, "Dragonslayer, we are of the same school. It would be best not to engage in any nefarious deeds in my presence." The dragon-slaying Taoist scoffed, "Did you think your past deeds were righteous? Bah, mind your own business." So with that, he headed towards the church's backyard. Zhou Shu glanced at Xing. "Is he the corpse transporter you spoke of?" Xing nodded, "Yes, but those are not corpses, they are all living people in disguise." Zhou Shu sighed. Though the dragon-slaying Taoist hails from Maoshan, his heart is corrupt, having willingly fallen into depravity. He must be employing some underhanded scheme to swindle money. I do not wish to create enmity with him. Let us return. And meanwhile, inside the church, the priest was performing an exorcism for the murdered believer. "Save the soul, shun Satan, save the soul, shun Satan." Unfortunately, they were only skilled in preaching, not in exorcism. Only the priest possessed any magical ability, reciting incantations from a Bible. The victim had begun to undergo a transformation, and the exorcism proved ineffective, causing chaos within the church. Zhou Shu sensed something amiss and quickly kicked open the church's main door. "Father, what has happened?" "Devil." Zhou Shu, "It is the devil." Yu frowned. "Why is this foreign priest hurling insults?" With no time for further inquiry, Zhou Shu drew a talisman and leaped forward, intending to subdue the transformed believer. "What? The talisman is ineffective," the priest warned. "The devil requires the Bible and crucifix to be subdued." Zhou Shu furrowed his brow. "What Bible and crucifix? As a disciple of Maoshan, how could I lack exorcism techniques?" He then produced a golden sword and, with a swift incantation, unleashed its power. "Spirit-slaying sword, command." Whoosh! The golden sword pinned the transformed believer against the wall. The creature struggled momentarily before succumbing. Perhaps it was due to the recent transformation or the sword's design resembling a crucifix that countered it effectively, but the exorcism was successful. The corpse needed to be incinerated immediately, lest it leave behind lingering toxins. "Thank you, Zhou Shu. It is truly shameful that, as a servant of the Lord, I could not subdue the devil." As they departed, the priest offered Zhou Shu a personal crucifix. Zhou Shu declined, thinking to himself, "You call this a magical artifact? If it were truly effective, I wouldn't have needed to intervene just now. Better you keep it." He brought a Xing and a Yu back to the inn and arranged for them to stay with him, though he professed a desire not to become enemies with the dragon-slaying Taoist. Secretly, the embodiment of justice Jiushu could not turn a blind eye. He instructed Taoist Qianhe and Simu to take turns monitoring the dragon-slaying Taoist's every move. To uncover his true intentions in Jiuquan town the following morning, Lin Yu heard of Jiu Shua's exorcism the previous night and, intrigued by the ineffectiveness of the talisman, inquired in detail about the events. Seizing the opportunity while Jiu Shu was distracted, Lin Yu stealthily slipped out of the inn and sought out the foreign priest. My master is Jiu Shu. He is interested in your Western methods of exorcism and wishes to learn more from you. The foreign priest was delighted, realizing that while Jiu Shu vocalized disdain, he secretly acknowledged their practices. Thus, he generously shared the Western methods of exorcism. Upon parting, he gifted Lin Yu a Bible and a small vial of holy water. "May the Lord bless you, my child." Lin Yu shivered, thinking to himself, "I have the protection of the three pure ones and the guidance of Guanyin Bodhisattva. I do not require assistance from these foreign deities." When he returned to the inn and examined the holy water closely, Lin Yu was astonished to discover that it contained a trace of lunar power. Could it be that the Western holy water was infused with the essence of moonlight through certain means? Consuming it might enhance spiritual strength, and against vampires and zombies, it could serve to exorcise them. Wasn't he that akin to the moonlight water within the three light divine water? With this realization, Lin Yu felt as if he had discovered a new continent and, fueled by curiosity, opened the Bible, chapter 42, the Radiant Holy Sun. Upon reading it for the first time, Lin Yu found nothing peculiar. It merely appeared to be a narrative extolling faith. However, on the second reading, he pondered, could this be a prophetic tome? With each subsequent reading, third, fourth, each experience felt distinct, yet the underlying enigma eluded him. It was not until he completed his 10th reading that a sudden epiphany illuminated his mind. He cast aside the Bible in disbelief. It was, in fact, a manual for spiritual cultivation. Wait, what is this? Lin Yu glanced down to discover a radiant glow emanating from his body. A silvery light enveloped him, gentle and loving, akin to a purifying baptism. Oh no, he had become so engrossed in his studies that he inadvertently activated a hidden power. Hastily, he dispersed the aura and transitioned to the cultivation of the Grand Tao of the Void, causing the white light to recede. Lin Yu even retrieved a statue of the Grand Master of the Three Pure Ones, reverently lighting incense and bowing. A disciple is merely curious and researching, with no intention of switching sections. Please do not take offense, revered master, all is for the purpose of vanquishing demons. At that very moment, thousands of miles away in the Holy Land of Catholicism, the Pope received divine instructions. The radiant Holy Sun had descended, and he was located in the distant east. The entire holy site erupted in excitement, and the Pope decreed that the radiant Holy Sun must be brought back to the sanctum, where he would lead them in spreading the light of universal love across the world. Unbeknownst to Lin Yu, he had stumbled into trouble, yet he felt an inexplicable joy. Had he truly unraveled the secrets of the Bible, this scripture was a simplified version of the moonlight divine art. By following its teachings, one could absorb lunar essence. However, the methods were rather rudimentary, lacking in knowledge about tempering the divine soul or condensing the moonlight divine water. Did this imply that Western magical implements were enchanted using the essence of moonlight? As this notion dawned on him, Lin Yu produced a recently forged pure silver cross sword and employed the techniques from the scripture to infuse it with lunar energy. It worked. Indeed, it was as he surmised. This was the authentic melding of Eastern and Western practices. The cross sword he had crafted might have merely resembled its form. Its essence relied on the principles of the Maoshan Tao. He had been uncertain about its efficacy against Western vampires, and now, with the enchantment of the biblical power, this sword possessed genuine Western magical attributes, far surpassing the effectiveness of a peachwood sword sprinkled with holy water. If such a basic methodology could yield Western magical artifacts, what might the power of the three light divine art, once perfected, achieve when infused with the authentic moonlight divine art? Goodness, it was almost too much to fathom. Lin Yu could not help but drool at the thought. Shaking his head, he reminded himself that time was of the essence and returned to his cultivation of the three light divine art, as he had yet to complete several thousand repetitions. That night, Jiu Shu, Simu, and Qianhe convened at the inn to summarize the day's findings. Among them, Qianhe was the most incensed. Damn it, that dragon slayer scoundrel has been clandestinely trafficking in smoke under the guise of corpse transporting, and his accomplices are none other than the mayor and his son. Simu nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, my junior brother Qianhe and I witnessed this firsthand, and through eavesdropping on the mayor and his son, we have secured irrefutable evidence." Jiu Shu sighed, "I too have uncovered some clues. That mayor's son has taken over Boss Zhao's distillery, not to brew liquor for trade, but to use the distillery as a facade for illicit dealings." Qianhe concurred, "Indeed, that seems likely. Brother, what shall we do now?" Jiushu contemplated, the mayor and his son are ordinary men, we cannot resort to our Taoist arts against them, let us present the evidence to the town hall and see if they dare take action. Simu replied angrily, the town hall has practically become the mayor's personal bodyguard. How could they possibly intervene? We should simply apprehend the mayor and Dragon Slayer and expose their scandalous dealings. Jiushu spoke solemnly, let us grant the town hall one more opportunity tomorrow. If no one dares to act, we shall proceed as Simu suggests. Yet unbeknownst to them, that very night, calamity-struck Dragon Slayer sought out the mayor and his son to collect debts, only to have vampires emerge from the church's basement and bite the individuals pretending to be corpses. Upon returning and finding his comrades missing, Dragon Slayer followed the trail to the church's basement, where he was ambushed by a horde of newly turned vampires. Outmatched, he was bitten and fell. That night, Jiuquan Town transformed into a haven for the undead, with the mayor and his son slain by the vampire-turned-dragon slayer. A lustful zombie infiltrated the bedroom of the inn's young lady, Annie. Another zombie, drawn by scent, sought out Xing at the inn, prompting Jiushu and the others to realize the gravity of the situation. Simu remained behind to protect Ayu, while Qianyi declared, follow me to the church to vanquish the demons. That wretched foreign priest, I warned them not to reopen the church, and now look at the devastation. Lin Chapter 43 Aixing's heroic rescue. Lin Yu could not help but click his tongue. Aixing, is this truly your dream lover? Aixing's heart shattered into fragments, yet he managed to suppress his fury and retorted, Annie must have been victimized. It cannot be of her own volition, she was bitten by a zombie and is in a delirious state. Au, can you save her? Save her? Lin Yu mused, stroking his chin, shaking his head. But in Annie's case, beside them, Au exclaimed impatiently, you two, enough of your deliberations, are you truly going to stand here and watch them indulge in their debauchery? Clearing his throat, Lin Yu felt his face flush with embarrassment as he shot Aixing a glare, silently cursing him for being engrossed in conversation while failing to intervene. Do you even love her? Au, please summon the tavern owner, his daughter has been harmed, and he ought to be informed. Au exited the room. Lin Yu brandished the cross sword. The moment it gleamed, the zombie sensed an acute discomfort, flipping off the bed and desperately scuttling into the corner. Lin Yu chuckled, indeed, one could die under a peony yet still be a spirited ghost. We broke in through the window without disturbing you, yet a mere sword sends you into a frenzy. It seems my skills are rather commendable. Au, might I take charge of him? I wish to avenge Annie. Aixing furiously pointed at the zombie. Lin Yu handed the sword to Aixing while he himself bent down to examine Annie's condition. Let us start with glutinous rice, shall we? Ha, the detoxifying rice proves ineffective. How peculiar, you say she is dead, yet she retains her consciousness and can still articulate words. If a local zombie had claimed her life, she would only utter the tongue of the dead. But if this woman is merely poisoned, why does the glutinous rice fail? Suddenly, Lin Yu recalled the holy water, since the corpse poison stemmed from a Western. Thus, Western instruments should be employed. He retrieved a vial of holy water given by the priest, reputedly sourced from a sacred Western site, and thus quite precious. Having comprehended the Western system, Lin Yu found himself disdainful. This substance was merely diluted moonlight essence. What was so valuable about it? He dripped the holy water onto Annie's wound, and a sizzling, corrosive sound erupted, causing Annie to wail in agony. Lin Yu probed his magical essence into Annie's body, grimacing, so that's how it is, the holy water can eradicate the invading corpse poison, but the poison exists by parasitizing the blood. Fortunately, Annie's blood has not yet fully transformed into poison, or else she would be beyond saving. However, the predicament remained. The holy water had a burning nature, annihilating the poisoned blood would plunge the patient into severe anemia. Within Annie's body, only her heart contained human blood, the rest was tainted. Administering the holy water would obliterate all the poison, yet she would succumb to excessive blood loss, as that meager amount in her heart would be insufficient to sustain her entire body. Meanwhile, Aixing had dispatched the zombie with the cross sword, filled with rage as he transformed the creature into a smoking sieve. Help, Aixing, Au, Annie's father has also turned. Au fled into the room, the tavern owner trailing behind. Lin Yu sighed, Aixing, your father-in-law is beyond salvation, go assist Au, shall we see him off? Aixing anxiously exclaimed, Au, what about Annie, is there hope for her? Lin Yu shot him a scornful glance, pondering why he was more concerned for his seduced lover than his sister being pursued by a zombie. Are you perhaps the king of cuckoldry? Embarrassed, Aixing grasped his sword and rushed out to rescue others. Lin Yu contemplated for a moment, gazing at Annie and sighing, fortune has smiled upon you for encountering me. I shall exert effort to save your life. Whether it is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. Your father is no more, leaving you alone and desolate in this town." From his storage ring, he procured a strength-enhancing pill, channeling its potency into Annie's heart, followed by administering the small vial of holy water into her mouth. As if seared by flames, Annie began to wail in agony, and Lin Yu held her down firmly. Aishing and Aue successfully dealt with the tavern owner, and Lin Yu barked, "Why are you standing there? Quickly, assist in holding her down." Aishing stepped forward to restrain her hands, offering him an opportunity for heroism. "You possess an incredible strength, far greater." From his resting place, Lin Yu teased Aishing, with that starry-eyed gaze, "Could it be that you are genuinely infatuated? She was just violated by a zombie. If you truly save her, would you reject her?" Aishing was evidently in a mental struggle. Claiming he would not was a falsehood. After all, he had witnessed that scene firsthand, a moment that might haunt him for ages. Yet, Annie was undeniably one of the most beautiful women in Jiuquan town, and his feelings were genuine. She was not willing. She was bitten by a zombie, thus she is a victim. Aishing sought a rationalization he could accept. Lin Yu stroked his chin, nodding, "That is not incorrect. Given the disparity between you. In the past, a woman of her lineage would scarcely glance in your direction. But now, it is different. You have saved her life, and with her father gone, she will awaken alone in Jiuquan town. You might inquire if she is willing." Aishing cast a grateful glance at Lin Yu. However, his sister Aue felt a tinge of discontent, thinking, "Even if my brother is impoverished, he should not marry a woman who has lost her virtue." Yet seeing Aishing's entranced expression, Aue ultimately remained silent, lamenting her brother's folly. Ensnared, after a quarter of an hour, Annie finally endured the torment of fiery agony and regained a human breath. Lin Yu employed his magic to inspect her once more, confirming that the corpse poison had indeed been entirely eradicated. "Aue, come with me to the church." "Aishing, remain here to tend to the patient. Keep the sword for self-defense. Tonight is not safe." At the church, the Western priest had unfortunately been bitten. Fortunately, he had consumed the holy water, retaining some Western magical essence, allowing him to barely maintain control. When Jiu Shu and the others arrived, the priest was struggling to fend off a vampire with a cross, surrounded by the corpses of missionaries, the last one standing in a desperate battle. "Jiu Shu, I am sorry. We inadvertently released the devil," the Western priest lamented. As he faced impending doom, Jiu Shu shouted fiercely, drawing his sword to charge at the vampire. "Xianhe, you four, scour the church for the other zombies." Indeed, the church harbored numerous zombies. Many of the missionaries had transformed, and several had even escaped into the town. "Kill me, Jiu Shu, please kill me," the Western priest screamed frantically as he lost control. Jiu Shu kicked the vampire aside and affixed a talisman. Fortunately, the blue exorcism talisman proved effective, temporarily halting the onset of the corpse poison. Yet, why did the talisman fail against the Western zombie? Jiu Shu pondered, but the zombies would not afford him the luxury of reflection, charging at him once more. "How is this possible? The peachwood sword does not affect you?" Jiu Shu questioned his existence. "This is a millennium-old peachwood sword, comparable to the finest magical artifacts." The priest emerged from the basement, hoisting a massive wooden cross. "Jiu Shu, use this. If your artifacts were effective, you would not be waiting for me to rescue you. It was this very cross that once subdued the devil." "Is that so?" Chapter 44 of the Grand Display of Power by Taoist Qianhan Ninth Uncle, filled with Initially, the vampire exhibited a palpable fear of the cross, yet to their astonishment, it transformed into an Eastern zombie. Once it had morphed, it leapt about, arms outstretched, seemingly disregarding the cross entirely. Both Ninth Uncle and Father Yang were left dumbfounded. What manner of creature was this? How had it come into existence? Neither Ninth Uncle nor Father Yang possessed the understanding. The latter was merely a missionary, and this vampire had been. At that moment, a voice resonated from other parts of the church. "Shi Xiang, utilize the true fire of the sun, these zombies fear it." True fire of the sun, how does Taoist Qianhe know I cultivate with the true fire of the sun? However, he thought, but that won't do. I have yet to master it. Where would the true fire come from? Father Yang turned to him and inquired, "Ninth Uncle, what is the true fire of the sun?" As Taoist Qian had dispatched the lesser demons, he dashed into the cathedral, boldly declaring, "Dare to face my sword technique for vanquishing demons." The exquisite artifact, the Crimson Flame Sword, was wielded by Taoist Qianhe with an artistry that was nothing. Each arc of sword energy shimmered with faint golden flames, igniting the vampire upon contact, eliciting its anguished screams. Ninth Uncle watched with envy, exclaiming, "Shitty, what an impressive sword technique, where did you acquire this exquisite artifact?" Taoist Qianhe replied while engaged in, "It is said to be embedded with a red sun pearl, enabling it to unleash the true fire of the sun. What of you, Shi Xiang, do you not possess one? What is this nonsense?" Sinyumu and Au crafted an exquisite artifact? Ninth uncle thought to himself, feeling a mix of admiration and indignation. How could those two scoundrels exclude me from such a gift? Daoist Qian had declared, there is no need for assistance, I can handle this alone, you four should pair up and scour the town, do not leave any loose ends. Understood. Ninth uncle gazed in astonishment at the four, noticing that their swords were similar to mine is the exquisite crimson flame sword, theirs are the upper-grade red sun swords, embedded with red sun sand, which only produces a spark of the true fire of the sun. Ninth uncle felt a rush of blood to his head, muttering, so even southeast and southwest have them now? Before long, Lin Yu arrived with a Yu, asking, Master, observe as I unleash my might, just a few more strikes and I shall vanquish this foreign demon. Enough, I am feeling slightly distressed. Ninth uncle interjected, before he could speak further, Lin Yu hurriedly called out, wait, Shishu, do not kill him just yet. It is a rare opportunity to encounter a Western zombie, we must study it thoroughly to discern what might be effective against it. As he spoke, he produced a clove of garlic and approached. At about 10 meters away, the vampire began to dodge, seemingly repulsed by the scent of garlic. Ninth uncle and Daoist Qianhe were taken aback, asking, this creature fears garlic, Au, how did you know it was afraid of garlic? Au gestured, the priest told me during the day. Eh? Priest, you were bitten as well? Father Yang lowered his head in shame, confessing, we inadvertently unleashed the demon while reopening the church, endangering the people of Jiuquan town, perhaps this is the Lord's punishment for us. We owe you our gratitude, otherwise, our sins would be grave. Ninth uncle, I am nearing the point of losing control over my body, you must kill me, I do not wish to become a demon. Previously indifferent, Ninth uncle solemnly inquired, brother priest, is there truly no remedy? The priest shook his head, it would require a cardinal to purify the demonic poison, yet all the cardinals reside in the west. Lin Yu smiled, declaring, there is no need for such complications. I have a method of healing, priest, do not hasten to take your own life, allow me to deal with this vampire first. Turning his attention to the vampire cornered against the wall, Lin Yu brandished a silver cross sword, exclaiming, let us see how my fusion of Eastern and Western techniques fares. The vampire, terrified, dashed towards the wall. Realizing escape was futile, it lunged at Daoist Qianhe, who countered with a blast of sword energy, sending it reeling. With no way to flee and no strength to fight back, the vampire's eyes filled with profound fear. It instantaneously transformed into an Eastern zombie. Lin Yu observed with curiosity, how fascinating, what manner of creature is this? Not only can it shift forms, but it also retains its consciousness. Father Yang shook his head, this entity has been sealed beneath the church by the cross for 20 years. We have no knowledge of its origins. Ninth uncle reminded, Au, this creature has taken on the form of an Eastern zombie, employ the peachwood sword. Lin Yu chuckled, Master, this sword is not merely a Western cross. It is a unique weapon I forged by blending the characteristics of both Eastern and Western techniques, inherently possessing the power to repel and vanquish evil. With that, he thrust the sword into the vampire's thigh, careful not to pierce its heart. Indeed, the blade inflicted tremendous burning pain, causing the creature to wail in agony. At that moment, a figure burst through the window, launching a surprise attack on Lin Yu. Ninth uncle reacted swiftly, stepping in front, too long, is that you? With a roar, Humph, you have committed many evils, this fate is merely karmic retribution. Too long retained a semblance of consciousness, glaring at Ninth uncle with hatred. Without further ado, they engaged. Daoist Qianhe shouted, Shixiang, allow me to assist you. Outside the church, Daoist Sinyumu arrived riding a crane, warning, Shixiang, be cautious, that scoundrel Too Long is approaching. As his voice echoed, Daoist Sinyumu entered, wielding his long sword. The three great masters of Maoshan joined forces, not even a mere Too Long would stand a chance against them, let alone a golden-armored corpse king. Witnessing the formidable strength of the trio, Father Yang felt an overwhelming admiration for the might of Eastern sorcerers. Lin Yu turned his gaze back to the vampire cornered against the wall, presenting it with two choices, either consume this garlic, or I shall pierce you to death, choose one. The vampire seemed unable to comprehend the Chinese, prompting Lin Yu. This time, the vampire understood, furiously flailing its arms and taking to the air. Lin Yu smirked, do you think you can outfly me? With a flick of his wrist, the clove of garlic struck the airborne vampire, lodging itself squarely in it. The taste was undoubtedly more repulsive than that of excrement, especially as the garlic had been amplified 100-fold, emitting a hissing sound within the vampire's mouth. What is this? Were they not merely averse to garlic? Could it possibly inflict harm? Lin Yu glanced at Father Yang, who wore a look of disbelief. Au suddenly cried out, Au, be careful. Lin Yu turned just in time to see an ambush. Was this a last-ditch effort? With a cold snort, he executed a move reminiscent of a horse's retreat, using his sword as a spear, striking the vampire's heart directly. Bang! The vampire was obliterated by the overwhelming force of the blow. Chapter 45. Renowned. Upon hearing the sound of an explosion, Uncle Joe's heart raced with concern for Lin Yu's safety, prompting him to hastily withdraw from the battlefield simultaneously. Simu, engulfed by anxiety, unleashed a powerful attack. Daoist Qian. He quickly supported Simu, exclaiming, "Senior brother Simu, what are you doing? Go protect Dayu, I am unscathed." Indeed, he was unharmed, for he was shielded by a high-grade magical robe, and a reanimated dragon slayer could not wield spells to inflict harm upon him. The trio approached Lin Yu, discovering that he too was clad in a protective robe, radiating a soft white glow. Uncle Joe chastised, "What are you trying to prove? Were you not instructed to—" "We must not let our guard down." Thankfully, Ayu alerted us. Had I not gone out to investigate promptly, this Jiuquan town could have transformed into another Tung town. Uncle Joe nodded in agreement. Indeed, the sight— "We must leave no potential threat unaddressed." With that, he strapped on the Qi Yin sword and strode purposefully out of the church. Uncle Joe turned to Simu, saying, "Leave this to me. You should go as well." As Simu stood to leave, he cast a wary glance at the corpse of the dragon slayer, a practitioner from Maoshan known for his nefarious deeds, pondering the possibility of hidden treasures upon him. Curiously, he rummaged through the dragon slayer's belongings and retrieved a handwritten tome. Upon seeing the cover, Simu chuckled and tossed it to Lin Yu, exclaiming, "Ha, I knew there would be a reward. Ah, you, fortune smiles upon you." Without further ado, Simu exited the church. Lin Yu examined the book, discovering it contained the demon-slaying protective charm. Uncle Joe nodded with a smile. Indeed, this dragon slayer has flourished in the spirit realm for years, relying on the charm's ability to borrow power from heaven and earth. Lin Yu, puzzled, inquired, "But even our Qingqing lineage lacks such a secret technique. Does the dragon slayer possess an illustrious background?" Uncle Joe shook his head. "No, he is merely a descendant of the Maoshan corpse-reviving lineage, unworthy of such profound methods. However, his father was a direct disciple of Maoshan, which is how he acquired this handwritten legacy. Such private teachings are generally taboo, thus the dragon slayer has always identified as a rogue faction, wary of engaging with orthodox practitioners. Why does Maoshan not rectify this?" Lin Yu queried. Uncle Joe chuckled. "It seems Maoshan refrains from intervening, perhaps due to someone above taking his father's reputation into account, or perhaps the dragon slayer has not committed any grievous crimes." Lin Yu was incredulous. "Is borrowing a corpse's smoke not a crime?" Uncle Joe sighed. "It is, yet it is merely a manifestation of human greed. The spirit realm assesses extreme malevolence based on the wanton slaughter of innocents and consorting with malevolent entities." At that moment, the foreign priest beside them began to writhe in agony. "Uncle Joe, please kill me." Lin Yu then procured a strengthening pill, channeling his spiritual energy to infuse its potency into the priest's heart. He then uncorked the vial and forced the holy water down the priest's throat. "Ah. No, please." The priest was horrified, thinking, "Holy water is meant to vanquish demons. I am on the verge of becoming one myself. How can you make me consume it?" Yet, Uncle Joe asked, "Ayu, will this truly work?" Lin Yu nodded affirmatively. "I have already tested it." "Tested? With whom?" "It might take around 15 minutes to completely eliminate the corpse poison." Uncle Joe, unfazed, remarked, "It is of no consequence. Although this priest is a Western practitioner, he willingly sacrifices himself to slay demons, making him one of our own." The foreign priest was successfully saved and expressed profound gratitude to Uncle Joe and Lin Yu. "Uncle Joe, I must return to the West. This experience has taught me that preaching alone is insufficient. With demons arising, we require formidable exorcistic power. I shall return to the Holy Land to diligently train, aspiring to become a knight of the temple dedicated to exorcism." Uncle Joe expressed admiration, saying, "You have pioneered a new method of rescue. If we could learn it, we could save even more innocents." Lin Yu shook his head. "I fear that is not possible. This is a secret elixir of our Eastern mystical arts, and you Westerners will not be able to— Do not be stingy." Lin Yu sighed helplessly. "I can only provide you with one for self-defense. This will cure ailments and heal injuries. You would not be able to replicate it. By the way, I can share with you the principles behind the remedy." After hearing Lin Yu's explanation, the priest was awestruck. "Incredible! Ah, you are truly a genius. To devise so much upon encountering a demon for the first time is remarkable. This method is simply brilliant. I must report it to the Bishop of the Holy Land so that you may be rewarded." The priest, filled with joy, embarked on his journey home. Lin Yu speculated that with the primitive transportation methods of this era, the priest might not return to the Holy Land for at least 6 months. "Come quickly and look, these Taoists saved Jiuquan town. It was they who are the great heroes." The mayor and his son, who had allied with the zombies, were now the talk of the town. The townsfolk poured into the streets, recounting the harrowing events of the previous night, while those rescued by Taoist Qian He and his companions encircled them, elevating the disciples to the status of heroes. Lin Yu exchanged glances with Uncle Jiu, recognizing that those who walk the path of righteousness are aided by heaven, and Taoist Qian He indeed shares a bond with Jiuquan town. Lin Yu chuckled, relieved that there was no longer any cause for concern, as the battle had propelled Taoist Qian He's reputation to new heights. He mused that establishing a charitable foundation might not require any personal expenditure. Simu returned with exuberance, exclaiming, "Senior brother, Ayu, the townsfolk are discussing building a temple for Taoist Qian He." "So soon?" Just then, a Xing arrived with several officials from the town hall. They immediately grasped Uncle Jiu's hand, saying, "Uncle Jiu, we are grateful for your assistance in eradicating the zombies from Jiuquan town, as well as dealing with that wretched mayor and his son." "It is no trouble. As a disciple of the Maoshan orthodox path, it is my duty to vanquish demons." Uncle Jiu, the mayor's son, had purchased the distillery in town. Now that he is the distillery? Uncle Jiu was taken aback. "What was my purpose in coming to Jiuquan town? I unwittingly purchased a distillery for 200 taels, but I have no knowledge of business." Chapter 46, The conclusion at Jiuquan. You simply need to hire someone to manage it. He then turned to a Xing with a grin. "Hey, a Xing, would you be interested in doing business?" "Me?" A Xing felt as though he had been struck by a large. "I promised Annie that I would run the tavern with her well." Lin Yu scoffed. "Are you suggesting that you intend to become a son-in-law to Annie's family? Pa, a true man should have his own enterprise, don't you think? The more you hesitate, the less respect Annie will have for you." Ayu chimed in, "Brother, what Lin Yu says is not without merit. In the past, Annie looked down on you for being poor. If you manage the distillery well, at least you can call yourself a boss, and she won't dare to dismiss you." A Xing was quite tempted as he looked towards Jiu Shu. Jiu Shu thought to himself that since it was a free distillery, why not? "All right, a Xing, if you are willing, you shall be the manager of the distillery. If it profits, I will allocate you 20%, or even 30% of the shares." A Xing was overjoyed. "Thank you, master. I will surely make the distillery prosper." Jiu Shu, however, held little hope, thinking as long as he didn't ruin the business, that would suffice. Yu expressed her gratitude as well. "Brother, with the distillery to secure your livelihood, I can feel at ease returning with master to learn the craft." "What? You are leaving?" Ayu nodded firmly. "I have decided to accompany master to Rinjia town and dedicate myself to learning the ways of Maoshan, aspiring to become a heroine who vanquishes demons." A Xing felt a pang of sorrow, lamenting, "We promised to stay together, and now we must part." "Brother, it's all right. Jiuquan town is only 80 miles from Rinjia town. If you miss me, just come and visit. Once I master my skills, I can return to see you as well. Besides, you are already married. It would be inconvenient for me to stay with you." Jiu Shu interjected, "A Xing, your thoughts are too scattered. Perhaps you lack the affinity for cultivation. Being a worldly merchant is also a commendable path. Do not worry about Ayu. Once she completes her training, she will have her own journey to embark upon and cannot remain by your side forever." A Xing knelt before Jiu Shu, bowing deeply. "Master, I am eternally grateful for your kindness. Were it not for your rescue, Ayu and I would likely have perished long ago. I entrust her care to you henceforth." Jiu Shu nodded, gently lifting a Xing up. "Indeed, after this experience, you have matured. Strive to live well from now on. Your uncle Qianhe will settle in Jiuquan town. You may consult him if needed." The citizens of Jiuquan town elected an upright mayor and united to burn down the foreign church, as its location was deemed inauspicious. Consequently, Lin Yu employed Qi Yang-san to set up a blazing sun formation underground, capable of harnessing solar power to dispel the malevolent energy that arose daily. Jiu Shu assisted Qianhe in selecting an auspicious site on the outskirts of the town to establish a temple, while Lin Yu took charge of arranging the spirit. The townsfolk contributed both funds and labor, and within a mere 10 days, the foundation of the charitable establishment was laid, completing the construction within a month. At this juncture, Chen had truly grasped the vast. They had managed to pull together 8 precious spirit stones from the ethereal realm. He couldn't help but wonder if they had conspired together. It seemed wise to pursue a secondary profession for profit. Brother Lin could draw talismans, even producing blue talismans worth 10 silver dollars each. Brother Simu had mastered artifact forging, capable of crafting supreme magical tools that were even more valuable than spirit stones. Qianhe felt a wave of envy wash over him. Jiu Shu and the others did not linger, and after resolving the matter of the church 3 days later, they returned to Rinjia town. Inside Rinjia town, Zhou Sheng wore a frown as he tugged at Wen Kai's sleeve. Explain to me in detail how you cultivated, why have you managed to break through, yet I still cannot attain the status of a human master. Master previously said I would break through within a month. Wen Kai, busy directing the puppet oxen and horses in the fields, was thoroughly annoyed. Xiao Shang, after I captured your girlfriend, I broke through. Why not release her and try capturing her again? Don't even mention my girlfriend. Xiao Shang retorted angrily as he stormed off. Though he cursed, he couldn't shake the thought, could it truly be because of Xiaoyu? As he walked, he unconsciously found himself at the Hall of Rebirth, surrounded by jars containing spirits, a testament to Jiu Shu's yearly achievements, awaiting the 15th day of the 7th month when they gave. Upon seeing the jar belonging to Dong Xiaoyu in the front row, Xiao Shang felt a complex swirl of emotions. Hey, Xiaoyu, please stop haunting me, I am a Maoshan Taoist. Your presence has hindered my cultivation. The jar shook slightly, and Dong Xiaoyu's voice emerged from within. Xiao Shang, you heartless wretch, how am I haunting you while trapped in here? You blame me for your impure thoughts. Pa, how could someone like you even dare to pursue the path of cultivation? Xiao Shang found himself at a loss for words, even questioning if Xiaoyu had a point. Perhaps he truly was unfit for the way of cult. At that moment, the sound of a celestial crane echoed from the heavens. Jiu Shu and the others had returned. Xiao Shang hurried out to greet them. Master, senior uncle, big brother, you've returned? Oh, who is this? Jiu Shu smiled and replied, this is my newly accepted disciple from Jiuquan town, Ayu. This is your second brother, Xiao Shang. Hello, second brother. Ayu, possessing a composed demeanor and polite manner, greeted him. Xiao Shang's eyes lit up. Wow, a beautiful junior sister. P.S. Dong Xiaoyu pa, scoundrel. Lin Yu rolled his eyes. Alright, wipe that drool away. No need to be so pathetic. Xiao Shang. Before long, Wen Kai returned riding a puppet horse from the back mountain. Master, big brother, you're finally back. For the past few days, Xiao Shang has been pestering me. I suspect he has been possessed by a female ghost again. Ugh. Xiao Shang felt like spitting blood, glaring at Wen Kai. Wen Kai, what nonsense are you spouting? The moment Master returns, you rush to report me. Master, big brother, don't listen to his nonsense. I am merely feeling frustrated as to why I still cannot break through to human master. Master had previously said that if I practiced the Qingxin breathing technique for another month, I would succeed, yet it's almost been 2 months now. Jiu Shu and Lin Yu exchanged glances, both expressing their confusion. Indeed, there seemed to be an issue. However, when they each checked Xiao Shang's body with their powers, they found nothing amiss. As for whether Xiao Shang had been slacking, that was not in question. He had been quite diligent over the past month. Simu spoke up, senior brother, why not offer incense to inquire of the ancestral master? Jiu Shu nodded, very well. You, take your uncle Simu. Wen Kai, this is my newly accepted disciple, your junior sister Ayu, please show her to a suitable room. Xiao Shang, come with me to pay respects to the ancestral master. Simu, puzzled, asked, Ayu, what cultivation matters are we discussing? Do you have any questions? Lin Yu chuckled, heh, it's not that I have questions. Master intends for me to guide you in your practice. What, you, a mere child with lower cultivation than mine, how could I take guidance from you? Are you two jesting? Moments later, the sound of ecstatic exclamations erupted from Lin Yu's room. This is a windfall, a tremendous windfall, no wonder you were willing to craft a magical tool for that Ha, if he knew you had learned this, I wonder if he would feel envious to the point of pain. Lin Yu whispered, Uncle, Master means that this secret manual is known only to the 3 of us. No one else can know, including the junior brothers. Of course, Uncle understands the gravity of this. Quickly try to see if you can learn it. Simu pounded his chest, declaring, I, Simu of Maoshan, am a genius. How could I possibly fail to learn this? Well, your master could not fully grasp it. What, your master couldn't learn it? That is it then, if the senior brother cannot learn it, I certainly have no hope. Perhaps it's a matter of insufficient opportunity, Lin Yu explained. Simu regained a bit of confidence and calmed himself to begin studying, leaving him to his practice. Lin Yu stepped out of the bedroom and hung a sign indicating he was in seclusion at the door. Just then, he spotted Jiu Shu, whose expression was not quite cheerful. Master, did the ancestral master provide guidance? You seem somewhat displeased. Chapter 47 The Tragic Autumn of Qiuxing. Uncle Jiu, they haven't even, well, how could there be a heart knot? Uncle Jiu scoffed, the truth is as such, you little brat won't understand, matters of the heart are unrelated to physical intimacy. Lin Yu muttered softly, Master, you seem to be a virgin too. Do you truly understand? What are you mumbling about? Uncle Jiu delivered a sharp knot to Lin Yu's head. Lin Yu inquired, so, what is to be done about Qiuxing now? Uncle Jiu replied wistfully, the ancestor has said that Dong Xiaoyu is a ghost. It is simply impossible for the two to be together. How can he possibly resolve the heart knot? He then pondered, Master, could it be that Qiuxing's heart knot is in love? Perhaps if we send Dong Xiaoyu away during the Zhongyuan festival, he will be freed from it? Uncle Jiu sighed deeply, let us hope so that if that does not work, he will have no choice but to abandon his path of cultivation. In truth, Uncle Jiu understood well that once someone truly occupies a place in one's heart, it becomes exceedingly difficult to extricate them, particularly when it is the tender bloom of first love. Why Qiuxing fell for a female ghost at first sight remains a mystery, but it is an undeniable reality. Perhaps it truly validates the saying, love knows not its origin, yet it runs deep. After arranging a place for Lord Ren says we can begin sowing now. The question is, what shall we plant? Lin Yu smiled and praised him. I saw it from the sky on my way back. You've done well, Wen Kai. I plan to plant grains, tobacco, and fruit trees on the sunny side of the mountain, while the shady side will host tea trees and some shade-loving herbs. Wen Kai expressed his astonishment, so much? But senior brother, I only know how to cultivate grains, I am not versed in anything else. Furthermore, with such a large mountain, the puppet oxen and horses can only plow the land. They cannot sow or transplant seedlings. I cannot handle it alone. Lin Yu laughed heartily, do not worry, I will post a notice in town to recruit some temporary laborers, you will just need to oversee the work. I Wen Ti make you toil in the fields. Wen Kai sighed in relief, grateful for his senior brother's foresight, then I shall continue with the clearing. By the way, senior brother, can you check on the chicks and the little black dog? They haven't grown at all in over a month. Grow, it's only been a month, how much can they grow? Lin Yu chuckled, but upon visiting Wensai's breeding area, he was taken aback, they had not grown at all. How could this be? He examined each chick and the little black dog, finding no signs of illness. Why were they not growing? Hey, tell me why you aren't growing. Chirp, chirp, woof, woof. Lin Yu smacked his forehead and set the two down. Wait for me a moment. He closed his eyes and rummaged through his mind for knowledge on beast taming techniques. Beast language communication. This time, the sounds transformed in Lin Yu's ears into complaints and curses. The chick lamented, I'm always hungry and have to catch bugs myself, in this small space, how can there be enough bugs? The puppy whined, woo woo, I want meat. I'm starving. Lin Yu was puzzled. What, didn't Wen Kai feed you? No, I remember him being very responsible. Thus, Lin Yu threw a handful of glutinous rice, and the chicks began to feast frantically. The puppy barked even louder. Lin Yu went to the kitchen and tossed a piece of raw pork belly, prompting the two to compete for their meal. Moments later, the rice and pork belly were consumed entirely, and the two looked to Lin Yu once more. What? Still not enough? You two are so small, how can you eat that much? Lin Yu was astonished. Just now, the handful of rice was about the same size as the chicks, and the pork belly weighed 2 pounds. Did they truly have such big stomachs? Chirp, chirp, woof, woof. These mortal foods lack any spiritual essence, they are tasteless and Wen Ti fill me up even until tomorrow. What nonsense is this? Mortal food? Lin Yu finally understood that the chicks and puppy, synthesized by himself to 100-fold, had become spiritual beasts. Spiritual beasts require spiritual materials and meats, they either need to grow and learn to absorb spirit. With that thought, Lin Yu tossed out a handful of 100-fold glutinous rice. The chick, seeing a feast, dove right in. Moments later, after devouring the rice, the chick lay on its back, belly up, chirping, I'm so full. Woof, woof. The puppy protested incessantly. Lin Yu laughed, you're in luck, during the last beast tide, I gathered a batch of monster meat, including fox and yellow weasel meat. As for wolf meat, let's forget it. You closely related, don't catch any diseases. With a wave of his hand, he tossed a piece of yellow weasel meat. Save the leftover bones for me, I need them for me. Lin Yu chuckled, you may be small, but you have quite the appetite, let us see if you can finish it. Surprisingly, perhaps due to the low rank of the yellow weasel, the little black dog devoured it entirely. However, just like the chick, the puppy lay on its back, moaning, I'm so stuffed. Lin Yu, with a wry smile, stood up, thinking to himself, two little gluttons, one wanting hundredfold glutinous rice, the other craving spiritual meat. It was fine when they were small, but how will I afford to feed them as they grow? Shaking his head, he decided to take it one step at a time. In hindsight, he should have synthesized a large rooster directly, avoiding all this trouble. As for one Kai, he wondered if he would ever learn the beast taming technique. Arriving at the courtyard, Lin Yu reclined on a bamboo chair. Finally, I can enjoy a moment of peace. I plan to transform my rooftop into transparent glass. Wait, transparent glass? There's none for sale in town. Lin Yu smacked his forehead. I might as well forge it myself. Even if there were, it would be exceedingly expensive, sheer waste of money. Better to use my Samadhi true fire to forge a few magical tools, perhaps that will better absorb the essence of the sun, moon, and stars. With that thought, he promptly used Earth Escape to arrive at the riverside of Rinjia town. For short distances, Earth Escape was more convenient than the Spirit Crane. Crafting transparent glass requires high-quality river sand, but this posed no challenge for Lin Yu, who possessed the 5-element escape technique. With Earth Escape and Water Escape, he navigated the riverbed as if it were his own home. Chapter 48 Lin Yu confronts the demon Pa. What I seek is quartz sand suitable for glassmaking, not this cursed gold sand. An hour later, Lin Yu had traversed dozens of miles along the river, encountering beautiful pebbles and antique coins shaped like gold ingots, even stumbling upon 2 fist-sized meteorites, yet he could not find the quartz sand necessary for glass production. And here he was again, faced with gold sand. It's not that river sand is unusable, it contains quartz, but the impurities are too abundant, making purification laborious. Thus, Lin Yu hoped to discover a segment of high-purity quartz. Not only do I reject gold sand, but I wouldn't even accept a morsel of doghead gold today. I demand quartz sand. Lin Yu of Maoshan, can withstand this trial. Wait, what is that? As he burrowed underground, following the vein of gold sand, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Was that truly doghead gold? To think they would test me with this. Without hesitation, he delved deeper, waving his hand to collect the doghead gold into his Qiankuan ring, sparing not even a fragment of the gold sand vein. With the 5 elements escape technique perfected, he envisioned using the water escape to treasure hunt at the riverbed and the earth escape to mine. I might just be the foremost individual in the spirit realm. Lin Yu mused, perhaps the very first inventor of spells did so for the sake of convenience in life. With this thought, Lin Yu's spirits lifted considerably, and he decided not to rush in his search for sand. Whatever he encountered would suffice, treating it as a leisurely stroll near his abode. A scream echoed from the riverbed, and a protective white light emanated from his robe. A water ghost at the riverbed? Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a water ghost. Judging by its appearance, it likely drawn several years ago. There's more than one. Lin Yu activated his spiritual sight and was taken aback to find dozens of them densely clustered together, sending chills down his spine. What on earth is happening? Employing the water escape, Lin Yu returned to the shore to scrutinize the terrain, discovering a low mountain with a cliff by the river, or a dilapidated temple dedicated to. After a moment's contemplation, he surmised that these numerous vengeful souls were likely offerings made by nearby villagers to appease the river god. Realizing this, Lin Yu produced a high-grade magical artifact, the refined iron demon-slaying staff, which he had casually forged at the iron mine. Channeling his energy, the runes within the staff activated, causing it to rapidly extend into the water. Today, I shall emulate the great sage sun and stir the river and sea. With that, he gripped the staff tightly and began to churn the waters, summoning the river's demons to reveal themselves. The river below quickly formed a massive whirlpool. The swarm of water ghosts seemed compelled by some force. He chuckled to himself, a mere gaggle of minor spirits. They couldn't even tear through my robe, yet they dared to come to their demise. Considering that these might be the wronged villagers, Lin Yu refrained from annihilating them completely. Instead, he summoned a red jade ghost-catching gourd, crafted from 100 premium gourds and imbued with his unique techniques, possessing the ability to store and nurture souls. As dozens of water ghosts ascended, before they could even launch an attack, they were all swiftly drawn into the gourd. From below the water, it appeared as though the spirits were eagerly diving into the gourd themselves in a comical fashion. Bold thief, dare you disrupt my sacred waters? A creature with a human head and fish body leapt from the depths, brandishing it. Judging by its appearance, it resembled the idol atop the cliff's temple, presumably the deity itself. Lin Yu smirked, finally revealing itself. It was merely a large fish demon after all. Behold my demon-slaying staff. The iron staff did not revert to its original form. Instead, leveraging its length, he swung it directly at the fish demon above the water. Clang! The fish demon, wielding its trident, met the blow head-on and, instead, it used the recoil to propel itself upward towards the cliff, launching an attack on Lin Yu. Lin Yu awkwardly dropped the long staff, thinking to himself, does this little creature not realize I have not yet mastered the staff techniques? You little brat, Thinking you can subdue demons and exorcise evil after just a couple of days of training? Are you so frightened you've dropped your weapon, seeking to kneel and surrender? The fish demon taunted, now within 5 meters of Lin Yu. Unfazed, Lin Yu casually flipped his right hand, conjuring 3 blue 5 thunder talismans at command. Crackle, a series of sparks accompanied by lightning struck the trident, with 2 bolts hitting the fish demon squarely on its forehead. Lin Yu smirked, with talismans in hand. Why would I engage you in a direct confrontation? Am I not a wealthy master? How about my 5 thunder talismans? Do they not create a magnificent spectacle akin to the mighty thunder? The fish demon was already stunned by the electric shock, unable to utter a word. You call that magnificent? The 3-5 thunder talisman struck its face. Not only would a powerful demon be incapacitated, but even 3 would be momentarily stunned. The fish demon, born in water, had never encountered such a phenomenon. Thus, it found itself rapidly plummeting toward the water's surface. Lin Yu tossed out a rope, the handiwork of the future Maoshan young celestial master, a low-grade imitation of the binding immortal rope. You are the first to be bound. Happy. This was a premium magical artifact crafted from 1,000 bundles of grass rope. Due to its imitation nature, it could not extend indefinitely. However, aside from this limitation, it was unparalleled in even a horde of spirits could be ensnared by a rope of 100 meters, capturing dozens at once. Having learned from the previous encounter with the 200 demon beasts, Lin Yu had reinforced his equipment significantly. Should he encounter the golden armored corpse king again, this premium binding immortal rope would suffice to restrain the king for a time without the need for 3 earth masters to collaborate. Now, tell me, what is your origin? Why do you impersonate the river god and harm others? Who dares impersonate the river god? I am the river god. Lin Yu struck with a resounding slap. You. A river god reeking of demon energy, behave, or I shall roast you for dinner. The fish demon hissed. I ensure favorable weather for several nearby villages. What's wrong with consuming a person or 2 each year? I do not discriminate between young and old. The villagers willingly offer sacrifices. We both benefit. Lin Yu spat in disdain, delivering another slap. Demons harm and consume humans, and you dare to justify it? Disturbing the balance of yin and yang, consuming lives and capturing souls, each of these is a grave sin. I roughly counted, with over 40 water ghosts. Does this mean you have plagued this area for over 40 years, causing the demise of more than 40 individuals? The fish demon scoffed. Is 40 or so a lot? I have safeguarded 8 villages for 46 years, ensuring their prosperity. They thank me yearly with incense offerings. If not for my protection, they would suffer as those outside. In a decade, they would face famine and disease, losing half their population. Compared to my annual toll of 1, I have saved over 2,000 lives in those villages. You had best not meddle in my affairs. Release me now. I possess merits. If you harm me, beware of the wrath of heaven and earth. As it recounted its past, the fish demon seemed to regain its confidence, its tone turning haughty, even daring to threaten Lin Yu. At this moment, it believed itself to be the river god of this land. Chapter 49. Shall we wager a bet? Upon hearing the fish monster's explanation, Lin Yu scoffed at him. Have you finished indulging in your own self-importance? Do you truly believe yourself to be magnificent? At this very moment, do you consider yourself not merely a demon, but the guardian deity of this land? The fish monster, as if encountering a kindred spirit, nodded emphatically. Indeed, I am the guardian deity. With a resounding slap, Lin Yu mocked. Are you awake now, you vile Taoist? If you have the courage, do not strike my face. Oh, refrain from striking your face. Very well, let us choose another target. Why not summon the villagers and ask them whether I am a demon or a deity? Speak the harshest words while enduring the hardest blows. Such a deity. Indeed, Lin Yu chuckled. You are rather astute. You have deceived all the nearby villagers, and you wish for them to come and defend you, do you not? The fish monster huffed. What do you mean by deceiving? They are fully aware that I am a demon, yet they still bow and worship me as the river god each year. Are they not the ones mocking me? Regarding cunning and hypocrisy, no one can surpass humanity. I have accepted their offerings and ensured their bountiful harvests. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Lin Yu nodded, realizing that the fish monster, accustomed to the incense of humanity, had grasped a semblance of human nature and learned to argue. Very well, should I rely on my superior cultivation to slay you, I presume you would not accept it. Since there is nothing pressing today, let us engage in a debate instead. Since you acknowledge it as a mutually beneficial arrangement, does that not mean you and these villagers are not indebted to each other, correct? The fish monster pondered for a long while, only managing to stammer, unable to respond. Should he claim the common folk owed him, yet the time for sacrifice had yet to arrive this year. Did that mean he owed the villagers? Preposterous, how could a deity like him owe them anything? Finally, he stubbornly insisted, I have saved so many of them, they are the ones indebted to me. Lin Yu inquired curiously, if they owe you so much, why do you not collect your debts, you? This deity is not greedy, I require only one person from them each year. Lin Yu chuckled, so you possess a rather kind heart, this fish demon. How about a wager? What shall we bet on? On whether you should kill me? The fish monster contemplated for a long time, realizing that he was at the mercy of another, seemingly with no choice. Gritting his teeth, he agreed. Very well, how shall we wager? Lin Yu produced the ghost-catching gourd, declaring, you indeed do not owe the living villagers, for they are the beneficiaries of your grace and have survived. But what of those you have devoured? They were not all willing participants, the fish monster retorted angrily. You speak nonsense. This deity requires a willing sacrificial offering each year. They are all voluntary. If they were not entirely willing, I would not enslave them as water ghosts. Do you think this deity is unaware that disrupting the balance of life and death is a grave sin? Lin Yu shook the gourd. Will you wager? If even one of the souls within is not voluntary, then you are indeed a fish demon, not a river god. Exorcising demons and vanquishing evil is the duty of a disciple of Maoshan. The fish monster suddenly felt a twinge of apprehension, yet the binding rope reminded him that this was an opportunity. Let us wager. We shall both swear an oath to the heavens. I am currently bound by you, thus I do not trust you. Lin Yu smiled. Very well, should you indeed possess merit, what harm is there in sparing you? Both man and fish simultaneously swore their oaths to the heavens. Lin Yu casually released the 46 water ghosts, but alas, they were all bound by the fish monster's magic and did not recall their former lives. With a flick of his hand, he chanted the incantation of the Lingba Sutra. Primordial, profound and divine, the supreme chapter of Lingbao, the ultimate master of the mystical, 10 times for salvation. The resentment and malice emanating from the water ghosts were cleansed, and for half an hour, through Lin Yu's magic, most of the wronged souls gazed at the bound fish monster in astonishment, and a bold elder chastised, River God, how dare you bind the river god? The river god, filled with pride, exclaimed, see? Were they not willing, would they still defend me even after death? Lin Yu chuckled, pointing to 3 younger souls, but what of these 3, did they willingly offer themselves to him? The trio remained silent. The fish monster laughed even more arrogantly. Boy, do you see? Silence is consent. You have lost. Release me. From now on, we shall part ways, and I shall not hold it against you. At that moment, a young girl stepped forward. I did not. This year, our family drew the short straw. She still believed she had just died that year, but there were no elders in our family. My father passed away, and my mother alone supports me and my brother. If my mother dies, my brother and I will starve, but my mother could not bear to send us to our deaths, so she tried to escape with us. Our family of 3 was captured. The village chief bound my mother and brother, forcing me to admit that it was a voluntary sacrifice, but I truly do not want to die. I am 13 and can help my mother care for my brother and earn money. Lin Yu looked at the fish monster with a smile, noticing he had fallen silent. And what of you two? A middle-aged man and a young man responded. The middle-aged man, filled with resentment, said, who wishes to die when they can live? My son is only 3 years old. I have not even seen him grow up. Why was I the one to draw the death lottery? There are many elders in the village. The young man seethed. I do not wish to die. I am betrothed to the village chief's daughter, Ehua, but they say a toad wishes to eat swan meat. To prevent me from marrying Ehua, the village chief deliberately arranged for me to draw the death lottery. I know they conspired against me. It is not just me who knows, but many in the village are aware, yet they all coldly watch me, with those gleeful eyes, those eyes that wish for me to take my own life. I will never forget that feeling. I hate them. I hate all of them, including that ugly river god. Bah, an ugly fish demon. He is a pathetic river god. The entire village knows he is a fish demon, yet they still burn incense and vow to him, calling him the river god. They all deserve to die, not a single good person among them. Enough. The fish monster, furious and humiliated, shouted at the young man. He could no longer bear to listen. What he had taken pride in, the voluntary sacrifices, had turned out to be a mere farce orchestrated by humanity. The fish demon smiled sadly. Little Taoist, you have won, but remember, I did not lose to you. I did nothing wrong. I merely underestimated the hypocrisy and cunning of your kind. Lin Yu sighed, gathering the 40 or so wronged souls back into the gourd without offering any defense or attempting to quell their emotional outbursts. He simply collected them. Perhaps within the soul-gathering gourd, they would continue to curse the injustice of the world. Indeed, you did not lose. This wager has no victor. After a moment of silence, Lin Yu spoke solemnly. The heavens have their principles. How can one recklessly intervene simply because of a modicum of power? The clouds aiding rain and regulating the seasons are not actions exclusive to you. We human cultivators can likewise pray for rain and dispel disasters, yet we seldom intervene actively, for natural disasters are the heavens' reckoning of humanity's karma. Those who appear to perish from various calamities are, in truth, merely reaping the fruits of their own karmic retribution. It is all part of the cleansing of cyclic karma. To forcibly interfere with another's karma and disrupt the natural order not only yields no benefit but is also a transgression. The fish monster spat disdainfully. "Pa, and what of the children abducted and killed by wicked men? What of the women slain for being weak? Are these also the heavens' reckoning?" Lin Yu laughed heartily. "These are merely the internal conflicts of humanity, a cycle of good and evil where one kills the other. There are natural laws governing the heavens. What need have you to meddle?" The fish monster retorted. "Humph, regardless, I am in your grasp, thus you hold the upper hand." Though he spoke defiantly, his eyes could not help but frequently glance. Lin Yu teased, "Do you despise them, those humans who have mocked you? Do you wish for revenge, to slay them?" Chapter 50 Effortlessly acquired. The fish monster shook its head nonchalantly, its eyes devoid of struggle. Lin Yu applauded, exclaiming, "Bravo, although you are a fish demon, I must admit I hold you in higher regard at this moment. Your ability to let go of everything truly embodies the demeanor of a great sage who has attained enlightenment." With a cold snort, each year's calamity will gradually instill in them the essence of despair. Ah, how convenient, wasn't that supposed to be the essence of enlightenment and letting go of hatred? Lin Yu scoffed, "I misjudged you. You remain that wretched fish demon." Lin Yu shot at a disdainful glance, taunting, "Do you really think that by masquerading as a river god and setting rules for the nearby villagers, you can toy with these humans at will? And escape the retribution of the heavenly law? Ha, in the end, not only will you gain no merit from the heavens, but you will also be played for a fool by mere mortals. Truly a monumental failure. Enough, if you wish to kill me, then do so, but I do not require your humiliation," the fish demon bellowed, its face flushed with anger. Lin Yu replied sternly, "Of course, I intend to kill you. You disturb the natural order, bear karmic debts, ensnare souls, and command water ghosts. Each of these offenses warrants your demise. As a disciple of Maoshan, slaying demons and eliminating evil is my sacred duty. However," he continued, his tone shifting to a more lecherous demeanor, "given that you have been running rampant here for over 40 years, I can only assume you have amassed quite a fortune. Since you are destined to die, why not part with your treasures and let them be of use to me?" The fish monster was taken aback by this righteous figure revealing such a mercenary side. With a cold snort, it surprisingly nodded, "Though you ramble, you are not entirely insufferable, unlike other righteous cultivators who immediately shout for bloodshed, as if demons are inherently deserving of death." Lin Yu was infuriated. "I ramble? You dare to accuse me of rambling? If it weren't for the need to make you see the truth and accept your fate willingly, would I bother to engage in this discourse with you? I could end your life with a single strike." With a dismissive glance, the fish monster replied, "I have no desire to confront this truth, so do not expect me to owe you any favors. Fine, in light of your treasures, I shall not hold your past offenses against you." Ha ha ha. When one seeks, they often find, and yet I stumble upon this without effort. I have searched long for quartz sand, and here you are, having constructed a rudimentary crystal cave beneath the water? Is this an innate attribute of aquatic beings? With transparent crystals for crafting, what need have I for quartz sand? Hey, you strange fellow, why are you staring blankly at my doorframe instead of admiring the treasures of gold, silver, and luminous pearls within my cave? The fish monster inquired, perplexed. Lin Yu shot back, "Humph, what do you know? Gold, silver, and luminous pearls are the trappings of the mundane. I require crystals for my craft, and now I declare—" "Really?" Lin Yu exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement. The fish monster, with an air of disdain, decided against entering its home, stretching its neck and saying, "Well then, my home is right here, it is all yours. Hurry and kill me, I wish to see those wretched humans no longer." "Ah," Lin Yu mused, "your readiness is so generous, and with such a grand gift, I find myself somewhat reluctant to strike." The fish monster mocked, "You wouldn't dare let me go, would you? Slaying demons is a deed of merit. Humans are truly hypocritical." Lin Yu shot a disapproving glance and produced a statue of Guanyin Bodhisattva, declaring, "Do not say I lack compassion, here is your opportunity. Sincerely repent before the Bodhisattva, and then take your own life. The judgment of your deeds shall be decided by the Bodhisattva after death." The fish monster retorted, "Isn't the one who resides in the I am kindly offering you this chance, and yet you nitpick? Here, take your trifling weapon and hasten your demise, do not delay my treasure hunt." He returned the fish monster's three-pronged spear to it, thinking, "Do I not know that Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva presides over the underworld? But they do not know me, at least Guanyin Bodhisattva has some familiarity with my visage. I am kindly offering you a backdoor, can't you see the difference?" The fish monster grumbled internally, "What the hell is this trifling spear? It's my three-pronged spear." Despite cursing Lin Yu 1,000 times in its heart, it obediently knelt before the statue, sincerely recounting its life without concealing its ugly schemes. Lin Yu rolled his eyes, thinking, "Do you think the heavenly law is a fool? Trying to play tricks on the heavenly law, alas, encountering me might be fate's way of dealing with you. I, the future little celestial master of Maoshan, am indeed a true child of the heavenly law." Without waiting to see if the bodhisattva would respond, it took its spear and pierced its heart. Hey, why the rush? Are you eager to be reborn? Lin Yu was speechless. Cough, well, I suppose there is no fault in that. It is indeed eager to be reborn. Afterward, Lin Yu also bowed before the statue, stating, Bodhisattva, with your keen insight, I entrust this. Sitting cross-legged, he began reciting the Taoist rebirth incantation, the supreme command, I summon your lonely soul, all spirits and phantoms, may the four lives receive grace, those with heads shall be guided, those without shall ascend, whether by spear or sword, or by water or rope. Whether death is, kneel before my platform, let the Bagua shine, stand firm and step forth, transcending to another realm. Fish demon, I shall recite for you to transcend, be at ease on your journey. I shall gladly accept your body, and perhaps prepare a fish soup for my master. The fish skin may serve as protective armor, oh, and the demon core should not go to waste. After a lengthy chant, the essence remained. You must depart, and I shall take care of your affairs. I in the unseen realm, the light of the underworld descended upon the fish demon, its soul departing from its body, embarking on the path of rebirth. Yet upon hearing Lin Yu's intentions to consume its flesh and use its skin, it seethed with rage, damn you, thank you very much. Not wishing to remain in this world for another second, the fish demon dove headlong. In death, the fish demon revealed its true form, transforming into a massive, elongated blue fish. Lin Yu marveled, to have evolved into such a formidable demon, this blue fish is nearly the size of a small whale. One fish could sustain us for half a month, I wonder if its meat will be tough given its age? The fish demon gathered all useful items into its spatial ring, then went to retrieve a section of the crystal vein at the cliff's base. Lin Yu ceased his flight technique, riding his spiritual crane while humming a tune as he returned to the ancestral hall. Ah, it has grown dark without my notice, I wonder if Master is worried about my absence? The sky twinkled with stars, and just as the Taoist priest Simu was about to give up after a day of meditation, he suddenly felt a surge of starlight entering his being. Ha ha ha! Taoist, I have succeeded! The sound of jubilant laughter echoed from the ancestral hall. Chapter 51 The low-key Uncle Gio. Lin Yu stealthily returned to the ancestral hall, intending to head straight to the kitchen, but was caught off guard by Uncle Gio, who was sitting upright in the living room. You've returned? Do tell, where have you been? Ahem, Master, are you still awake? I merely went to gather some materials for refining. Uncle Gio remained silent, simply, I didn't expect to encounter a fish demon, so I brought back some ingredients for you. Uncle Gio raised an eyebrow and rose to inspect the courtyard. Uncle Gio nodded, finally breaking into a smile. Very well, once you have refined the materials, be sure to install one in my room as well. And now, let us prepare some fish soup. Oh, and grilled fish should be delightful too, I shall call Wen Kai to assist you. Lin Yu's lips twitched. Are you sure you can eat all that? Uncle Gio retorted, you vanish for an entire day, not a trace to be found, and you think I could possibly eat? Ahem, Master, I shall show you a splendid culinary display. High-quality ingredients often require the simplest of cooking methods, a large pot stew. Lin Yu promptly set up a substantial northeastern stove in the side courtyard, envisioning everyone gathering around the pot to enjoy fish and soup together. Wow, it smells amazing! Wen Kai and Yu exclaimed, their eyes glued to the steaming pot. In the breeding yard, the chicks and puppies were incessantly chirping and barking. Lin Yu instructed Wen Kai to let them out, reasoning that since the puppy enjoyed gnawing on bones, it deserved a feast tonight. Ah, it smells so good, why didn't you call me for a late-night snack? Taoist Simu, rolling up his sleeves, emerged from his room. Uncle Gio chuckled, Junior brother, weren't you in seclusion? I could hear your hearty laughter from across the courtyard. I thought you were too engrossed in your cultivation to notice your hunger. Taoist Simu replied proudly, I may be a tad behind my senior brother, lacking the mastery of true fire, but I have focused on body refinement. Simu grinned, however, I have stumbled upon a secret. A body refinement can cleanse the marrow, enhancing one's aptitude over time. Just now, I inadvertently broke through and am now at the 5th level of Earth Master. In no time, I shall catch up to your 7th level. Ha, Yu, did you concoct this delightful feast? The novelty of dining around the stove intrigued him. What have you stewed that smells so divine? Lin Yu lifted the pot lid and distributed 5 long-handled ladles among the group. By a fortunate twist of fate, I procured a large catfish. Come, everyone, take a taste, each of you can serve yourself with a ladle, whether for meat or soup. This is quite nourishing. Master, you first. Uncle Gio, visibly pleased, accepted a ladle and filled a bowl with fish soup. No need for formality, let us all partake together. Only then did everyone. Uncle Gio savored a generous mouthful, relishing the delectable flavors that lingered on his palate, accompanied by a subtle aura of spiritual energy. Junior brother, you must continue to strive in your cultivation. Not long ago, I also made a minor breakthrough and am now at the 8th level. Really? Simu gasped, nearly dropping his ladle into the pot. Uncle Gio playfully Senior brother, according to the rules of Maoshan, one must ascend to Celestial Master by the age of 40 to have a chance to return and inherit the sect. You were 37 this year, and with your 8th level, you stand a good chance. The position of sect leader of the Upper Qing. Uncle Gio gestured for silence. We must remain low-key. It is imperative to learn humility. There is still our senior brother Shijian in the Upper Qing lineage, who is reportedly at the 9th level of Earth Master. At 39, he is quite likely to inherit the position and restore the prestige of our sect. Simu scoffed lightly. I concede he possesses remarkable talent, but each level is a formidable hurdle. To break through to Celestial Master in a year, senior brother, I am not referring to you. Your righteous nature makes it seem effortless to advance a level each year. Uncle Gio shot him a disapproving glance. Simu, while we may not be particularly close to Shijian, we are ultimately part of the same Upper Qing lineage, all disciples of the same master. As long as we can restore the prestige of the Upper Qing lineage, it matters not who becomes the sect leader. I have been stalled at the 7th level for 2 years. Without the spirit gathering formation set up in the ancestral hall, I would not have broken through so swiftly. Advancing a level each year is no simple feat. It is not akin to eating or drinking. The spiritual essence of heaven and earth is becoming increasingly scarce. Simu pouted and retorted, why fear the dwindling spiritual essence? Now we have, junior brother, focus on your meal. Uncle Gio, after all, it presented an additional opportunity. Lost in thought, he glanced at his promising disciple, Linyu, realizing all of this fortune stemmed from him. Ayu, why are you in a daze? Why aren't you eating? Master, uncle. Linyu snapped back to reality. I just suddenly thought of a brilliant idea. Perhaps we could incorporate our meals into our cultivation. Are you referring to the demon beast meat in this pot? It's not something we can have every day. Moreover, once consumed, we still need to return to cultivate and refine it. The novice Ayu timidly asked, Uncle, is this demon beast meat? What does refining entail? Uncle Gio chuckled, the flesh of a demon beast that has undergone years of cultivation is imbued with spiritual essence. For mortals, it enhances strength and fortifies the body. For cultivators, it can be refined and absorbed to harness that essence. The technique I taught you this afternoon, the Upper Qing breathing technique, is the foundational method of our Maoshan cultivation. Ayu replied sheepishly, Master, I have yet to sense the spiritual essence. Oh? Is that so? No matter, consuming the meat will bolster your strength. Linyu produced a handful of glutinous rice and tossed it to the chicks, who hesitated, eyeing the rice and then the fish meat discarded by the puppy, before decisively opting for the latter. Chickens can eat meat too, alright, everyone gets a share, no stealing. Linyu kicked each of them lightly and waved to collect the wasted rice from the ground. Uncle Gio observed the rice and exchanged a glance with Simu before turning to Linyu with a serious expression. Ayu, you wouldn't be suggesting we eat glutinous rice as our staple from now on, would you? I must inform you, that is unacceptable. One Kai, confused, stuffed with fish meat, chimed in, Master, why can't we eat glutinous rice? It's quite delicious. Uncle Gio shot him a glare. Adults are speaking. Children should refrain from interrupting. Turning back to Linyu, he intently asked, Ayu, do you understand my meaning? Unable to contain his, surely I am aware of this taboo. Rest assured, I have no intention of competing with the common folk for their grain. At most, I would purchase some to assist in slaying demons. Uncle Gio snorted. He simply did not wish to compete with mortals for their sustenance. Cultivation was meant to accumulate virtue, not to plunder the livelihood of the common people. Such actions would tarnish one's character. Linyu continued, initially, I thought, since we cannot seize grain, what about other things? Hence, I sought assistance from Lord Ren to plant tobacco and tea leaves on the back mountain. Tobacco? Tea leaves? Are you suggesting? Both Uncle Gio and Simu's eyes lit up simultaneously. Chapter 52, as simple as eating and drinking, Linyu said. In a short while, he emerged with a bundle of tobacco leaves and a box of tea. Uncle Gio favored pipe tobacco and often purchased several bundles of fine tobacco leaves to store in the warehouse. Master, please try this tobacco leaf and see if it surpasses your previous ones by 100. Linyu, ever considerate, cast a fire ignition spell to assist in lighting it. Simu, with a smile, praised, good lad, your control over the fire ignition spell is exquisite, allowing it to serve as a match. Truly a prodigy. Now, could you fetch me a pipe as well? I'd like to enjoy a few puffs of fine tobacco. Linyu handed over the box of tea, saying, Uncle, since you don't smoke, there's no need to imitate. Why not try some tea instead? Simu examined it and exclaimed, "What, is this all there is?" Lin Yu chuckled wryly. "This is indeed 100-fold worth of tea leaves. It's remarkable to have even this few pieces." This was merely a few fragments synthesized from 100-fold of tea leaves. Kai, ever dutiful, set aside his bowl and rushed to pour the tea, demonstrating his unwavering filial piety. Uncle Jiu and Simu, one exhaling clouds of smoke while the other sipped tea with grace, exchanged delighted remarks. "Good lad, this is indeed useful," they exclaimed in unison. "Are not the tobacco leaves and tea leaves treasures of heaven and earth?" Simu added in astonishment, "Not only is it useful, but this tea also offers benefits for refreshing the mind and calming the spirit. Kai, henceforth, when you practice your martial arts and meditate, start with a cup of good tea." Kai scratched his head, replying, "Uncle, I'm not fond of tea." Simu slapped his hand down, retorting, "Just obey. I'm doing this for your own good. Drinking tea before cultivation will enhance your intellect." Kai nodded, albeit skeptically. Uncle Jiu glanced at the remaining tobacco leaves in his hand and asked, "How many do we have left?" Lin Yu responded, "The 2 bundles of tobacco leaves in the warehouse yielded just this little." Uncle Jiu felt a pang in his heart. It truly was a costly endeavor. With 100-fold synthesis, the single-leaf wound tea lasts even an hour of smoking. Lin Yu reassured him, "Master, fret not, once we cultivate the land behind the mountain, we won't have to worry about such matters. Besides, I've acquired quite a bit of wealth from the fish demon. Purchasing fine tobacco and tea should still be feasible." Simu nodded in satisfaction. "That I shall trouble you, you." Lin Yu grinned, "Master, uncle, do you think this is the end? What more is there?" With a triumphant tone, Lin Yu replied, "I hadn't initially considered this. It was only when I was dealing with the bamboo leaf tea at Simu's place that the thought struck me. Today, I realized our previous ambitions were far too limited. Otherwise, Master would have long since ascended to the rank of Celestial Master." The two were incredulous, wondering how ambition was related to their current situation. Lin Yu pointed towards the well in the courtyard and proclaimed, "What is the It is not grain, nor tobacco, or tea leaves, but water. What if we had a spiritual spring?" "What?" Uncle Jiu and Simu were rendered speechless. After a moment, Simu, regaining his composure, placed his teacup on the stove and lamented, "We 3 combined are a pair and a half of fools. We have squandered 2 years of cultivation." Lin Yu chuckled, "In truth, it hasn't been that long. My current realm as a human master doesn't allow for much." Simu nodded. "Tomorrow, I shall bring Jialu over. Senior brother, may we, as master and disciple, reside in your temple for a while?" Uncle Jiu laughed heartily. "Junior brother, I would welcome you and Jialu to stay by my side indefinitely. Tomorrow, I shall head to town to hire workers and begin expanding this temple, creating more courtyards." Having eaten to his fill, Kai, bewildered, inquired, "Senior brother, what is a spiritual spring?" Uncle Jiu nearly covered his eyes in disbelief. Was this truly his disciple? After years of training, he remained unaware of such fundamental knowledge? "You misheard, we are speaking of hot springs." Lin Yu shot him a glance, thinking to himself that tomorrow, Yu had been quietly eating, unable to comprehend the conversation, but she understood that it implied Master Brother had a way to assist everyone in their cultivation. The group continued their communal feast late into the night, dispersing only when the hour grew late. Upon returning to his room, Lin Yu finally had the opportunity to tally his gains. He planned to present a portion of the gold, silver, and jewels to his master the next day for the temple's daily expenses, with a focus on refining the crystal skylights. "Let me see if the fish demon has any." To his surprise, Lin Yu discovered a pearl among the fish demon's collection, an exquisite magical item, the water avoidance pearl, capable of repelling water within a 2-meter radius. It must have belonged to a cultivator preparing to exterminate demons, only to be ambushed in the end. This item was of no use to him. He decided to gift it to Kai as a toy. Lin Yu was genuinely kind to Kai. He bore no ill feelings towards his perceived foolishness and always thought of him first in matters of fortune, a testament to Kai's hard work over the years. A mid-grade magic sword, it was damaged, alongside several worthless magical items. Ugh, all of it was rubbish. Did the fish demon have a penchant for gaudy treasures? Only this harpoon seemed to hold some promise. It possesses the ability to part water, a water-parting harpoon. Lin Yu examined it with excitement, discovering water-parting runes inscribed within its structure. This technique was absent from the foundational crafting methods of Maoshan. Ha ha! This single rune is worth more than that pile of garbage. Having organized everything, Lin Yu dedicated himself to crafting, remaining indoors for 3 consecutive days. On one of those days, Yu joyfully informed Uncle Jiu, "Master, I sense the spiritual energy. I truly felt it. Furthermore, I have mastered the upper clarity breathing technique. It seems I have cultivated some magical power within me." "Really?" Uncle Joe, astonished, assisted her in checking, unable to refrain from nodding in approval. Very good, very good. Your aptitude is remarkable. You have entered the threshold in just 3 days previously. When I had you practice foundational martial arts, that was akin to the realm of a novice disciple. Now, having learned the breathing technique, you have successfully stored a trace of magical power in your dantian, elevating you to the realm of a sorcerer. From now on, practice martial arts in the morning, study and draw talismans in the afternoon, and practice breathing techniques in the evening. Once your magical power accumulates to 100 traces and condenses into a single stream, you will attain the first heaven of human master. Only upon reaching the first heaven of human master can you be officially accepted into the Maoshan sect. An ordinary person would require a month to reach this stage. Zhouxing and Jialu have decent aptitudes, yet it took them half a month to enter. Your 3-day achievement undoubtedly marks you as a genius. How does that compare to Master Brother? He is not of this world. What? Master Brother Lin Yu is not of this world? Could he be a demon? No, he is certainly human. However, his talent for cultivation is monstrous. Uncle Jiao thought to himself, mocking, even demons pale in comparison to Lin Yu. By his own words, what do they call it? Oh yes, hanging on the wall. I have no idea what that means. Several days later, Run Tingting came to the mortuary to find Lin Yu. Uncle Jiao, I have something to discuss with him. Wen Kai was busy with farming, and Yu hurried to open the door, exclaiming, wow, such a beautiful sister. Master, who is this? Uncle Jiao smiled. Tingting, this is my newly accepted disciple, Yu. So you are Sister Tingting. I have heard much about you from Master Brother. Oh, what did Yu say about? I'll take you to find Master Brother. He has been lounging by the pond in the backyard, sunbathing and napping lately. This guy is idling about under the sun instead of seeking me out? He even deceived me into thinking he was busy cultivating. Just wait until I deal with him. Yu added, oh no, Master Brother, I didn't mean to betray you. Watching Ren Tingting stomp off towards the backyard, now I have to help you bear the brunt of the blame. Chapter 53 The Three Like Divine Water. Oh, my three like divine water. Lin Yu gazed up at the sky, his heart lamenting as if he had missed out on a fortune. Just a few days ago, he had finally perfected the three like divine art, enabling his body to autonomously operate, ceaselessly absorbing the energies of the sun, moon, and stars. The Supreme Clarity Grand Scripture's three like divine art elevated Lin Yu's cultivation speed to an extraordinary level. He felt akin to an invisible black hole, perpetually drawing in the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth. His terrifying rate of advancement meant that what took others 1 or 2 years to achieve, he could accomplish in merely a month. Not long ago, he had just attained the 3rd level of Earth Master in Four Eyes Abode, and now, in less than 20 days, he was already on the verge of reaching the 4th level. So why was Lin Yu in such a state of despair? It was because he had come to understand that condensing the three like divine water was a protracted endeavor, requiring a century. A century? Lin Yu chuckled bitterly to himself. By then, he would have long since attained immortality. Yet, this was the reality, a divine product of the primordial world. The three like divine water was formed over countless years during the convergence of heaven and earth. A century is indeed a brief span in this age of decline, but wait, I have a cheat. With a sudden realization, Lin Yu smacked his forehead, chiding himself for his foolishness. Rising to his feet, he cupped his hands and began to channel the three light powers using the secret methods of the divine art. Though it was daytime, the starlight and moonlight were not entirely absent, merely obscured by the sun, invisible to the naked eye. At dawn and dusk, one could witness the harmonious brilliance of the sun and moon. When the morning star or Venus accompanied them, the confluence of the three lights was considered a fortuitous omen. Many places still maintain the tradition of holding weddings at dusk, as it is a propitious time when the sun and moon converge, symbolizing the union of yin and yang. Returning to the matter at hand, Lin Yu soon manifested a three-colored orb of light in his palm, spinning rapidly, gaining speed until, after half an hour, it transformed into a fist-sized translucent sphere, reminiscent of a child's soap bubble. This was the essence of the sun, moon, and stars. If he could compress this into a single drop, it would become the three like divine water. 100 years, requiring the daily condensation of such an orb, accumulating countless bubbles until they coalesced into a single drop? Alas, in the timeless primordial world, a century was nothing, but here, it was different. Let's give the cheat a try, Lin Yu mentally intoned, 100 times synthesis. Feeling his internal energy rapidly deplete, he watched as countless rays of light converged towards his palm. The bubble he held shrank quickly, condensing until it became a thick-walled bubble the size of a mung bean. This was promising. This cheat-like synthesis seemed to consume Lin Yu's energy akin to refining. In just this brief moment, the synthesis of the three lights equated to Lin Yu's efforts over 100 days. Lin Yu mused, if 100 times synthesis was effective, then what about 1,000 times synthesis? Wait, my energy is running low. I must replenish it first. Without moving his hands, Lin Yu chanted, "Heaven and earth are boundless, grant me your power." Lin Yu inhaled deeply, swallowing it all, instantly replenishing his energy. This was the secret incantation of Maoshan the Taiji to dispel sins and slay demons, a protective spell. Unfortunately, it could only be invoked once a day, and the borrowed energy could not be used for cultivation. Lin Yu chuckled. He never used borrowed energy for cultivation, but rather employed it on the spot, like now. Mentally affirming, 10 times synthesis. Adding to the previous 100 times, that amounted to 1,000 times synthesis. Within him, the energy surged like a great whale drinking from the sea, swiftly drawn into the egg-sized bubble formed by his hands. A single crystalline droplet appeared, no larger than a sesame seed. Even under the blazing sun, the small droplet seemed poised to rival the sun's brilliance, faintly shimmering with flowing starlight. It worked, though it was not quite a full drop. It was indeed effective. By this measurement, it should be termed a small bead of divine water. Dozens of these beads would coalesce into a full drop. With 1,000 times synthesis performed daily, he could condense a full drop within a month. 100 years reduced to a mere month. Ha ha ha, from now on, in the spirit realm, I shall be known as the cheat immortal. But alas, my energy is depleted. Why am I feeling so dizzy? Are you intentionally avoiding me? Just then, Rentingting approached. Spotting Lin Yu lost in thought by the pond, she angrily twisted his ear, unaware that he was on the brink of unconsciousness from exhaustion and had no strength to respond. Hey, what's wrong? Don't faint on me. As Rentingting twisted his ear, Lin Yu suddenly collapsed forward, startling her into stumbling as she rushed to catch him. However, Lin Yu felt as heavy as one who had lost their senses, tumbling into the pond along with the tiny bead of water. By the time Uncle Joe arrived at the scene, the pond was in turmoil, swirling with colorful mist beneath the surface. Numerous fish leaped about, and the lotus roots grew rapidly, soon covering half the water's surface. Several budding lotus flowers shot up swiftly from the depths. To the astonished gazes of Uncle Gio and the others, the lotus flowers bloomed rapidly, each exuding a gentle radiance. Simu exclaimed, "Master, could these lotus flowers have transformed into spiritual plants?" Uncle Gio nodded. The aura enveloping the lotus flowers indicated they were indeed spiritual flora. How did this happen? Simu questioned, perplexed. Rentingting, in the water, anxiously shouted, "Hey, Uncle Gio, he's unconscious." Good heavens, this girl can't swim. The pond was only thigh deep, she could simply stand up, yet she had nearly choked on a few mouthfuls of water. Just as Uncle Gio was about to leap in to rescue them, Simu stopped him, saying, "Brother, let me handle this. I excel at water escape techniques." Simu jumped directly into the pond, swiftly retrieving Lin Yu and Rentingting. Upon seeing Rentingting soaked to the skin, Uncle Gio pulled out a paper crane from his pocket, quickly casting a spell. There is something urgent at home." The paper crane took flight to deliver the message. "Brother, do I even need to say, that rebellious disciple is certainly up to, you look after him personally. I'll handle Tingting. You will return shortly." Seeing herself drenched, Rentingting felt a bit embarrassed. "Uncle Gio, is Ayu ill? Why was he standing by the water and fainting?" "If I hadn't arrived in time, it would have been too dangerous." Uncle Gio reassured her, "Don't worry, he merely exhausted himself from training. It's nothing serious. Tingting, go to Ayu's room and find some clothes to change into. You wouldn't want to catch a chill." Rentingting waved her hand. "It's fine, Uncle Gio, it's summer. I actually feel warm all over. Your pond water is quite sweet, though I choked on." "Tingting, since you enjoy this pond so much, why not treat it like a hot spring? It's beneficial for your health." Uncle Gio held a favorable view of his future daughter-in-law, who wouldn't be moved by her willingness to save Lin Yu despite choking on water. Is that all right?" Rentingting blushed, feeling shy at the suggestion of a hot spring. Uncle Gio chuckled, "You are not an outsider. This place is also your home. No need to be polite. Rest assured, no one will disturb you. I'll go check on Ayu." In the past, when Lin Yu fell into a deep slumber, Uncle Gio and Simu never intervened, letting him enjoy a full day's rest. But this time was different. Lin Yu had refined a powerful body-replenishing pill that could restore his strength and vitality. Simu quickly pulled out a medicine bottle and fed Lin Yu a pill. When Uncle Gio arrived, Lin Yu was just regaining consciousness. You little rascal, explain what happened. Once again breaking the rules, you better confess and kneel before our ancestor." Lin Yu grinned, "Master, Uncle, I'm afraid that once I tell you, you won't want to punish me anymore." Chapter 54. The job is here. Upon hearing Lin Yu's account, both Uncle Gio and Simu were left speechless. "Are you implying that you have synthesized a drop of the legendary Sangwon divine water?" "Not a drop, but rather a tiny pearl, about the size. I believe if I continue this daily, I could accumulate a drop within a month. However, I have yet to taste it, so I cannot ascertain its authenticity. Perhaps its effects are not on par with genuine century-old divine water." The two You truly dare to dream of creating the genuine Sangwon divine water, honed over a century? In this age of decline, such a phenomenon is simply impossible. Indeed, it is said that even immortals can. One drop could potentially bestow immortality out. If you are capable of producing even a mere fraction of its legendary power, you would stride through the spirit and illusion realm with ease. The duo bantered back and forth. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. The Sangwon divine water in the Bodhisattva's hands can heal even the ginseng fruit tree. If I manage to create a diluted version, I could potentially heal a few mortals or perhaps even some plants. Could it be that I could use this to hasten the growth of medicinal herbs? Would I not then be a human version of the celestial elixir? Master, uncle, do you think this substance could be used to expedite the growth of medicinal herbs? Uncle Gio and Simu exchanged a knowing look and nodded in unison. Of course. Just now, when you fainted by the pond in the backyard, that pearl of divine water fell into the lotus plants, recently planted in the pond, visibly flourished. Simu chimed in, indeed. My senior brother and I witnessed it. Within mere breaths, they bloomed as if by divine intervention. Uncle Gio chuckled. Moreover, the water in that pond is extraordinary. I had a Yu and Ting Ting soak in it, and Ting Ting remarked, if I am not mistaken, soaking in that water could cleanse the meridians. Simu's eyes lit up. Really, senior brother, shall we construct a spiritual hot spring bath in the courtyard? Uncle Gio agreed wholeheartedly. Come back tomorrow. Hey, why build a hot spring? Shouldn't we just consume it directly? Lin Yu laughed. Uncle Gio waved his hand dismissively. There's no need to rush. Your cultivation is still too low, and your magical power insufficient. Let's wait until you achieve the status of Celestial Master before discussing that. For now, a bathing pool will suffice. Hastening growth is not always beneficial. Cultivation strength is one aspect. Elevating one's state of mind is equally important. Everyone nodded in agreement. Xiao Shang had been stunted by his mental state and was now somewhat withdrawn. Understanding that his master cared for his health, Lin Yu nodded. Master, does that mean I no longer need to kneel before the ancestral master? Uncle, off you go now. Ha! Lin Yu felt like slapping himself. His master had clearly forgotten just moments ago. Master, I feel quite dizzy. I need a moment to recover. With that, he lay down, feigning unconsciousness. Uncle Gio laughed and scolded him lightly, signaling Simu to leave. Since the lad was fine, there was no need for further supervision. Simu lowered his voice. Senior brother, if a Yu becomes a celestial master or a golden core true person, with sufficient magical power, if he could truly drink a drop of divine water daily, what need would there be for us to toil in our cultivation? We could simply wait to become immortals. Uncle Gio promptly kicked him. Get lost. What nonsense are you thinking? Wipe your drool and stop daydreaming. Simu brushed off the dust from his rear, grinning. Senior brother, I just can't help but fantasize. Uncle Gio replied, I too find it hard to resist. But our priority is to protect you. If this matter gets out, it will undoubtedly incite a fierce competition between the righteous and the sinister. Not even Maoshan could safeguard you. Simu nodded solemnly. He then went to the back mountain to summon Jialu and Wenkai, and that very day, they began constructing the hot spring water pool. At lunchtime, the group gathered, and everyone noticed that a Yu and Ren Ting Ting had changed. Uncle Gio, smiling, attributed it to the effects of the bathing pool. Wenkai and Jialu were eager to jump in, neglecting their meals. Ting Ting, would you like to learn cultivation? Uncle Gio inquired. Ren Ting Ting responded with delight. Uncle Gio, can I really cultivate? I thought one had to start from a young age. Uncle Gio nodded with a smile. You have great potential, it would be a pity not to cultivate. Besides, if you marry a Yu in the future, his practice can prolong your life, while as a mortal, you would inevitably age. Upon hearing the mention of aging, Ren Ting Ting immediately, I don't want to grow old. Laughter erupted among the group. Uncle Gio gestured to Lin Yu. A Yu, you should personally instruct her. Lin Yu, surprised, asked, Master, shouldn't I perform a formal apprenticeship? Once Ting Ting becomes a master and receives her talisman, she can inform the ancestral master. After all, she is to be my daughter-in-law, whether she apprentices or not, she will still call me master. Lin Yu urged with a smile, Sister Ting Ting, you will have to call him master from now on. Ren Ting Ting, understanding, approached Uncle Gio and bowed her head in respect. By the way, Ting Ting, you mentioned you had something to discuss with a Yu. What is it? Ren Ting Ting paused, setting down her chopsticks. Two matters. My father said the medicinal materials have arrived and would like you to discuss the purchase. Also, my great-uncle has passed away. My cousin sent word that the funeral is set for the 7th. My father is too busy to attend, so he wants me and you to go on his behalf. it's just 100 miles away in Rinjia town. Uncle Jiu, you and you are already engaged. The matters of the Rin family are now Ayu's responsibilities. Today is the second day of the month. There is still time. Ayu, you should head to the town this afternoon to discuss with old Master Rin. He regarded it merely as an ordinary funeral, akin to visiting relatives in a common household, not anticipating any supernatural occurrences, thus he felt quite at ease. However, Lin Yu's heart stirred with curiosity. Sister Ting Ting, what was your great-uncle's name? Oh, he was called Ren Tian Tang. So it is indeed him. Alright, we won't need to endure the bumpy ride in a carriage. I have a spirit crane for transport. It's merely 100 miles, I will fly you there. Ren Ting Ting's eyes brightened. Really? That's so magical. Hurry, let's eat. In the afternoon, Lin Yu imparted the upper clarity breathing technique to Ren Ting Ting, and he soon realized the reason behind her rapid advancement. No wonder Master wanted to take her as a disciple. It turned out that today's soaking in the pool had enhanced her aptitude, but why did Jialu and Wenkai show such minimal effects? Could it be that the essence of the sand guang in the pond was absorbed by Ayu and Ting Ting? That night, in the stillness of the night, Lin Yu held a book, bathing in starlight while grappling with his thoughts. Should he learn this, the last time, the Thunderbolt Royal Clan's golden armored corpse king had truly been formidable. A 5-thunder talisman would have made a splendid battle puppet. Alas, he had missed that opportunity now. The Ren Tian Tang from the original tale could walk in sunlight and was immune to Taoist techniques. Its attack power might not be overwhelmingly strong, but its defense was nearly impenetrable. It was said that even if its head were severed, it could be reattached, rivaling the flying corpses in that regard. After pondering for a long time, Lin Yu slammed the book down. Enough, I am a wall hanger. Why should I be entangled with this? It is merely a single zombie. I possess the Sangguang divine water, so why should I fear subduing a music zombie? Thus, in the following 2 days, aside from soaking up the sun, Lin Yu added the task of reading to his routine. Additionally, he took on the responsibility of guiding Ayu and Ren Ting Ting in their training. To everyone's astonishment, Ren Ting Ting proved to be even more talented than Ayu. Initially, Uncle Jiu believed this was due to the benefits of the pool water or perhaps from consuming Lin Yu's strong body pills, but upon closer inspection, he discovered that it was actually a bloodline awakening. The Rin family's lineage seemed to be of remarkable origin. Chapter 55 of the Mascot. What bloodline is this? Uncle Jiu was unclear. It was only upon holding a ceremony to worship the ancestral master that he discovered it was the legendary Tianhu bloodline. Lin Yu scratched his head and asked, Master, the Tianhu bloodline? Are you suggesting that Sister Tingting is half human and half demon? Could she possibly cultivate into a fox spirit? Ren Tingting kicked Lin Yu lightly, exclaiming, You're the fox spirit. How could I possibly resemble a fox spirit? Uncle Jiu laughed and scolded, What nonsense are you spouting? How could a mere mortal like old Rin possibly give birth to a half-human, half-demon child? It is understandable that you don't grasp these concepts, considering you've never been to Maoshan. The books I possess are limited, and the lineage records are documented in the Maoshan classics. In ancient times, when numerous clans vied for supremacy, many tribes chose to intermarry and form alliances, leading to the fusion of bloodlines. The human race also collaborated with other species, the most notable being the Dragon and Qilin clans. The Dragon clan is our totem, while descendants of humans with Qilin blood naturally possess the aura of the auspicious Qilin, capable of dispelling evil and exorcising demons. Lin Yu could not help but recall the Zhang family from the movie Tomb Robbers in his past life. Weren't they of the Qilin bloodline? How formidable is this Tianhu bloodline? Everyone was curious. Uncle Jiu nodded with a smile. Even the weakest bloodline possesses certain extraordinary traits, otherwise, it wouldn't have been passed down since ancient times. Although the Tianhu bloodline may not be as renowned as the Qilin bloodline, it is still formidable. The Tianhu bloodline is characterized by its affinity for moonlight, enabling the absorption of moonlight to cleanse the soul and enhance wisdom. Thus, ancient texts record that the Tianhu symbolizes wisdom and auspiciousness. Ren Tingting felt somewhat disappointed. It doesn't sound particularly special. Does a strong soul mean? A strong soul signifies a powerful spirit, allowing one to learn swiftly. Whether it's drawing talismans, refining elixirs, or crafting tools, none of these will pose a challenge for you. You exclaimed, Wow, does that mean Brother A you also possess this Tianhu bloodline? He seems to be skilled in everything. Lin Yu pouted, Sorry, I don't. Uncle Jiu chuckled, Those with bloodline inheritances are a rarity, so there is no need to envy. The distance from ancient times to now is vast, and even those with bloodline gifts are exceedingly scarce. The effects may not be so pronounced, but every little bit helps. At this point, Uncle Jiu turned to Lin Yu. Individuals with the Tianhu bloodline inherently bring auspiciousness. You, having Tingting by your side, you are indeed blessed. Ren Tingting joyfully tugged at Lin Yu. Did you hear that? wherever you go, you should always bring me along. When we return tonight, I'll discuss it with Dad. Starting tomorrow, I'll move in here. Ah, you gasped. Wow, are you already moving in before getting married, Sister Tingting? You're quite bold. Run Tingting covered her face with her hands and rushed out. I'm not. I am saying I'll live separately, I'm here to learn. Daoist Simu teased. Why bother with such complications? If you live together, we won't say anything. Old Run has already agreed. Lin Yu looked at him with a strange expression. Master Uncle, being able to see but not touch, living together is just tormenting me. Everyone burst into laughter. Meanwhile, when Kai expressed his envy, how wonderful it would be if I possessed the Tianhu bloodline. Not only could I memorize quickly, but I could also learn to draw talismans from Master. Recalling when Kai's wooden-headedness when memorizing, everyone looked at him with sympathy. Lin Yu stepped forward to comfort him. I won't force you to memorize anymore. Just focus on eating well and practicing, and raise those little chicks and puppies. Let them fight, that will suffice. When Kai nodded vigorously, yes, I remember, brother. The little chicks and the black puppy had already After some casual chatter, everyone dispersed. Lin Yu quietly asked Uncle Jiu, Master, since Sister Tingting has awakened her bloodline, and the Tianhu bloodline is attuned to moonlight, can she cultivate? Lin Yu pointed at the sky. Uncle Jiu smiled. I knew you'd be clever. Just teach her privately, and also prepare a few protective talismans for her to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from discovering her secret. Indeed, Master S thoughts are always considerate. He still had the skin of that fish monster lying around, along with its inner core, perfect materials to craft a set of clothing and accessories for Tingting. Sister Tingting, come, let us go to my room. I'll take your measurements. What measurements? Ren Tingting blushed. You're so naughty, what are you thinking about in broad daylight? I'm making you a piece of clothing, Lin Yu replied. Ah. Run Tingting's face turned bright red as she was pulled away by Lin Yu. Uncle Jiu displayed a fatherly smile. From the backyard, Jella shouted, when Kai, your little chicks and puppies fell into the hot spring, hurry over, are they drowning? What? When Kai was startled and dashed over. The puppy can swim, but how can the little chick swim too? This is too strange. The two soon discovered that the little critters were not drowning, they were learning to soak in the hot spring like humans. If anyone were to use beast taming magic at that moment, they would hear the two little creatures exclaim, this pool, infused with the essence of the sun and moon, is so comfortable. I can just drink a sip and feel full. I'll never eat that sticky rice monster meat again. Whoever likes it can have it. A day later, Ren Tingting donned her new attire, a superb artifact, the Jiao Kai skirt, crafted by Lin Yu from the hide of the great demon fish. It was even more impressive than her moonlight Taoist robe, capable of transforming into 5 different forms, sufficient for her to wear throughout the 4 seasons. The fish monstress, paired with a silver necklace, it could trap foes in critical moments. Additionally, there was a set of hairpins and accessories made from bright white fish bones, both aesthetically pleasing and quite potent in combat. Ren Tingting was overjoyed, and she hugged Lin Yu, kissing him on the spot. You're the best. I'll definitely cultivate diligently and become a master soon, so I can change clothes every day. What? You recultivating just to play with clothes? Lin Yu thought to himself that all his earnest efforts were being wasted. Those were supreme artifacts for protection, not for fashion shows. Have you forgotten what day it is today? What day? The 7th day of the 7th month. What do you think it is? Ren Tingting exclaimed, Oh no, the 7th day of the 7th month, I know. It's Qixi Festival, the day of the cowherd and the weaver girl. It's our Eastern Lovers' Day to I in the West. It's called Valentine's Day. So you're giving me a gift to celebrate the festival. I really like it. Thank you. Lin Yu wished he could cover his eyes. They say women in love are foolish, and it seemed to be true. Hey, today is the 7th. We need to go to Rinjia town, 100 miles away, to attend your second uncle's funeral. Ren Tingting gasped, oh no. Can we still make it in time? Lin Yu chuckled as he summoned their paper crane mount, gesturing for a giant spirit crane puppet to appear. Don't worry, funerals are usually held in the evening. If we set off now, we can still make it in time for lunch. The couple boarded the spirit crane, waved goodbye to Uncle Jiu, and took off toward another Rinjia town. Chapter 56. Isn't it a coincidence? The spirit crane soared through the heavens, while beneath it, the mountains and rivers flowed like a living painting, prompting Ren Tingting to burst forth with joyful exclamations. Lin Yu smiled, recognizing that this sense of wonder was a common experience for anyone flying for the first time. The spirit crane bore protective runes, alleviating any concerns Lin Yu had about Rintinting falling. Thus, he turned his attention inward, retrieving a magical compass, chanting the incantation. In the heavens, there are 3 marvels; on the earth, 6 principles of spirits are peculiar, thus the fallen lie in wait. Yellow sands and red earth, rubble and graves, 100 paces of yellow, visible with a needle's point. With a flick of his finger, the compass needle began to spin wildly. Lin Yu closed his eyes in meditation, concentrating all his spirit upon the compass, achieving a unity of heart and instrument. Demonic energy, ghostly energy, grudges, malevolent energy, none of these, corpse energy. Lin Yu shook his head once more. It was too faint, not of demons. As the spirit crane flew onward, Lin Yu utilized the compass to sense their surroundings. Finally, as they neared Rinjia town, the compass needle trembled violently, seemingly detecting an immense sinister force. Indeed, it was in that direction. The stench of corpse energy filled the air, mingled with unfamiliar malevolence. Lin Yu opened his eyes in delight. "You, how are you? Is the spellcasting particularly exhausting?" Rintinting had ceased to admire the scenery, quietly guarding Lin Yu's side. Lin Yu replied with a smile, "It's nothing, a medicinal pill will suffice for recovery." He took out a strength-enhancing pill and swallowed it before instructing the paper crane to descend. "You, we haven't yet arrived at Renjia town. I sense nearby zombies causing havoc. You should take the spirit crane to your uncle's home in the town. I will confront the demons and join you afterward." Rintinting seized Lin Yu's arm, declaring, "No way. You intend to leave me behind again? I want to protect you. My master said that with me by your side, you will turn misfortune into fortune." Lin Yu chuckled softly, "You protect me?" "What if that delays important matters?" "Fear not," she retorted, "the worst that could happen is that I apologize to my uncle and bow a few more times to my second uncle. After all, he is no longer with us. Whether we arrive on time or not, he cannot return to life." Seeing his wife so concerned for him, Lin Yu felt a twinge of warmth in his heart. "Very well, I shall take you along. If you were to discover that I intend to capture your second uncle, I wonder how you would react." He chuckled, "Well then, you mustn't be frightened. I will give you a talisman to protect yourself." Rintinting pouted in dissatisfaction, "Don't underestimate me. I have encountered zombies before." Lin Yu smiled awkwardly, realizing she had a point. Last time, she missed witnessing her grandfather turn into a zombie. This time, he would have Ren Weiyong's younger brother assist in making up for that. Throwing out a paper horse puppet, he helped Rintinting mount it. Lin Yu then took out the compass and urged the horse forward. Upon reaching their destination, Lin Yu was taken aback. Another church? Were these foreigners constructing churches everywhere not for the purpose of spreading their faith, but rather to harbor corpses and do harm? Dismounting, he drew his silver sword and kicked open the dilapidated church doors. Inside, the place was filled with cobwebs and broken furniture, clearly abandoned for years. "Oh, footprints, you, look!" Rintinting pointed out, clearly indicating recent activity. The two followed the footprints to several bedrooms in the church's backyard. Now, there was no need for the compass. Lin Yu could sense the corpse energy with his spiritual awareness, and it was present in every room. Kicking open one door, Rintinting jumped back in alarm. There are bad people." Lin Yu laughed, "Take a closer look. Not all zombies look alike. This is a white zombie, likely bitten by a zombie last night, just recently transformed. These white zombies are easy to deal with. A yellow corpse restraining talisman will suffice. Sister Tingting, would you like to give it a try?" Lin Yu sought to tease her. Rintinting discerned Lin Yu's mischievous intentions and huffed, "Do you want to see me make a fool of myself?" "Not a chance. I am now a disciple of Maoshan. I possess magical abilities. Isn't it simply about subduing demons and banishing evil? Watch me." Lin Yu felt an urge to cover his eyes. She had only cultivated a small amount of magical energy, hardly enough to be considered a novice. Listening to her speak, one would think she commanded the authority of a seasoned sorcerer. "Hey, that's not right," Lin Yu began to protest, but it was too late. Rintinting had already affixed a lightning talisman to the zombie's forehead. A flash of electricity surged, crackling, zap, the blue 5 thunder talisman struck, delivering 5 bolts of heavenly lightning from head to toe. The zombie was reduced to ashes in an instant. Rintinting clapped her hands. "What's wrong?" "Of course, one must use lightning talismans to eliminate zombies. Did you think I would use a diamond talisman? I'm not that foolish. Look, it was a piece of cake." Lin Yu covered his face. "Sister Tingting, it was merely a white zombie. The lowest tier among them, Typically, you would use a yellow corpse restraining talisman to bind it before burning it with lychee wood. Using a blue 5 thunder talisman is akin to using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. Ren Tingting pouted, isn't it better to eliminate the zombie quickly? Why complicate things? Besides, we have so many talismans at our disposal, why bother with lychee wood? Are you foolish? We still have to attend my second uncle's funeral. Lin Yu was rendered speechless, realizing she had a point. This was indeed a true display of a wealthy approach to combat. Perhaps it was I who was narrow-minded. Are there any other monsters? This female hero shall deal with them all today? Lin Yu pointed toward, consider it practice. Ren Tingting beamed with joy, today, I shall make my name as Ren Tingting of Maoshan, little demons, prepare to meet your end. Lin Yu had no doubt that even if he were to drop Ren Tingting into Tangtung Town at this moment, she would charge in without hesitation. Soon enough, without exception, the remaining white zombies were all dispatched by the 5 thunder talismans. Lin Yu chuckled, not a family member, not entering the same door, just like me, they all favor the 5 thunder. He did not elaborate, but based on the experimental equipment within this room, it was evident that this foreigner was a Western scholar, specifically studying Eastern zombies. The few zombies he had just killed were likely a group of grave robbers. Initially, I only intended to capture Ring Tian Tian along the way. I never expected to stumble upon the mastermind behind it all. A roar. The foreigner sensed danger and lunged forward. Ren Tingting would not hold back, unleashing a lightning talisman, clapping her hands, done. That's the 6th one. Zombies aren't that formidable after all. Had I known I possessed such talent, I should not have gone to the provincial capital for school. Following Uncle Joe to cultivate would have been far better. Her movements were swift and efficient, growing increasingly adept. Lin Yu smiled and said, for a young lady, cultivating from a young age, your Rin family is quite distinguished. Your father would not have permitted it in this era. Children are typically sent to the mountains to cultivate only when they can no longer survive. Many do so merely to save their lives. Curiously, Ren Tingting inquired, is that so, and what about you, you? Me, I was adopted by my master after being found as a child. I probably was abandoned because my parents could not. I am curious about where these zombies originate. They cannot just appear without reason. The ones you killed were all recently transformed white zombies. The one who bit them, the true culprit, is not present here. Soon, Lin Yu discovered the foreigner's research journal. As he meticulously perused its contents, a sudden realization struck him. This foreigner was unexpectedly familiar. Chapter 57 of the encounter with Nintendo. Ren Tingting inquired with curiosity, how, do you know this foreign zombie? Lin Yu chuckled. Previously, in Zhouchuan Town, a Western vampire emerged from the church, allegedly sealed underground for 2 decades. I found it peculiar that Westerners come to spread the gospel, primarily as missionaries, yet here was a vampire. It was only upon perusing this booklet that I realized it was the mischief of this foreign doctor. 20 years ago, he was the one who unleashed the vampire in Zhouchuan Town, which was subsequently vanquished by the missionaries using their sacred artifacts. Thus, this foreigner, unwilling to accept defeat, returned to Europe to conduct various exploratory studies. The pamphlet chronicles his research into mummies from Egypt, Western vampires, werewolves, and a plethora of other monsters. Ren Tingting exclaimed, so, he is indeed a formidable Western practitioner? Otherwise, how could he have encountered so many monsters and still be alive? Lin Yu shook his head. He is not a practitioner, he simply possesses extraordinary luck. His studies focus on the most. It is merely that you have not allowed me to confront worthy opponents, thus preventing me from demonstrating my prowess. That is more like it, Lin Yu replied, as he tucked away the diary and gestured towards the array of experimental apparatus on the table, all of which he swiftly stored within a Qianquan ring. Let us proceed. We must locate that biting zombie. Ren Tingting grasped Lin Yu's hand, pressing, you, when will I be able to summon items with a mere wave of my hand, like you? Lin Yu displayed the ring upon his finger, stating, this is a Qianquan ring, a highly treasured storage artifact. Once you attain the status of a master, I shall gift you 1.4 now, your magical prowess is too limited for its use. Is that true? She inquired eagerly. Indeed, but, otherwise, if discovered, it could lead to fatal consequences. Ren Tingting nodded vigorously, resembling a little girl intent on safeguarding a secret. Then let me temporarily entrust you with carrying. We shall discuss this upon our return, for we are pressed for time. After igniting the church in flames, Lin Yu retrieved his compass once more, reactivating its sensing capabilities. The needle is pointing towards Rinjia town, he remarked. That's bad. We must hurry. If that zombie enters Rinjia town, the townsfolk will be in peril. Lin Yu unleashed a spirit crane, cradling Ren Tingting as they soared into the sky, flying at a low. Ren Tingting curiously asked, Ayu, this zombie appears quite unusual. Did you not say that zombies cannot endure sunlight? How is it that he can frolic under the blazing sun? Could it possibly be a human masquerading? Lin Yu scrutinized the creature, his expression grave as he replied, no, he is indeed a genuine zombie. That foreigner conducted experiments on him, resulting in a mutation that allows him to withstand sunlight. Ren Tingting scoffed, withstand sunlight? I refuse to believe he is unafraid of heavenly thunder. Ayu, he must be the biting zombie you mentioned, right? You said those white zombies were mere fodder. Surely this one is different. If I slay him, does that make me a master? Lin Yu instinctively nodded as Ren Tingting produced 2 thunder talisman and charged forth. Hey, that's dangerous. Lin Yu called out, but it was too late. Nintendo, bounding through the nearby woods, was suddenly ambushed from behind. Curiously, he turned to find 2 blue talismans lying on the ground. What is this? He picked them up and chewed on them. Ren Tingting was struck dumb. He actually ate the thunder talismans. Ayu, what is happening? Why were the talismans not triggered? Lin Yu replied, I am equally perplexed. As they spoke, Nintendo realized that the little girl before him was a foe and lunged at her. Lin Yu swiftly pulled Ren Tingting behind him and, in one motion, kicked Nintendo away. You, a novice who has only practiced for 3 days, are courting death. Dealing with the walking dead is one thing, but this creature is beyond my grasp. Ren Tingting mumbled, he didn't know, not knowing is no excuse. From now on, while I am by your side, you must refrain from taking action, Lin Yu admonished, with tears welling in her eyes. Ren Tingting protested, if I must not fight, why scold me? Lin Yu rolled his eyes, how can I face others if it becomes known that I hide behind a woman? Suddenly, Ren Tingting's mood shifted, her face brightening as she said, I understand now, my future husband. How is it that in just 2 months, you have grown so much, you are already as tall as I? Lin Yu turned back with a mischievous grin, so, do you wish for me to grow even taller? Ren Tingting's face turned as red as an apple as she exclaimed, Pa. Bad person. Before she could utter another word, Lin Yu sensed Nintendo's impending ambush. How dare you interrupt my tender moment with my lady, you are asking for a beating. Ren Tingting, step back and protect yourself. Watch how I subdue him. Ren Tingting retorted, Pa, who is being affectionate with you, you rascal? Though her words were sharp, she obediently hid behind a large tree. Lin Yu gathered a sphere of thunder and hurled it at Nintendo, though it merely grazed his clothing. Is this truly immunity to magical arts? Lin Yu mused. He discerned a protective aura surrounding Nintendo. What could that be? It did not resemble corpse energy, which would be dispersed by lightning. Thus, Lin Yu threw a purple thunder talismans, actively triggering it. A thunderous bolt struck down, and Nintendo's immunity faltered, sending him flying. Yet moments later, he returned, unscathed. Remarkable. Lin Yu had no choice but to commend him. Let me try the Samadhi True Fire. I refuse to be bested. Once the fire talisman was unleashed, Nintendo was engulfed in flames. Lin Yu observed closely and confirmed that there was indeed a protective aura shrouding Nintendo. However, it was not entirely without consequence. The Samadhi True Fire and Thunder would gradually deplete that protective energy in Nintendo. Not foolish, since the trouble he faced, the fire was relentless, so he attempted to flee. Lin Yu chuckled, after preparing for days, I will not allow a cooked duck to escape. He cast out the imitation binding immortal rope, ensnaring Nintendo firmly from head to toe, leaving him resembling a giant mallet. Yet, in the next moment, Lin Yu was astounded to see Nintendo could still fly despite being bound. Could it be, you are a sorcerer, but I am not a wooden throat? Lin Yu grasped the binding rope, maintaining a flying kite position with Nintendo. He then waved his hand, casting 4 formation flags, proclaiming, behold my 4 symbols confinement array. Is it ineffective? Is your immunity to magical arts due to some dragon tooth equipment? What incredible strength! Lin Yu directed the binding immortal rope to secure itself around a tree large enough for 2 to embrace. Yet to his dismay, he noticed the tree beginning to show signs of strain. What shall we do now? Chapter 58 Old Ren, I thank you, Ren Tingting said as she approached with concern. Ah you, this zombie is extraordinarily powerful. Is it truly invincible? Shouldn't we flee quickly? Lin Yu chuckled softly, for as a disciple of Maoshan, how could he possibly retreat when faced with such malevolence? What if it escaped to the town and wreaked havoc? Ren Tingting, growing anxious, exclaimed, but we cannot defeat it. Wouldn't it be wiser to return and fetch Master? To remain in a losing battle, knowing defeat was inevitable, was surely folly. Lin Yu gazed at her in surprise. Had the awakening of her bloodline granted her such strength, no longer the naive and innocent girl, this was clearly a woman awakened to the realities of the world. His master had indeed chosen his apprentice wisely. He reassured her with a smile, "I would never be so foolish, fear not, I have yet to reveal all my capabilities. We shall retreat if it becomes absolutely necessary." Observing Ren Tiantian being tossed about like a kite, Lin Yu laughed, "I never expected you could soar." He, with immunity to Taoist arts and the ability to fly as a zombie, all that remains is for you to possess formidable offensive power. You truly are a worthy warrior. Such a perfect match for my desires. I do not require you to possess high attack power, as long as you can endure, that will suffice. Is your strength considerable? Let's see if you can lift this. With that, he waved his hand, casting forth a square golden seal. The seal swelled against the wind, rapidly enlarging to the size of a grinding millstone. With a resounding thud, it crashed down upon Ren Tiantian, rendering him unable to move despite his struggles and cries. Ren Tingting exclaimed in awe, "Wow, Yu, what is this mighty seal? Is the zombie truly crushed?" Lin Yu replied with a grin, "It is not so simple. It is merely pinned down. The greatest attribute of this demon-suppressing seal is its weight. Do not be deceived by its small size, for it weighs as much as a small mountain." "Really, how marvelous." Not wishing to engage Ren Tingting further, Lin Yu stepped closer to Ren Tiantian's head. "Sister Tingting, please stand back. I intend to execute the corpse control technique. This formidable zombie is perfect for me to recruit as a future ally in battle." Ren Tingting scrunched her face in distaste. "Yu, perhaps that's unwise? This is a zombie, and quite dangerous at that. Besides, it would be quite unsightly to bring a zombie into a fight." Lin Yu mused to himself, considering how Ren Tiantian resembled someone who had recently passed, appearing relatively untroubled aside from his fangs, quite akin to a living being. It was his grandfather, Ren Weiyong, who had truly become ghastly after his transformation. He didn't need Ren Tiantian to accompany him all the time, calling upon him in battle would suffice. As he settled onto the ground, he formed hand seals and began to channel the corpse control technique towards Ren Tiantian's head. With rapid finger movements, Lin Yu poured his magical energy into Ren Tiantian's brow, who resisted fiercely. Strange energies surged from Ren Tiantian's body, converging at his forehead in an attempt to repel Lin Yu's magical infusion. What to do? Lin Yu realized that his magical energy could not breach the defense. Rising to his feet, he pondered for a moment before channeling his energy into the demon-suppressing seal. This was a treasured artifact, a talisman of the celestial master level. Could it truly be ineffective against this not-quite-flying zombie? Soon, the runes on the base of the seal activated, causing Ren Tiantian to roar in agony. Lin Yu observed as the strange aura began to dissipate. He halted his incantation. "This won't do." The source of Ren Tiantian's immunity to Taoist arts lies within those energies, the blood of mummies, werewolves, and vampires, all amalgamated into one. If I continue to erode his protective shield, it would mean burning away the mixed blood within him, rendering him utterly useless. Ren Tiantian retorted, "Who are you calling useless? If you have the ability, release me and see what I will do." Just as Lin Yu was consumed by internal conflict, Ren Tingting pointed at the zombie and said, "Yu, this zombie is quite peculiar. It seems to be afraid and pleading for mercy. Aren't zombies supposed to be mindless creatures? Could it still retain the thoughts of a living person? Pleading for mercy?" Lin Yu's heart leapt with joy. He turned and spun Ren Tingting around, exclaiming, "Sister Tingting, you are truly my lucky charm. I have a plan. To retain wisdom is splendid. It means we can converse. I shall speak with him and persuade him to become my enforcer." "What? Persuade a zombie?" Ren Tingting was taken aback, wondering how such a bizarre idea had emerged. "Is that even possible?" Lin Yu pinched a bit of earth and placed it in his mouth. "If you have the courage, release me and see if I won't bite you to death." "Ha, I must say, I am indeed your relative. Do you see her? She is the granddaughter of Ren Weiyong, and now she is my wife. We are just on our way to attend your funeral." Lin Yu gestured toward Ren Tingting, who understood nothing of the exchange. Ren Tiantian appeared to be recalling something. "Then if you release me, I shall accompany you back." "Back? Wait, you have transformed into a zombie. What purpose does returning serve? To attend your own funeral? I will return to bite all of you, and then I shall be revived." "How absurd." Lin Yu kicked Ren Tiantian's head. "Do not dream of revival. Since you possess memories of your living self, and we are relatives." Chapter 59 of the unfortunate Mamadi. In the town of Renjia, Mamadi and his disciples were dining at an inn. Due to the playful antics of his apprentice, Ahau, they had lost the body of Ren Tiantang during their corpse-transporting endeavor. Consequently, the trio resolved to have Ahau disguise himself as Ren Tiantang to deceive the residents of Rinjia. They planned to hastily unearth Ahau after the burial and make their escape with the prophets, vowing never to return to Rinjia again. With Mamadi's multitude of vices and Ahau's idle disposition, a conflict erupted during their meal, resulting in the trio being beaten and attracting the attention of the town constables. Mamadi was compelled to pay a bribe to quell the matter. In the afternoon, Linyu and Rintingting arrived at Rinjia, where the elder known as Rinkai personally welcomed them, having heard of his niece's arrival, bringing along his daughter, Renjuju. "Uncle, I apologize, we encountered some delays on the road and have arrived late. No harm done. The funeral does not commence until tonight. The corpse bearer has yet to return your uncle's body." "Uncle, allow me to introduce my fiancé, Ayu. This is my uncle, and this is my sister, Renjuju." Linyu stepped forward to pay his respects, to which Renkai nodded approvingly. "Indeed, a fine young man. Your father has already written to inform me of your arrival, and I am delighted. You must be weary from your journey. Please, come inside, the guest room has been prepared. Juju, take your sister and brother-in-law to their quarters. I shall arrange for a meal." Understanding her uncle's concern, Rentingting added, "Uncle, I wish to offer incense at my uncle's memorial first." Renkai nodded appreciatively. "How thoughtful." Tingting Juju, lead them along. As Renjuju linked arms with Rentingting, she curiously glanced at Linyu's sister. "Brother-in-law may be as tall as you, but he seems rather youthful." Rentingting chuckled. "You've seen through it. Ayu is 2 years younger than I thought. We are merely engaged, not yet wed." Feigning surprise, Renjuju exclaimed, "Wow, sister, you have married a younger man?" "He is even younger than I am. How can he be called brother-in-law?" Linyu interjected with a smirk. "If not brother-in-law, what would you prefer? Brother, uncle, sister as husband? Do you understand English? Have you studied abroad?" Linyu scoffed. "Understanding English is not exclusive to those who have traveled abroad. I am fluent not only in English but also in French, German, Arabic, and 5 other. Calling me brother-in-law would be a wise choice." Renjuju was taken aback. "Wow, is that true? You're amazing, brother-in-law. Please teach me." Before long, the trio arrived at the memorial hall of Ren Tiantang. Upon gazing at the black and white portrait, Rentingting froze. Isn't that, turning to Linyu, she noted his wry smile. "Let us offer incense first. I hadn't anticipated this twist of fate." They bowed and offered incense, then had a light meal, after which they returned to their guest room. Dismissing Renjuju, Rentingting finally inquired, "Ayu, how did my uncle become a zombie? And how could he have been captured by a foreigner?" Linyu shook his head. "I do not know. Generally, those who die far from home are returned by corpse bearers. A talisman is affixed to the body to absorb negative energy, allowing it to move as a walking corpse. Once buried, it finds peace. Since your uncle has turned into a zombie, it is likely that something went awry along the way. We shall inquire when the corpse bearer arrives tonight. Now, the problem is that my uncle has become my combat puppet." Sister Tingting, what should we do? How do we explain this to my uncle and the others? Rentingting's eyes twinkled mischievously. "Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. After all the trouble you've gone through to acquire a puppet, would you truly relinquish it? Are you testing me? Humph, Badayu. I am, of course, here to assist you. Now that your uncle has transformed into a zombie, releasing him would be perilous. Both your uncle and Juju are ordinary individuals. It is best they do not witness this. We shall act as if we know nothing." Linyu joyfully embraced her. "I knew my dear Tingting would be on my side. Rest assured, I am also his nephew-in-law. Having him assist me in battles would indeed be a boon for future generations. If he is aware in the afterlife, he would find solace knowing I will care for this body well." Ren Tiantang quipped, "You better keep your word, young man." That evening, the household of Ren prepared the memorial hall, anxiously awaiting the arrival of the corpse bearer. Ding ding ding. The sound of the 3 pure. A young man clad in a yellow Taoist robe approached, ringing the bell as he led the corpse. The body, adorned with a talisman, bore a striking resemblance to Ren Tiantang, tall and pallid. Detecting no trace of corpse energy, Linyu smirked. The makeup of these individuals was commendable. At a glance, one could hardly tell the difference. Spirit of the heavens and earth, Ren Gong returns to his homeland. "Family, pay your respects." The entire Ren family knelt, while Linyu remained standing. "Family, pay your respects to welcome your loved one home." A Chang, dressed in Taoist robes, reminded. Renkai and Renjuju turned to Linyu, puzzled. Surely he knows proper etiquette? Linyu bent down to help Rentingting up. "Tingting, take care of your uncle and Juju." With that, he strode to the body and delivered a powerful kick, sending it flying. Stunned, Renkai exclaimed, "Ayu, what are you doing? That is my father's body. You must address him as uncle." Rentingting restrained him. "Uncle, take a closer look. That doesn't appear to be Uncle Gong. He is crying out in pain after being kicked. He is alive." "What?" The crowd turned to the writhing Ahau. The family servants surrounded him, and upon inspection, Renkai gasped, "What on earth is happening?" Why have you corpse-bearers brought my father's body here? Why impersonate him? A Chang, trembling, stuttered as Ahau explained, it was during their corpse-transporting venture that they had lost Rin Tentong's body, and in desperation, they had resorted to this impersonation. Ren Kai, both furious and incredulous, retorted, desperation, you did this on purpose, were you planning to impersonate him and then dig him up to flee with the money? A Chang nodded vigorously. Lin Yu wished he could cover his eyes, thinking these two were like caricatures of the infamous Qiu Shang, and Wen Kai thought if the next generation of Maoshan disciples were of this caliber, how could the tradition endure? Bring them before the authorities, we shall not release them until my father's body is recovered. Ahau and a Chang, terrified, begged for mercy, please, our master is a renowned Maoshan practitioner. He will surely assist in recovering the body. We implore you, Lord Ren, grant us another chance. Ren Kai, concerned for his father's remains, asked, where is your master? He is waiting by the grave you have prepared, Ahau replied. Ren Kai seethed, what, I understand now, he is waiting to rescue you, you two have conspired, if you could recover the body, you wouldn't need to impersonate him, clearly, your intent was to swindle us. Bring a few men to the grave and capture their master as well, take them all to the town office. Lin Yu observed the unfolding drama, while Ren Tingting, curious, wondered why Yu was indifferent to their fate if they were indeed Maoshan disciples. Lin Yu subtly shook his head, I do not know them, they are likely charlatans. Mahdi remarked, I thank you, dear nephew. At the gravesite, Mahdi had prepared shovels and hoes, only to be met by the servants of the Rin family. Seeing the trio, Captain Chao of the town office exclaimed, you three again, not only are you causing trouble, but you're also engaging in fraud, and now, you're revealed as perverts? Men, seize them, our town has not seen such a grave incident in ages. This is clearly a case of organized crime. I, Captain Chao, shall interrogate them thoroughly. The trio of Mahdi endured a night of severe interrogation, suffering. The following day, the Rin family posted notices throughout the town, seeking assistance from the townsfolk to locate the missing body. Lin Yu had initially considered crafting a paper effigy to serve as a substitute, which would lead the family to an unexpected discovery. Ren Tingting agreed, suggesting they place additional clothing in the coffin to create a respectable burial. Unexpectedly, a middle-aged Taoist appeared, claiming he could recover the body. Ren Kai Lin Yu, present as a relative, accompanied them. Upon seeing the Taoist for the first time, an instinctive alarm rang within him. Something was amiss with this individual. The Taoist seemed to sense something as well, casting a deep glance. Unfortunately, Lin Yu bore a purple talisman that concealed his aura, preventing the Taoist from discerning anything unusual, though he found Lin Yu's gaze intriguingly unique. Chapter 60 encountered an incident. To recover your esteemed father's remains, it is necessary to utilize the blood of a close kin and perform the method of the flying crane seeking the dragon. Would Master Rin be flying crane seeking the dragon? Could this individual possibly be a disciple of my Maoshan sect? No, the aura does not resemble that. How could Rin Kai refuse? As long as it allows for the retrieval of my father's remains, I shall comply with the Taoists. The Taoist presented a bamboo-crafted bird, resembling a crane, and requested Master Rin to extend his hand, merely needing to allow the crane's beak to peck at his fingertip. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yu deduced that it was certainly not from Maoshan. However, this method was unprecedented, akin to a crude imitation of the flying crane seeking the dragon technique. Pecking for blood, the Taoist gestured with his hand towards the bamboo crane, which emitted. The flying crane would guide us to locate the remains of the venerable Master Rin. I implore Master Rin to send 2 able-bodied men to accompany me in retrieving the body. Lin Yu stepped forward, declaring, I shall go. Ren Kai waved his hand, stating, you are a guest, how can I allow you to venture forth? A San and a Si, accompany this esteemed Taoist and ensure the venerable master. 2 sturdy servants stepped forward. The Taoist led them to seek the remains while the Rin family prepared once more in the morning hall. Lin Yu returned to his chamber, employing the flying crane seeking the dragon to follow the Taoist. If Master Ren's remains were in my possession, it would be quite the miracle if he were to find them. It must be a ruse, yet, what could his true intent be? There was no trace of malevolence or sinister energy about him, yet an unsettling feeling lingered, suggesting he did not belong to the righteous path. Oh no, uncle has fainted. You must come quickly. Ren Tingting exclaimed in a flurry as she sought out Lin Yu. Lin Yu pondered, this cannot be. Although the Rin family was in turmoil, Master Rin appeared well moments ago. How could he suddenly collapse? Upon arriving, he discovered Rin Kai's eyes were darkening, and he was frothing at the mouth, clearly in a critical state. Without a moment to spare, Lin Yu raised his hand and administered a strength-enhancing pill. Remarkably, it proved effective. Ren Kai's complexion visibly improved. Virtuous nephew, I am indebted to you. I cannot fathom how this transpired. Just moments ago, I felt a sharp pain in my chest, as if a swift remedy has sufficed. I shall prescribe a remedy for you to nurture your health henceforth. It cannot be. Once again, the pain returns. During his speech, Ren Kai clutched his chest and collapsed, his countenance reverting to a pallid hue. Lin Yu furrowed his brow. This was no mere ailment, he was afflicted by something sinister. Do you still have that medicine? You must save uncle. Yes, brother-in-law, please assist in Lin Yu retrieved a blue talisman, activated its power, and struck it upon Master Ren's chest. He had been bewitched, the handiwork of that Taoist from earlier. What, brother-in-law, The timing is too coincidental, for he fell the moment the Taoist departed. As he used his powers to probe Ring Kai's body, he discovered a small worm nestled near the heart. Could it be a curse? He had been afflicted with a curse by that Taoist. The pretense of using the bird to draw blood was merely a fade for the true purpose of cursing him. Ren Zhuzhu wept. We do not know him. Why would he wish harm upon father? Brother-in-law, you must save him. Lin Yu shook his head. I am unfamiliar with the means to dispel curses. I can only stabilize uncle's condition for the time being. Tingting, remain here and care for them. I shall pursue that scoundrel Taoist. Ren Tingting nodded. Yes, do take care. Should you find yourself in peril, call for master. Yet, before Lin Yu could set off, a servant, pale as a ghost, that Taoist is a villain. He has killed a San and demands the Ren family pay 100,000 taels to ransom Master Ren's life. Ren Zhuzhu gasped. See, what has happened to you? Where is that man? Asi lamented. Miss, I am unscathed. That man broke a San's neck the moment he left town. I witnessed him devour a San's corpse with a swarm of worms. He instructed me to return with word, stating that Master Rin is already under his influence and we must prepare 100,000 taels immediately to deliver to the dilapidated temple outside of town. After relaying this dreadful news, Ren Zhuzhu attempted to help him up, but Lin Yu pulled her back. Do not approach. Brother-in-law, what is the matter? Lin Yu cast out a talisman, causing Asi to tremble violently as he began to regurgitate black worms, frothing at the mouth, his eyes glazing over, clearly nearing death. He has killed. Ren Zhuzhu, having never witnessed such a scene, pressed herself against Lin Yu and fright. Lin Yu hurled a blue talisman of true fire, incinerating Asi along with the black worms. This scoundrel. I initially believed him a mere wild Taoist. It appears he is a malevolent extortionist. Brother-in-law, what shall we do now? Should we not inform the authorities? Lin Yu shook his head. The officials are merely ordinary. You must remain here. I shall confront him. Brother-in-law, do you think you can manage? Lin Yu smiled. Did he not demand 100,000 taels? I shall merely approach him under the guise of delivering the ransom. With that, he mounted his puppet steed. Ren Tingting reassured her. Do not worry, your brother-in-law is quite formidable. At the dilapidated temple outside the city, the Taoist shattered the tracking paper crane with a wave of his power, sensing the demise of his brows furrowed in concern. Who intervened? To discern my worm curse and eliminate it indicates a practitioner of no small skill. Could there be a hidden master in Ren family town? Unbidden, a youthful visage surfaced in his mind. It could not possibly be him, for how young could he be? On the fork in the road outside Ren family town, the Mamadi and his disciples had emptied their coffers to bribe Captain Chow into secretly releasing the three. Now, they merely sought to flee this place of strife, vowing never to accept another commission from Ren family town again. Upon hearing the sound of galloping hoofbeats behind them, the trio assumed it was Captain Chow in pursuit and hurriedly sought refuge, only to turn and find a stranger, a young man. Master, it is him. He has thwarted our plans. Last night, he kicked me, leading to my exposure. Ahau exclaimed, his eyes filled with hatred. What a narrow path for enemies. This young man was a cultivator. Since he was a cultivator, matters would be simpler. My Maoshan edict forbids harming ordinary people, but it does not bar revenge against fellow cultivators. Ahau, a Chang, capture him. Mama D, to whom do you belong, young one? Lin Yu, engrossed in observing his positioning compass, failed to notice the ambush. Suddenly ensnared by a rope, he was sent flying. Had it not been for his remarkable agility, he would have certainly fallen hard. Anger surged within him, and he drew forth the binding rope, hurling it at the assailants. Mahdi had yet to utter a word when he was firmly ensnared. Do not harm my master. Ahau. Lin Yu frowned. It is you too? At that moment, he felt a profound disdain. So, the one bound was indeed Mamadi. Chapter 61. Oldrin, time to get to work. I have no time to waste on you fools. With that, Lin Yu commanded the binding immortal rope to extend two ends, ensnaring both Ahau and Achan along with him. Mamada, in a fluster, finally realized that he was bound by a top-tier magical artifact, having provoked an adept far beyond his scope. I am merely, without allowing him to finish, Lin Yu waved his hand, sending forth a yellow talisman that promptly sealed Mamada's mouth. He secretly scoffed, if you utter the words Maoshan, it would be difficult to explain to my master upon my return. A mere practitioner of the ninth heaven, a corpse chaser, dares to swagger about with two disciples. Today, I am preoccupied and cannot deal with you. It would be best for you to vacate Rinjia town henceforth. Otherwise, every encounter shall end in your defeat." With that, he commanded the binding immortal rope to hoist the three of them high upon a tree. Lin Yu mounted his horse once more and continued towards the dilapidated temple. Only after Lin Yu's figure had vanished from sight did the binding immortal rope release its grip. Soaring through the air in pursuit of him, the trio of Mamata and his disciples fell from the tree, already battered and bruised. The fall left them howling in agony. "Quick, let us depart, this Rinjia town is my bane, I shall never return." Within the crumbling temple, a middle-aged Taoist beheld the young man approaching on horseback, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Young lad, which lineage do you hail from?" Lin Yu dismounted and bowed respectfully, stating, "I am but a junior of the Rin family, come to deliver a ransom to you. I implore you, kind sir, to spare my uncle's life." With that, he produced 2 gold bricks from his robe. "Toss the gold bricks over, and I shall grant your uncle this vial of antidote, our transaction will be concluded." Both parties simultaneously tossed their items. Lin Yu's lips curled into a smirk, thinking, "Let us see how you fare against my thunder talisman." The Taoist, equally amused, remarked, "As long as you take hold of that porcelain vial, you shall be ensnared by my curse." Crack, thunder roared, the thunder talisman was activated, and the Taoist retreated swiftly, brandishing his cloak like a large umbrella to deflect the cascading lightning. Lin Yu exclaimed in astonishment, "Your cloak is indeed a top-tier magical artifact, it can withstand my blue thunder talisman?" Fuming, the Taoist retorted, "Blue thunder talisman, which sect of the 3 mountains do you belong to? You wily little imp. I am indeed a disciple of Maoshan." "Humph, you insolent wretch, you are already ensnared by my curse, kneel and beg for mercy, and I may consider sparing your life." "Cursed?" Lin Yu released his grip on evidently, an old fox and a young fox. "You relish in curses, do you? Here, taste my 10,000 thunder prison." He hurled the porcelain vial as a hidden weapon while simultaneously producing a blue thunder talisman, launching it at the Taoist, a multitude of lightning bolts poised to engulf him. The Taoist shouted furiously, retreating rapidly, using his cloak as a shield against the onslaught of thunder. "You cunning brat, so many blue talismans, you cannot possibly be the direct descendant of the Maoshan sect." Unfazed, Lin Yu retrieved 2 purple talismans, an exorcism talisman and a diamond talisman, the first step of the wealthy strategy: fortify one's defenses before proceeding to attack. The Taoist's eyes widened. "Purple talisman? You wretched brat, who exactly are you? An ordinary Maoshan disciple could never possess such protective talismans." Lin Yu chuckled, "Who do you underestimate?" He then produced a purple 3 mysteries true fire talisman, unhesitatingly hurling it towards his foe. "Old man, let us see if it can withstand my 3 mysteries true fire." "Damn it, you scoundrel!" The Taoist, thoroughly panicked, realized that his precious magical robe was irreplaceable, yet he had no other means to counter the 3 mysteries true fire. Should he expend his 10,000 curses devouring heart? No, the heart of my cultivation cannot be sacrificed for a robe. I can always have another forged. Desperate, he declared, "You have enraged me, so, you think you can hide behind your purple talismans? Allow me to unleash my golden silkworm spirit insect." A tiny moth with wings was flung towards Lin Yu, darting towards his heart like an arrow. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed. Crack, the diamond armor emitted a piercing sound as the moth's sharp mouthparts began to erode its defenses. "You insolent brat, my golden silkworm spirit insect possesses the might of a ninth heaven master. To perish in its jaws is a privilege." "Privilege?" As the diamond armor sustained damage, other insects joined in the feast, encasing Lin Yu in a suffocating black web, placing him in grave danger. "I refuse to believe there exists a bug that fears fire. By heavens, this maniac is willing to burn even himself." The Taoist was taken aback, helplessly watching as his hard-earned insects were incinerated. Trapped, he could only rely on the golden silkworm spirit insect, oblivious to the chaos. Once that insect Indeed, I had just acquired a henchman and had yet to test its combat prowess. With a wave of his hand, he summoned Oldrun. "Oldrun, time to get to work. Go avenge your son and devour this scoundrel." "What?" The Taoist's eyes nearly popped from their sockets. "A zombie? You keep a zombie? Impossible, how can a zombie move about in daylight? Does it not fear the sun?" The Taoist scoffed. "Do you think I, a master of curses, have feared for the past 40 years? Behold my corpse-controlling talisman." He produced a yellow talisman, slapping it onto Old Ren's forehead, believing he could immobilize the creature. To his dismay, it caused no hindrance whatsoever, and the zombie seized his arms instead. "Ah, you dare harm me, witness my demon-repelling mirror." The Taoist kicked Old Ren away and drew forth an ancient bronze Bagua mirror, which Lin Yu recognized as a top-tier magical artifact. His mind raced with confusion. What manner of figure is this curse master? How can he casually produce such superior artifacts? Not only Lin Yu was perplexed, but the Taoist was equally frustrated. What in the world is this brat? His equipment is top-notch, with an abundance of blue talismans, not to mention purple ones, and he even possesses a peculiar zombie? The demon-repelling mirror is ineffective. Behold my peachwood sword. What? The peachwood sword is broken, but I still have the red sun sand, which I purchased just last month. Could it be that the red sun sand is also useless? You little monster! What are you? Lin Yu taunted, this is your second uncle. By the heavens, your second uncle, you fight while hurling insults? Lin Yu called out, hey, old Ren, put in some effort, this fellow has cursed your son. Lend some strength. Chapter 62 The Wronged Corpse Manipulator. What, are you saying that this corpse belongs to Lord Ren's father? Indeed, it is his biological father. The corpse manipulator gazed at Lin Yu with a peculiar expression. Are you truly a practitioner of Maoshan? How could you possibly employ your own ancestor for corpse refinement, that is more sinister than our dark arts? Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing extraordinary, trying to get close one T save you. You are still destined to die. With a venomous tone, the corpse manipulator retorted, you insolent brat, you are the first to compel me, a 7th level Earth Master, to such a desperate state. Kicking aside Ren Tiantang once more, the corpse manipulator began to chant a spell to summon back the golden silkworm spirit bug. Lin Yu's eyes glinted with cunning. You wish to retreat? Not so easily. He reached out and grasped the golden silkworm spirit bug with a swift motion, his left hand resembling a golden tiger's claw, firmly controlling the creature within his palm. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, he maximized the application of his indestructible Vajra technique, causing his entire arm and hand to radiate with a golden hue. The corpse manipulator's eyes. Even the Buddhist indestructible Vajra is within your grasp? Lin Yu scoffed, go ask King Yin for answers. With that, he summoned the binding immortal rope and hurled it toward the corpse manipulator. Another exquisite magical artifact? The corpse manipulator brandished his tattered cloak, barely managing to fend off the assault of the binding immortal rope. However, Ren Tiantang attacked again from behind, leaving him flustered and overwhelmed. After all, he was a seasoned 7th level Earth Master, with profound cultivation and extensive combat experience. Fearing for the safety, he tossed a palm-sized circular ring, which expanded dramatically in the wind, transforming into a golden circle. Taste my golden ring of the Tao. The circle ensnared Ren Tiantang, rendering him immobile. Lin Yu was taken aback by this spectacle. Thinking to himself that this old fellow possessed an impressive array of treasures, he simply had to seize him today, as he was akin to a veritable treasure trove. Yet, fully focused on controlling the golden silkworm spirit bug, he had no time to instruct the zombie, hoping merely that old Ren could withstand the blows. The golden silkworm spirit bug, equivalent to a 9th level Earth Master's assault, was taxing for Lin Yu to suppress, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. I must devise a strategy. Lin Yu retrieved a purple 3 mystical flames talisman. The corpse manipulator panicked. Brat, that is the mother bug of the Ren family's spirit bugs. If you kill it, Lord Ren is as good as dead. Lin Yu hissed, what a ruthless fellow. What enmity exists between the Ren family and you? The corpse manipulator chuckled bitterly, there is no enmity. I never expected the Ren family to possess such a monster. I merely sought to rob a wealthy household since I ran out of funds. With a furious roar, the zombie Ren Tiantang strained against the golden ring, which began to stretch ominously. The corpse manipulator was taken aback. Brat, once I deal with the zombie, we shall settle our scores. He pulled out a hexagonal copper piece, an indistinct magical artifact, and hurled it at Ren Tiantang. Bang! That strike indeed inflicted damage, leaving old Ren dazed and disoriented. What, although this treasure is incomplete, I have never missed my mark. I have slain 2 armored corpses, yet this one remains unscathed? What manner of creature is this? If one blow is insufficient, then I shall strike again. Old Ren was repeatedly battered while ensnared. An incomplete magical artifact. Lin Yu felt an urgent anxiety, cursing the wretched soul. Indeed, he could not afford to disregard Ren Tiantang's fate. His mind raced, and he needed to conjure a plan swiftly. Humph, you possess a magical artifact, do I not? With that thought, Lin Yu gritted his teeth and unleashed the demon suppression seal. He could no longer afford to conceal his strength. Saving a life took precedence. Watching the enormous golden seal expand in the wind, old Ren thought, I am quite familiar with this move. Before the corpse manipulator could react, both he and you, a 7th level Earthmaster, are just perfect for me to test its might. You little brat, how dare you sneak attack, this is utterly dishonorable. The corpse manipulator felt as if he might vomit blood. You must be the son of the Maoshan sect master. Having traversed the realms for many years, he possessed but a single damaged magical artifact, while this youngling, at the mere human master level, wielded a powerful treasure and several purple talismans? In Maoshan, we do not bully the weak. Fighting is not merely about means and cultivation but rather about whose family is wealthier. Seeing the corpse manipulator subdued, Lin Yu felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him as he— The golden silkworm spirit bug, I have never heard of such a thing. It resembles a moth with a pair of wings. Perhaps I should try the beast taming technique. This creature should qualify as a spirit beast, right? I wonder if my maxed out beast taming technique can tame it. With that thought, Lin Yu decided to take the risk. After all, he had no better ideas. Chanting the incantation, he began to communicate with the golden silkworm in front. The corpse manipulator exclaimed, "Foolish child, what are you doing? Stop at once." Oh, it seems effective. Observing the other's reaction, Lin Yu— How could you possibly seize my golden silkworm spirit bug? Moments later, Lin Yu sensed a subtle connection forming with the golden silkworm. Could this be the success of beast taming? Let us see if we can converse. Delicious, very tasty. Eat? What do you wish to consume? Is it the indestructible talisman, or perhaps my mana? As Lin Yu attempted to channel his mana into his palm, the golden silkworm immediately perked up, as if intoxicated by nectar. Lin Yu chuckled, so, my mana is quite nourishing, it carries an affinity for all beasts. Does this mean I could potentially form a legion of beasts in the future? You wretched soul, return my golden silkworm spirit bug. The corpse manipulator was furious. Having lost the golden silkworm spirit bug, Lin Yu squatted down with a smug expression. Now, tell me, who are you? You dare to provoke the Yin Corpse sect? You will regret this. I am an elder of the Yin Corpse sect. The Yin Corpse sect? An old acquaintance. Lin Yu mused. Isn't the Yin Corpse sect a sect that specializes in corpse refinement? Why have they begun taming bugs as well? The other turned away, refusing to answer. Lin Yu stroked his chin, scrutinizing the old man's gear, and with a swift motion, he snatched the beastskin pouch from his waist. Oh, exquisite magical artifact, this was the one you used to store poison bugs, wasn't? Well, it now belongs to me. You brigand, return the myriad bugs pouch to me. Brigand? No, I am not. You cannot slander me, these are all my spoils of war. Lin Yu turned his gaze to the hexagonal copper piece on the ground. This seems to be the base of a 6-sided copper tower. Even an incomplete base possesses the power of a magical artifact. What treasures must it have held in its prime? Lin Yu mused with delight. Thank you, my good sir, I shall graciously accept. You wretched soul, I will perish with you. We shall perish together. With that, he revealed a deranged and sinister expression, seemingly preparing to self-destruct. Lin Yu hastily dodged, but upon seeing Ren Tiantang, who was also pinned down by the demon suppression seal, he suddenly had a brilliant idea. Old Ren, are you daft? You are a zombie, the fellow's neck is right next to your mouth, don't you know to bite him? Why are you lying there acting dead? Are you putting on a show? Have you forgotten how he just smashed your skull? If you continue to slack off like this, I'll simply squash you myself. What? The corpse manipulator had no time to turn around before Ren Tiantang had already clamped onto his neck. Chapter 63 The Gate of Wealth. Moments later, the master of the Yin Corpse sect, a practitioner of the 7th level of Earth Master, known as the Gu Daoist, met an untimely demise. His eyes reddened in agony as he was devoured by a zombie. Old Ren smacked his lips, seemingly satisfied, his aura growing stronger by several degrees. The Gu Daoist's toxic blood has become nourishment for Old Ren. It appears that this musical zombie, Ren Tiantang, has a preference for various unclean blood types. What a fortunate coincidence! In my future endeavors of exorcising demons and vanquishing evil, I shall never lack for such resources. I need not worry about providing for Old Ren. Initially, I was troubled about where to procure blood from mummies and vampires, but now I am relieved. Thinking of this, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel pity for the royal zombie. It is immune to lightning. It could even utilize lightning as a source of energy. If paired with Old Ren, this musical zombie, who is immune to spells, with toxic blood serving as a power source, might it not be possible to create a lightning zombie in the future? Shaking his head, Lin Yu stowed away the demon suppression seal in Ren Tiantang, and gazed at the corpse of the Gu Daoist on the ground, his brow furrowing. A master of the 7th level of Earth. It would be prudent to employ the corpse controlling technique to probe into his memories. Thus, he sat cross-legged, chanting incantations to cast the spell. Although his intentions were sound and the corpse controlling technique proceeded smoothly, he should not have attempted to delve into this individual's memories. The Yin Corpse sect had placed restrictions on each disciple. If captured and their memories were probed, they would self-destruct instantly. Indeed, as soon as Lin Yu read the opening lines, the Gu Daoist's head exploded into a gruesome mess. Had it not been for Lin Yu's exquisite magical garment shielding him, he surely would have sustained injuries. What a disappointment, Yin Corpse sect. It seems you are perpetually targeting the Rin family. Lin Yu muttered to himself, then skillfully searched the corpse, retrieving an identity token marked with the number 30-6. It appeared this individual held a higher status than the previous corpse-controlling geomancer. A 10,000 Gu compendium. It turned out to be a manual for raising and controlling Gu. How splendid! This is something I must study. That golden silkworm is formidable. If I could gather a plethora of golden silkworms and combine them, it would yield a powerful army of golden silkworms. The potential is immense. Perhaps the silkworms could also produce silk for garments. With this thought, Lin Yu smacked his forehead in realization. How foolish of me! Why had I not thought of this before? I had only considered synthesizing roosters and black dogs. The most readily available creatures are ants and bees. Indeed, if I could gather a few colonies of ants and combine them, I could at least create a battalion of spiritual marching ants. As for the bees, 100 wasp nests could yield a colony of spiritual bees. Even if I do not command them in battle, raising them for honey would still be a treasure. I shall pursue this endeavor, returning to search for bees and ants. As for silkworms, that is even simpler. In this day and age, there are many farmers who raise silkworms. With a little expenditure, I can easily obtain them. Envisioning a series of perfect plans, Lin Yu continued to sort through the spoils of war. An exquisite magical artifact, the Bagua mirror, a supreme magical artifact, the diamond circle, a damaged base of a magical treasure, and a tattered supreme magical artifact cloak. This haul is nothing short of a windfall. Thank you, Yin Corpse sect, for the generous gift of an old treasure. I warmly invite you all to visit often. I hereby declare that you are not a sinister sect, but rather the gate of wealth behind me. My esteemed ally, Express Delivery number 42 has brought the corpse controlling technique and the 7-arrow curse, while number 36 has delivered the 10,000 Gu compendium along with a trove of treasures. I eagerly anticipate gifts from the higher-ranking brothers in the future. Henceforth, should anyone dare to challenge your Yin Corpse sect, I, Lin, the little celestial master of Maoshan, shall lend my assistance. After scavenging everything, Lin Yu tossed a blue 3 Flames True Fire talisman, incinerating the Gu Daoist's corpse to ashes. This 3 Flames True Fire truly is an indispensable treasure for eliminating foes and covering one's tracks, clean and efficient, leaving no traces. If the underground ancestors of Maoshan were to learn that Lin Yu had employed the 3 Flames True Fire talisman to commit murder, thievery, and obliterate corpses, I wonder if they would be enraged enough to rise from their coffins? Far away in the depths of the mountains, in the Soul Lantern Hall of the Yin Corpse sect, the Soul Lantern of the Gu Daoist extinguished. Chapter 64 of the Ghost Catching at Taishan Town. As twilight descended, Lin Yu finally returned to the Rin family, where everyone awaited him with bated breath. Brother-in-law, you have finally returned. If you had delayed any longer, my father would have, Renjuju lamented, tears streaming down her cheeks like rain on a pear blossom. Lin Yu smiled gently, offering comfort. Not only have I found the antidote, but I also unexpectedly discovered the remains of my I shall go save my uncle. Upon reaching Rinkai's bedside, Lin Yu summoned the golden silkworm spirit bug. After a brief communion, the little creature fluttered its wings and soon extracted the spirit bug from Rinkai's mouth, which was then devoured by the golden silkworm spirit bug. As he put away the bug, Lin Yu noticed Rinkai's frail body, his vitality visibly diminished. He administered a strengthening pill, and Rinkai's complexion began to improve noticeably. Upon awakening and hearing Lin Yu's recounting, Rinkai broke into a cold sweat. Grasping Lin Yu's hand, he expressed his profound gratitude. Ayu, it is thanks to you that my uncle's life has been spared. You must stay with us a few more days so that I may properly thank you. Lin Yu chuckled, replying, no need for such formality, uncle. The funeral of my great-uncle is of utmost importance. As Juju, being a young lady, cannot manage this alone. You must take charge. Very well, we shall handle the arrangements first, Rinkai agreed, insisting that Lin Yu and his wife stay for 2 days. Renjuju expressed her intention to return to the United States to mine gold. As Rinkai had only one daughter, he was reluctant to let her venture out alone and declared that he would accompany her to the United States. However, having operated the family business in the town for 3 generations, it seemed a pity to simply sell off their assets. Thus, he made a gracious gesture by gifting Lin Yu the properties they could not take with them. Lin Yu, however, was reluctant to accept such generosity, yet he could only promise to entrust them to Ren Fa and request that his father-in-law send someone to manage them later on. Before their departure, Ren Tingting bestowed several protective talismans upon Ren Kai and his daughter, knowing that this farewell might stretch into an unknown length of time. Let us go, Tingting. We shall take the mountain path home. It may take 2 or 3 days, Lin Yu announced. Why, Yu, with the spirit crane, we could arrive in half a day, surely it won't take 3 days? Ren Tingting questioned, perplexed. Lin Yu laughed. The reason for the mountain trek is to seek out some good treasures. Why not take the spirit crane back alone to spare yourself the hardship? Ren Tingting shook her head defiantly. I refuse. I want to be with you, it's far more enjoyable and not at all a hardship. Very well, then focus on your cultivation while riding the spirit crane. I shall search for treasures in the mountains, Lin Yu replied. Yu, what treasures do you seek? Ren Tingting inquired. I wish to catch some bees or ants, and if I come across any medicinal herbs, I could gather some as well. Thus, they spent 5 days traversing the mountains, Lin Yu even taking detours to scour the hills within a 100-mile radius, ultimately gathering 100 hives of bees and 100 nests of ants, along with a dozen precious medicinal herbs, a bountiful harvest indeed. After several days of camping in the wild, enduring the elements, Lin Yu suggested, there's a town nearby, let us rest there before returning tomorrow. Sure, I trust you prepare such delicious meals for me, far better than the taverns in town. It's merely inconvenient to bathe and change clothes, Ren Tingting remarked. Lin Yu couldn't help but tease, what's inconvenient about it? I offered you the chance to bathe in the mountain pond, are you afraid I would peek and hence refuse to wash? How can you say that? Ren Tingting retorted playfully, pinching Lin Yu's waist. Their playful banter led them to the nearby town, where they soon learned that it was called Taishan Town. They found an inn to rest, and while dining, Lin Yu overheard an amusing tale. The esteemed Mr. Tan was seeking ghost-catching practitioners, having encountered some unclean spirits in his home. Every night, he would find himself on the floor by morning instead of in his bed, and it was happening to everyone in his household. Clearly, they had run afoul of ghosts. Ren Tingting's eyes sparkled with interest. Yu, how about we catch some ghosts? Do you need money? Of course not. Lin Yu replied. My master taught me, good and evil are at odds. As a heroine, I am here to vanquish demons and dispel evil. Have you learned how to catch ghosts? Ren Tingting blushed, then you should teach me. Lin Yu chuckled and nodded. Tan's residence, where they fortuitously encountered the flustered ghost catcher, Maoshan Ming. Run, there are ghosts inside. Maoshan Ming shouted, scrambling away while warning Lin Yu. Ren Tingting laughed, we are here to catch ghosts. You too? A young man and a young lady, you think you can catch ghosts? Even I, Maoshan Ming, cannot handle it, you'd just be courting death. Unfazed, the pair exchanged amused glances and pushed open the door to Mr. Tan's abode. Lin Yu turned back to offer a parting piece of advice. You may not have ill intentions, but your luck is poor. If you could release those 2 ghosts to be reborn, perhaps your fortune might change. With that, he led Ren Tingting into the Tan family's new residence. Having just been disturbed by Maoshan Ming, the ghosts within were riled up, causing the Tan family to flee in terror. However, Lin Yu was unconcerned. They were not here for monetary gain, but to teach Ren Tingting the art of ghost catching. Maoshan Ming watched from outside, slightly astonished. Can he see my pet ghosts, big treasure and little treasure? Could he also be a practitioner from the spirit realm? Alas, such youth wasting their lives on bravado. I hope they emerge alive. Lin Yu produced 2 pomelo leaves and handed them to Ren Tingting. Ghosts differ from zombies, they are typically invisible unless they choose to reveal themselves. Toc ghosts, practitioners often use pomelo leaves dipped in water and placed over their eyes. In the north, willow leaves are also used. Another method involves applying cow tears to the eyes. Lastly, there's my Maoshan opening spell, but you lack the mastery to utilize it effectively. Why not try the pomelo leaves? Ren Tingting took the leaves and, upon trying them, exclaimed, Yu, although the atmosphere feels eerie, I still don't see any ghosts. Lin Yu then invoked the opening spell and waved his hand to push open the main door. They stepped inside, yet still encountered no spectral entities. Lin Yu retrieved a Qingling bell and handed it to Ren Tingting. The Qingling bell, also known as the Emperor's bell, emits sounds that can intimidate and dispel ghosts. It pairs well with the fire bell incantation. Generally, it requires magical energy to be effective, but your internal energy is too scant. However, this is a superior Qingling bell, just shaking it should suffice. Ren Tingting, quite astute, had memorized these common incantations during her recent studies at the Charity Temple. Following Lin Yu's instructions, she shook the Qingling bell while reciting the fire bell incantation. Great Supreme Deities, essence of the Flame Emperor, with radiant brilliance, illuminate the 3 purities, flowing fire over 1,000 miles, no ghost shall escape. with divine seal upon them, extinguish the evil essence. Please stop reciting. Lin Yu exclaimed as the horde of ghosts below clutched their heads and flew out, rolling around in a frenzy. Lin Yu gestured for Rin Tingting to lower the Qingling bell. When dealing with spirits, one cannot approach them as one would with zombies. Do not strike them upon sight. Zombies have lost their consciousness and generally seek to harm others, thus eliminating them is acceptable. However, ghosts linger for various reasons. Some are bound by unfulfilled desires, others by lingering resentments, and some have simply missed their chance for reincarnation. We must first observe the aura surrounding them. If they are ordinary spirits or wrong souls, we can contain them in a wine jar or a soul-raising gourd and send them off for reincarnation when the ghost gate opens next. However, if they are malevolent spirits that have harmed others, their aura will be tainted with malice, and we may strike them down. Ren Tingting nodded. What if we can't defeat them? Lin Yu chuckled. Then we run. Would you rather stay behind and face certain death? Ren Tingting whispered. Yu, can I handle malevolent spirits now? Lin Yu shook his head. For now, you can only deal with ordinary wandering spirits and minor ghosts. Tackling malevolent ones is out of the question. However, with your defensive gear, even malevolent spirits won't be able to approach you. Rest assured, they cannot harm you. Ren Tingting pointed at the family of spirits before them. What about this bunch? Lin Yu laughed. This group of little ghosts? If you shake the Qingling bell a bit longer, they will be shaken to death. They bear no malice, indicating they have not harmed anyone. We should avoid killing these benign spirits, as it would diminish our virtue. Let me inquire why they are disturbing Mr. Tan's family, Lin Yu said, preparing to engage the spirits. Chapter 65. Relatives from the underworld. This family was acutely aware that they had encountered a true master, and they all knelt down in unison. Daoist, we are benevolent spirits, having never harmed anyone. However, Lord Tan has constructed a new house atop our ancestral tomb, causing our family to be oppressed day and night, making it difficult to breathe. We only resorted to teasing them in a desperate attempt to force them to relocate. We truly are good spirits. Ren Tingting cast a sympathetic glance at Lin Yu. Yu, are they really good spirits? Lin Yu chuckled and replied, how can one trust the words of ghosts? What? Are they deceiving us? No, typically we should not readily believe ghostly claims. Whether they hold truth must be determined by ourselves, otherwise, we risk falling prey to their deceptions. What then shall we do to ascertain the truth? Lin Yu smiled, gesturing towards the door, suggesting they call Tan Baiwan back for verification. A confrontation would reveal all. As he spoke, the Tan family returned, trembling with fear, peering cautiously from outside the door, none daring to step inside. Yet, they could not all sleep outside, so they steeled themselves and ventured back in. Lord Tan, please come in. I have subdued the spirits. Lin Yu beckoned from the entrance. Tan Baiwan rubbed his eyes and inquired, who are you, young man? I am a disciple of Maoshan, from Renjia town, where your Uncle Jiu resides. He is my master. Oh, Uncle Jiu, I have heard much about him from Lord Ren. Tan Baiwan mustered the courage to step inside. Lin Yu then performed an eye-opening incantation, revealing a row of spirits kneeling within the room, causing Tan Baiwan's legs to weaken, and Lin Yu promptly supported him. Fear not. They have all been subdued. This group of spirits claims that your construction has oppressed their ancestral resting place, which is why they resorted to mischief. Is this true? Tan Baiwan stammered, I had no idea. In order to save costs, I hired the cheapest feng shui master, and he directed me to this location. Young Taoist, I have spent a significant sum to build this new house. Surely you cannot suggest I tear it down? Lin Yu exchanged a glance with Rin Tingting, silently affirming the truth of the matter. Lord Tan, a bargain often comes with a price. You must have hired a charlatan, otherwise, a true feng shui master would have seen the burial site. Alas, what shall we do now, Taoist? Lin Yu stepped forward, addressing the family of spirits. What do you desire? We wish for them to relocate. We only wish to live peacefully and have never intended to provoke or harm anyone. Lin Yu shook his head. Relocation is not feasible. Constructing a house in the mortal realm comes at a significant cost. Yet, it is indeed Lord Tan's fault. How about this? Let him excavate your remains, and I shall find you a new resting place. Then, let Lord Tan set up a memorial tablet for you, allowing for a good relationship to blossom. Upon seeing the three pure ones' bell in Rin Tingting's hand, the spirits nodded in agreement, not daring to propose conditions. After informing Lord Tan, he had no choice but to comply and immediately summoned people to dig through the night. Lin Yu addressed the spirits. Humans dwell in the realm of the living, while spirits reside in the realm of the dead. Your continued presence here is untenable. Eventually, you will face the dire consequence of losing your souls. Why not reincarnate in the underworld? The spirits explained, Taoist, our family only wishes to remain together in love and harmony. If we were to reincarnate, we would certainly be separated, and we do not wish to part. We would rather dissipate than be apart. Lin Yu sighed, what a pity, is one lifetime of love not enough? If fate has brought you together, it will eventually disperse. Forcing unity will cost you the chance of reincarnation, leading to your true essence dissipating into the cosmos. Is that worth it? The spirits fell silent, exchanging glances filled with complexity. Tomorrow marks the 15th day of the 7th month, when the gates of the underworld open. Why not seize this opportunity to reincarnate? If fate allows, you shall meet again in the next life, perhaps even through countless lifetimes, but once your true essence dissipates, all will be lost. At that moment, Tan Baiwan interjected, Taoist, you have misremembered the date. Yesterday was the 15th day of the 7th month, the Ghost Festival has already passed. What? Lin Yu, astonished, glanced at the moon above, smacked his forehead, and lamented, in my eagerness to forage for herbs in the mountains, I completely lost track of time. Ren Tingting chuckled, you, have you missed something important? Oh, it is not a significant matter. I merely missed witnessing Qiu Shang send his girlfriend off for reincarnation. Having heard of Qiu Shang's embarrassing moments at the funeral home, Ren Tingting couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. As the senior brother, how can you also join in mocking Qiu Shang? Because it is truly amusing. Do you not think so? Indeed, it is quite funny. Ren Tingting laughed along. At this moment, the spirits kneeling on the ground spoke up, Taoist, we have made our decision, we wish to reincarnate. Please assist us. Lin Yu smiled wryly, yesterday was the time to enter the gates of the underworld, you could have taken that opportunity, now, let us send you off. Conveniently, the Maoshan altar was already prepared for rituals, and with a bit of tidying up, it could still be used. Supreme Edict, spiritual treasure to guide the souls, 7 stars to protect the body, soul lantern to light the way. As Lin Yu set up the altar and performed the ritual, he pointed towards the entrance as if opening a passage to the underworld. The doors of the Tan family swung open, revealing a ghostly green corridor. A luminous lantern rose from the altar, floating slowly towards the passage. Lin Yu turned to the spirits and said, go forth. The soul lantern will guide you along the path to the Yellow Springs, across the bridge of forgetfulness, leading you to your next life. The spirits bowed deeply to Lin Yu before following the soul lantern into the passage. Lin Yu then produced the soul-nourishing gourd from his possession, releasing the 46 water spirits he had previously collected from the river. You too, go forth, reincarnate, and may you have a fortunate existence in your next life, becoming good people. The spirits streamed into the corridor, at which point 2 ghostly messengers emerged, causing the spirits to tremble in fear. Who dares to open the realm of Yin and Yang? I am Lin Yu, a disciple of Maoshan. I have missed the opportunity of the Ghost Festival, thus performing the ritual to guide these souls into the underworld for reincarnation. You, young man, we finally meet. The 2 ghostly messengers regarded Lin Yu in surprise as he stood before the altar in his Taoist robes. Lin Yu, astonished, asked, do you too know me? I have no relatives in the underworld. They laughed and scolded, you mischievous child, is not the patriarch your kin? The entire Maoshan sect in the underworld is your family. You are the patriarch? Lin Yu quickly knelt with Ren Tingting to pay his respects. One of them waved his hand to assist them up. I am your grandmaster, King Pingzi, and this is your grand-uncle Manglingzi from the Maoshan miraculous lineage. Lin Yu, confused, asked, Grandmaster, grand-uncle, although this is my first time employing the soul lantern to guide souls, I had not heard it would summon ghostly messengers. They replied with a smile, we merely passed by and were curious who could guide so many souls. We did not expect it to be you, my child. Indeed, Master Jiu has taken on a fine disciple. Achieving the 5th level of Earth Master at the age of 12 is a remarkable talent, even in times of waning spiritual energy. Indeed, after defeating the Gu Master in Rinjia Town and acquiring a spiritual artifact, Lin Yu's cultivation had risen to the 5th level of Earth Master. The elder from the miraculous sect laughed and scolded, that rascal Jiu only knows how to burn incense and report good news, yet he always conceals the reason, such a grand event, and he kept it from us. He deserves a good scolding. This time, we must follow the patriarch's orders and give him a proper kick in the backside. Lin Yu, sweating profusely in his heart, thought, are you two here to punish my master? King Pingzi chuckled, given Yu's talent, it is wise for Master Jiu to be cautious. We cannot boast about this matter upon returning, lest other sects grow envious. Lin Yu exclaimed, Grandmaster, does this imply you two are here to find my master in Rinjia Town? King Pingxi sighed. Indeed, we have heard that Master Jiu has stirred up trouble in Rinjia town, and the Maoshan sect in the underworld is intervening on their behalf. We have been dispatched to investigate. What? My master has caused trouble, Grandmaster? He is already a master of the 8th level of Earth Master and is quite capable. How could he possibly get into trouble? King Pingxi shook his head. We are here to ascertain the situation. He has not yet opened the altar to report. Enough. Once you have finished here, return swiftly. We shall directly proceed from the underworld. We will converse further upon our next meeting. The two exchanged farewells and vanished into the passage. Soon after, the doors of the Tan family closed once more, and the passage to the underworld disappeared. Lin Yu summoned Lord Tan to provide him with some instructions, reminding him that the spirits had been sent for reincarnation, but he must fulfill his promise to them, to seek out a genuine feng shui master to choose a suitable resting place for them, and to set up a memorial tablet in the home for offerings, as accumulating virtue would be beneficial for his family. Yes, Taoist, your teachings are wise. I shall certainly comply without delay. Now that this matter is settled, we have other affairs to attend to. We must take our leave. Taoist, your efforts in helping us capture the spirits are greatly appreciated. Please accept this 50 taels of silver as a token of our gratitude. Lin Yu accepted the silver note with a nod. Very well, your kindness is noted. Should you encounter further troubles, do not hesitate to seek my master in Rinjia town. Ting, let us depart. We must return home tonight. Just then, the Maoshan disciple token at Lin Yu's waist began to glow. Ah, you, what does this signify? Oh no, it is my master summoning nearby disciples to assist. Lin Yu released a paper crane and took hold of Rintingting, soaring into the sky. He harbored a suspicion that it might be Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai, those two troublemakers, causing yet more chaos. After all my hard work to train Wen Kai to the level of a human teacher, how could he still be such a nuisance? The Tan family, witnessing the two soaring on their crane, fell to their knees in excitement, bowing and proclaiming them living deities. Chapter 66 of The Friend of the Undead Woman. Xiaoxing time rewinds to the previous day in Rinjia town. Inside the ancestral hall, Xiaoxing arrived early to offer incense, having waited over 2 months for this day. After enduring a day of torment, and following a modest dinner, Uncle Jiu finally decided to commence the ritual to guide the souls into the underworld. Under ordinary circumstances, one could also deliver spirits to the netherworld through ghost catching, much like Lin Yu using the soul lantern as a guide, though each family employs different methods. However, practitioners like Uncle Jiu, a master geomancer dedicated to exorcising demons and protecting the locality, would typically capture numerous spirits throughout the year. If he were to open the passage to the underworld for each spirit, it would indeed be quite cumbersome, as it requires a formal ritual. Thus, it has become customary to first capture the spirits and store them in a wine jar, awaiting the ghost festival when the gates to the underworld are wide open for their release. Why wait for this day? Because the sheer volume of spirits necessitates a greater expenditure of spiritual energy to perform the ritual, something beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. If Lin Yu were not a master of the 5th rank in geomancy, his human-level cultivation would allow him to guide a maximum of only 10 ordinary spirits at a time. Those capable of sending dozens of diverse spirits away in one go are invariably experts. It was precisely this expertise that had previously attracted the attention of the passing ancestral master. What if one's cultivation is insufficient and they need to guide a multitude of spirits? One must then wait for the 15th day of the 7th lunar month when the gates to the underworld are wide open. At this moment, one merely needs to commence the ritual, requiring far less spiritual energy, as the gates are naturally ajar. Watching Dong Xiaoyu, lantern in hand, approach the ghostly gate, Xiaoxing inwardly urged her to hurry. It would soon come to an end. Xiaoyu looked back reluctantly, saying, Xiaoxing, wait for me. I will seek you out in our next life. Xiaoxing was on the verge of tears, pleading, Sister, I beg you, let me go. Only when he managed a strained smile did Dong Xiaoyu finally step through the ghostly gate. After collecting the ritual tools, Uncle Jiu patted Xiaoxing on the shoulder, saying, Well, one concern has been resolved. I hope you can lay down your burdens and focus on your cultivation. Go assist Wen Kai and the others in printing the money. Uncle Jiu held the position of the underworld's money printing officer, and every year around this time, he would work tirelessly to print currency. This year was much better. Although Lin Yu was not home, Jielu and Yu lent a hand, resulting in Wen Kai and Xiaoxing not being as overwhelmed as before. Upon seeing Xiaoxing return, Wen Kai comforted him. Xiaoxing, has your girlfriend been sent off? Come help us with the work. Once we finish, we can head into town for some fun. I heard from away that there's a troupe performing tonight, and if we finish early, we might catch it. Xiaoxing could hardly muster the energy to argue. He had grown accustomed to Wenxi's calling Xiaoyu his girlfriend, and everyone seemed to tacitly accept this notion. Jialu and Yu expressed their curiosity and urged everyone to hasten their tasks, as they had never seen a play in Rinjia town. Uncle Gio rested in meditation, pondering why Lin Yu and the others had been away visiting relatives in Rinjia town for 7 or 8 days without returning. Simu Daosher was diligently practicing the starlight body refining technique in his room. Understanding that body refinement could enhance one's foundational strength, Simu had become the most diligent disciple in the entire courtyard, absorbing starlight each night and practicing the Great Cave True Sutra during the day. After Wen Kai and the others finished printing the money, they all brought it to Uncle Gio for his signature and seal. To prevent his disciples from seeing his true name, Uncle Gio waved them all out. Seizing the opportunity, the group decided to head into town for some excitement, and Uncle Gio paid them no mind. However, he had overlooked that it was the 15th day of the 7th lunar month. What sort of excitement could there possibly be in town at this hour? Upon arriving in town, Wei had been waiting for quite some time. Xiaoxing, Wen Kai, hurry up, the show has been going on for ages. I thought you weren't coming. The group lifted the curtain and stepped inside. At that moment, Jella noticed something amiss and urgently pulled you aside. Hey, you two, come out quickly. Something feels off in here. Xiaoxing, confused, asked, What's wrong? Haven't you ever seen a play, Jello? Jialo, drenched in sweat, dared not loudly proclaim that ghosts were present, as there were simply too many to contend with. Knowing that Wen Kai was only at the human master level, he warned, Wen Kai, take a look around. Wen Kai, bewildered, replied, What should I be looking for? Aren't we just here to watch a show? Wei had grown impatient, grabbing Xiaoxing and Wen Kai to rush. If not, let's go. If we delay any longer, the show will end. Jialo wished he could cover his eyes, thinking, Wen Kai, can you really not tell the difference between ghosts and the living? You, puzzled, asked, Jialo, why aren't you going in? Jialo pulled a Yu out and tossed a paper crane towards home. You three fools, only the performers are human in there. Everyone watching is a ghost, would you dare sit with them? Yu gasped, why didn't you tell them? Jialo weakly replied, there are too many ghosts, we can't handle them, and I'm afraid if I speak out, they might retaliate. If we act like we don't see each other, perhaps it won't matter. Yu fretted, but will they be in danger? Jialo wiped away a bead of cold sweat, of course it's dangerous. That's why we need to hurry back and get help. We must inform the master and the elder to assist. In truth, he had half a sentence left unspoken. With so many spirits, even the master and elder, despite their profound cultivation, might struggle to cope. The performers on stage noticed the 3 living souls sitting below and quickly exchanged furtive glances, yet, Xiaoxing and the others remained blissfully unaware, clapping along with the performance. In this era, a grand play was as vibrant as a concert in later generations. Just then, a beautiful female ghost named Xiaoli approached, waving at Xiaoxing, who instinctively stood to greet her. Wei, enviously commenting to Wen Kai, said, Look at Xiaoxing, he has quite the charmer. Why don't beautiful women come to me? Wen Kai was too engrossed in the performance to pay attention. Miss, you're here to watch the show too? Xiaoli said mournfully, I'm not here to. I am seeking refuge. A wicked man is forcing me to be his wife and has sent henchmen to capture me. She pointed, it's those 4 over there, isn't it? Xiaoxing, still dazed and blinded by the spirits, failed to notice the ghostly enforcers wielding morning staff. He actually approached them, saying, Hey, you 4, step outside for a duel. Are you talking to us? Are you mute? The 4 ghost enforcers ignored him, glaring fiercely. How audacious, no one in Rinjia town has dared to look down on me, young master Xiaoxing. Wei, Wen Kai, come help me fight. Wei, hearing that a beauty was inviting him, eagerly stood up, but Wen Kai preferred to watch the performance. Impatiently, Wen Kai pulled out a few yellow talismans, saying, Why fight when we're here to watch? I just learned how to draw these fall talismans, whoever bullies you, just stick one on them. They didn't want to delay the show. With the 2 holding the yellow talismans, they hesitated but went back, each taking 2 talismans, ready to strike simultaneously. The 4 ghost enforcers were caught off guard by the sudden ambush. Upon witnessing this scene, some spirits shouted, The ghost enforcers have fallen, let us flee. Instantly, the ghosts scattered, creating chaos in the venue. By the time Uncle Gio and Simu arrived, Wen Kai was still foolishly laughing at the play. Xiaoli had long since led Xiaoxing and away from the stage, bowing in gratitude outside, relieved to have escaped. How can I repay your kindness? Xiaoxing, with a mischievous glint in his eye, replied, Such matters are best repaid with your body. Exchanging glances with Wei, they shared a knowing look. However, Xiaoli seemed unimpressed, huffing, Thank you both for your help. My name is Xiaoli, if you wish to see me again, just call out, Hey Bai Chui, male and female, spit, and I shall appear. With that, she vanished in a flash. Wei, alarmed, exclaimed, Oh no, she is a ghost. Zhou was left dumbfounded. No way, just sent off Xiaoyu, and now another Xiaoli. Why am I so unfortunate? Why do all the beautiful women I fancy turn out to be ghosts? Chapter 67. This is my future Tianzhi from Maoshan. Upon returning, Zhou Shu and Simu discovered that 4 ghost messengers had already located the ancestral hall. However, due to the protective formation, they were left standing outside the door. Once invited in, the 4 ghost messengers explained their situation, adopting an accusatory tone as if to say that Lin Jiu, a disciple of Maoshan, had been lax in his duties. If they could not provide a satisfactory explanation, they would report to the underworld to take action against them. Simu, feeling indignant, interjected, "Hey, you 4, take a good look, this is Lin Jiu, the future Tianzhi of Maoshan. Although the underworld is formidable, surely they should respect Maoshan?" He continued, "This mistake was not made by my senior brother. If punishment is to be meted out, it should be directed at Zhou in a way. The underworld has no grounds to hold my senior brother accountable. You 4 have lost your composure in battle and were ambushed, losing your positions. Now you come seeking my senior brother's assistance, and not only do you fail to show proper respect, but you also dare to speak to a future Tianzhi in such a manner? Do you think Maoshan has no one to stand against you?" With that, he revealed his own cultivation level at the 5th stage of the Earth Master. "Senior brother, you should also reveal your cultivation level. As disciples of Maoshan, how can we allow ourselves to be bullied by 4 mere ghost messengers?" Zhou Shu, not wishing to escalate the situation, felt compelled to support his junior brother. Thus, he unleashed his own formidable aura, revealing his cultivation at the 8th stage of the Earth Master, causing the 4 ghost messengers to rise to their feet in alarm. If it were Shi Jian, the esteemed master of Maoshan, the Thunder King who commands the heavenly lightning, those ghost messengers would not even dare to sit in his presence. "Forgive us, we did not come to accuse you," they clarified, "but rather to seek assistance. This matter stems from our negligence, yet it is also related to your disciple. That if we were to report directly to the underworld, your disciple would undoubtedly suffer a heavy burden of karma, something you would not wish to see. Thus, let us discuss how to resolve this matter amicably." Now that is more acceptable, Simu conceded, retracting his powers and falling silent. Zhou Shu smiled and clasped his hands in gratitude, stating, "I, Lin Jiu, hold a position in the underworld's money department, making us colleagues of sorts. Thank you for accommodating me. Please grant me 3 days. Within that time, I will ensure that all the escaped spirits are captured and returned to the underworld for accountability." The 4 messengers exchanged glances and nodded. "Very well, 3 days it is. We shall return, and by some time, the matter above is entrusted to you." Once the ghost messengers departed, Simu's demeanor faltered. "Senior brother, what shall we do now? There are so many ghosts to capture. It's like 100 ghosts are on the prowl." Zhou Shu's expression darkened. "First, we must retrieve Qiuxing and away, those wretched souls." He then turned his gaze to Wen Kai, who hastily waved his hands. "Master, this has nothing to do with me. I was merely an observer." Zhou Shu scolded, "How can you even say that? As a representative of Maoshan, you cannot even distinguish between ghostly entities. Look at Jiala and you have brought shame upon your teacher." Wen Kai bowed his head in silence. "You 3, go to the town immediately and bring back Qiuxing and away," Simu commanded. Zhou Shu sighed. "Tomorrow, let us contact Ayudot if he can return. With his expertise in formations, he may have a solution." At dawn the next day, Wen Kai and the others managed to retrieve Qiuxing and away. Upon hearing that Qiuxing had once again been ensnared by ghostly mesmerism, Zhou Shu was so enraged that he nearly broke his whip. "Kneel there for a day and a night. Do not rise until I say so." Awei trembled in fear, not expecting Zhou Shu to be so severe. Before he could even be scolded, he quickly joined Qiuxing in kneeling before the ancestral spirit. During the day, they failed to reach Linyu, perhaps due to his use of the earth escape technique, which made communication impossible. Simu suggested inviting Daoist Jianna for assistance. Zhou Shu shook his head and sighed. "Even with the combined strength of the 3 of us, it would be futile. There are too many ghostly entities. Let us send out a distress signal from Maoshan, calling upon nearby disciples for help. We only have 3 days, and we have already wasted one." Thus, on the night of the 16th of July, Zhou Shu set up a ritual to summon aid. Just as he completed the incantation, 2 ancestral spirits descended through the divine statues. "Xiaojiu, Simu. Master? Uncle Meng?" Zhou Shu and Simu rubbed their eyes and quickly knelt in reverence. After rising, Simu rushed forward to embrace Qingpingzi. "Master, you have been gone for so long. I have missed you dearly." Zhou Shu's eyes also glistened with unshed tears as he wiped them with his sleeve. Qingpingzi nodded with a smile. Indeed, both of you have grown." However, Meng Lingzi interjected, "Wait, let us set aside the reminiscing for now. Xiaojiu, come here, the ancestral spirit has something to convey." Zhou Shu and Simu exchanged puzzled glances but complied, following Meng Lingzi to the front of the ancestral statue. Seeing the two young men kneeling there, Meng Lingzi inquired, "What is the meaning of?" Furious, Meng Lingzi kicked both Zhou and away, exclaiming, "How dare you two, blinded by lust, get out and kneel outside." Zhou and away, not daring to protest, had already knelt for a day and could scarcely rise, so they crawled out to kneel anew. One Kai, Jala, and a Yu dared not approach. Meng Lingzi pointed to the cushions in front of the ancestral statue. "A Jiu, kneel." "What, this is Yi." Zhou Shu assumed it was the ancestral spirit reprimanding Zhou for causing trouble, so he complied and knelt. Meng Lingzi glanced at Qing Pingzi. "Brother, should you take the lead or shall I?" Qing Pingzi chuckled sadly. "What is there to differentiate between us? Although a Jiu is my disciple, he holds you, his uncle, in high regard. Let us address him together." Thus, they offered incense to the ancestral spirits, invoking the Maoshan ancestors as witnesses. Disciples Qing Pingzi and Meng Lingzi, here today, to admonish the unworthy disciple Lin Jiu. The ancestral statue flickered, as if countless ancestral eyes were focused upon them. Qing Pingzi and Meng Lingzi exchanged glances. "Let us commence." In the next instant, they unleashed a flurry of kicks and strikes at Zhou Shu's posterior. "You little rascal, every time you come to offer incense and share good news, you never disclose what matters. Are you deliberately teasing us? Such a monumental occasion as a Yu's breakthrough to Earth Master, and you kept it to yourself, not even a word to us? Master, uncle, what are you doing?" Simu attempted to interject, but the statue glowed, and an ancestor's visage appeared, declaring, "He too must be punished. He surely knew, having assisted us in summoning the spirits, how dare he keep it from us?" Caught off guard, Simu was also pinned to the ground, receiving a barrage of kicks from Qing Pingzi and Meng Lingzi. After a moment, perhaps out of fatigue, the two elders ceased their assault. Zhou Shu, nursing his sore backside, softly asked, "Master, uncle, how did you know Yu has advanced to Earth Master?" Meng Lingzi scoffed, "We just happened to pass through Taishan town and chanced upon a Yu using the soul lamp to guide spirits to reincarnation. Had we not witnessed him employing his powers, we would have remained ignorant of his advancement to the 5th stage of Earth Master." "What, 5th stage?" Zhou Shu and Simu exchanged astonished glances. "So soon?" Qing Pingzi reprimanded, "What kind of looks are those?" Simu offered a wry smile. "Master, you may not be aware, but a Yu advanced to Earth Master 2 months ago. He reached the 3rd stage a month ago, and the 4th stage half a month ago. If he has now attained the 5th stage, it implies that he has been advancing at an astonishing rate. Junior brother. We cannot let Zhou Shu's hesitation hinder us." "What?" The ancestral statue on the table began to tremble violently, and the entire shrine felt unstable. Clearly, the astonishing speed of a Yu's advancement had left all the ancestors utterly flabbergasted. Chapter 68. And no more pretense, we are the wealthy this time. Qing Pingzi and Meng Lingzi did not lose their tempers again. They exchanged bitter smiles and, with a heavy heart, Qing Pingzi reached out to help Zhou Shu up, saying, "Ah Jiu, did that hurt?" Meng Lingzi also offered an apology. "We were too anxious and did not exercise proper restraint." It was hardly surprising. After all, this was a matter that everyone had been anticipating for 2 years. If it weren't for your master intervening, many ancestors would have sought to send dreams to kick you. Qing Pingzi shot him a disdainful glance. "And now, was my intervention not warranted?" Meng Lingzi dared not refute, smilingly replying, indeed, after all, you are my senior brother. In such a significant matter, Jiu was right to keep it under wraps." On the ground, Simu expressed his grievances. "Master, uncle, please lend me a hand." Qing Pingzi kicked him. "Lend you a hand? Go kneel outside with those two juniors, your incessant chatter has only brought trouble." Simu retorted, "Just a moment ago, when you two were engaging in your mixed doubles, it seems you blamed me for being too secretive. Now, I am at fault for speaking too much?" Sighing, he slapped himself and limped out to kneel at Zhou Shu's side. "Master, uncle, for these years, Simu has been aiding me, he deserves recognition. While we knew that one day we would no longer be able to keep it a secret, we had not anticipated that day would come so swiftly. I had originally planned to wait until Yu became a celestial master or reached 18, but it seems we underestimated this child's talent. At this rate, he may achieve mastery this year or at most next. Alas, we cannot protect him for much longer." Meng Lingzi spoke solemnly. "I will contact Tianlong and De Gui to have them come and assist you." Zhou Shu waved his hand. "No need, uncle. Far water cannot quench near thirst. Let us keep it concealed for now. Every moment we can maintain this secrecy counts. If too many people gather now, it will only attract the attention of other factions." At that moment, the ancestral statue manifested once more, and an ancestor appeared, reproaching, "Foolish. Such a gifted disciple should be sent back to Maoshan for protection at once. He must not leave until he has achieved the golden elixir. The spiritual energy in the depths of Maoshan is abundant enough to accelerate this child's cultivation." However, through the vision, Jiu and the others could see that behind this ancestor, many others were arguing, indicating a division among the underground ancestors of Maoshan. Indeed, before this ancestor could finish, he was forcibly pulled away, and another ancestor spoke up, "Little Jiu, what you are doing is correct, sending him back to Maoshan would only make it known immediately." At that point, not only the demons but many righteous sects will not stand idly by while Maoshan produces another golden elixir genius. Qingpingzi asked with a wry smile, "Master Sima, what should we do now?" The speaker was the renowned Master Sima Qingjin from the Tang dynasty, a figure of great stature. Holding the Huangwang mirror in his left hand and the Jingzhen Thunderfire sword in his right, he had once dominated an era. Just then, from the Maoshan side of the underworld, the highest-ranking ancestor, Tao Hongjing, spoke, "Enough of the quarrel. From this day forth, all disciples and heirs of Maoshan in the underworld, except those on duty, shall enter seclusion here and are prohibited from contacting the upper world to maintain the utmost secrecy regarding this matter. I have my arrangements for matters on the Yang side. No one is allowed to probe or discuss. Violators will face disciplinary action." Everyone bowed, obeying the ancestor's decree. Qingping and Meng Ling, you two stay behind to assist Jiu in resolving the issue of the lost souls, then return immediately without delay. Understood, Master. Why was it Master Huayang and not the three Maos? Because the three Maos were ascending to the heavenly realm at that time, the ancestral statue's radiance flickered and returned to its original state, leaving everyone aware that Master Huayang had severed contact. It seems we must remain here for a couple of days, Meng Lingzi remarked curiously. Jiu, your place seems to be infused with far more spiritual energy than outside. Have you arranged a gathering formation? Jiu nodded. To be candid, Yu's talent is remarkable. He has already perfected the Taoist scriptures. Even when fully operational, he still suffers from the thinness of the world's spiritual energy, which cannot support his cultivation. Fortunately, I have made some breakthroughs in talisman crafting, and Simu's skills in artifact refining are commendable. With these abilities, we earned some spirit stones to set up a gathering formation in the dojo. Meng Lingzi praised, "Very good, very good. The spiritual energy here is rich, it can be considered half a cultivation paradise." Qingpingzi then asked, Jiu, show me your cultivation level." When Jiu revealed his cultivation, Qingpingzi was taken aback. 8th level of Earth Master? Well, I initially thought only Yu was a genius, but it appears you all are. If I recall correctly, Jiu, you are only 37 this year, right? This means there is hope for you to become a celestial master before 40. Then our Qingping lineage can return to Maoshan to reclaim the core inheritance. Jiu humbly replied, "In truth, senior brother Shijian has a higher cultivation than I do. He has already reached the 9th level of Earth Master." Qingpingzi snorted, "Humph. Shijian is 39 this year, with only half a year left. He is too burdened with thoughts and may not have the opportunity to. I have greater faith in you." Jiu quietly remarked, "Master, have you forgotten about Yu?" Cough, cough. Indeed, at this rate, Yu is the one most likely to become a celestial master in our Qingping lineage. As the master and disciple chatted idly, Meng Lingzi was observing the arrangement of the dojo. When he spotted several exquisite magical artifacts placed before the ancestral platform, he looked at Jiu in astonishment. At that moment, he realized that the Taoist robe worn by Xiaojiu also seemed to be a magical artifact. Jiu, your whisk, wooden fish, incense burner, peachwood sword, and money sword all seem to be exquisite magical artifacts. And your clothing must be extraordinary as well. Jiu smiled awkwardly. "Uncle, you have a discerning eye. They are indeed all exquisite magical artifacts, and my clothing is no exception. They were all crafted by Yu out of filial piety." What? This meant that Yu was also a talented artifact craftsman? Jiu proudly stated, "Not only crafting artifacts but also arranging formations, refining pills, drawing talismans, and even taming beasts. Yu is exceptionally bright. It seems nothing is too difficult for him. He learns everything quickly." The artifact crafting was learned from Simu, and now he is nearly at my level in talisman crafting. Meng Lingzi expressed his amazement. In these times of dwindling spiritual materials, many spiritual items have become scarce. Back in the day, it took me 3 years to gather materials to craft a top-grade artifact, the Taishang Zhuang Zhanyao sword, for Tianlong. You, with just one dojo, possess so many items. Wait a moment, where did you acquire all these spiritual materials? Jiu's face flushed. Well, in recent years, my disciples have made a bit of fortune with Simu and Yu together, relying on talisman crafting, artifact refining, and formations, plus Yu's understanding of some business. We are not worried about spiritual materials. Though he felt insincere saying this, he had no choice but to put on a brave front. Revealing Yu's extraordinary talent was acceptable, but disclosing his supernatural abilities was absolutely forbidden. for it would immediately attract the pursuit of the entire spirit realm. Revealing talent would merely provoke envy for Maoshan producing a rare genius, but it would also prompt Maoshan to protect Ayu. However, if his extraordinary abilities were revealed, then Lin Yu would be a living spiritual vein. Not just the righteous and demonic factions, but even Maoshan would not be dependable. Even if Maoshan could be relied upon, it would be impossible to safeguard Ayu. To Zhou Shu, Ayu was not merely a disciple but a son he had raised since childhood. Made a bit of fortune? Meng Lingzi found it hard to believe. What constitutes a small fortune? Under the scrutinizing gaze of his uncle, Zhou Shu could only respond with a reddened face. Cough, cough, uncle, to be candid, I can now barely draw purple talismans. What, purple talismans? Meng Lingzi stood frozen. This was what one would call a small fortune, being able to sell purple talismans and exquisite magical artifacts. You are clearly a wealthy magnate. As he spoke, he gave Qingpingzi a thumbs up. Senior brother, you are truly fortunate. With Zhou's talent, he is undoubtedly destined to become a celestial master in the future. Qingpingzi stroked his beard and laughed. Not at all, Tianlong and Degui are also quite impressive. At that moment, a crane's call echoed through the courtyard, and Lin Yu returned hastily with Rin Tingting. Uncle, Xiao Shang, away, what are you three kneeling in the courtyard for? Chapter 69. I present you with three choices. Upon seeing Lin Yu return, Wei was nearly in tears. Brother Yu, we have caused trouble. You all? What sort of trouble have you caused? Xiao Shang buried his head, too afraid to speak, while Simu scornfully remarked, yesterday the gates of hell swung wide open. These two careless souls dragged Wen Kai along to watch a show. Xiao Shang, that fool, was enchanted by a female ghost and led Wei to defeat a ghost envoy, resulting in all the spirits escaping. Now the ghost envoy demands an explanation from us. What? In his fury, Lin Yu kicked out, sending Xiao Shang flying. Wei raised his hands in surrender. Brother Yu, it's not my fault. I was dragged into the fight by Xiao Shang. I don't even know any ghosts. That female ghost was after Xiao Shang, not me. Xiao Shang was smitten by the lovely Shaoli and even declared he wanted to marry her. Enough of that nonsense, you're no better. With a swift kick, Lin Yu sent Wei crashing into Xiao Shang. Turning to Simu, he asked, Master Uncle, what about you? Surely you weren't involved in this debacle like Xiao Shang. Simu's face flushed with embarrassment. What nonsense are you spouting, you little rascal? Do you think I'm the sort of person who loses his wits over a woman? I am the esteemed Simu of Maoshan. How could I fail to recognize a ghostly apparition? Then what is this about? Humph, it's all your fault. Lin Yu was baffled, and just then, Zhou Shu emerged with Qingpingzi and Meng Lingzi. Master! I have returned. Oh, Grandmaster, Master Uncle, you two have arrived? Qingpingzi scoffed, you little rascal, I have heard from your master, you are not to wander about recklessly. Grandmaster, we've been apart for merely half an hour, why the sudden change in demeanor? Meng Lingzi chuckled, initially, we thought you were a genius, but it seems you are a genius in a different sense. Silly boy, we are protecting you. Zhou Shu, ever the protective figure, stated, rest assured, master and uncle, the rules I set for Ayu are as such, no wandering, no fighting. Ayu is very obedient. Obedient? Meng Lingzi retorted, you have no idea how bold he becomes once outside, do you? Just recently, he performed a rite to guide over 50 ghosts in Tai Mountain Town. Zhou Shu's expression darkened, nonsense, go and kneel before our ancestors. Lin Yu grimaced, Master, our ancestors are right here. I meant the ancestors of past generations. Qingpingzi waved his hand, enough, Ajio, give me some face and spare Ayu this time. It won't happen again. Lin Yu quickly bowed, thank you, Grandmaster, I assure you it will not happen again. Simu whispered, Master, I too wish for leniency. Qingpingzi scolded, you have no such chance. Kneel until dawn. Simu, seeing his master's troubled expression, Lin Yu inquired, Master, what shall we do about the trouble caused by Xiao Shang and the others? Zhou Shu sighed, we will negotiate with the ghost envoy over 3 days. I have already dispatched a distress signal to the Maoshan disciples. Tomorrow, many of my fellow brothers will come to assist. Together we will capture those ghosts and return them to the underworld. Very well, let these two careless souls lead the ghosts to one place, Lin Yu instructed, pointing at Xiao Shang and Wei. From a distance, Wei, trembling with fear, shouted, Brother Yu, I'm afraid of ghosts. Shut up, would you rather die at the hands of a ghost or mine? Choose one. Ahem, then I prefer to die at the hands of the ghost. Shaoli is rather beautiful. Xiao Shang turned to Wei, unable to restrain his scorn, didn't you say this had nothing to do with you? Isn't it just because you find Shaoli pretty? Meng Lingzi coldly interjected, Jiao, are these two fools truly your disciples? If the next generation of Maoshan is composed of such talent, what hope do we have? Two lovesick fools like them are utterly unfit for the path of cultivation, they should be expelled from the sect. Xiao Sheng's face turned pale. No, master, I realize my mistake, I won't dare again. Jiao Shu's expression was conflicted. Xiao Shang was the first disciple he had taken since arriving at Rinjia town, and their bond spanned 4 to 5 years. Lin Yu stroked his chin in contemplation, then stepped in front of Xiao Shang, grinning mischievously. Xiao Shang, this isn't your first time, is it? Xiao Shang lowered his head awkwardly. Big brother, I truly know I was wrong. Lin Yu shook his head. You said the same thing last time with Dong Xiaoyu. Don T, you think your words are as empty as a fart? Qing Pingzi frowned. Jiao, how was there a last time? Jiao Shu awkwardly recounted the incident involving Dong Xiaoyu, causing Qing Pingzi to become furious, his beard bristling. What nonsense! A proper disciple of Maoshan, knowing the other party is a ghost, yet still loses his wits over her. How absurd! The first rule of Maoshan: the righteous and the evil are at odds. Fight for a lifetime. With such character, how can he ever slay demons or vanquish evil? Jiao, you are foolish. Jiao Shu lowered his head, speaking softly. Master, he hasn't attained the status of a true disciple yet. He hasn't received the talisman. Oh, just an outer disciple. Meng Lingzi scoffed. Thank goodness he is just an outer disciple, we can still send him back to secular life. Seeing Xiao Shang's pleading eyes, Lin Yu snorted. Xiao Shang, where did you inherit this lecherous trait from? As he spoke, he glanced at Jiao Shu and Simu, who simultaneously scolded. Fool, what are you looking at? Do you think it's from us? Lin Yu hastily clarified. Ahem, it's not that. I believe it might be due to Xiao Sheng's family as feng shui. He lives at his aunt's house, and she runs a rouge shop, surrounded by girls daily. Across from the rouge shop is a brothel, so could it be that he has been influenced by that? Seizing upon this as a lifeline, Xiao Sheng clung to Lin Yu's leg, pleading desperately, that is it, big brother. It is because of that, I truly didn't mean to, I just can't control myself. Lin Yu suddenly enlightened. Oh, you can't control yourself, huh? Do you want big brother to help you with that? Help me? Really? Lin Yu grinned slyly, causing Wei to shiver beside him. That smile looks so familiar, I feel like I've seen it before when I was being beaten. I present you with 3 choices. First, let us sever it. Without that troublesome root of desire, you can focus on your cultivation. What, big brother? No, though I have lecherous thoughts, I am still a pure maiden. Xiao Sheng's face turned ashen. Beside them, Rentingting and Ayu covered their ears. Pa, all of you are bad seeds. Jiao Shu admonished. Ayu, is this a joke? Our Taoist principles do not sever lineages. Xiao Sheng is your junior disciple. Lin Yu nodded. Very well, let us change it. You cannot forget Dong Xiaoyu, yet you fancy that Shaoli as well. I'll have both marry you, you can wed them both, fulfilling your desires to avoid further trouble. From a distance, when Kai, watching the commotion, whispered, Big brother, Dong Xiaoyu has already been sent for reincarnation. Lin Yu shot him a glare. I have a soul-retrieving technique in Maoshan. Xiao Sheng shivered. No, big brother. Humans and ghosts are on separate paths. I cannot. With a few swift kicks, Lin Yu began to beat him mercilessly. You truly wish for this, you fool? Chapter 70 of the Disciples do not have useless people. After giving Xiao Sheng a thorough beating, Lin Yu set a deadline. "3 days, you have only 3 days. If you cannot cultivate into a master within this time, then return to the town to marry and have children. Living as an ordinary person is quite fine." Xiao Sheng lamented. Elder brother, please don't, I do not wish to leave my master. Lin Yu struck him harshly across the face, saying, Do you have any idea how much trouble you bring to master? It tarnishes his good fortune and burdens him with karma. Do you understand? It is not easy for master to accumulate merit through his cultivation. He took you in as a disciple out of kindness, painstakingly teaching you the ways of cultivation and martial arts. Yet, instead of expressing gratitude, you repay him with mischief. Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Xiao Sheng hung his head in shame. King Pingzi and Manglingzi stroked their beards in approval, saying, Jiao, you need not take on so many disciples. Having Ayu as your sole successor is sufficient. Uncle Zhou interjected, while Ayu quietly remarked, Master Uncle, I am also working hard. One Tai nodded incessantly in agreement. Rentingting raised her hand to emphasize, and I too. This time, when I accompanied Ayu, I personally defeated 5 zombies. Ayu, filled with envy, exclaimed, Wow, Sister Tingting, you are incredible, you've only just begun your training and can already slay zombies? Uncle Zhou's face turned red as he thought, Master, Uncle, Ayu is so worry-free that It seems as though he learns everything on his own, with little to do with me. Only when I teach one Tai and the others do I feel like a true master. The kneeling Simyamu spat on the ground, saying, "Hey, brother, are you doing this on purpose? If you find Ayu too clever, why not switch with me, give me Jala, and you can have Ayu." Uncle Joe replied, "Get lost." After being scolded harshly by Lin Yu, Zhou finally realized his grave mistake. He limped over to Uncle Joe, bowed solemnly, and said, "Master, I truly did not intend to bring you trouble. As my elder brother said, if I do not make any progress in 3 days, it would prove that I am indeed unfit for cultivation. Please allow me to return to a mundane life." Uncle Joe's heart softened, but seeing the stern expressions of master and uncle beside him, he nodded in agreement. "Very well, get up. Tomorrow you must go and lure out the spirits. Take Wei to your room and rest well." Wei panicked, "Uncle Joe, do we really have to go? Can I not be your disciple and learn a few spells for self-defense?" Lin Yu could not help but kick him, saying, "You, a mere security captain, what do you need spells for? Do you think the spells of Maoshan are as easy as eating and drinking?" Wei immediately clung to Lin Yu's leg. "Brother Yu, I truly envy you all for being able to slay demons and eliminate evil. If that's the case, I could give up my position as security captain to Zhou. Let him return to a mundane life, and I will follow Uncle Joe to cultivate." Zhou replied, "I thank you, but you are just adding insult to injury at a crucial. You are greedy, lustful, and cowardly. Having you around would be worse than Zhou. If you keep this up, I will send you to the underworld to be reincarnated." Wei, frightened, quickly released his grip and reluctantly went to sleep with Zhou, thinking to himself, "I must find an opportunity to prove myself to Brother Yu." That night, the ancestral tablets were enshrined at the ancestral hall, and the 2 ancestral masters resided there. Simyamu did not truly make him kneel all night. Early the next morning, Lin Yu unusually did not linger in bed, for many disciples and elders from Maoshan were coming today, and he wanted to greet them properly. The first to arrive were Daoist Qianhe and his 5 disciples. After listening to Daoist Simyamu's account, Daoist Qianhe expressed his disappointment in Zhou. Such a significant matter, while seeking assistance from fellow disciples may resolve it, it could also tarnish the reputation of Brother Ime. Particularly among the Qingcheng lineage, those who support Master Shijian will surely take this opportunity to speak ill of Brother Ime. Daoist Simyamu furrowed his brow, having not considered this point. "It matters not, Brother Qianhe. As long as Lin Yu cough, Brother Joe breaks through to Tianshi in the future, all the idle gossip will turn into compliments." Daoist Qianhe smiled, saying, "That is true, brothers. Thanks to the gathering spirit formation you set up for me in Zhochuan town, I have successfully advanced to the 4th level of Earth Master, and my sword for slaying demons has finally gained some power." "Congratulations, Brother Qianhe." Lin Yu, who was serving tea, brightened up and said, "Master, uncles, since many fellow disciples will be here, I suggest we take this opportunity to hold a disciples' trading fair. We can bring out our talismans, refined weapons, and magical swords for trade, saving Uncle Simyamu the trouble of running around collecting materials." The others were immediately intrigued by this excellent idea. Additionally, we can each present them with a gift. Although it is a matter of mutual assistance among fellow disciples, we should not take their efforts for granted. Let us give each person half a pound of Qiyang sand. This way, they should not speak ill of Master. Daoist Qianhe rubbed his hands together. You truly are generous. Do you know how much half a pound of Qiyang sand is worth?" Lin Yu chuckled, "In terms of mutual assistance, we need not fret over profit or loss. After all, Qiyang sand is only useful for the noble acts of slaying demons. They have traveled far to help us, so we must honor their hard work, right? If it weren't for fearing too much publicity, I would have wanted to give each a mid-grade magical tool. These items are merely what we casually refine, not worth much." However, for many disciples who are not adept at refining tools or drawing talismans, mid-grade magical tools can significantly enhance their combat abilities. Daoist Qianhe nodded in approval. "Well said, Ayu. You are kind-hearted and righteous, a good child." Uncle Joe frowned. "Half a pound of Qiyang sand is too ostentatious. Let each person receive 3 taels of Qiyang sand, along with a blue talisman. After all, everyone knows I excel at drawing talismans. It is my small token of appreciation." Lin Yu and Simyamu exchanged knowing glances, sharing a smile. This is not about being discreet, it is clearly Uncle Joe's frugality at play. Switching to talismans can save a significant amount of cost. In the backyard, Jala took Dongnan, Shibei, and others to soak in the hot springs of the 4 were puzzled, wondering whose family bathes in hot springs at this hour. However, once they jumped in, they realized it was not a hot spring at all but rather a medicinal bath. "Jala, do you really think drinking this can enhance our cultivation?" "Of course. I have already reached the 2nd level of the Master Realm. And as for one Tai, he claimed that soaking could make him smarter. He could now even learn to draw talismans. Tun, delicious. I feel full and it's quite sweet. As the four soaked and drank their bathwater, Jala wished he could cover his eyes. Ah, it really works. I think I have broken through. The one with the highest cultivation among them, Ah Dong, exclaimed. Is that true? Ah Dong displayed his magical power, and everyone gasped, third level of the Master Realm? Thus, the others dove in eagerly, drinking and soaking, refusing to come out. Ah Dong quickly dressed and went to share the good news with Taoist Qianhan. Uncle Jiao and the others were suddenly alarmed, realizing they had forgotten to cover up some things in the ancestral hall. Chapter 71 The Vanguard of the Maoshan Great Wade Brothers. What brings you here? Asked Qianha Taoist, sensing the unusual atmosphere. Lin Yu advised, Master, Uncle Qianha is a vanguard of the righteous path of Maoshan. He is not an outsider, perhaps we should not conceal matters from him any longer. Jiao Shu and Si Mu exchanged glances and nodded, leading Qianha to the hot spring pool in the backyard. Junior brother, you are aware of Ayu's talent, are you not? Qianha nodded awkwardly. To be honest, I suspected it when I was at Si Mu's place. Ayu does not seem like an ordinary practitioner. He should be a Earth Master. However, I refrained from inquiring directly. Jiao Shu nodded. You are not mistaken, Ayu is a once-in-a-century prodigy. Yet he has already attained the 5th level of Earth Mastery. 5th level? Qianha Taoist felt as if all his years of cultivation had been in vain. Just moments ago, he had been proud of achieving the 4th level, only to find that he had been surpassed by a junior. Then why not send him back to Maoshan for safekeeping? Simu gave him a look. We have not had a heaven master presiding over the Qing branch for decades. Sending him back would announce to the world that Maoshan has produced a genius. At that point, not only the demonic sects would be restless, but many orthodox sects would also not tolerate it. Jiao Shu nodded. Indeed, after much consideration, it is relatively safer to nurture him here in my small temple. However, both Simu and I have limited capabilities, and we cannot protect him indefinitely. Qianha Taoist patted his chest. Brothers, count me in. If necessary, I will move here to help protect Ayu. Jiao Shu waved his hand in refusal. As long as Ayu does not reveal his true prowess, no one will know. There is no need for you to move. Jiuquan town is not far. You can ride a spirit crane and reach here in half an hour. If too many Earth Masters gather here, it will only attract unwanted attention. Qianha nodded, acknowledging his brother as thoughtful considerations. So, what is the situation with this hot spring pool? Jiao Shu chuckled wryly. We added a bit of a gathering spirit formation. Ayu learned alchemy and concocted a marrow-cleansing medicinal bath. You might as well take a dip. Once the medicinal effects are absorbed, it will merely become an ordinary pool. Qianha Taoist felt somewhat embarrassed. Brother, how can I accept such a precious medicinal bath? The herbs and elixirs you use are incredibly valuable. Do not worry, we have already bathed. Each person has only one opportunity for marrow cleansing. Hearing this, Qianha Taoist agreed to take a bath. Thus, the 5 disciples did not come in vain. They all made breakthroughs in their respective realms, and Qianha Taoist stabilized his cultivation at the 4th level of Earth Mastery. Jiao Shu and Lin Yu set up a concealment formation in the backyard. Unless one had the specific command to enter, none could intrude. In the afternoon, several fellow disciples from Maoshan began to arrive at the Senior Brother Imei, Senior Brother Simu. Oh, Qianha's senior brother is also here? A tattered, skinny man approached barefoot. Fei He, it has been a long time. Please come inside. Imei, what has happened? A stout man with a mustache strode in. Ah, Huang Yun, please come in, take a seat. We will discuss matters once everyone has arrived. As night fell, the 2-story was filled with disciples, save for one empty seat at the main table. Jiao Shu took his place in the center. Thank you all for your generous assistance, my fellow disciples. I, Lin Jiao, am deeply grateful. He presented a small token of appreciation, urging everyone to accept it. Lin Yu, Wen Kai, Ayu, and others began distributing items. Every person present received a share, even the newly arrived disciples, each receiving 3 or 2 pieces of red sun sand and a blue thunder talisman. Upon receiving their envelopes, everyone gasped. Lin Jiao, this is quite generous. The amiable Fei He Taoist remarked, Lin Jiao, how can you be so polite? Assisting fellow disciples is a matter of course. You are being overly formal. Others chimed in with their pleasantries. However, Jiao Shu raised his hand to silence them, clasping his hands. If there were any demons or monsters that could not be subdued, I would not hesitate to gather everyone to exorcise them. However, this time, it is a personal matter of mine. A personal matter? Some inquisitive individuals began to stir. Jiao Shu, could it be that you are to wed Zhigu? If that is the case, then we should be the ones bringing you congratulations. I should properly send invitations to each of you. At that moment, a woman's voice echoed from the entrance, well, who dares to speak ill of me and Jioshu behind our backs? Everyone turned to the doorway. Jioshu was taken aback. Jigu, what brings you here? Jigu retorted, you ungrateful Linjiu, upon receiving your call for help, I set off at dawn on my donkey and traveled all day. Are you implying that I am unwelcome? Cough, how could that be? Jioshu's face flushed again. Feeling quite moved, Lin Yu quickly stepped forward. Auntie, please do not be angry, Master is merely concerned for you. Wen Kai, fetch a chair for Auntie. Seeing Lin Yu, Jigu's anger dissipated significantly. She habitually pinched Lin Yu's cheek. Ayu, you have grown so tall in just half a year. As she took her seat at Simu's side, Lin Yu and Wen Kai took turns to massage her back. Jigu turned to Jioshu, snorting, now, tell me, what trouble have you caused? The other disciples struggled to stifle their laughter as Jioshu awkwardly recounted the situation. Everyone nodded, recognizing it as indeed a troublesome matter. Since this is the case, accepting a few gifts is not too much, Simu Daoist chimed in. Brothers, let us devise a plan to assist Imei in resolving this issue. I plan to take this opportunity to hold a small trading fair for our fellow disciples. Someone jested, Simu, I have heard that your sect has thrived in recent years, able to refine top-tier magical artifacts and blue talismans. It seems to be true. Many began to cheer, and the two ancestors in the spirit tablets laughed. It has been ages since Maoshan has been this lively. Simu rose and gestured for silence. Brothers, top-tier magical artifacts are nothing to boast about. To be candid, I recently made a small breakthrough in my refining skills and inadvertently crafted a few supreme magical artifacts. I hope to exchange some spiritual materials and items with you all. I trust you will not hesitate to share your treasures. What, supreme magical artifacts, my heavens, this fellow Simu is truly remarkable. A supreme magical artifact is worth more than a spirit stone. Alright, if there are indeed supreme magical artifacts, I will take one. Simu, choose whatever you fancy from what I have. Why should you have it? Who doesn't need a supreme magical artifact? No way. Simu laughed. Everyone, do not quarrel, there is more than one supreme magical artifact. As long as there are materials, I can assist in refining more. For now, we must first resolve Imei's troubles. Some grew impatient. What trouble is this? With so many of us, we can set up a large bagua formation to lure those ghosts in and capture them all. Exactly. We can all reap the benefits. How can we not lend a hand to Imei? Then let us start the trading fair right now, Simu. The crowd erupted into chatter, and just then, someone called out, Elder Brother Shijian has arrived. Everyone turned their attention toward the entrance. Chapter 72 of the Baby Showdown. A slap in the face. Before them stood a middle-aged Taoist, adorned with a flowing beard and long hair, clad in a black and white Taoist robe, exuding an aura of unyielding authority as he strode in with a majestic gait. Following closely was a dapper young scion of a wealthy family. All present rose to their feet in reverence. Uncle Gio personally descended to greet him. Master Brother, you have arrived. Shijian nodded, advancing to the central seat, turning to sit down with a commanding presence, while Uncle Gio awkwardly took his place at the lower end. Who orchestrated this affair? Shijian inquired, his tone radiating a fierce yet succinct demeanor. Uncle Gio recounted the events leading up to this moment, prompting Shijian to coldly scoff. The disciples are lacking in discipline. What does it mean to be ineffectual? This is what ineffectuality looks like. Uncle Gio nodded sheepishly. You are correct, Master Brother. The Taoist with 4 eyes retorted defiantly. The troublemaker, Xiao Shang, is merely an outer disciple. When it comes to the guidance of inner disciples, none present can rival Linjiu. Master Brother. No one dared to interject, and Shijian raised an eyebrow. 4th Eye Junior Brother, are you implying that your disciple is exceptional? I dare not claim such, he replied. Jella has been training with me for 3.5 years, and at the age of 15, he has just reached the 2nd level of the human master realm. He cannot be compared to the esteemed disciple of Master Brother. A 15-year-old at the 2nd level of human master. It seems 4th Eye possesses some luck. Shijian mused. 3.5 years to achieve the 2nd level of human master is quite commendable. Xiaojian, go show your masters, esteemed ones, this is my disciple, Xiaojian, who is 19 this year and has attained the 5th level of human master. The 5th level. The crowd erupted in admiration, exclaiming how many from the older generation were still struggling at the age of 30 to reach that level. As Xiaojian basked in the accolades, pride gleamed in his eyes. Yet, Jigu scoffed, 19 and only at the 5th level, his talent is rather unimpressive. Oh, is your disciple more accomplished? Jigu Junior Sister, Shijian inquired with curiosity. Uncle Gio cleared his throat, signaling Jigu. She reached behind to pull out someone, intending to reveal Linyu, but instead grasped Wen Kai, exclaiming, I have no disciples. This is Wen Kai, another disciple of Senior Brother Imei. Tell Master Uncle your age and cultivation level. Wen Kai, feeling timid, stammered, Master Uncle, I'm 16 this year and have just reached the second level of human master. Laughter erupted among the crowd. With Shi Shaojian and Jia Lu as examples, Wen Kai appeared rather ordinary. However, in comparison to most of the younger generation present, Wen Kai was far from mediocre and certainly stood out. Many of the others' disciples were still at the sorcerer level, with some having no disciples at all. While everyone laughed, Shi Jian could not join in, nodding, indeed, the second level of human master. It is clear that Lin Jr. brother has invested effort. He continued, go and train diligently, do not tarnish the reputation of Maoshan. Shi Shaojian, glancing at the foolish-looking Wen Kai, taunted, Wen Kai Jr. brother, you must strive harder to surpass me soon. Wen Kai, embarrassed by the mocking gaze, flushed and retorted, my aptitude is too poor and my training slow. My senior brother has surpassed me long ago. What? The crowd fell silent, and Uncle Jiu chastised, what nonsense are you spouting? Get down. Yet, Shi Shaojian pressed on, Uncle Li Mei, since Wen Kai Jr. brother claims someone surpasses me, why not invite that junior brother out so I may witness this exceptional talent? At this, Lin Yu slowly emerged from behind Zhigu and bowed respectfully, Disciple Lin Yu greets Master Uncle. I am the eldest disciple of my master, and the senior brother to Wen Kai and others. Turning to Shi Shaojian, he smirked, are you confident in your cultivation, Shaojian? How about we make a wager? Oh, what shall we wager? Quite simply, whoever possesses the higher cultivation will become the senior brother. Shi Shaojian laughed heartily, no problem, knowledge knows no bounds, the worthy shall lead. Could it be that you have a higher cultivation? If I am not mistaken, you are still younger than Wen Kai Jr. brother. Lin Yu smiled, I just turned 12 this year and have been training under my master since childhood. As he spoke, he unleashed his cultivation, controlling his power at the 9th level of human master. What? Everyone rubbed their eyes in disbelief. No way, am I seeing this correctly? That's the 9th level of human master? How could this be possible? A 12-year-old lad has achieved the 9th level of human master. Many from the older generation bowed their heads in shame, realizing that although they stood on equal footing with senior brother Yi Mei, their cultivation was still inferior to that of his disciple, rendering them embarrassed. Shi Jian's eyes narrowed, and he couldn't help but exclaim, remarkable, Yi Mei Jr. brother, a 12-year-old at the 9th level of human master, this child surpasses even us in our youth. You are fortunate indeed. However, despite his genuine admiration, his words bore an air of forced politeness. Uncle Jiu shot Lin Yu a fierce glare and humbly remarked, nonsense, master brother exaggerates. Yu has been my adopted son since childhood. Naturally, I have invested more effort into him over the years. Esteemed fellows, please forgive my pride. Laugh. No, we cannot laugh, we are all envious. Lin Yu glanced at the astonished Shi Shaojian. So, do you wish to honor the wager, Shaojian Jr. brother? Shi Shaojian's face flushed crimson with humiliation, and he felt his anger boiling, internally cursing, he is doing this on purpose. It must be intentional, yet, in such a public setting, he could not go back on his word. Shi Jian admonished, Shaojian, honor the wager. If you lose, you lose. If your cultivation is lacking, return to your training and catch up, but do not tarnish your character. Reluctantly, Shi Shaojian muttered, senior brother. Lin Yu chuckled, patting his arm, good junior brother, that acknowledgement is not in vain. I present you with a mid-grade Sanqing bell, personally crafted by me. You may ring it during meditation to aid your cultivation. What, you are also a craftsman? Shi Shaojian was taken aback. Isn't that simple? Just having hands is enough. If it weren't for my insufficient cultivation, I would surely be able to craft high-grade artifacts by now. Wait. Shi Shaojian fell into despair, all the earlier arrogance evaporating, leaving only jealousy and curses in his heart. Damn it, I've spent all my time just honing my magical prowess, when would I have the time to learn crafting? You are simply a prodigy. Not only was Shi Shaojian disheartened, but the others present felt similarly vexed. What does it mean to say that having hands is enough? Be cautious with your words. Do not rub salt in the wounds of us elders. We cannot craft high-grade artifacts. Seeing his son return, dejected as a defeated rooster, Shi Jian was not angry but rather pleased. Finally, someone could temper this boy. Lin Jr. brother, your disciples are well trained, it seems I must engage with you more often for learning. Uncle Jiu clasped his hands in a bow, smiling, not at all, in truth, each brother has his own methods of teaching. For instance, Fourth Eye Jr. brother and Qianhe Jr. brother. By the way, Qianhe Jr. brother's 4 disciples are currently 1 at the 3rd level and 3 at the 2nd level of human master. They are all quite diligent. What? Everyone turned their gazes towards Taoist Qianhe, thinking, we struggle with 1, yet you manage 4, and they are all so impressive. It is known that taking on disciples is resource intensive. Without adequate returns, one would hesitate to accept disciples. Take the barefoot Taoist Fei He for example, he is so impoverished he cannot even afford shoes, hence remains solitary to this day. In the original text, why did Shi Jian charge higher than Uncle Jiu for exterminating demons? It was precisely because raising a son incurs expenses. Shi Jian's decent aptitude notwithstanding, reaching the 5th level of human master at 19 was a feat achieved through Shi Jian's considerable investment. Upon hearing Uncle Jiu's words, Shi Jian's eyes brightened. Is that so? This means Maoshan's future is promising. Qianhe Jr. brother, what is your secret to nurturing such fine talent? Lin Yu covered his eyes, thinking to himself, what started? Daoist Qianhe, being straightforward and not one for eloquence, simply stated, Master brother, you flatter me. The method I employ to teach is quite simple, just one word a beat, northeast, southwest. All nodded in agreement. Indeed, we were all beaten into shape. Lin Yu nearly burst into laughter. It was indeed simple and effective. As long as you do not die, just keep hitting harder, strike where it hurts, and avoid where it does not. I have always believed there are no foolish disciples in the world. If there are, it is merely due to the lack of the right amount of rattan. You may not know, but before I took them on, they were all street delinquents, idling about, and everyone in town wanted to chase them away. Now, after 5 or 6 years with me, each one has become a model disciple of good character. Give me a few more years to refine them, and they will certainly become the future vanguards of righteousness for Maoshan. The 4 knelt and bowed. Rest assured, Master, we shall not bring you shame and vow to become the righteous vanguards of Maoshan. Indeed, teaching methods matter. Your implication seems not to suggest a few more years of refinement but rather a few more years of discipline. Many present raised their thumbs in admiration towards Daoist Qianhe. Master brother, your insights are remarkable. A few words from you are worth 1,000. Surprisingly, Shi Jian seemed to take this to heart. That is true. Xiao Jian's position is different, and I have indeed spoiled him, never daring to discipline him. What if I were to send him to Qianhe Jr. brother for some training? Standing beside Shi Jian, Xiao Jian suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 73. Shi Jian, wasn't I supposed to be the top dog? At that moment, the ancestral tablet within the divine hall began to tremble. King Pingzi and Mang Lingzi appeared, laughing heartily as they approached. Everyone was taken aback. Qianhe and Zhigu exclaimed in unison, rising to their feet, Master, Master Uncle? Others followed suit, some addressing them as Master Uncle, some as Master Uncle, and the younger ones as Grand Master Uncle. Shi Jian's heart raced with excitement as he stepped forward. Master, Master Meng, what brings you both here? King Pingzi scrutinized Shi Jian and nodded. Jian, it has been many years. Mang Lingzi turned his gaze to Shi Jian's companion, Shi Jian, stroking his beard and frowning. Child, your cultivation is commendable, but your temperament leaves much to be desired. What, are you unable to bear others being superior to you? Shi Jian quickly bowed. Disciple dares not. Mang Lingzi admonished, Jian, when it comes to taking on disciples, cultivation is secondary, character is of utmost importance. This child has an impure aura, you must rein him in, lest he strays onto a misguided path. Shi Jian was taken aback and quickly bowed in agreement, already resolved in his heart to give that young man a good thrashing upon returning. King Pingzi took his seat at the main position, gesturing for everyone else to sit down. Shi Jian and his uncle stood by King Pingzi's sides, while Samuman stood up to yield his position to Mang Lingzi. King Pingzi laughed heartily. It brings me great joy to see so many talented individuals from Maoshan after all these years. The crowd chorused, May the heavens be at peace, and may our Tao flourish. A wave of righteous energy surged into the heavens, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to waver momentarily. King Pingzi calmed the crowd. Today, we are here by the decree of the Maoshan ancestors to assist in the matter of the lost spirits. We shall lend our utmost support, fully at the behest of the ancestors. Shi Jian smiled wryly to himself, initially thinking it was his chance to preside over the matter and gain some prestige, only to find that even the ancestors from the underworld were involved, relegating him to a mere errand runner. What was once a top dog had swiftly devolved into a mere helper. Samuman spoke up, Master, my fellow brothers have already discussed and decided to use the primordial 8 trigrams formation to trap the spirits. Then we shall all work together to capture them, followed by a proper rite of passage. King Pingzi nodded. Excellent, let it be the primordial 8 trigrams formation. However, there is no need for the rite of passage. As we bear the duties of the underworld's ghost messengers, simply leave them to us. Laughter erupted among the crowd, as this would make things much easier. They wouldn't even need to expend energy for the rite, only to exert themselves during the spirit capture. Shi Jian interjected, Master, we still need someone to lure the spirits into the formation. Uncle Jiu stepped forward, Master brother, we have already selected someone. Autumn and Away have both agreed to step up and draw the spirits. Shi Jian nodded, time is of the essence. Shall we begin now? Uncle Jiu chuckled, not so fast. The primordial 8 trigrams formation requires some preparation. Since everyone has traveled from afar, let us first take a moment to rest. I have prepared a banquet for all. We shall gather our strength and commence the exorcism at midnight. Someone jokingly remarked, "Brother Joe, you've done nothing since coming here, with all this eating and taking, it feels rather embarrassing?" Indeed, indeed. After capturing the spirits, we simply hand them over to the two masters, without needing to expend any energy for the right. Brother Gio, a meal is more than enough, yet you still provide these red sun sands and blue talismans. I'm blushing. The crowd erupted into hearty laughter. Uncle Gio clasped his hands. No need for such formality, my brothers and sisters, these are merely objects for dispelling evil, all of which will ultimately be used to vanquish demons. Having you here is already a favor to me, Lin Gio. There is no need for such calculations among fellow disciples. Simuman and Xiana, please guide everyone to the side courtyard for the meal. The crowd followed Simuman and Xiana to dine. Shijin curiously asked, Brother Lin, what are red sun sands? Uncle Gio explained, oh, Master Brother just arrived, and I forgot to mention. As this matter is of a personal nature, I prepared a small gift to express my gratitude for everyone's hard work. 3 tails of red sun sands and a blue 5 thunder talisman for the visiting disciples. 3 tails of red sun sands and a blue 5 thunder talisman? Brother, you are quite generous. Shijin exclaimed in surprise. Uncle Gio called out, Wen Kai, bring the gifts for Master Uncle and your disciple Shijin. Who would refuse money in this world? Shijin accepted with a smile, finding himself more favorably inclined towards Uncle Gio. He mused that after years of absence, Lin Gio had truly made a name for himself. He seemed markedly less intolerable now. Master Brother, you and disciple Shijin go ahead and dine. I must prepare the materials for the formation. Wen Kai, please lead the 2 of them over. The side courtyard was set with 10 banquet tables, arranged by Lin Yu, who had the tavern in town bring everything over, supplemented by the leftover wolf demon meat from the last occasion. Thus, the banquet was of high caliber. Brother Gio, you truly are generous, this seems to be stewed demon beast meat. Simuman boasted to the fellow disciples as they feasted, indeed, last time we eradicated a wolf demon lair, these are all spoils of war. This meat contains spiritual energy, consuming it can enhance your cultivation, please, do not hold back. Eradicating a wolf demon lair, how fierce! The crowd looked upon Simuman with admiration, hastening their pace in consuming their meals. On Zhigu's side, Ren Tingting and Ayu flanked her, charming her to no end. Lin Yu directed Jialu and Wen Kai to attend to the 6 tables of younger disciples, while he stepped aside to assist the master in preparing materials. In terms of formations, no one present could rival Lin Yu. During the banquet, Shirao Shijian noticed the exceptional beauty of Ren Tingting and Ayu and began to entertain illicit thoughts. Seizing the opportunity to toast his master aunt, he sought to engage in mischief. Master aunt, I, disciple Shijian, offer you a toast. Zhigu was somewhat surprised but in a jovial mood that night, so she did not suspect anything. Ah, it's Shijin. How thoughtful of you. The 2 junior sisters looked at each other in confusion. Zhigu laughed. These are the newly accepted disciples of your uncle Lin, Tingting and Ayu. Shirao Shijin's heart leapt with joy. Newly accepted, which meant they lacked cultivation. Uncle Lin truly has an eye for talent. Both junior sisters seem to be exceptional prospects. Come, let me toast both of you. Ren Tingting sensed something off about his gaze but, out of courtesy, raised her glass. Ayu, however, was more direct. Having survived at the bottom of the town with her brother for many years, she could easily see through his intentions. Thus, she spoke bluntly, Master Brother Shijin, you should save your energy. Tingting is Master Yu's fiancée Ida. I advise you not to harbor any thoughts towards her. Shirao Shijin's face flushed, and he cursed inwardly, damn Lin Yu, why are you everywhere? Cough, cough, junior sister, you've misunderstood. I merely wished to get to know you both better, nothing untoward. I hope that's the case. The 3 clinked their glasses, and Shirao Shijin feigned a misstep, spilling the drink onto the sleeves of the 2 girls. He initially thought they would panic and dodge or try to wipe their sleeves, but to his astonishment, the spilled drink slid off like water on an umbrella, leaving their garments untouched. Oh! You laughed. This is the enchanted garment Master Brother crafted for us, it repels water and dust. Master Brother Shijin, since the drink was offered to the Earth God, consider it as consumed. Please take your leave, we still wish to chat with Master Ant. Another instance of Lin Yu, jealous flames ignited within Shirao Shijin, yet he had no outlet for his frustration. Zhigu scolded on the spot, how dare you? You vile creature, harboring ill intentions against your fellow disciples? Master Brother, just look at what kind of disciple you've taken in. The commotion drew everyone's attention, halting their merriment as they turned to face Zhigu. Jian stood up to investigate, followed closely by Samuman, Jianna, and others. Chapter 74. A lesson for Jian. Let go, Master Gu. Jian cried out in desperation, struggling against the seemingly frail Gu. Yet, her grip was as unyielding as iron, squeezing his wrist with a force that threatened to shatter his bones. Everyone present witnessed the long strands of hair caught between Jian's fingers. The onlookers, all disciples of Maoshan, immediately understood the implications. Whispers erupted among them. How could Master Jian have taken on such a disciple? Jian's complexion turned ashen, and his gaze was filled with disapproval. Daoist Simu's eyes glinted ominously, while Daoist Qian he frowned and remarked, Master, it is no wonder that our elder said Jian's aura is tainted. It appears his intentions are not pure. I am not. I did not do anything wrong. Jian protested vehemently. I merely saw a bug in junior sister Ren's hair and was helping her get rid of it. Jian stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap. You worthless fool. Kneel down and apologize to your master Gu. What? Jian exclaimed, bewildered. Jian cupped his hands toward Gu and implored, Master Gu, for my sake, please spare him this once. Allow me to take this scoundrel back for proper guidance. Upon hearing this, Gu released her grip, her tone laced with sarcasm. Master, the cultivation speed of Maoshan disciples is secondary. What cannot be tolerated is a corrupt heart. Even if I were to take no disciples, I would never accept such a scoundrel. Jian awkwardly conceded, you speak the truth, Master. However, such talents are exceedingly rare. Does not junior brother Lin Zhou's disciple Qiuxing also require careful training? Ultimately, it is up to us, the masters. With that, he kicked Jian, prompting him to kneel and bow his head. Following suit, Jian complied, while Gu coldly snorted and gestured for Ren Tingting and Ayu to sit down once more. Daoist Qian he interjected, Master, would you like me to fetch you a few willow branches? I am quite experienced in this matter. As the gathering resumed, Jian was condemned to kneel in front of the ancestral hall, deprived of food. Jellu informed Lin Yu about the banquet, prompting a cold smirk from Lin Yu. It seemed necessary to teach Jian a lesson he would not soon forget. Thus, he sought out Qiuxing and away at the town's tofu shop. The two were responsible for luring out the spirits, as ghosts had a particular fondness for tofu. They awaited the signal to carry the tofu into the streets. Can you two establish contact with the female ghost, Shaoli? Qiuxing and Awei promptly knelt. Master, Yu Ge, we truly know our mistakes and will not dare to repeat them. From now on, we shall not even glance at women. Lin Yu scrutinized the two, a strange look in his eyes. You two spent the night together, did something happen? Fools, I am not here to settle scores with you. I need to find Shaoli for a task. Is that so? Qiuxing recited the incantation to summon Shaoli. Lin Yu ventured alone to a secluded spot. You two, you foolish boys. In an instant, the elegant figure of the female ghost, Shaoli, materialized. Who are you? You are not Qiuxing or Awei. Lin Yu smiled faintly, producing the soul rearing gourd. Come. What? Damn it, Qiuxing and Awei have plotted against me? Shaoli, possessing some skill, found herself utterly outmatched by Lin Yu's exceptional artifact. In no time, she was captured within the gourd. You deceitful Taoist, what do you intend to do? I mean no harm, however, you have tricked my junior brother Qiuxing into defeating the ghost officer, allowing countless spirits to escape, thus burdening him with immense karma. This debt must be settled. Shaoli fell silent, a silence born of guilt. Lin Yu coldly remarked, Tonight, you shall assist me with a task. Should you perform well, I will set you free. Shaoli scoffed, you lecherous Taoist. So you are a man of lust, humph, you appear quite handsome, I may consider your request. Lin Yu's expression darkened. What are you insinuating? I am a married man, I do not require your company. I have other plans. He then produced a paper effigy, casting a spell to transform it into the likeness of a certain teacher from a past life, complete with attire suitable for the task at hand. You will inhabit this paper figure tonight at the inn, and when I give the signal, you will act according to my instructions. Upon her release from the gourd, Shaoli beheld the provocatively dressed paper figure, astonished. You, young Taoist, cannot be serious. I cannot wear such attire. I am not asking you to wear it, the paper figure will. Are you such a picky ghost? This is a celebrity, consider yourself fortunate today, hurry inside. Lin Yu pointed, and Shaoli was compelled to possess the paper figure, then sealed by a blue talisman, rendering her obedient to Lin Yu's commands. Internally, Shaoli cursed, Damn you, lecher, you intend for me to harm others. Since Shi Shaojian, being at the 5th level of human mastery, was far from a simpleton, sending a mere female ghost to seduce him would likely lead to immediate exposure. Initially, Lin Yu contemplated seeking an old and unattractive ghost, but reconsidered, not wishing to disturb a retired spirit's peace. Regrettably, lacking the ability to charm livestock, he resorted to using the paper figure, which would be undetectable by someone of Shi Shaojian's caliber. The banquet continued until late into the night, with everyone refraining from excessive drinking, their minds focused on the task at hand. Eventually, they departed the feast and followed Simu and Xianhe to the outskirts of town, where Uncle Gio had already arranged the innate 8 trigrams formation, awaiting the brethren's positions. Shi Jian went to summon Shi Shaojian, while Lin Yu had long been waiting. "Master Uncle, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Your esteemed self possesses profound cultivation. Tonight you should oversee the command from a distance rather than entering the fray yourself. I can lead junior brother Shaojian and the others into training, allowing them to witness the world." Seeing Lin Yu's persuasive words, Shi Jian stroked his beard and chuckled. "Well said, it is rare to see such filial piety. I shall remain outside the formation to prevent any fish from slipping through the net." Uncle Gio approached to personally invite Shi Jian. "Master brother, please, everyone awaits your presiding." This had all been orchestrated by Lin Yu, who had warned that Shi Jian's lightning thunder fist was too ferocious. It would be best for the master to engage him in idle chatter to prevent unnecessary harm to the wandering spirits and protect Xiuxing's merits. Despite being the youngest among them, Lin Yu, with his 9th level of human mastery, garnered admiration from all the younger disciples, establishing himself as a figure of respect. Shi Shaojian, forlorn, lingered at the back, ignored by all. As the group traversed the town streets, a window from a nearby inn slowly opened, and the teacher possessed by Shaoli tossed down an embroidered shoe, fortuitously striking the lagging Shi Shaojian. "Oh dear, young master, I apologize. My shoe accidentally fell, could you kindly retrieve it for me?" Shi Shaojian's eyes widened upon seeing the captivating woman, his heart racing uncontrollably. How could such beauty exist in this world? The sight was enough to make one's nose bleed. In an era where spiritual nourishment was scarce, Shi Shaojian had never encountered such a scene before. His throat dry, he swallowed repeatedly, unawares that his second brother had already raised his gaze. Unconsciously, he stepped towards the inn, oblivious to the fact that the group had not noticed his absence. By the time they reached the innate 8 trigrams formation, Shi Shaojian was already indulging in the company of the beautiful teacher. Chapter 75 of the Countdown to Spectral Revelry. On the street, Away carried a burden while Xiuxing hawked, stinky tofu. The tofu was both tender and smooth, even ghosts would find it irresistibly flavorful. However, tonight's tofu was unique. During its preparation, a hint of red beans was added to the yellow soybeans, symbolizing beans within beans. Thus, once consumed by spirits, they would tremble all over, making them easier to capture. As they neared the end of the street, still no spectral apparitions appeared. Away whispered, "Xiuxing, do you think this ploy is ineffective? Can you see any ghosts?" Xiuxing shook his head. "I cannot see them either. I can't help but feel that we resemble a pair of simpletons, who would sell tofu at midnight." Xiuxing sighed. "Please omit the word resemble, we are indeed simpletons, otherwise, we wouldn't be out here selling tofu at this hour." At that moment, Away shivered, sensing a breeze. Was it getting chilly? Xiuxing instinctively glanced behind him, and lo and behold, the alley was teeming with ghosts. "Oh no!" Frightened, he seized Away and fled. "Hey, don't run so fast, I'm carrying a burden." Away protested, "Look back first." Upon turning, he exclaimed, "What the hell?" Forgetting all about the tofu, he dashed ahead of Xiuxing with remarkable speed. Xiuxing stared in disbelief. Is Away really this fit? The security captain's training must be effective. He can run this fast while carrying a load of tofu. Without the interference of Shaoli, the two successfully led the spirits into the Bagua formation using the burden of tofu. "Drop the tofu," a distant voice shouted. Only then did Away remember to abandon the tofu and continue running. The ghosts began to swarm forward, frantically snatching the tofu. As the last of the spirits entered the formation, Jisu and the others, clad in Taoist robes, emerged, taking their positions and activating the innate Bagua ray. A colossal Bagua diagram illuminated the night sky, sealing all the ghosts in place. "Brothers and sisters, gather the souls." Shi Jian proclaimed. One by one, disciples from Maoshan produced their talismans and flew into the formation to subdue the spirits. The ordinary disciples wielded wine jars, affixing ghost-catching talismans to them, simple yet effective tools that required no refinement. The more adept practitioners utilized. Jisu, casually chatting with Shi Jian, refrained from intervening. Yu and Rentingting, having recently joined, were still novices and thus stood beside Jisu. Observing Yu curiously inquired, "Master, uncle, I've never seen such an array of talismans. They seem incredibly powerful, could you enlighten us?" Jisu exchanged a glance with Shi Jian, nodding with a smile. Certainly, first, observe the rotund Taoist wielding a large yellow umbrella. That's your uncle Huangyun. He employs a top-grade soul-collecting umbrella, capable not only of gathering souls but also of fending off ghostly attacks, making it a formidable dual-purpose instrument. Shi Jian pointed to a Taoist holding a pair of handkerchiefs. That is your uncle Qianxiao, wielding a pair of yin-yang handkerchiefs. One captures souls, while the other dispels them. Quite impressive, and also a top-grade tool. A Yu's eyes sparkled. Handkerchiefs can be talismans too? She imagined her hands spinning a handkerchief in each, envisioning a splendid spectacle. Jisu gestured towards a Taoist donning a round hat. That is your uncle Wufang, utilizing a soul-summoning flag, a top-grade talisman, a bane to ghostly entities. Runtingting interjected, Master, what about that fellow in the half-robe? Is he using a soul-summoning flag as well? It appears different. Jisu chuckled, that is your uncle Yoxiong. He wields a soul-summoning pennant, which has a similar effect to the flag, but is due to varying fortunes. Not everyone can afford top-grade talismans. Many possess adequate materials but lack the skill to refine them, thus settling for mid-grade tools. The most commonly used are wine jars with talismans, or in better cases, a low-grade ghost-catching gourd or a mid-grade soul-nurturing gourd. A Yu exclaimed, wow, Master, Senior Wenkai is impressive. He's managing 2 wine jars all by himself. Jisu's face flushed slightly. He thought, does he believe Wenkai enjoys this? Wenkai has yet to master the gourd technique and has barely managed with the wine jars. If he captures 2 spirits tonight, he'll be rewarded by his elder brother. At that moment, Shi Jian noticed the accomplishments of the disciples, exclaiming in surprise, Lin, you and your companions have truly flourished these past few years. Shimu wields a top-grade soul-nurturing gourd, and even a Yu and Jialu are equipped with top-grade tools. The 3 of them have captured a significant portion of spirits. Jisu replied with a smile, meditation and cultivation progress slowly, so over the past 2 years, Shimu and I have invested more time in other endeavors. Selling talismans and refining instruments has yielded some modest savings. Modest savings? Driamlingzi, the spirit of the altar, scoffed, do the wealthy speak so humbly? Observing the scene, Shi Jian sensed something was amiss. Where is Xiao Jian? The younger generation is showcasing their talents. Where has he gone? Summoning Lin Yu for an inquiry, Lin scratched his head. That's odd, Xiao Jian was here when we arrived. Master, please wait a moment while I ask the others. This ghost-catching endeavor was unusually smooth, as many spirits had consumed the beans within beans, trembling and awaiting capture, offering no resistance and unable to escape. Thus, it resembled a competition to see who could wield their talismans most effectively. In less than a quarter of an hour, all the spirits were captured without exception. Lin Yu gathered all the younger disciples, asking, has anyone seen Xiao Jian? Wasn't he with us? Everyone concurred, affirming they had all come together. At that moment, someone raised their hand, saying, I think I saw Xiao Jian fall behind halfway. He must have gone to relieve himself. Shi Jian frowned, cursing under his breath, that fool. He truly brings me shame. Master, Xiao Jian merely went to the town to relieve himself. There is no need to worry. Rinjia town is quite safe, a disciple assured. As they made their way back, Shi Jian's eyes narrowed as he leaped forward to catch Xiao Jian, exclaiming, bold spirit, how dare you harm my Maoshan disciple? Xiaoli took flight, her laughter echoing through the street. He forced me. Everyone in the inn can attest that I only drew half his yang energy out of respect for your Maoshan. What? Everyone turned to look at Xiao Jian in Shi Jian's arms, discovering him in a pitiful state, his form gaunt, eyes glazed, resembling a wretched spirit drained of vitality. He whimpered, no more, I can't take it anymore. Lin Yu secretly reveled in delight, thinking to himself that this punishment would surely leave a lasting impression. By the looks of it, his kidneys were likely not just weak but possibly in failure. Qiuxing, away, did you see that? This is the fate of a lecher ensnared by a ghost. Will you dare to indulge in lechery again? The 2 shuddered in response. We won't, we absolutely won't. Shi Jian's face turned ashen. If Xiao Jian were not his biological son, he would have already unleashed a thunderous fury upon him. Because of him, he had lost more face today than in an entire year. Jisu kindly suggested, elder brother, take your nephew to the mortuary. Yu has studied medicine and alchemy, he should be able to assist in treatment. Shi Jian's expression softened slightly as he nodded. Upon returning to the mortuary, the 2 ancestors had been waiting for some time. Seeing everyone return triumphantly, they could hardly contain their smiles. Ah, Jian, who do you have in your arms? How could you gather a batch of spirits with so many earth masters present? There shouldn't be any casualties among the disciples. King Pingzi inquired with concern. Shi Jian sighed awkwardly, struggling to articulate his thoughts. It's not the casualties from ghost catching, Shimu interjected with a cold snort. This rascal had ulterior motives. He secretly captured a female ghost on the way to bed her, only to have his young energy drained by her. What? Scoundrel! King Pingxi's face darkened, barely restraining himself from kicking Shi Jian, his eldest disciple. Drian Lingzi, however, had no such reservations, for he had been sent by the ancestors to supervise the enforcement of law within the Qing lineage. He strode forward, sleeve swing, and sent Xiaojian crashing to the ground. Such a wicked spawn is unworthy of being my Maoshan disciple. A Jian, according to Maoshan's rules, strip him of his cultivation and expel him from the sect. Shi Jian panicked. Uncle, Xiaojian, now awake from his fall, struggled and cried out, "Father, save me. I don't want to be expelled." What? Father? This was Shi Jian's biological son. Everyone turned to look at Shi Jian. Let the gossip begin. Chapter 76. Uncle 9. Why are you dragging me into this? Before Shi Jian could utter a word, the venerable Master King Pingxi stepped forward and sighed. So it is. Ajian, you are the prodigious disciple of our Maoshan's Qingyi lineage, having attained the 9th level of the human master rank by the age of 19. I had high hopes for you and earnestly encouraged you to advance to the earth master rank before descending the mountain. Yet, alas, your youthful heart led you to insist on venturing forth. No wonder you have not returned. It appears you married and fathered a child while away, thus compromising your potential before reaching the earth master rank. Otherwise, with your innate talent, achieving the title of Heaven Master by the age of 40 would have been a trivial matter, and you would not be languishing at the 9th level of the Earth Master rank at the age of 39. Filled with shame, Shi Jian knelt before his master and confessed, "Master, I was momentarily foolish and swayed by worldly desires. I once thought that with my talent, advancing 1 level per year after reaching the Earth Master rank would not be a challenge, and even if I were to lose my purity prematurely, achieving a level every 2 years would suffice. Yet, only now do I understand the arduousness of the path, and alas, my regret comes too late." King Pingxi chuckled wryly. "You began your cultivation at the tender age of 10 under my tutelage, advancing 1 level per year as a human master. Did you truly believe that ascending to the Earth Master rank would be as simple? If it were so, we would not be in the age of decline." A bitter taste filled Shi Jian's heart, and in the presence of his master, he could no longer maintain the dignity of an elder brother, weeping like a remorseful schoolboy. A curious junior inquired, "Elder brother, although you succumbed to worldly desires too soon to face the master, our Maoshan sect, being a righteous lineage, does not prohibit marriage. The birth of your son is a joyous occasion, and he bears your name. Why then do you refer to him as your disciple?" Shi Jian glanced at the nearly lifeless Shirao Shi Jian on the ground and reminisced. Shirao Shi Jian's mother was an ordinary woman who perished during childbirth. This child is naturally spirited, and I feared that calling him father and son would lead to excessive indulgence. Thus, when he turned 3, I began to refer to him as my disciple, intending to encourage him to diligently cultivate. Alas, as my uncle Meng taught me, the cultivation of heart and character is paramount for disciples of Maoshan, while their skills are secondary. I have been remiss in this regard. Otherwise, we would not be facing the calamity of today. These words were spoken from the depths of his heart. In the past, Shi Jian had prioritized strength above all, but witnessing his son ensnared by the allure of women, damaging his foundational cultivation, he now recognized the folly of his previous indulgence. To speak candidly, Shirao Shi Jian had previously engaged in mischief while utilizing the small Maoshan for his exploits, and Shi Jian was well aware of it, yet, he had chosen to turn a blind eye, believing that as long as the soul was merely out of the body without harming the physical form, his talent would remain intact. Who could have foreseen that calamity would eventually befall them? Onlookers gazed at the father and son duo, many expressing sympathy, lamenting the trials of parenthood. The elder brother, known as the cold-faced stone of the thunder. At this moment, someone glanced at Uncle Nine and Linyu, and a whisper floated through the crowd. Senior brother Lin also raised Linyu since childhood. Could it be that they too? All eyes turned towards Uncle Nine and his disciple. Even Linyu was taken aback, staring at Uncle Nine in shock. Uncle Nine was dumbfounded. What the heck, you lot, just enjoy the gossip. Why drag me into this? Truly, one is at home while the troubles rain down from the sky. Indulging in gossip carries risks, and one must observe with caution. Au was truly found by me. His name was chosen to signify encounter, as in my Lin Jiao encountering him. A playful comrade jested. Senior brother Jiao, a name is not indicative of much. The surname holds greater significance. Moreover, your relationship with Au seems rather reminiscent of that of the elder brother and son. Furthermore, you are the only one in our Qingyi lineage whose talent can rival that of the elder brother. He has been delayed in his cultivation due to losing his purity, still remaining an Earth Master to this day, yet, it appears you too. Upon hearing this, the most animated was Ansha, who began to Uncle Nine hastily waved his hands. I did not. At a loss for words, Uncle Nine decided to reveal his cultivation level, stating, Look, I am at the 8th level of the Earth Master rank, 37 years old. I have not delayed my cultivation. The crowd erupted in admiration. Senior brother 9, such impressive cultivation. Even Shi Jian was taken aback, thinking to himself, it seems I shall soon be surpassed by my junior brother. Taoist Simu stepped in to clarify, everyone need not harbor doubts. I can vouch for my senior brother's innocence. Every morning, he collects young boys' urine alongside Au and the others. This habit has persisted for many years. I witnessed it just this morning. The crowd suddenly enlightened. Oh, senior brother 9, at 37, you were still a young lad, huh? Many turned their gaze towards Anxia, who blushed and exclaimed, what are you all staring at? This has nothing to do with me. Laughter erupted. How can it not concern you? After all these years, you still haven't caught senior brother 9, clearly, you are lacking. Uncle 9 kicked Simu, what business is it of yours? Simu retorted, is it my fault? Meng Lingzi laughed and scolded, Simu, you truly are an unnecessary mouth. Perhaps we should sew it shut. After the merriment subsided, the matter concerning Shi Jian and his son still required resolution. Shi Jian bowed deeply to King Pingzi and Meng Lingzi, saying, Master, Uncle, the misfortunes of Shi Jian today are entirely self-inflicted. Not only should he be punished, but executing him on the spot would not be excessive. The crowd gasped in shock, recognizing the elder brother's severity, willing to execute his own son. But he is my flesh and blood. I implore both of you to grant him a chance. I will ensure he is properly guided and will not tarnish the reputation of Maoshan. The two masters exchanged glances, seemingly in a dilemma. At that moment, the kind-hearted Uncle 9 spoke up, Master, Uncle, given Shi Jian's current predicament, he is barely clinging to life due to his meager cultivation. That if you truly enforce the sex rules and strip him of his powers, he will not survive. Since the elder brother has vouched for him, why not grant the younger generation an opportunity? I believe this incident is enough for Shi Jian to learn a lesson. Shi Jian looked at Uncle 9 with gratitude, silently acknowledging, well done, junior brother. In a critical moment, you have set aside past grievances to speak in my favor. Alas, I have been foolish in the past. It cannot be entirely blamed on Shi Jian. As the elder brother with the greatest talent, he inevitably carried a certain pride and arrogance. Uncle Jiao was his most formidable rival, so how could he afford to show him kindness? Furthermore, raising a child incurs substantial expenses, and occasional friction in business is to be expected. To outsiders, this may appear as discord, yet in truth, they remain close brothers. As the saying goes, brothers may quarrel, but they stand together against the outside world. Regardless of their disputes, there is no reason to abandon one another in times of crisis. Uncle 9 issued a call for help from Maoshan, and Shi Jian disregarded past grievances to journey from afar. When Shi Jian's son encountered trouble, Uncle 9 stepped forward without hesitation to advocate for him. This is the essence of brotherhood. Many siblings also rose to plead for leniency, and eventually, even Xianhe and Simu relented. King Pingzi and Meng Lingzi exchanged a glance and nodded, very well, we shall grant this once, but let it not become a precedent. Simu exclaimed, I am familiar with this phrase. Should there be a next time, both offenses will be counted, and we will cleanse the sect, executing on the spot. Shi Jian quickly bowed, I will bear this in mind, thank you, master, thank you, uncle. The two masters waved their hands, helping him to his feet. Now, release the spirits you have captured. Once we have done so, we shall return to report. As for this matter, Aegean, leave it to Aju to handle. Everyone began to release the spirits they had captured, and Meng Lingzi brandished the ghostly law enforcement flag, collecting them all within. Let your timely encouragement invigorate Maoshan. King Pingzi shouted a rallying cry, and then he and Meng Lingzi vanished without a trace. The atmosphere was vibrant. May our path flourish. At the sound of this, everyone knelt, shouting in unison, we bid farewell to our ancestor. Uncle 9 addressed his fellow disciples, today, I trust you are all weary from ghost hunting. I have arranged accommodations at an inn in town, let Simu lead you there for a restful night. We shall reconvene tomorrow morning. Simu called out loudly, yes, settle in first, and we will return for the trading meeting tomorrow morning. Laughter erupted as the crowd responded, Senior brother Simu, upon hearing of exquisite magical artifacts, we are no longer drowsy. Shall we commence now? Off with you, if you are not tired, I am. Simu retorted, the late nights have taken a toll on these 4 eyes of mine. Once the disciples were sent off, Uncle 9 remarked, elder brother, please carry Shi Jian to the guest room. Au, bring the elixirs to assist. Chapter 77. A Master Bo is a straightforward man. As he gazes upon the frail form of Shi Jian lying on the sickbed, Shi Jian expresses his headache, lamenting that his overwhelming power is ill-suited for healing. Junior brother, I implore you. Ninth uncle waved his hand dismissively, there's no need for such formality, senior brother. You, please take out a strong body pill and give it to Xiaojian to stabilize his vital energy. Shi Jian, astonished, inquired, you can refine pills? Ninth uncle nodded affirmatively. Yu possesses a natural talent for alchemy and has had the fortune of studying under Master Ishio in the healing arts. Master Ishio, recognizing his potential, imparted the fundamentals of pill-making to him. Shi Jian responded with a nod. The renowned healer of the spirit illusion realm, Master Ishio of the Buddhist sect, is he not? I have indeed heard of him, however, as Yu is my prodigious disciple of Maoshan. It would be unwise for him to become too entangled with the Buddhist sect. Before my master departed, he discreetly entrusted me with a message to assist in protecting Yu. Having achieved the 9th level of the human master at the tender age of 12, he is destined to become a celestial master before reaching 40. At that time, he shall return to Maoshan and reclaim the core inheritance of our Qing lineage. In the future, it shall be Yu who carries the banner for our lineage. Lin Yu humbly waved his hand. Master uncle, you flatter me, I still have a long way to go. Observing the maturity of the young man before him, Shi Jian felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy. He produced 2 books from his robe, stating, as I have nothing of great value to offer you, these are the Lightning Thunder Fist and the Wooden Post Technique, both treasured techniques passed down through our Qing lineage. Consider them a token of our first meeting. This cannot be right, Master Uncle, these are your unique skills, they should be passed to junior brother Xiaojian, Lin Yu protested. Shi Jian shook his head with a wry smile. The techniques of Maoshan's Qing lineage have never belonged solely to me. I had high hopes for Xiaojian, but alas, he has disappointed me. These 2 techniques are now beyond his reach. You, with your talent, may yet inherit them. Though Lin Yu had long coveted the techniques, he endeavored to suppress his excitement. Very well, I shall do my utmost. If I am unable to master them, I shall return them to Master Uncle in the future. Shi Jian waved his hand. There is no need. The next generation of the Qing lineage shall be born by you. They shall remain in your possession. Should you truly be unable to learn them, you may pass them on to a worthy disciple in the future. At that moment, Shi Jian truly embodied the role of a senior disciple within the sect. Lin Yu silently resolved to regard Master Uncle with renewed respect. He was no villain but rather a prominent figure of righteousness within Maoshan, the Thunder King who conjured lightning with his hands. Master Uncle, junior brother Xiaojian has lost half of his young energy to a ghost. Merely relying on pills will not suffice. We must find a way for him to restore his young energy, Lin Yu remarked. 9th uncle reassured him. Do not worry, I specialize in the pure yang 8 trigrams palm. I shall transfer some pure young energy to him to prolong his life. Once his condition improves and he is able to move, with diligent practice, he can replenish the deficiencies in his body through his cultivation. Shi Jian nodded. Junior brother, Yu, I entrust this to you. Lin Yu poured out a strong body pill, paused for a moment, then gritted his teeth and poured out another. Master Uncle is generous, and I cannot be stingy. As the pills were consumed, Xiaojian's withered body visibly began to recover, yet his complexion remained pale, indicative of his young energy deficit. Does this pill also possess the ability to cleanse the marrow? Why is there a layer of black residue? Shi Jian inquired. Surprised, Lin Yu nodded. For ordinary mortals, it indeed possesses some marrow-cleansing properties. However, a person may only undergo this process once, subsequent uses will merely heal ailments. Noticing Shi Jian's curiosity, Lin Yu had a sudden inspiration. Master Uncle, why not give it a try? Perhaps the marrow cleansing could aid you in making a breakthrough. Shi Jian chuckled wryly. Silly child, it is not that simple. I am stuck at the 9th level of the Earth Master not due to a lack of cultivation or spiritual energy, but rather because there exists a profound chasm between the Earth Master and the Celestial Master that one must personally overcome and comprehend. 9th uncle concurred. Indeed, Yu, your cultivation is still too low to grasp this. The difference between the Earth Master and the Celestial Master is not merely one of depth and cultivation but also in the understanding of the forces of heaven and earth. Above all, the most crucial factor is one's perception. There are numerous Earth Masters at the 9th level in this world, yet few can ascend to become Celestial Masters, Shi Jian added. This is precisely why our Maoshan stipulates that the leaders of each lineage must be Celestial Masters. Only they can demonstrate the talent required to advance to higher realms. The position of leader in our Qing lineage has been vacant for many years. Though we are disciples of Maoshan's Qing lineage, it is laughable that we have yet to ascend the... Alas, I have no opportunity left. It now rests upon the 2 of you. You must strive to restore the dignity of our Qing lineage. 9th uncle and Lin Yu exchanged glances, both nodding resolutely as they declared, we shall certainly restore the glory of Maoshan's Qing lineage. Dismissing further idle chatter, they focused on the task at hand. Ninth uncle seated himself on the bed to channel yang energy into Shi Shaojian. Before long, Shaojian's complexion improved slightly, and he regained consciousness. Lin Yu jested, "Junior brother Shaojian, how does it feel to be a spectral knight?" Shi Shaojian, still haunted by the experience, replied, "Not well at all. I almost had my life drained away. At that moment, I truly believed I was on the brink of death, master. It was terrifying. No wonder you always advised me against such reckless actions. I now see how perilous it truly is." Lin Yu, biting his finger in curiosity, asked, "But isn't that a premium 5D experience? Shouldn't it be exhilarating?" Shi Shaojian was nearly brought to tears. Initially, those first couple of moments were thrilling, but afterward, it felt as though a venomous snake had ensnared me, and it was as if my kidneys were being ripped out. I never wish to experience that again. Ninth uncle concluded his energy transfer and patted Shi Shaojian's shoulder, saying, "It is not so dire. One must not abandon their humanity, yet one must walk the righteous path." Shi Jian, however, sternly interjected, "I believe otherwise. Without this flaw, he can devote himself to his cultivation without concern." "Is this truly your biological father?" Ninth uncle took Lin Yu's hand to bid farewell, leaving time for the father and son to reconnect. That evening, Shi Jian sat by his son's bedside, offering no reprimands or lessons, but instead, like a loquacious father, he recounted his life experiences from childhood to adulthood. Such a night of father-son bonding was a first for Shi Shaojian in 19 years. While he could not comprehend why his father had changed, he found that this version of his father was the one he cherished most. In the past, he had only glimpsed paternal love in his father's eyes when he had caused trouble and received support in cleaning up the mess. The following morning, not a single disciple residing in the town lay abed. Despite having only fallen asleep at the witching hour, many had spent the night tossing and turning, preoccupied with the exquisite magical artifacts in Simu's possession. Thus, as dawn broke, they eagerly rose and made their way to the funeral home. Ninth uncle expressed his surprise, "Everyone is up so early, do you not wish to rest a little longer?" "Ninth brother, we are all eager to commence the sex trading event. We hardly slept last night." "Ah, is that so? Simu has yet to awaken. Please, take a seat while I prepare breakfast for everyone." "Breakfast, with no sleep? Who has the appetite for food, brother? In which room is Simu? We shall rouse him." Ninth uncle pointed to the western courtyard. Thus, Daoist Simu experienced the most grandiose wake-up service of his lifetime. Chapter 78, Is it fair to profit from one's own disciples? There are approximately 20 individuals of the same generation as Uncle Gio within the Maoshan sect, while several dozen others belong to the younger generation. At this moment, everyone was gathered in Uncle Gio's living room. Fortunately, Uncle Gio's establishment features a two-story design, allowing the disciples to observe the happenings from the second floor while the master sat in 2 rows on the first floor. Daoist Simu and Uncle Gio busied themselves with preparations, while Daoist Qian He took it upon himself to attend to the guests. Someone noticed the sword that Daoist Qian He bore and exclaimed, "Junior brother Qian He, that sword upon your back appears quite extraordinary." With a smile, Qian He unsheathed the sword, stating, "This is the exquisite weapon, the Crimson Flame Sword, crafted for me by senior brother Simu during our past demon-slaying ventures. It is forged from top-grade spiritual materials and embedded with the radiant sun pearl. The sword's aura emanates the true fire of the sun, showcasing remarkable power." "What?" gasped the crowd in astonishment, surrounding Qian He with eager inquiries. "So, does this mean that with this sword, one can wield the true fire of the sun?" "Well, one could say that," Qian He admitted, genuinely not having considered it before. "Junior brother Qian He, what treasure is this radiant sun pearl?" It is said that senior brother Simu refined numerous radiant sun sands to produce this gem, which can be regarded as an enhanced version of the radiant sun sand. Many nodded in admiration, exclaiming, "Impressive, no wonder junior brother Simu has become a master craftsman, his ingenuity is truly exceptional." Daoist Qian He beckoned 4 disciples, instructing them to bring forth their swords for all to see. These 4 top-grade swords, named the Radiant Sun Swords, were also crafted with Simu's assistance, though instead of the Radiant Sun Pearl, they were embedded with a piece of Radiant Sun Sand. While they could not carry the true fire of the sun, if struck by these swords, they still bore the might of the sun's flames. What, all the disciples wield top-grade swords? This revelation stirred envy among many of the older generation, who still wielded medium-grade artifacts, while these 4 disciples possessed top-grade ones. In my opinion, brothers, if you wish to select exquisite artifacts, you might as well opt for the Crimson Flame Sword. It is indeed quite user-friendly. At the last time in Jiuquan town, it was even capable of vanquishing Western vampires. One must understand that those Western fiends are impervious to blue corpse restraining talismans and peachwood swords. Listening to Daoist Qian He's account, Many were stirred, and someone quietly inquired, "Junior brother Qianhe, the cost of having senior brother Simu craft such exquisite artifacts must be quite substantial, correct?" At this, Daoist Qianhe felt his face flush. He was straightforward but not foolish, certainly not willing to admit that it was a gift from senior brother Simu. "But this item, I am uncertain of its pricing." Observing this exchange, the fellow disciples perceived it as Qianhe hesitating to disclose the financial matter, finding it difficult to articulate. After all, to possess an exquisite artifact along with 4 top-grade ones was no ordinary feat. At that moment, Uncle Joe approached, carrying an 8 Immortals table and placing it in the center of the living room. Daoist Simu, clutching a multitude of artifacts, dramatically spread them out across the table. The crowd gazed in awe. 6 pieces, all exquisite artifacts, so many. Junior brother Simu has struck it rich. Where did he acquire such abundant top-quality crafting materials? Before Simu could respond, someone eagerly called out, "Senior brother Simu, I too desire a crimson flame sword like junior brother Qianhe's. The price can be the same as junior brother Qianhe's." Several voices chimed in, "I want one too. The sword's aura carries the true fire of the sun. This is no ordinary exquisite artifact, it would save us the trouble of acquiring radiant sun sand in the future." "Indeed, I want one as well." "Ha?" Simu was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. He glanced at Qianhe, silently thinking that he had asked him to manage the guests, yet it seemed Qianhe was undermining his business. "Is it my duty to gift everyone an exquisite artifact? The crimson flame sword was a gift to you. Today is a trading event, must I bestow a free exquisite artifact upon each of them?" Daoist Qianhe's face turned crimson as he stammered, "I'm sorry, senior brother." Simu swiftly devised a countermeasure, firmly grasped, "Are you truly profiting from your own disciples? How unethical." "What?" The room fell silent, all eyes fixed on Daoist Qianhe, wondering if there was some hidden scheme involving the Daoist Qianhe was equally perplexed. "I have not said anything." Simu continued, "When I forged the crimson flame sword for you, I was somewhat impoverished, hence I charged you double for the materials. The double materials fee is a standard rule." Impressive, no wonder Daoist Qianhe can take on 4 disciples, indeed, he is prosperous. However, times have changed. I, as your senior brother, have risen from poverty to wealth, so how could I take advantage of my fellow disciples? Each should provide materials of equal value, as if I am offering my assistance in crafting artifacts without charge. A portion of equal materials, no remuneration. Senior brother Simu is truly benevolent." The crowd unanimously applauded. Daoist Qianhe, feeling anxious, attempted to interject, "Senior brother, actually Simu interrupted sharply, "Remuneration? What remuneration? Crafting protective artifacts for my fellow disciples equates to granting them an extra lease on life. This is an act of kindness, and how could I accept their remuneration?" At this moment, others joined in to advocate for Daoist Qianhe. "Senior brother Simu, what junior brother Qianhe said is reasonable. Even among fellow disciples, it is not right to expect you to offer your services for free. Indeed, possessing exquisite artifacts will significantly enhance our efficacy in combat, ensuring our safety, effectively granting us an additional life. Not only should we offer remuneration to our senior brother, but we must also express our gratitude for his life-saving contributions." Daoist Qianhe's face flushed. "No, senior brother, enough, do not speak." Simu seized Qianhe's hand and propelled him towards Uncle Joe. Uncle Joe, fully aware of the situation, recognized this as a tactic taught by Ayuda in these years. Simu had traversed the land, mastering the art of negotiation. He discreetly gestured to the anxious Daoist Qianhe to simply observe. Lin Yu suppressed a laugh. "A bicycle? What need have I for a bicycle?" Daoist Simu addressed the assembly. "Esteemed fellow disciples, Simu, stand by my word, I shall not profit from my fellow disciples. Furthermore, gold, silver, and jewels are of little use to me in crafting artifacts. I seek only materials from the realm of spiritual illusions. Let the wealth remain for your sustenance." Someone hastily interjected, "Senior brother Simu, the materials for exquisite artifacts are indeed hard to come by, and it may take time to gather a complete portion. Could we perhaps negotiate?" Nearby, someone scoffed, "Junior brother, a single portion of materials is already a generous offer from senior brother Simu. Is it not enough to receive assistance without additional costs? Should we not simply have it for free?" The individual, flustered, exclaimed, "That is not what I meant, senior brother Simu, I merely wished to inquire if I could exchange equivalent items?" "I possess some medicinal herbs and miscellaneous items obtained from slaying enemies." Simu's eyes lit up, realizing he had awaited precisely this statement. I certainly understand that most of you may not be able to gather the materials. To me, they are akin to scrap metal. What I truly desire are those peculiar and extraordinary items. Chapter 79 The entrustment of Shijian. A splendid trading fair among fellow disciples unfolded, with hosts and guests alike reveling in the occasion. Simu successfully exchanged 6 exquisite magical artifacts for a trove of refining materials, along with a collection of eclectic items, including medicinal herbs, seeds, remnants of magical artifacts, rare minerals, and the like. To the onlookers, Simu appeared exceptionally generous, clearly having prospered yet not forgetting to uplift his fellow disciples. The assortment we possessed would fetch at most a mediocre artifact, perhaps even a superior one, at the market in the Linghuan realm. Yet under Simu's astute evaluations, he artfully transformed our hodgepodge of items into treasures of rare distinction, not only refraining from bargaining but also generously increasing our offers. After his meticulous calculations and assessments, he would offer you a superior artifact for items valued at medium quality, and for those deemed superior, he would bestow upon you an exquisite one. This not only ensured that everyone left satisfied with their artifacts but also preserved the dignity of our brotherhood. The virtues of righteousness. Following the trading fair, Uncle Gio hosted a luncheon to express gratitude to all who had assisted. After the meal, the attendees began to take their leave. Thank you both, Senior Brother Gio and Senior Brother Simu. Should I acquire any treasures in the future, I shall certainly repay today's kindness. Indeed, magical materials in the Linghuan realm are scarce, and Simu's efforts were not insignificant. We could not simply accept without reciprocity. Simu, in a gesture of humility, replied, There is no need for such formalities, my fellow disciples. However, I must implore you to keep the details of today's dealings confidential. If outsiders were to learn that I, Simu, provided such low prices to my fellow disciples, they would undoubtedly seek to undermine my endeavors. Laughter erupted among the group. Naturally, who would dare to bring misfortune upon Senior Brother Simu? With a single call for help from Mount Maoshan, we would traverse any distance to lend our support. As the disciples departed one by one, Simu reflected, Senior Brother, today I have come to truly understand what you meant by tycoon. What do you mean, Junior Brother? Indeed, money speaks volumes. You expend a batch of Chiang sand and receive the full support of our brethren in return. I give away a collection of artifacts, and behold the esteem with which they regard me, as if they owe me a tremendous favor. Uncle Gio laughed heartily. Indeed. From this day forth, you shall be known as Simu, the unparalleled benefactor of Mount Maoshan. Simu's face flushed with embarrassment. I once took pride in the few coins earned from my labor, but now I feel utterly ashamed. My aspirations were far too narrow. Indeed, today everyone has witnessed what it means to be affluent and magnanimous. You have even forsaken gold and jewels, came the voice of Shijian from behind. Uncle Gio and Simu turned to see their eldest brother. How is Shijian's condition? Simu inquired. Shijian nodded, much improved. He is now able to walk. I must step out for a moment and am preparing to entrust Xiaojin to Junior Brother Qianhe for a while. His strict teachings will be most suitable for guiding Xiaojian. Shijian then turned to Simu. Junior Brother, I have some personal collections to give to you. Please assess their value and, according to the market rate, help refine a defensive artifact to calm and focus Xiaojian's spirit. Upon receiving the bundle from Shijian, Simu was astonished. Eldest brother, you truly live up to your title, with such a wealth of treasures at hand. I shall refine an exquisite heart-purifying pearl for Xiaojian, one that integrates both offense and defense while aiding in meditation. Shijian nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Junior Brother. I may have to embark on a long journey, so I entrust Xiaojian to your care. Uncle Gio, taken aback, inquired, Eldest brother, has something occurred? Is there any way we can assist? After a moment of hesitation, Shijian led Uncle Gio to the ancestral shrine and requested Simu to summon Lin, Qianhe, and Shu Gu. With a serious expression, he revealed, Junior brothers, I must confess, not long ago, I was invited to explore a secret realm in the southwest, rumored to hold opportunities for breaking through to the heavenly master level. However, my concern for Xiaojian led to my indecision. Now that I can entrust Xiaojian to all of you, I can proceed without worry. Uncle Gio frowned. Eldest brother, venturing into a secret realm is perilous, and such endeavors often hinge on chance. Is it truly necessary? Shijian waved his hand dismissively. In my youth, I strayed from the path. Now at 39, with less than a year remaining, if I cannot break through to the heavenly master level, I shall live with regret for eternity. Even a slim opportunity must not be forsaken. Simu urged, Eldest brother, you still have Lin and a Yu with you. Shijian smiled and nodded. Indeed, that alleviates my concerns further. Junior Brother Lin, before Master departed, he entrusted me with the protection of a Yu. Should I successfully break through to the heavenly master level, I will not compete for the position of leader of the Shanqing lineage but will return immediately to safeguard you alongside you. Uncle Joe interjected, but that cannot be. Eldest brother, there is no need for such self-sacrifice. If you can achieve your breakthrough before 40, you would rightfully inherit the Shanqing legacy. Lin added, yes, eldest uncle, with you at the helm, our safety is assured. If we delay, the Shanqing legacy may be further postponed, which would be a pity. Shurjian replied sternly, I have my own considerations. The disciples present today are witnesses to my vow. I, Shurjian of Mount Maoshan, swear before heaven and earth that if I succeed in this exploration, I shall not vie for the position of leader of the Shanqing lineage. I will return promptly to protect Lin and Ayu. If I should tragically fail, I shall likely perish in the attempt. I implore you all, as fellow disciples, to take good care of Xiaojian. Seeing Shurjian's solemn vow, the others ceased their pleas and nodded in agreement. Uncle Gio produced 2 purple talismans. Eldest brother, my talisman skills have improved. Here are 2 for your protection, an exorcism talisman and a diamond talisman. Since you possess the lightning fist, you lack offensive means, so I have provided defensive talismans. Shurjian was taken aback. Junior brother Lin, you are truly gifted. To be able to inscribe purple talismans at the Earth Master level is extraordinary. Uncle Joe's face flushed. Occasionally, I have my successes. Ha, thank you, junior brother, with these, I am more assured. Shurjian bowed in gratitude and then returned to explain matters to Xiaojian before bidding farewell to the group with a hearty demeanor. Eldest uncle, wait. Lin rushed after him, please accept these 2 vials of elixirs. One contains 3 strengthening pills for cleansing marrow and healing injuries, while the other holds 3 replenishing pills to swiftly restore energy during combat. Shurjian touched Lin's head affectionately, you are indeed fortunate, junior brother Lin. Ayu, you must heed your eldest uncle's lesson, never break your cultivation before reaching the Earth Master level. Lin nodded awkwardly. Please inform Master, remember my vow. With that, Shurjian strode away. Lin scratched his head in confusion, is this truly that important? At the dojo, Shenhe Daoist asked curiously, Senior brother, why does eldest brother insist on relinquishing the position of leader of the Shanqing lineage? Even swearing a vow before heaven seems wholly unnecessary. Would it not be better to reclaim the Shanqing legacy sooner? Simu speculated, perhaps eldest brother is aware that the exploration is fraught with peril, leading him to forsake his return and thus only entrust Xiaojian. The others nodded in agreement, that could be the case. Rising, Shenhe Daoist remarked, since all matters are settled, I too must take my leave with my disciples. Simu called out, junior brother Qianhe, do not hold it against me for this arrangement. This is your reward for assisting with the performance, please handle it with care. What is this? A Qianquan ring, a magical artifact of considerable size, perhaps the equivalent of 3 rooms. You understand its significance, so do not reveal it in front of outsiders. Shenhe Daoist was astonished. Rest assured, senior brother Simu, I won't even disclose its existence in the cardinal directions. Lin couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth, thinking how strict Qianhe's sect rules were. Qianhe departed with his 4 disciples and Xiaojian, riding on their spirit cranes back to Zhouzhuan town. Only Zhugu remained, having traveled a long way. Now that they have all left, senior brother Lin, after 2 days of toil, have you prepared a gift for me? Simu sensed trouble brewing and pulled Lin, come, Ayu, let us return with your master to tally our spoils. Uncle Gio interjected, hey. What are you doing, Simu? You can leave, but why drag you along? Is this not a plot against me? Chapter 80 A treasure trove in Lin Yu's chamber, Simu unveiled a trove of assorted items accumulated from their recent endeavors. He recognized that the refining materials were of no use to Lin Yu, who was already abundantly supplied. The acquisition of these materials was merely a ruse to divert attention. Yu, these are the only items of value. The rest of the materials can be left to your master uncle now. I can devote myself to the study of artifact refinement and strive for an early breakthrough, enabling me to independently forge extraordinary magical instruments. Indeed, all the exceptional magical artifacts were crafted by Lin Yu, with Simu merely serving as a facade. Their performance was akin to a well-rehearsed duet. Simu's skills were limited to producing only superior-grade artifacts. Gazing at the 11 miscellaneous items before him, Lin Yu noted 2 packets of unknown spiritual plant seeds, which he surmised would undoubtedly be planted beside the pond in the backyard, along with 2 spiritual herbs suitable for alchemical concoctions. The remaining 7 items comprised a tattered silk yin-yang diagram, a bare bronze sword hilt, 2 incomplete tomes, and a fragment of tanned beast hide. Among them were a complete treatise on the art of substitution and a comprehensive guide to formations. During the transaction, the latter 2 complete volumes had been exchanged for an extraordinary magical artifact, provoking envy among many. though not all were willing to part with their precious texts. Simu promptly thrust the 2 tomes into Lin Yu's embrace, urging, "Youngster, make haste to master that substitution technique, it may grant you multiple lives in the future." Lin Yu patted his chest confidently, saying, "Rest assured, Master Uncle, there is no spell in this world that I cannot learn. Once I master it, I shall equip each of us with a substitute." Simu chuckled, "The timing of the formation guide is impeccable. Brother Lin and I only possess an introductory volume on formations, which cannot possibly accommodate your prodigious talent. Now, we need no longer worry." Lin Yu smiled, "Master Uncle, once I attain mastery in formations and have an abundance of spiritual stones and materials, perhaps I shall upgrade our ancestral temple and, following in the footsteps of Maoshan, establish a grand protective array." Simu patted Lin Yu's shoulder, exclaiming, "Good lad, you have ambition." Lowering his gaze to the array of incomplete items, Simu sighed, "To be honest, I do not entirely support your squandering of merits." Lin Yu, however, remained unfazed, replying, "Master Uncle, merits can always be earned anew. The stronger I become, the safer I will be, making it easier to vanquish demons in the future. Once I attain the title of Celestial Master or Golden Core True Person, I could slay 100,000 spectral soldiers with a single stroke, and perhaps even ascend to merit in place. This initial... Let us begin." Lin Yu picked up the tattered silk yin-yang diagram. Due to its severe damage, it appeared more like a mundane object. Responding not to his magical input, he merely recognized its rare material, impervious to water and fire, and resistant to lightning. In his heart, he intoned a spell of merit restoration. As he observed the progress bar swiftly depleting, Lin Yu's mouth dropped open in astonishment. "Master Uncle, this is..." He hastily tucked the gradually restoring yin-yang diagram into his robe. Simu gazed incredulously at the glowing object nestled in Lin Yu's arms, exclaiming, "Is this a magical treasure?" "Magical treasure?" Lin Yu laughed, "After spending so much time with me, why do you still think so small? Do you not dare to dream bigger? Just like the small tower we encountered previously, if merit can restore it, how could it be a mere magical treasure? It is clearly a spiritual tool. In this day and age, have fragments of spiritual tools become so commonplace? In less than a month, I have stumbled upon 2. As he saw 2,000 merits vanish, Lin Yu was taken aback. Could it be more advanced than the small tower? Without further politeness to Simu, he directly dripped blood to acknowledge its ownership. Moments later, his voice trembled slightly. "Master Uncle, please sit down. I fear I may startle you." Simu dismissed him with a wave. "What nonsense! I have traveled far and wide for many years as a distinguished artifact master. What have I not seen? It is merely a magical treasure, and we have forged one together. This is a spiritual tool, of mid-grade quality." Thud, Simu collapsed onto the ground, and Lin Yu could not lift him. Gasping, Simu clutched his chest. Lin Yu, allow me a moment to recover." After a while, having regained his composure, Simu reached out, saying, "Let me touch it." He spoke of touching, no longer daring to say look. Lin Yu produced the Naodal yin-yang diagram, and Simu cautiously accepted it. The spiritual tool had regained its luster, no longer appearing as ordinary as it had in its damaged state. Ethereal rhythms danced upon its surface, captivating anyone who beheld it. "Is this truly a spiritual tool? Do you comprehend its rarity?" Lin Yu nodded. "This item is known as the yin-yang diagram. It has developed a spirit and possesses its own spatial attributes, capable of ensnaring individuals, storing items, and protecting its master." Simu nodded. "Indeed, it is worthy of being called a spiritual tool. It is said that only the leaders of various sects possess a single spiritual tool. Is it possible that your fortune is truly as you have often claimed, that you are the favored child of the heavenly Tao?" Lin Yu smiled. "It is even more than that. The greatest function of this item is its ability to collect and store the energies of yin and yang, all spiritual energies, malevolent auras, yin qi, yang qi, and even the energies of the dead and demonic entities cannot escape the bounds of yin and yang. The primary efficacy of this diagram is to absorb all such energies, refining and decomposing them into yin and yang for storage. When needed, one can directly absorb these energies for cultivation." Simu's heart raced once more. "So you mean, the issue of insufficient spiritual energy in this age of decline no longer constrains you? You can utilize this diagram to absorb and store spiritual energy, which you may then use for your own cultivation?" Lin Yu nodded. "Indeed, Master Uncle, why should it be solely for myself? I intend to place it in our ancestral temple. If we are to progress, it should be as a family." Simu was moved to the brink of tears. "You foolish boy, that is absolutely out of the question. Do you understand what a spiritual tool is? If even a single word of this were to leak out, we would all be doomed. Therefore, focus on your cultivation. When you are capable of protecting it, then reveal it to the world. I shall pretend I have not heard this. To witness a spiritual tool in my lifetime is worth it. Keep it hidden within you, and do not even tell your master. Master Uncle, there is no need for such a no, you must heed my words. The fewer who know, the less risk there is. This is for your master's sake as well. You understand the methods of the illusory realm. Knowing too much is not beneficial. With a sigh, Lin Yu acquiesced, realizing that both his master and uncle truly cared for him. Returning the items to Lin Yu, Simu pointed at the bare sword hilt, saying, "Take a look at this item. By our discerning eyes, it is certainly not a remnant of a magical artifact. It must be a magical treasure." I initially thought the greatest gain from this outing would be this sword hilt, as it is the magical treasure before us. Who would have imagined that this unassuming yin-yang diagram would be the true surprise? Not only were those fellow disciples blind, but everyone present today was a fool. Lin Yu chuckled, treasures often hide in obscurity. Were it not for this, we would not have had the opportunity to acquire them. Simu nodded in agreement. Indeed. Who would have thought there exists a prodigy like you? This item was originally useless scrap, incapable of yielding any materials. Ultimately, it is your own exceptional abilities that have brought this to light. Lin Yu held the sword hilt and intoned the spell of merit restoration. This time, the consumption of merit was notably slower, requiring only 3,000 merits. Master Uncle, your keen eyes have indeed recognized a magical treasure. It is of superior quality. Lin Yu passed it to Simu for closer inspection. Simu examined it carefully. Judging by the craftsmanship of this sword, it appears to be of Song dynasty origin. Wait, pure yang, could this be the pure yang sword of the Chuanjin sect? Lin Yu, puzzled, replied, Master Uncle, Chuanjin is a major sect, the lineage of El Chunzi. With such a grand reputation, a sword of pure yang should at least be a spiritual tool. How could it possibly be a magical treasure, especially in such a damaged state? Simu scoffed, you ignorant child. El Zhu was a figure of the Tang dynasty. The Chuanjin northern sect's founder, Wang Zhenren, inherited the pure yang lineage, being a successor of later generations. The pure yang sword that Wang Zhenren forged at the onset of his enlightenment was, of course, a magical treasure. Spiritual tools are not so easily crafted. Later, after Wang Zhenren's ascension, the sect endured wars, and the treasured pure yang sword was destroyed, resulting in the Chuanjin lineage being divided into 7 factions, thereby forming half of the Taoist world. A superior magical treasure, also known as pure yang, still in the style of the Song dynasty, this must be it. My boy, you have struck luck. If this is indeed the pure yang sword, it may very well harbor the legacy of Chuanjin. Lin Yu said timidly, Master Uncle, how about you take ownership of this sword instead? Simu's expression darkened. What nonsense is this? Of course, it must be you who claims it. A powerful magical treasure can protect you. Lin Yu murmured, but I already possess a spiritual tool, along with a growth-type magical treasure, the Demon Suppression Seal. Having another sword would be superfluous. Chapter 81. Uncle Gio, reluctantly accepting with a glance, Simu rolled his eyes, exclaiming, what nonsense. Of course, the more magical treasures, the better. Who has ever heard of having too many treasures being useless? Lin Yu awkwardly spoke the truth. Master Uncle, if this truly is the pure Yang Dao lineage, I actually have a fiancée. What on earth? Simu Daoist burst into laughter. Is it for this reason? You're still young, yet your desires are not small. You are already a Disher. Losing your virginity is of no consequence. Lin Yu shook his head and replied earnestly, Master Uncle, the safest course is not to accumulate more treasures, but to never act at all. As long as I do not strike, others will remain unaware of my cultivation and talents, thus I shall remain forever safe. Therefore, this treasure should be bestowed upon your master. The more powerful you become, the safer I will be. Simu jokingly scolded, you rascal, are you treating me and your master as bodyguards? Do you think that not acting guarantees your safety? You have yet to encounter a true master. Even a celestial master or a golden elixir true person possesses secret methods to see through everything. Ultimately, in the spirit and illusion realm, strength reigns supreme. Lin Yu, confused, asked, Master Uncle, is the purple concealment talisman also ineffective? Simu sighed, the essence of talismans is borrowing power from heaven and earth. Ultimately, they are external objects, and external objects will leave traces. Alas, we lack the core inheritance of the Shangqing lineage. Otherwise, if you practice the Shangqing concealment technique, the stronger your power, the more you could return to your true essence, and no one would be able to see through you. Concealment technique? Lin Yu nodded. If he could cultivate a method of concealment, it would not be considered external power. After pondering for a moment, Simu nodded and said, "Well, you have a point. Since it is called the Pure Yang sword, it should be predestined for your senior brother. After all, he practices the Pure Yang 8 trigrams palm and is about to ascend to Celestial Master. He indeed requires a magical treasure to unleash his full potential. Wait here, I shall summon him." In the living room, Uncle Jiu presented a Qianquan ring and a top-tier magical robe, but Jigu was relentless, demanding an answer from him today. As Uncle Jiu was on the verge of succumbing to the pressure, Simu Daoist made an opportune appearance. Uncle Jiu sighed in relief, inwardly cursing, "Simu, at least you have some sense." "Senior brother, I have matters to discuss with you and you. Junior brother, first help me resolve the situation at hand." "Are you kidding? After all this time, you still haven't managed to settle it? Senior brother, you are quite inadequate." Simu smiled wryly. "Isn't it simple, now that why didn't you mention such a good idea earlier?" Simu shrugged, "You never asked." A moment later, Uncle Jiu and Simu returned to Lin Yu's room. After listening to Lin Yu's account, both Uncle Jiu and Simu Daoist reacted in unison. "Nonsense. Such a powerful magical treasure is certainly reserved for Yu." Lin Yu awkwardly glanced at Simu, who covered his eyes. "Master, I already possess 2 treasures, having more would be of no use." "What? 2 already?" Simu encouraged, "Senior brother, don't question it. In any case, Yu has a point. The best concealment is to never act. You are about to advance to Celestial Master, and it is indeed the time for you to acquire magical treasures. The stronger we become, the better we can protect Yu." "Is that so?" Uncle Jiu was convinced by Simu and Lin Yu. After pondering for a moment, Uncle Jiu hesitated, "But I am a disciple of the Maoshan Shangqing lineage. Although I practice the Pure Yang 8 trigrams palm, what if this Pure Yang sword is of the Chuanjin lineage?" Simu gestured towards Lin Yu. "Senior brother, do you wish for Yu to defect to Chuanjin?" Lin Yu murmured, "What if we send this thing to the Chuanjin sect?" Uncle Jiu scoffed, "Nonsense. A high-grade magical treasure given for free, why would we refuse? Since that is the case, I shall reluctantly accept it. After all, in the future, it will be Yu who will lead the Shangqing lineage." Lin Yu and Simu exchanged glances and smiled in unison. "Now that's more like you." Without further ado, Uncle Jiu dripped blood onto the characters Pure Yang. The Pure Yang sword shone with golden light, and soon, it was absorbed into Uncle Jiu's body. He closed his eyes and focused inward, trembling with excitement. Is there truly a Pure Yang inheritance within? It's a sword technique. A sword technique? Simu scoffed, "Sword techniques are not rare, our Maoshan does not lack sword lineage." Uncle Jiu opened his eyes. "Junior brother, you are mistaken. This is the Taoist Master L's Dao sword technique, Tian Dun sword technique. It is a form of flying sword mastery." "What?" Simu and Lin Yu gaped in shock. "Is it truly the legendary Tian Dun sword technique?" Legend has it that Master L received the Tian Dun sword technique from the fire dragon True Person, which led him to comprehend the pure Yang Dao. The Tian Dun sword technique is a method of controlling swords with one's primordial spirit, known to traverse thousands of miles and slay with a mere thought. It holds great renown in the spirit and illusion realm, comparable to the myriad swords of Shushan. Uncle Jiu smiled. "This Tian Dun sword technique contains the essence of pure Yang. As disciples of Maoshan, we need not defect to Chuanjin, we can solely practice the flying sword killing technique and forego the heart method. Thus, we will not be recognized by Chuanjin. Junior brother, Yu, I will transcribe the sword technique for you, you should both learn it." Lin Yu eagerly nodded. "Indeed, let us all learn it." "Master Uncle, later we shall work together to refine 10 top-tier magical swords. I will craft a low-grade flying sword for you to use in the meantime, and when my refining skills improve, I shall create a high-grade I fear my progress will lag behind your sword refining speed." The three laughed heartily with Yu as their anchor. They would never worry about materials. While Uncle Jiu transcribed the Tian Dun sword technique, Lin Yu picked up the 2 tattered tomes. It cost 20 merit points to repair one, using 10 merit points each. Yin Yang Feng Shui Secret Techniques, this is a book on Feng Shui. Simu picked one up and commented, "Our Maoshan has its own Feng Shui inheritance." This one is more comprehensive and in-depth. However, it is of little use. In terms of trade, we are at a loss with this fragmented piece. Yu, what about the other one? Hey, what are you spacing out for? Lin Yu quickly flipped through the pages and exclaimed excitedly, "Master Uncle, you seemed to mention earlier that our Shangqing core inheritance has a concealment technique?" Simu nodded, "Indeed. Do not underestimate this concealment technique. Although its name seems ordinary, it is undoubtedly a high-end method. It may not be necessary for exorcising demons, but it is quite useful for traversing the spirit and illusion realm. Wait, could this be? Lin Yu handed the book over. I am unsure which lineage this concealment technique belongs to. It is a handwritten copy that merely mentions refining qi to become invisible. But I am confident its grade is anything but low. Ah! Simu flipped through it rapidly, pulling Uncle Joe to join him, and they both laughed heartily. You've struck gold this time. This is a technique from the Taoist lineage, the refining qi to become invisible method from the Luoguan sect. Luoguan sect, the sect descended from Laozi of Taiping, passed down from Guanyin, that is also a renowned sect. Simu nodded. Exactly, a well-known sect, and this is the core method of Luoguan Dao, more advanced than our Shangqing concealment technique. Once mastered, it not only conceals one's aura and hidden cultivation but can even hide one's form, achieving the effect of merging with all things. Young lad, you are truly fortunate. Indeed, it's a timely blessing. With your treasures increasing, should you one day venture out and encounter an old monster who sees through you at a glance, you would become a veritable wealth child. After saying this, he shoved the book into Lin Yu's arms. Hurry and cultivate. Once you master this, even a golden elixir old monster won't be able to see through you. Lin Yu pointed at the final piece of tattered beast skin and said, Master Uncle, there is still one more. To use beast skin to record a technique surely signifies it is not ordinary. I recall the last time we obtained a fragment of beast skin, it recorded a 5 elements escape technique. Perhaps this one is another divine skill. Uncle Joe scoffed. Do you think divine skills are commonplace? Do you think you can casually stumble upon one? Though he said this, both were filled with anticipation, nervously watching as Lin Yu repaired the beast skin. Chapter 82 The Cane Sugar Ant. The little flying stick is here despite its diminutive size, merely a palm's breadth, and the sparse selection of a mere dozen or so characters. The essence of this inscription eludes the untrained eye. Yet, as Lin Yu aptly articulated, anything that can be inscribed on animal hide is far from ordinary. 100 merit points. It appears this animal hide possesses considerable quality. The four eyes gazed at the fully restored animal hide manuscript, stumbling over the opening lines. What transforms into what shape? Senior brother, the script is too ancient. I cannot decipher it all, one admitted. Neither can I, replied the other, feeling slightly embarrassed. Though both were prodigies in martial cultivation, their cultural literacy left much to be desired. Thus, they turned their attention to Lin Yu. You have mastered foreign scripts. Surely these ancient characters pose no challenge for you? Lin Yu gazed at the hide, unable to suppress his inner excitement. Masters, do you know of the 36 celestial techniques? What? The two were momentarily petrified. Is this the 36 celestial techniques? Lin Yu shook his head. No. I knew it. Even with ancient characters, we should be able to guess the 3 characters of 36, right? This is one of the techniques, transformation of the fetus. The two inhaled sharply, recognizing the legendary technique of transformation of the fetus. This is divine magic, they exclaimed. The four eyes couldn't help but tease. Did you have your mouth blessed? Once again, it is another divine technique. The previous animal hide recorded one of the 36 celestial techniques, the 5 elements escape technique. Who would have thought you would stumble upon another one? Truly, you are the favored child of the heavenly Tao. Lin Yu shrugged. I never anticipated this. These legendary skills, many of which have long been lost, have come to me so easily. Uncle Joe replied earnestly, no. Strictly speaking, these have indeed been lost, and there is no possibility of their return to this world. It is because of you that these extraordinary skills can re-emerge in this realm. Now, I believe you may truly be the favored child of the heavenly Tao. The two whispered, Senior brother, didn't you say Yu is your own son? Uncle Joe kicked him playfully, get lost. He is the son I raised for the heavenly Tao, is that not enough? The Taoist Simu dodged the kick and fled, exclaiming, who doesn't know that at 37, senior brother is still a virgin? Not even a chaste maiden compares to you. Hey, stop right there. Watching the two engage in playful banter, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Each was more unreliable than the last. He hung a sign at the door indicating his seclusion and began his scholarly pursuits. Divine techniques are indeed wondrous, but as Uncle Joe remarked, one must first perfect the art of qi refinement. Survival is KUI. In the backyard, the cane sugar ant, accompanied by Rintingting and Yu, enjoyed a hot spring. Feeling the abundant spiritual energy within the pool, even the dimmest of minds could discern the secrets of Uncle Joe's Taoist temple. She inwardly cursed, oh, that Lin Zhou, the moment there is a benefit, he first thinks of that scoundrel Simu, forgetting all about me, the master ant. Since the temple has expanded into several courtyards, why not just move in here like Simu? It's quite inconvenient with only the two of us girls in the temple, Ayu interjected. The cane sugar ant's eyes lit up but soon clouded with displeasure. Do you think I don't want to? It's likely that ungrateful wretch won't allow it. Runtingting covered her mouth, stifling laughter. What need is there for another courtyard? Ayu, haven't you noticed? The master ant's heart is filled with thoughts of the master. Moving in directly would be splendid. Hey, you two little girls dare to jest about the master ant? The three women engaged in a lively exchange. Uncle Gio, meditating in the front, found it impossible to concentrate and secretly resolved to send the cane sugar ant away quickly. By chance, he spotted the spirit infant hall and an idea struck him. The following morning, Uncle Gio approached the cane sugar ant. Junior sister, I wish to ask a favor. Oh, really? It's rare for you to seek my help. What is it? The cane sugar ant beamed. You see, my temple has too many disciples, and I can only focus on teaching them, leaving me no time to care for the spirit infants. I would like to ask you to take them back to your temple for worship. What do you think? Upon hearing this, the cane sugar ant almost agreed but suddenly realized something was amiss. Wait, are you trying to rush me away? Uncle Gio quickly waved his hands. No, how could that be? This is also your home, stay as long as you wish. The cane sugar ant exclaimed joyfully, really, that's wonderful, then I shall move my home here and enjoy the hot springs every day. Ah, but what about taking care of the spirit infants? Oh, I can manage that as well. You focus on teaching the disciples, and I will handle the temple's rituals. It's a win-win. The cane sugar ant excitedly rushed out. I'm going back to move right now. Senior brother, after all these years, I knew you harbored feelings for me. Hey! No, junior sister, who am I, where am I? Wasn't the plan to send the spirit infants to the cane sugar ant? How did I end up sending myself out? Watching the cane sugar ant's delighted figure, Uncle Gio couldn't help but pinch himself. What did I say? This is a predicament. Allowing the junior sister to move in is akin to inviting a wolf into the den, an insatiable wolf. Before long, news of the cane sugar ant's impending move spread, and Simu, Linyu, and others all came out. I simply wish to be left alone. Master, you should have brought the master ant over long ago. Our temple is half a paradise. How could we forget the master ant in our good fortune? Once she moves in, she is no longer the master ant. I fear you will all have to call her master mother. Tingting and Ayu exclaimed in delight, Master, this is wonderful. With the master ant moving in, we shall have someone to play with. Uncle Gio retorted, I fear that once she moves in, she may not want to play with you anymore, and then who knows who will be playing with whom. Senior brother, I'm going back to pack. I will be back by tomorrow at the latest. The cane sugar ant waved goodbye while leading a donkey through the courtyard. Junior sister, wait. Uncle Gio excitedly chased after her. Oh, there's no need to send me off. I am just moving houses, not leaving for good. I didn't mean that, don't misunderstand, I just wanted. The cane sugar ant frowned. What, you wish to start something and then abandon me? No, how did we go from one extreme to the other? Simu, along with the other disciples, began to gossip, all casting astonished glances at Uncle Gio. To start something and then abandon it? I never imagined you were that kind of person. Uncle Gio's face flushed crimson as he protested, I merely thought you were suffering riding that donkey. Here, take this spirit crane as a means of transport. Fly back, and you can return by afternoon. The cane sugar ant exclaimed, I knew you were good to me. With that, she excitedly leaped forward, planting a loud kiss on Uncle Gio's cheek, took the paper crane, and with a point, soared into the air, turning back to wave goodbye. I'm off, senior brother. Wait for my return. Everyone stood frozen in shock. Linyu timidly asked, Master, when the master ant returns this afternoon, should I start calling her master mother? Uncle Gio replied, suddenly, I have a stomachache. I wish to be left alone. Simu asked, who was left alone? Chapter 83 Away at Joshing. Join me in the end. Jagu was unable to achieve success in a single stroke and was assigned to reside in the East Courtyard. Ayu and Rintingting also moved there, and Lin Yu and others specifically helped the three of them reconstruct a hot spring bath. 3 days later, Joshing still failed to succeed in his cultivation and, feeling dejected, sought out Lin Yu and Uncle Gio. With a thud, he knelt before Uncle Gio, exclaiming, Master, I am incompetent. I have still not been able to break through. I truly gave it my all. Uncle Gio sighed, glancing at Lin Yu, hoping he might devise a solution. Lin Yu shrugged, Master, I am no deity. If you are unable to assist him, what can I possibly do? Perhaps this is fate. Originally, Xiaoxing, after sending off Xiaoyu, had the opportunity to cultivate and enter the path. Who would have thought that the incident with the scattering of 100 ghosts would occur? Although the problem was ultimately resolved with the power of the sect, the calculations of karmic retribution are not to be trifled with. He was inevitably affected. Uncle Joe nodded thoughtfully. Xiaoxing, recall the day you became my disciple. It was your aunt who said your health was poor, thus she came to beseech the statue of the Grandmaster of Maoshan. I took you under my wing due to this karmic connection. I imparted to you martial arts and taught you the ways of cultivation, hoping that in the future, when you were able, you would perform good deeds to protect yourself. Alas, I never expected that fate would lead us here, and what is meant to be cannot be forced. Xiaoxing nodded, having accepted his fate. He then sincerely bowed 3 times to Uncle Joe, saying, Master, I have made a vow. It is now evident that I am fated to be without cultivation. It is time to honor my vow. I beseech you to allow me to return to secular life. Uncle Joe fell silent, reluctant, yet seeing Xiaoxing persist in his bowing, he understood the resolve behind it. With gritted teeth, he acquiesced. Alas, without the protection of Maoshan's fortune, your health may suffer setbacks. You must engage in good deeds and accumulate merit. Do you understand? Xiaoxing, moved, nodded. I will remember, Master. Even if I cannot pursue the path, I shall never forget your teachings. You will always be my master. Uncle Joe extended a hand to assist him up, even wiping away a tear in his emotion. Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Hey, Master, Xiaoxing, what is this all about? Xiaoxing is merely returning to the town, not parting forever. Xiaoxing, he continued, I promised that if you could cultivate successfully, I would assist Master in imparting the techniques to you. If you lack that fortune, then return to being a prosperous mortal. I shall help you arrange matters of marriage and family. As for me, I plan to invest in teaching you commerce, so that you may thrive in the secular world. Uncle Joe smiled. Xiaoxing, why not express your gratitude to your elder brother? His business acumen is not easily shared, even Lord Ren speaks highly of it. Xiaoxing expressed his thanks profusely. Returning to secular life indeed warranted a means of livelihood. He could not spend his entire life assisting his. Just then, Wei barged in, exclaiming, I knew you would return to secular life, Xiaoxing, though you have yet to lose your virginity. With such a wandering heart, how could you possibly cultivate? Xiaoxing scowled and retorted, Wei, you scoundrel, have you come here to mock me? Wei grinned, of course not. Don't say that I am not a good brother. Knowing you were returning to secular life today, I came to fetch you. Moreover, I intend to recruit you into the security team as my deputy captain. Since you cannot cultivate, why not stick with me? What do you say? Is that not generous of me? Xiaoxing kicked him away. Get lost. Who wants to follow you? The town is rife with rumors that following Wei means going hungry 3 times a day. Wei protested. Who the hell spread such rumors about me? Xiaoxing smiled. I promised my elder brother I would learn business from him. Wei panicked. No, don't, you go, you can't steal Xiaoxing from me. Lin Yu crossed his arms, asking with a smile, Oh? And why is that? Xiaoxing is my disciple, of course, I must take care of him. Wei pleaded, No, I plan to have Xiaoxing serve as deputy captain for a while before I step down to pursue cultivation myself. You go, grant me this opportunity. What nonsense, you want to pursue cultivation? Lin Yu exclaimed, his eyes bulging in disbelief as he turned to Uncle Joe. Master, did you agree to this? Uncle Joe was equally perplexed. Wei, surely this is not true? Wei clung to Uncle Joe's leg. Master, you cannot deny me. I am sincere in my desire to learn the way, please accept me. Deny you? What debt is there to acknowledge? Lin Yu kicked him. Get lost, do not make a scene here. When has my master ever owed you anything? You, a greedy and cowardly scoundrel, are even worse than Xiaoxing. What do you know of the path? Xiaoxing, with a forlorn gaze, thought, Elder brother, could we not find someone else to serve as a unit of measurement? Wei earnestly declared, Uncle Joe, you go, having witnessed your prowess in exorcising demons, I, Wei, have resolved to turn over a new leaf and become a better person. I shall no longer be greedy, lustful, or cowardly. I truly wish to be your disciple. Look, I have prepared my offering. He then produced 2 silver notes from his pocket. Uncle Joe was taken aback. Could it be that Wei had truly changed? He glanced at Lin Yu, who furrowed his brow. To be honest, he was well aware of Wei's nature. Like when Kai and Xiaoxing, he was a source of trouble. Accepting him would only invite chaos, and teaching him would be a hassle. However, Taoism emphasizes fate. Given Wei's earnestness, a blunt rejection might lead to relentless pursuit in the future. Thus, Lin Yu suggested, Master, since that is the case, why not test him according to Yu's standards? Uncle Joe pondered. Wei is no longer young. Would this not waste time? Lin Yu smiled. I have the strong body pill, a few years here or there are of no consequence, character is more important than cultivation. We have no shortage of cultivation here. Uncle Gio nodded in agreement. Lin Yu pulled away aside and said solemnly, do not think I am denying you an opportunity. I will teach you the Maoshan foundational body training technique. If you can master it within 3 years, it will demonstrate your genuine intent to pursue the path, and master will naturally accept you. Should you fail, then do not bring it up again. Awei patted his chest confidently, I can do it. Lin Yu teased, do not agree so quickly, during these 3 years, you must abstain from lust. If I am not mistaken, you have already lost your vitality, can you endure that? Awei gritted his teeth, I can, rest assured, Yuge, I am determined this time. Uncle Gio nodded, in my view, if Zhouxing is willing, he may agree to join Awei in the security team. Zhouxing was puzzled, why? Master, what about my plans for business? Uncle Gio chuckled, as for business, as long as you learn to hire others to work, it will not hinder you. Though the security team is small, it possesses the aura of officialdom, which may assist you. Although the current world is in disarray, causing the aura of officialdom to be fragmented, it still holds some value in warding off calamities. Awei clapped Zhouxing on the shoulder, see? Master means you are destined to work with me in the security team, stick with me, and once I master my techniques, the position of captain will be passed to you. Zhouxing disdainfully shrugged off Awei's hand, get lost, I am not your son. Who needs your succession? Call me master, master has yet to agree, have you no shame? Awei confidently raised his head, the offering has been accepted, master has already agreed. Everyone turned to Uncle Gio, realizing the silver notes were indeed in his hands. When did you slip this to me? Uncle Gio thrust the silver notes back into Awei's arms, go on, go. You do not need to offer anything to become my disciple. If you can master the techniques, I will accept you. Watching Uncle Gio storm away in anger, Awei quickly called out, Master, wait. I still have important matters to discuss with you. Lin Yu, intrigued, asked, important matters? What could be so important? You haven't caused trouble again, have you? Awei quickly shook his head, how could that be? Yugu, some villagers from the countryside have come to the city, reporting that bandits have appeared near Renjiaten, and they seem to be using sorcery. I worry that the security team lacks sufficient manpower to handle it, so I came to seek your and Master's assistance. Bandits? Sorcery using bandits? Lin Yu thought, this sounds somewhat familiar. Chapter 84. The paper soldiers begin to unleash their might in a secluded valley 50 miles beyond Renjia town. A band of over 30 bandits had been resting. The restlessness among the ranks was palpable, and some members had begun to sneak away to indulge in petty theft. The leader of these brigands was a fierce-looking woman, accompanied by a capable subordinate known as Shan Zhu. This group consisted entirely of malevolent practitioners of the southern region sorcery, yet one might wonder why they had traversed mountains and rivers to reach Shangzhou. Shan Zhu approached to inquire, Leader, when shall we launch our attack on Renjia town? The bandit matriarch shot him a glare. Have you not noticed the large gathering of Maoshan disciples these past few days? We are merely here to gather intelligence, not to court death. Shan Zhu reported, Leader, our intelligence indicates that it was Lin Zhou's disciple from the town who caused the trouble, prompting Lin Zhou to issue a distress signal to Maoshan, which is why the disciples have congregated here. However, we have been lurking in the mountains for 6 days now, and the Maoshan disciples have dispersed. There remains only that wretched Taoist Lin Zhou in the town. Why should we fear him? The bandit matriarch scoffed, we are tasked with investigating the death of Shi Songzi. Although we know this matter is tied to the town's wealthiest man, Ren Fa, do you truly believe that a mere mortal like Ren Fa poses a threat to Shi Songzi? It is highly likely that Shi Songzi was killed by Lin Zhou. Shan Zhu exclaimed excitedly, Leader, that is splendid news. If it is only Lin Zhou we face, with our numbers, we need not investigate further. We could simply kill Lin Zhou and avenge ourselves. The bandit matriarch rebuked him, foolishness. Shi Songzi commanded 5 guardian corpses, and even he was defeated by Lin Zhou, indicating that Lin Zhou possesses some formidable skills. It is wise to exercise caution. Go and send 2 more reckless souls to test the waters. If Lin Zhou remains oblivious, it would suggest he is a fool, and we need not fear him. With that, Shan Zhu set off to carry out his orders. The bandit matriarch contemplated inwardly. Shi Songzi ranked 42nd, she was merely 1 rank above him, and their strengths were comparable. She should not have been sent, but her expertise in raising insects and leading bandits made it easier for her to gather information from the town. Lin Zhou, though merely an ordinary earth master, was backed by Maoshan, potentially possessing some hidden power. thus caution was warranted. Coincidentally, Lin Yu, at the Nine Uncles Temple, shared a similar sentiment. Though the bandit leader might not match Nine Uncle in power, she was at least an Earth Master. With 3 Earth Masters stationed here, they had no reason to fear her. Yet, her band of horsemen posed a significant dilemma, being numerous and adept at raising poisonous insects. Poisonous insects. Last time, I spent 5 days in the heart of the mountains, returning with 2 nests of little treasures. It is time for them to be put to work. Lin Yu recalled his formidable army of bees and ants, having painstakingly crafted insect-like pets from 100 hives of bees and 100 hives of ants. Would he really need to intervene personally to deal with the poisonous insects? By the great tree at the back entrance of the charity house, the tree housed a nest of spiritual bees, while beneath it lay the burrows of marching bullet ants. Each day, when Kai would come to feed them in a battle of insects against insects, and with so many bandits to contend with, Lin Yu smirked at the thought of their numerical advantage. He had long been planning to create a legion of paper puppets, but had previously lacked the strength and time. Now, he finally had the opportunity to test his skills. With his current strength as a 5th-level Earth Master, the paper puppets he refined should at least reach the 1st level of Earth Master, wouldn't they? The question remained, what form should they take, capable of both offense and defense, yet unbreakable. Lin Yu recalled the classic animated series Qin's Moon from his past life. Certainly the invincible Dianzuan would be the ideal model. Without delay, Lin Yu produced the finest spiritual paper he possessed. Merely cutting this paper required the use of a top-tier magical scissors. He had whimsically named his scissors the imitation golden mantis scissors, forged from the bones of the great demon greenfish, melted down to create this exquisite tool. While calling it golden mantis seemed inappropriate, naming it golden fish would be too demeaning. Vague and ethereal, great and pure, aid those in peril. Cut paper into soldiers, 3 souls to the left, 7 spirits to the right, or rise swiftly, heed my command. As he recited the incantation, Lin Yu felt his magical energy rapidly drained, all of it funneled into the paper puppet. A towering figure emerged slowly, a white-haired giant wielding 2 massive axes, his face resolute and blindfolded, displaying an air of solemnity. He knelt on one knee before Lin Yu. I, Dianzuan, pay my respects to my lord. Lin Yu felt his merely a depletion of magical energy. Internally, he mused, was this truly the result of his full effort in crafting soldiers from paper, an absolute manifestation of Earth Master level, and it even possessed sentience? Dianzuan, unleash your full power upon that boulder. I wish to gauge your strength. Dianzuan sprang forth and struck a massive boulder the size of a water buffalo with all his might. Boom, the boulder shattered into countless pieces. Such power could cleave mountains and split stones. Lin Yu was taken aback. Perhaps he was at the 3rd level of Earth Master. He chuckled. How would he compare to others? If it were against the copper-armored Corpse King, then indeed, it was merely the strength of a 3rd level Earth Master. However, against a human cultivator, with that sheer physical prowess and strength, any Earth Master without self-protection would be akin to a chicken in Dianzuan's hands. Hearing the tremendous noise from the courtyard, Nine Uncle and the others rushed out to investigate. Ah, you, what has transpired? Master, Uncle, Auntie, it is nothing. I have summoned a powerful puppet. Dianzuan, these are my family members. You must not be disrespectful. Ensure their safety. As you command, my lord. The towering giant astonished everyone. He can speak? They exchanged glances, pondering. Ah, you, does he seem to possess sentience? What level of strength does he have? Lin Yu's eyes twinkled. Uncle, I believe he is at the 3rd level of Earth Master, but he lacks magical energy, relying solely on his formidable physical prowess and skills capable of splitting mountains and stones. Would you like to test his combat ability? The others were intrigued. Very well, I shall see how he fares. If his strength is commendable, then you'll have to craft one for me too. Having such a towering giant as a bodyguard would provide a sense of security without needing to lift a finger. Drawing his exquisite magical sword, Simu beckoned for battle. Nine Uncle and Jigu approached Lin Yu with concern. Lin Yu smiled wryly. Master, the full effort required for crafting soldiers from paper consumes too much energy. One has completely drained me. I need to rest. Nine Uncle shot him a disapproving glance, reprimanding, you acted without permission again? I shall deal with you later. He produced a recovery pill and pressed it into Lin Yu's mouth. Focusing intently on the battle, Lin Yu had intended to refuse. After all, one pill was quite expensive. This was his own home. He simply needed a moment to recuperate. However, Nine Uncle paid him no mind. Meanwhile, Simu had barely withstood a strike from Dianzuan at 3/10 of his strength before being sent flying. You, hold on, give me a moment, I shall return to continue the fight. In haste, Simu dashed back to his courtyard, shouting, wait for me. Before long, a voice rang out from the courtyard, "Ancestor, save me." Soon after, a significantly larger Simu returned, now wielding a weapon crafted by Lin Yu, resembling the great sword from an animated series. Once he forged 10 of them, he could directly combine them into a magical weapon. 9 Uncle shook his head, bemused. Simu is truly a troublemaker. It was merely a spar. Was it necessary to go all out? The ancestors are in seclusion. If you use their power, don't let them misunderstand. However, Zhigu was unfazed, watching the duel between Simu and Dianzuan, exclaiming in astonishment, "Senior brother, that paper puppet must possess strength beyond the 3rd level of Earth Master." Simu's attempt to summon a spirit yielded little advantage. What? Chapter 85 of The Birth of a New School. Lin Yu stared in astonishment at the scene before him, unable to comprehend how his master, the four-eyed uncle, could summon a spirit with such form. Soon, the 9th uncle discerned something amiss. Look, the paper figure's aura is unstable. It seems its magical energy is nearly depleted. Lin Yu urgently shouted, "Master, please cease your attack. If you strike the paper figure any further, it will be rendered useless." Reluctantly, the four-eyed uncle withdrew, casting a glance at Lin Yu and the 9th uncle, filled with admiration. "Is that the ancestral master?" the 9th uncle remarked with a smile. "Indeed, when the spirit is summoned, the ancestral master can perceive our actions here." Before long, the four-eyed uncle regained his composure, while Lin Yu rushed forward to check on Dian Cheng's condition. "My lord, I am unharmed and still capable of fighting." "Unharmed? If this continues, the paper figure's energy will be exhausted, and you will be done for." The four-eyed uncle praised, "Well done, Ayu, you're without some secret technique. Practitioners are no match for it. However, against ghosts and monsters, its abilities may falter. Zombies might be manageable, but who knows if it can withstand the attacks of spectral entities." The 9th uncle chuckled, "Simple enough. When dealing with ghosts, affix a talisman of exorcism upon it." Wait, 5th level Earth Master, the strength of the puppet crafted from paper has not been diminished? Lin Yu exclaimed, "Master, could it be that a perfectly crafted paper soldier can manifest a puppet of flawless strength?" The rumors that puppets are inferior to their masters stem from the fact that no one has ever perfected this technique? The 9th uncle nodded. "It is quite possible. Iu, the paper figure expends its magic rapidly when exerting itself. Is there any way to replenish its energy?" Concerned, the four-eyed uncle inquired, wishing to possess a paper figure himself, yet if it lacked endurance, it would be somewhat impractical. Lin Yu sighed, "Master, under normal circumstances, why would it exert itself to the fullest? As long as the paper figure remains intact, we can replenish its energy tomorrow." The four-eyed uncle lamented, "Alas, this is a paper puppet, it cannot consume elixirs." Lin Yu pondered deeply. The paper figure, being a puppet, means my magical energy has transformed into energy within it? This reflects the characteristics of the paper-cut soldier technique. Could I perhaps utilize talismans to recharge it? He realized that talismans infused with energy seem scarce. If talismans won't suffice, can I forge a device for charging? A power bank, perhaps? Suddenly, an idea struck him. "Wait, I believe I have one." With that thought, Lin Yu hastily grabbed Dian Cheng and rushed back to his room. "Master, I'll research this further." The 9th uncle chuckled, "Junior brother, you've invoked the spirit summoning technique. Hurry back and rest. I shall guard the area for Ayu. Sister Jigu, please attend to the other juniors for the next couple of days." "Of course, senior brother." Back in his chamber, Lin Yu activated the yin-yang dual energy diagram, which stored precisely the yin and yang energies he needed, a veritable power bank. Indeed, it worked. Dian Cheng visibly filled with energy, restoring him to peak condition. Lin Yu joyfully rolled on his bed, exclaiming, "I've struck gold." The yin-yang dual energy diagram not only aids in cultivation but also serves as a colossal charging device. In the future, I could summon a peak puppet daily, and over time, it could become an army of puppets. When it comes to battles, I could unleash 1,000 troops with a mere wave of my hand, without needing to lift a finger. No, I'll merely play the role of a healer. Should any junior run low on energy, they can come to me for a rapid recharge. Haha, the future looks promising. Truly, I am a genius. Following my lavish combat style, I have pioneered an entirely new school of the mass brawl technique. He thought to himself, why bother with charging when I can simply immerse Dian Cheng in the yin-yang dual energy diagram space? The four-eyed uncle wished for a puppet as well, and it occurred to Lin Yu that every family member ought to have one. Yet, without the yin-yang dual energy diagram, how could they recharge their puppets? Manual recharging the day after a battle seemed rather cumbersome. I must contemplate this further. I need to replicate the yin-yang dual energy diagram and craft a charging device specifically designed to store energy for the paper figures. Moments later, Lin Yu was disheartened, realizing that this was a spiritual tool. With his current skills in crafting top-tier magical artifacts, could he possibly decipher the internal runes of a spiritual instrument? Unlikely. Perhaps I shall wait until I obtain the core teachings of Maoshan Chang and learn advanced crafting techniques before attempting that. For the time being, it appeared that the mass brawl technique was best suited for his own use. As for others, their puppets could serve as capable guardians and aides, rather than mere fighters. Indeed, why not cultivate puppets imbued with intelligence at the Earth Master level? Why limit their roles to combat? Why not summon them as a wait, why not a personal maid instead of just a housekeeper? The possibilities expanded before him. Dreaming of delightful prospects, Lin Yu drifted into slumber, while the ninth uncle, believing his disciple to be diligently immersed in research, sat outside in meditation, guarding the door. Meanwhile, bandits had once again appeared in the villages surrounding Rinjia town, prompting the mayor to dispatch away for investigation. The newly appointed deputy captain, Xiaoxing, had at least some training under the ninth uncle. After their inquiries, Xiaoxing concluded that these were not zombies or specters but rather a band of poison-wielding bandits. Poison? Away's courage surged as he reported to superiors that it was merely a group of ordinary bandits, and that setting up checkpoints around the town would suffice. He instructed his men to be well-equipped. As long as they kept their distance from the bandits, the latter would have no opportunity to use their poison. The female bandit leader, upon hearing her subordinates report that their 2 previous assaults had gone unnoticed, mused, "Does Lin Jiu look down on us? How dare he? Let us storm Rinjia town and kill and plunder. If Lin Jiu turns a blind eye to our actions, his reputation in the spirit world will be tarnished." The leader cautioned, "Tomorrow, we shall split into 2 teams. The first will attack Rinjia town to draw Lin Jiu out of his lair. I shall lie in ambush behind, and as soon as Lin Jiu emerges, we will strike from both sides and capture him in one fell swoop." The plan was flawless, yet she had not anticipated that Rinjia town would prove to be a formidable opponent. Though Away was somewhat inept, he had been sufficiently trained by Lin Yu over the years, making him a competent captain capable of safeguarding the peace. Knowing of the bandit threat, Away deployed his men to set up checkpoints, maintaining day and night vigilance. As fate would have it, on the first night of their watch, they encountered a suspicious figure sneaking into Rinjia town. Without hesitation, the security team captured the individual and brought him to the town office for Away to interrogate. "Who are you? How many accomplices do you have? What brings you to Rinjia town?" the captured man stammered. I am Ming from Maoshan, a Taoist here to seek lodging." Away slammed his hand on the table, rebuking, "Nonsense! Who comes to seek lodging in the dead of night? You, a bandit, dare impersonate a Maoshan Taoist? Guards, seize him, beat him until he confesses." The team members restrained Ming, tearing away his belongings, which fell to the ground. Coincidentally, an umbrella spilled open, and out flew Daba and Xiaobao, shouting, "Don't bully Uncle Ming." Though the 2 ghosts were not particularly strong, they were more than a match for Away and his ordinary men. Ghosts? After a few exchanges, the team members fled in disarray, while Away, protected by the exorcism talisman given to him by Lin Yu, suffered little harm. Seeing that their adversaries were not easy to intimidate, Daba and Xiaobao pulled Ming and made their escape. The following morning, Away rushed to the ancestral hall in a panic, pleading for help, exclaiming that the bandits were harboring ghosts and causing trouble. Chapter 86 New discoveries in the paperman industry. Uncle Jiu furrowed his brow and inquired, "A ghost-raising, harm-inducing rogue bandit? I have not heard of such a thing in the spirit realm." Away, filled with urgency, replied, "Uncle Jiu, my brothers from the security team and I witnessed 2 ghosts, one large and one small, rescue that bandit last night. They must be hiding in the town now. I have dispatched all my comrades to patrol the streets and have alerted every tavern and inn to be on high alert. You must take action to capture him. Otherwise, the townsfolk will be in grave danger." Uncle Jiu nodded in agreement. "Very well, wait for me a moment while I gather my equipment to accompany you." Meanwhile, Lin Yu, who had been practicing his martial arts early in the morning, sensed something amiss. "Hey, Away, could you elaborate on that person? A bandit who raises ghosts, that's truly peculiar. Did he mention his name?" Away swore, "Don't even mention it, brother Yu. Not only is he a bandit, but he also pretends to be a Maoshan Taoist. Unfortunately for him, he has stumbled right into the barrel of my gun. A few days ago, I saw the Maoshan disciples gathering here, and he wasn't among them." "Wait a moment. You say he pretends to be a Maoshan Taoist?" Lin Yu asked, incredulously. "Indeed, he claims to be called Maoshan Ming." Lin Yu slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Ah, a misunderstanding, master, don't go after him. He is not a bandit. I have encountered him before. What, brother you, are you certain he is indeed a Maoshan Taoist, not a bandit? Then why would he raise ghosts? What kind of good person raises ghosts? Ah Wei puzzled. Uncle Jiu approached, holding a ghost-seeking compass, and inquired, Master, Ah Wei, not long ago, I passed through Taishan town, where I assisted a certain 10 million in capturing ghosts. That night, I encountered Maoshan Ming. He is indeed a Maoshan Taoist, albeit merely a human master of the 6th level. Perhaps he is a disciple who descended from Maoshan. This individual is not malicious, yet misfortune seems to follow him. The 2 ghosts he raises are merely accomplices in his schemes to survive. Ah Wei grimaced, brother you, is not deceiving others still a sign of being a bad person? Lin Yu chuckled, in our spirit realm, their deception is merely a means to survive, and the trio has become increasingly unfortunate, often going hungry. Were that man truly wicked, employing sorcery to harm others, he would not find himself in such dire straits. Ah Wei nodded, so, it seems that fellow is genuinely unfortunate. We even gave him a beating yesterday. At that moment, Uncle Joe's ghost-seeking compass began to spin, pointing directly at the door. Ha! This young man looks quite familiar, Maoshan Ming observed. Lin Yu. Wei's voice rang out from the courtyard, that's him, he is the scoundrel who raises ghosts. What? Maoshan Ming exclaimed in alarm, oh no, how did he track me down here? We do not intend to capture you. We know you are not a bad person, come in and let us speak. We are also disciples of Maoshan, and this is my master's dojo. Ah? Really? Maoshan Ming peered inside, seemingly reassured by the absence of weapons among the security team leader. Uncle Jiu stepped forward. Are you also a fellow disciple of Maoshan? I am Maoshan Linjiu, with the title Ime. Maoshan Ming awkwardly bowed, I dare not presume. I am Maoshan Ming. In my youth, I once aided a passing Maoshan Taoist in my hometown, and he imparted to me the methods of Maoshan cultivation, though he did not take me as a disciple. Over time, I gradually entered the path of cultivation, acquiring some magical abilities, and for these past years, I have relied on simple Maoshan techniques to make a living. Ah Wei scoffed, making a living? Surely, that's just deceit, right? A good person wouldn't raise ghosts. Maoshan Ming's face flushed, and he unthinkingly tightened his grip on the umbrella he held. I assure you, I am not a bandit. You have misunderstood. This morning, I sought lodging and meals in town, but no one would take me in. I intended to leave Rinjia town when I passed by here and saw a funeral home, hoping for a stroke of luck. If you do not welcome me here, I shall simply go to another town. Uncle Jiu nodded, very well, friend, please come in. Lin Yu patted away, now that he is with us, you should feel at ease, right? Indeed, indeed. With Uncle Jiu here, even a true villain would not dare to commit evil, Ah Wei replied. Alright then, let us have breakfast together. Afterwards, we must quickly return to recall the patrols. There are bandits lurking outside the town, so inform the brothers to strengthen the vigilance at the entrances. Ah Wei thumped his chest, rest assured, brother you, I have dispatched scouts to probe 10 miles out, ensuring no bandits invade the town. Lin Yu praised, you are making great strides, even knowing to send scouts. Uncle Jiu added, Ah Wei, we must not only think of the town, the surrounding villages of Rinjia town must also be well protected. Inform the villagers that should they discover the whereabouts of the bandits, they must report immediately. We ought to eradicate this scourge. Ah Wei nodded vigorously, yes, I will heed my master's orders and make arrangements right away. Hey, let us have breakfast first. I will eat after I finish my tasks. Ah Wei insisted. Lin Yu chuckled, has this fellow truly changed? After serving Maoshan Ming breakfast, Uncle Jiu arranged for him to stay in a guest room. Having hidden away all night, Maoshan Ming was utterly exhausted and soon fell asleep. That evening, a swift horse shattered the tranquility of the funeral home. Uncle Jiu, trouble is brewing, the bandits have arrived. Scouts report they have crossed the river into the outer mountains. Uncle Jiu and the others rushed into the courtyard. How many of them are there? Approximately 20 or so riders. Uncle Jiu spoke in a serious tone, everyone, arm yourselves. Sima, Jello, Wenkai, the 4 of us will go lend a hand. Master Zhigu, you and Ayu, Ting Ting, and Ayu stay behind to guard the place. Lin Yu tugged at Uncle Jiu, Master, I want to go too. Upon seeing Lin Yu's determination, Ayu and Ren Ting Ting clamored to join as well. Uncle Jiu shot them a stern glare, all of you stay behind. Sima chuckled and leaned toward Lin Yu, Ayu, since you are not going, why not call out Dian Chang, I'll take him to see the world. See the world? Lin Yu retorted, speechless. If you're going to be a bodyguard, just say so. What else with this see the world nonsense? Dian Chang is on par with you in strength, do you think you're taking a disciple along? With a wave of his hand, Lin Yu summoned the fully charged Dian Chang. Dian Sheng, go with my uncle and the others to deal with the bandits, and be sure to protect Jia Lu and Wen Kai. Understood. Dian Sheng replied, ready for action. Bored at home, Lin Yu decided to rise and continue his grand plan of assembling an army. 1 Dian Sheng simply wouldn't suffice. He aimed to create a new battalion, starting with 1 Dian Sheng. However, as he prepared the paper man and began inscribing names, he was taken aback. What? Why can't I write Dian Sheng's name today? It worked perfectly well yesterday. The paper, talismans, and all materials are the same. Realizing this, Lin Yu could not help but smile ruefully. The plan for a new battalion of Dian Sheng has been declared a failure. He could only attempt to choose another name. Who else from the Qin era could be more perfect than Dian Sheng? Perhaps I should summon a female warrior, Yanling Ji, Xiao Ximing? Lin Yu stole a glance at his fiancée Yi, who was practicing not far off. Ahem, I'll think about that. Isn't selecting a support character just as delightful? With that thought, Lin Yu swiftly wrote a new name on the paperman, along with distinctive descriptions. Channeling his energy, he recited the incantation illusory and ethereal, supreme jade clarity, assist the needy, and cut paper into soldiers. Ha ha ha. Come forth, Chef Ding. Chapter 87 of The Painful Dilemma. The wind howls as the sky gradually darkened. At the junction outside Rinjia town, Uncle Gio and the security team stood resolutely, torches raised in anticipation. The sound of hoofbeats echoed in the distance, causing everyone to tense up and gaze anxiously towards the horizon. Uncle Gio spoke calmly, everyone, remain vigilant and do not panic, there are horse-trapping stakes here. Let us first halt their advance and then strike from both sides. Before long, indeed a band of horse bandits approached, torches in hand, howling as they came. Trip the horses! Uncle Gio bellowed. The men on either side pulled the trip lines, and several swift horses were brought down, causing chaos among the bandits behind. Attack! With that command, all those lying in ambush sprang forth. In this era, the common folk were martial. Those selected for the security team were typically skilled fighters. While they may not be effective against demons and monsters, when it came to brawling or confronting bandits, they were anything but inept. The leading bandit, Shanju, fumed, damn it, an ambush, kill them. All the bandits dismounted, quickly engaging in fierce combat with the townsfolk of Rinjia. Yue shouted, Master, these people cannot be killed. Indeed, Master, they seem impervious. Blades and swords cannot harm them. Many voiced their grievances. Uncle Gio also recognized the issue and turned to Simyamu, junior brother, what do you think? Simyamu pointed at Dianqing, elder brother. Wherever his axes fell, not only the bandits but even their steeds were left broken and battered. The bandits' blades struck against him, but Dianqing did not evade. He bore the blows head-on, leaving no marks. Now that was true invulnerability. Awei exclaimed with delight, wow, Master, where did you find this expert? Wait. Dianqing, having felled another foe, paused, gazing in confusion at the first bandit he had crushed. The man's head was askew, yet he stood up once more. Daoist, what is happening? Uncle Gio furrowed his brow, producing a superior magical sword, biting his fingertip and invoking a spell to sharpen the blade. After casting the sharpening spell, the sword glowed red, and Uncle Gio leapt into the fray, finally inflicting damage as he quickly dispatched a bandit. However, with over 20 bandits, Uncle Gio found himself overwhelmed. Junior brother, Jialu, used the blood-sharpening spell. Simyamu and Jiala had no issue, but when Kai was nearly in tears, Master, I don't know how. Before he could finish, his sword was knocked from his grasp, and in desperation, when Kai embraced a bandit, grappling with him. Master, think of something quickly. I can hardly hold on. At a critical moment, Xiaoxing dispelled his opponent and rushed over to help, rescuing Wen Kai just in time. Before the two could exchange words, they were interrupted by a bandit's ambush. When Kai darted to retrieve his weapon, seeking out another foe, someone voiced their concerns. Uncle Gio, we must retreat. After fighting for so long, we cannot kill them, and we are starting to incur casualties. At this remark, many began to waver. No one wished to engage with seemingly invulnerable foes just then, when Kai noticed that his magic sword had indeed caused some damage, but I don't know the sharpening spell. Huh, there's blood on the sword? Is that my nosebleed? Master, we don't need to use the sharpening spell, just apply some blood. Uncle Gio exclaimed with joy, yes, blood for blood, quickly, everyone, smear your blood on your weapons. Indeed, once this method was employed, the tide of battle quickly turned. The morale of Rinjia town soared, and they fought valiantly against the diminishing number of bandits. Amidst all, one individual felt particularly awkward. Dianqing glanced down at his dual axes. Blood for blood? I am a paperman, I have no blood. Scanning the area, Dianqing spotted Wen Kai, who was bleeding from his nose, and directly extended his axes. Brother Wen Kai, may I borrow some blood? What? Faced with the intimidating figure, once Dianqing departed, he instinctively touched his neck, startled. Thank goodness, he wasn't going for my head. Empowered by the blood, Dianqing rejoined the battle like a tiger among sheep, his dual axes cleaving through the opposition with ease. If the 20 or so bandits had focused on Uncle Joe, he would have felt great pressure, perhaps even needing to flee, but if they were to besiege Dianqing, they wouldn't even suffice to fill his gaps. Wen Kai enviously remarked, how wonderful it would be to possess such skills. Once we return, I shall ask elder brother to make me a formidable bodyguard. Dianqing, leave one alive for questioning. Uncle Joe called out loudly. Just then, another sound of hoofbeats approached, and the crowd looked up to see a fierce female bandit charging forward. Leading her men, Shanju seized Dianqing and shouted at the bandit leader, the pain is excruciating. The wind howls. The bandit leader hastily pulled her men to retreat, but she witnessed Shanju Deck Chapter 88, playing with insects. I am quite familiar with this. Observing the confident chef as he stepped out with his knife, the four individuals at the dining table exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. At that moment, who could still be concerned about their meal? Thus, Lin Yu waved his hand, summoning the 4 platters of food into his storage space, where time stood still, rendering even cling film unnecessary. Upon reaching the door, he beheld a dozen horse bandits led by a female brigand, and Zhigu furrowed her brow, her expression far from relaxed. You should return to activate the defensive array of the dojo. Lin Yu smiled as he produced a medallion inscribed with the diagram of the 8 trigrams, infused it with a surge of spiritual energy, and tossed it into the air above the ancestral hall. A massive 8 trigram formation materialized, resembling a radiant golden curtain, gradually forming a semicircular dome that enveloped the entire ancestral dojo. With a female brigand, filled with rage, thought it absurd. How could a mere small temple of the Maoshan Lin family possess such formidable defensive enchantments? A 3rd tier 8 trigram exorcism array. Did she truly believe this place to be a paradise? The arrays were graded by levels. 1st tier could withstand attacks from human masters, 2nd tier from earth masters, and 3rd tier from celestial. Originally, the ancestral dojo only had a 2nd tier 8 trigram exorcism array. However, just recently, at a sect trading event, Lin Yu had acquired a true understanding of array techniques, leading to a breakthrough in his array mastery, thus allowing him to upgrade the dojo's protective formation. The brigand, who had initially planned to set fire to the Lin family dojo, now hesitated upon seeing the formation, realizing that her group could not penetrate it. Just as she was about to retreat, a plump-bearded man burst forth from the dojo, wielding a boning knife in his left hand and a broad kitchen knife in his right, charging out in a fit of rage, demanding, "Who goes there? State your name." The brigand's eyes lit up, thinking to herself, how delightful, you lot cower within your protective shell, yet dare to step out to meet your demise. Charge, kill him. With a wave of her hand, 4 horse bandits galloped forward. Wei cried out nervously, "Plum chef, be careful." The chef turned back with a smile and reassured her, "Do not worry. Watch me wield the beef cutting technique, Kung Pao Chicken." Swish, swish, swish. A flurry of knife lights enveloped the 4 bandits, leaving the onlookers in a daze. This technique, it resembled more of a culinary skill than a martial art for killing. Lin Yu explained with a chuckle, the beef cutting technique is a martial art the ancestors of the Ding family comprehended in the kitchen, with each move corresponding to a dish. Do not be deceived by the peculiar motions, its power is indeed remarkable, worthy of being called an extraordinary skill. Wei exclaimed with surprise, "Senior brother, is it stronger than our Maoshan martial arts?" Lin Yu nodded with a smile. Indeed, in terms of martial prowess alone, most of our Maoshan techniques are designed to complement Taoist arts. Without the enhancement of such arts, their effectiveness diminishes significantly. Wei whispered, "Senior brother, could senior brother Wen Kai learn this?" Wen Kai, yes, while senior brother Wen Kai is slow to learn, he is fond of cooking. If this martial art truly originates from the kitchen, it might suit him perfectly. Lin Yu's eyes brightened. Well said, Wei, I had not thought of that. Not only can we cultivate wisdom through paper-cutting soldiers, but we can also attempt to pass on their extraordinary skills this way. If this proves feasible, then the paper-cutting soldiers would indeed be a miraculous art. While Lin Yu was lost in thought, Rentingting exclaimed in disbelief, "Ayu, look, those horse bandits are acting strangely. They clearly cannot defeat Chef Ding, yet why do his strikes not inflict any harm?" Zhigu's brow furrowed, "This is sorcery." Lin Yu inquired with astonishment, "Master, do you recognize this sorcery?" Zhigu speculated, "If I am not mistaken, this resembles the insect." "Master, nurturing insects with life is easily understood. Is that not a sacrificial art? How can it yield a hardened body effect?" Zhigu chuckled, "The initial insects are kept in a large vat inscribed with talismans, or in a sturdy metal container, where hundreds of insects battle until only one survives. The vessel inscribed with the insect nurturing talisman must not only ensure the taming of the insects but also be robust. The same principle applies to nurturing insects with one's life. The insects reside within the body, with corresponding talismans inscribed on the skin, thus providing a similar hardened effect. Lin Yu suddenly understood. Are you saying that their sorcery is akin to our Maoshan's body cleansing and protection technique? Zhigu nodded in approval. Indeed, you are clever. You grasped the concept swiftly. Breaking their sorcery is quite simple. Use blood to draw blood. The chef, having struggled in battle, gradually grew weary and shouted, My lord, these individuals cannot be slain. Is there any method to breach their defenses? Aiyue kindly shouted, Plum chef, use blood to draw blood. If you make a cut on your arm, the blood on the knife can break their defenses. The chef replied, I have no blood. Lin Yu chuckled, flicking 2 droplets of blood from his fingers. Ding fatty, catch it with. Once we defeat the horse bandits, I shall prepare several exquisite dishes to replenish your vitality. The brigand, not far away, panicked. Damn it, they can break my spell? Humph, if that is the case, then I shall unleash the 10,000 insects great array. With a flick of her cloak, countless insects fell to the ground, while others took to the air, rushing toward the chef. Zhigu exclaimed, Not good, it is the 10,000 insects technique from the southern region. The chef, being merely a martial arts paper doll, cannot withstand such sorcerous attacks. Aiyue and Ren Tingting shouted in unison, Plump chef, retreat quickly, you cannot fight those insects. Oh my goodness. Without needing a reminder, upon seeing those writhing insects, the chef felt a chill run down his spine. He swiftly dispatched the 2 opponents before him and turned to flee. Lin Yu observed the brigand casting her spell and thought to himself, this scene looks all too familiar. A cloak, insects, I am well acquainted with this tactic. Could it be that this brigand has some connection to the previous insect sorcerer? With this thought, Lin Yu resolved to confront her. He stepped out of the 8-trigram exorcism array. Zhigu panicked, Yu, what are you doing? Do not act impulsively. Have you forgotten the rules? Senior brother specifically instructed you not to take action. Ren Tingting and Aiyue also urged him to reconsider. Lin Yu smiled and reassured them, Do not worry, I shall not act. However, I cannot allow these horse bandits to escape. Master, it is said that while a thief may act for 1,000 days, a guard cannot defend against them for 1,000 days. We must capture them all. Zhigu frowned, but I cannot manage this alone. Perhaps we should open the array and let them in to trap them, then call senior brother and the others back for support? Lin Yu chuckled, there is no need for such trouble. This is the ancestral dojo, our home. We have plenty of helpers. Helpers, who might they be? Surely not the slumbering Ming from Maoshan? Lin Yu pointed at the female brigand and demanded, Brigand, what is your background? Why have you come to Rinjia town? Chapter 89 The Great Pet Battle. The cunning old thief paid no heed to the young man before her, dismissing him entirely, even in the presence of a Taoist priestess of the Earth Master realm. She presumed these individuals merely relied on the formations of the Taoist temple, yet, to her astonishment, several of them had brazenly ventured out of the formation, as if they were inviting disaster upon themselves. The female bandit deliberately stood her ground, calling out to Lin Yu, You must be Lin Zhou's disciple, am I correct? 2 months ago, did your master not slay a corpse? The corpse-raising Taoist, Lin Yu suddenly realized, this must be the accomplice of that Feng Shui master. So, you are also from the Yin corpse sect? Oh, it appears that your Songzi truly fell into your hands, otherwise, you wouldn't know of our sect. Zhigu, seizing Lin Yu's arm, cautioned, Yu, she is deliberately luring you closer. Do not advance any further. Lin Yu turned back with a smile, addressing Ting Ting and Yu, you two stay put with Dingpangzi within the formation. It's sufficient for me to be here with my master. Zhigu, holding a talisman in each hand, awkwardly suggested, perhaps you should also enter the formation? Not necessary, master. With her mere collection of goo worms, they cannot breach our protective attire. Rest assured, we shall not need to intervene tonight. Zhigu, impatient, inquired, where exactly are the reinforcements you mentioned? Just then, a cacophony of clucking and barking erupted from the backyard. The group turned to see, incredulously, a small, underdeveloped red rooster and a tiny black dog racing towards them. As the rooster and black dog approached, both Ting Ting and Yu were taken aback, and even the bandit could not suppress her laughter. Hey, kid, do you truly believe that a little rooster and a small black dog can contend with my myriad of goo worms? Lin Jiu from Maoshan is indeed a fool to have taken such a dim-witted apprentice to. I am curious, how did such a simpleton manage to defeat Shi Songzi? Was it due to the assistance of this Taoist priestess? Zhigu, indignant, shouted, "Let me show you the prowess of Zhigu from Maoshan." Zhigu from Maoshan, I have not heard of you. Lin Yu grasped Zhigu's arm and reprimanded the rooster and black dog. Hey, what are you two doing out here? I did not call for you, return immediately, you are no match for these worms. No match? The red rooster protested vehemently, flapping its underdeveloped wings in a futile attempt to take flight. Alas, it was too small, only the size of 2 fists, how could it soar? Thus, it leapt onto the black dog's back, utilizing its momentum to leap to a height equal to a man's thigh. The onlookers were intrigued. What could a little chick possibly do against that swarm of insects? Would it attempt to peck at a few for a snack? The insects were soaring at a height beyond its reach, yet, in the next moment, a shocking spectacle unfolded. The little rooster opened its beak, assumed a crowing posture, and tilted its neck skyward, targeting the dark mass of flying insects, unleashing a plume of crimson flames. With a single strike, it incinerated half of the airborne pests, leaving nothing but ash in its wake. Zhigu was left dumbfounded. Ah, did you not claim it was a large rooster? This is no mere rooster, it is clearly a vermilion bird, and that is the vermilion fire. Lin Yu replied, somewhat at a loss, Master, I had no idea. When I first brought the chick home, it was indeed a rooster. Perhaps it has awakened its vermilion bird lineage due to its splendid diet? Awakened its lineage, is that even possible? The bandit spat venomously. Damn you, little brat, are you playing tricks? Lin Yu shrugged. Hey, let us be clear. The pet I summoned before you is evidently playing it fair and square. Afterward, he called out to the grounded chick, well done, little chick, come back now, and you too, black dog, you've done well as a support. However, the chick was not satisfied, spotting a multitude of crawling insects below and spewed forth another jet of crimson flames. With a sizzling sound, a large patch of earth was scorched. Unwilling to be outdone, the black dog protested, what do you mean by support? Am I merely a mount for the chick? To everyone's astonishment, the black dog opened its mouth and inhaled the scattered vermilion fire from the ground. Then, when it exhaled again, it produced an even larger plume of dark brown flames. Could it, another divine beast? The bandit nearly fell off her horse. Kid, who exactly are you? To have 2 divine beasts at home is no ordinary feat for a Maoshan disciple. You cannot possibly be the direct descendant of the Maoshan sect leader. Is it also a divine beast? Zhigu pondered for a moment and replied, it resembles the divine beast Huado from the classic of mountains and seas, known for its ability to avert disasters and exhale flames. Even its excrement is fiery. Ah, where on earth did you They are divine beasts. Even if they aren't true divine beasts, if they merely awaken a fragment of their lineage, they can grow to become protectors of the sect. Lin Yu sheepishly replied, I honestly do not know. I simply bought them in town, and they turned out this way. Perhaps I brought the wrong ones? Brought the wrong ones? What kind of nonsense is that? Do you think this is a hospital where one can simply switch babies? Zhigu could not help but scoff. Are you truly the favored child of heaven? To casually raise poultry that becomes divine beasts, in that case, why not let me entrust my donkey to you as well? I wonder if a too can transform into a divine beast. Me? Raise a donkey? Lin Yu chuckled, thinking to himself that his master wouldn't even let him wash a bowl, and now she wanted him to raise a donkey. Did she no longer wish to be his master? The 2 lively creatures observed the swarm of crawling insects as if they were mere toys, engaging in a playful romp until they had entirely eradicated the pests. However, it was evident that both divine beasts were visibly fatigued. The chick could no longer emit flames, only sputtering sparks, while the black dog's tail wagged sluggishly. Lin Yu, feeling a pang of sympathy, called out, all right, little chick and pup, return. You have both done well today. I shall treat you to a feast tonight, leave the rest to me. The 2 divine beasts happily retreated. The bandit raised an eyebrow and barked, thinking of leaving? Leave the divine beasts with me. With that, she removed her cloak and hurled it toward the 2 beasts. Zhigu, unwilling to back down, waved her hand and cast a blue talisman of the 3 mysteries true fire. I was prepared for you, old hag. Relying on your worms, are you? Taste my Taoist 3 mysteries true fire. What? A brilliant white flame instantly engulfed the cloak, and by the time the bandit attempted to summon it back, you possess a blue talisman? The bandit fumed, this is no ordinary Maoshan disciple. Today I admit defeat, but mark my words, I will return. With that, she turned her horse around, ready to flee with her remaining 3 subordinates. Lin Yu chuckled, I fear you will not escape. Listen, my friends have arrived. What, friends, more reinforcements? At that moment, the sleepy Maoshan Ming, roused from a day-long slumber by the commotion, stumbled outside, rubbing his eyes. Are those bandits? Taoist friend, I am here to assist you. Your timing is impeccable. Chapter 90, a calamitous debut of insects. The cunning thief burst into laughter. Is this foul Taoist truly a master of his realm? Lin Yu, cradling a black dog in one arm and a chick in the other, found himself unable to summon the strength to pull Maoshan Ming away. Fortunately, Zhigu's swift reflexes saved him. Are you seeking death? Do you think you can contend with that swarm of cursed insects? If but one enters your body, it spells your doom. What? Cursed insects? Maoshan Ming trembled in fear and promptly hid behind Lin Yu. What about Jiu Shu? You should stay in the courtyard. There are protective formations in place that will keep the cursed insects at bay, Lin Yu replied impatiently. Yet, Maoshan Ming pounded his chest, declaring, No way, I shall fight alongside you. Zhigu scoffed, You, with your pitiful cultivation and cowardice, yet you still have the audacity to speak of loyalty? Of course. I am Maoshan Ming. Suddenly, a low buzzing filled the air, prompting everyone to turn in search of its source. The surrounding darkness rendered visibility nearly impossible, as the torches illuminated only a 20-meter radius. At that moment, Yu exclaimed with delight, I know, it's bees. Bees? Ren Tingting questioned, perplexed, aren't they for producing honey? Can bees even fight? Yu pointed towards the thief's cursed insects. If she can use flying insects to kill, why can't we enlist the bees in our battle? Lin Yu chuckled, Indeed, my junior sister is quite clever. If you fancy these bees, perhaps you should take them under your care in the future? Yu leaped with joy, Yes, that way, I will have pets. In mere moments, a swarm of bees had gathered behind Lin Yu, revealing a mass of golden yellow bees clustered together like a radiant orb. What a sight! This is what one calls a swarm. In the pitch-black night, only the buzzing could be heard, obscuring their forms. However, by day or in illuminated nights, they would appear as a dazzling, spiked sphere of gold. Lin Yu pointed towards the remaining cursed insects in the air. Go, eliminate those cursed insects, leave not a single one. Zhigu raised an eyebrow. Are these insects even capable of understanding human commands? In the next instant, the army of bees dispersed with remarkable precision, encircling the flying cursed insects from all directions as if under command. The thief seethed with rage, thinking, These are cursed insects, how dare you common bees come to meet your demise? She formed a sinister seal and attempted to command her cursed insects to attack the bees. However, upon engagement, the black cursed insects fell like leaves, while the bees remained unscathed. Witnessing this, the thief gasped in terror, abandoning her cursed insects and fleeing on horseback. She knew the peril of flying insects. Once the bees dealt with the cursed insects, she would be next. Lin Yu was puzzled. I whistled, and only the bees showed up. Where are the ants, my meticulously nurtured bullet ants? These little rascals, who seemed so eager to converse during feeding, now feigned ignorance when it came to battle. How infuriating! Even the immature chick and puppy heard the whistle and rushed to join the fray, yet these fellows played dead. I'll check on them tomorrow. If they don't perform, I'll soak them all in wine. Just as Lin Yu prepared to instruct the bees to pursue the thief, a thunderous crash echoed. The ground beneath the horse bandits gave way, creating a gaping pit. The thief's three subordinates, along with their horses, fell into the chasm, swiftly enveloped by a myriad of ants. In mere moments, they were reduced to a pile of bones. Lin Yu felt a pang of embarrassment. I almost misjudged these little cuties. Truly, the bullet ants are exceptional at digging. It seemed they had even spared him the trouble of digging graves. What splendid accomplices in murder and robbery! Wait, with such formidable abilities, could they assist in treasure hunting? Ha, all those who move mountains or unearth graves shall kneel before me. How terrifying! Ren Tingting gasped, her face paling as she clutched Yu tightly. Yu, equally shaken, clung to her friend for warmth. Yet, despite their fear, they couldn't help but steal curious glances, embodying that curious, playful spirit. Terrified yet unable to suppress their intrigue, Maoshan Ming trembled uncontrollably. What on earth are those? We must flee before they turn on us. In a panic, he dashed back to his quarters, slamming the door shut. Zhigu and the others were left dumbfounded. Just moments ago, we praised your bravery. Maoshan Ming protested, You cannot blame me. Facing human bandits is one thing, but those voracious ants, that's a different matter entirely. Yu, are these the ants you raised alongside the bees? What kind of mind do you possess? Uve managed to cultivate both bees and ants as pets. Zhigu eyed the two swarms of insects suspiciously. Wait, these insects exude a spirit energy, devoid of any sinister aura. Lin Yu shrugged, perhaps it's a gift. A gift? Nonsense, can we not have a moment without your boasting? With the battle concluded, Lin Yu tossed the two pets to the cook, instructing him to prepare a feast with the large fish demon meat from the kitchen as a reward for the little darlings. Waving the bees back to their hive, he glanced at the massive pit with concern. Hey, you little cuties, don't just leave the killing and burying to me, go over there and bring some soil to fill this hole. Zhigu couldn't help but chuckle. Do you think these ants are dung beetles? They can't just push soil over. Lin Yu pointed to the ant swarm in the pit. Look, they can understand. Indeed. Zhigu marveled. You truly are remarkable, capable of nurturing insects into intelligent companions. Oh dear, wait. We haven't looted the spoils yet. The Yin Corp sect members, I know them well. They are my #1 brothers, beloved friends, my blood brothers. Lin Yu gleefully leapt down to search for treasures. Moments later, he unearthed a bloodstained handwritten booklet and a familiar iron plate from the pile of bones. 41, so, today we encountered the 41st courier. No, it must be even one rank higher than that corpse-raising geomancer. Bah, what a pauper, his pockets are emptier than his face. What a farce, reduced to this tattered booklet. Zhigu leaned in to inspect, and Lin Yu handed the booklet to her, reasoning that she would understand such matters better. Back in the courtyard, illuminated by the lanterns, Zhigu perused the text, muttering obscenities. What a pack of beasts, this is a tome of soul-devouring sorcery. They intend to nourish their own spirit by consuming the souls of others. What is the Yin Corp sect planning? Have they abandoned their former ways in favor of insect and ghost cultivation? Uncle Gio and the others had kept vigil in town overnight, oblivious to the events unfolding at home. The next morning, as the group returned from the town hall, they found the pit filled, and the path had been magically compacted by Lin Yu, erasing all signs of conflict. Upon hearing Lin Yu recount the events of the previous night, Uncle Gio furrowed his brow. Although they had successfully eradicated all the bandits with efficiency, he sensed something amiss. When he glimpsed the soul-devouring tome, a spark of realization ignited within him. Oh no! You overlooked the bandits' souls. Soul? Lin Yu questioned. Master, our last attempt at soul-searching failed. The Yin Corp sect had tampered with the souls, making them undetectable. Why exert our... Master, are you suggesting she could borrow a corpse to resurrect and seek revenge? Lin Yu, having lost track of the plot, vaguely recalled that the female bandit indeed seemed to have resurrected before causing a ruckus once more. Uncle Joe's expression grew grave. If she seeks revenge, that would be one thing, but what if she does not come after us, but instead returns to the Yin Corp sect for assistance? What? Everyone gasped in shock. Lin Yu smacked his forehead, realizing the gravity of his youthful oversight. This was no mere nuisance, this was a significant problem. But then, an idea struck him, and he couldn't help but smile at the thought of his #1 brother. Senior brother, your smile appears rather sinister, Wen Kai remarked quietly. Chapter 91 Maoshan Ming. May I join you? The Lord inquired. Masters, breakfast is ready, shall we serve the dishes now? The chef, pouting, called out from the kitchen doorway. Who is he? Lin Yu smiled and replied, this is the paper puppet I enlightened last night, Chef Ding. A chef who is a paper puppet? Uncle Gio and Si Mu gazed at pouting in astonishment. Si Mu skeptically remarked, I have only heard of paper puppets being capable of combat. How can a paper puppet also cook? Indeed, senior brother, Wen Kai echoed, is the food prepared by a paper puppet truly delectable? Lin Yu chuckled, if a paper puppet can fight, why can't it? The principles are fundamentally the same. Moreover, this is an advanced paper puppet imbued with intelligence. Yu chimed in, senior brother Wen Kai, Chef Ding's cooking is exquisite, far surpassing your culinary skills. Wen Kai, with a grimace, retorted, do you imply that my cooking is so terrible? You often praise my dishes for their aroma. Lin Yu felt an urge to cover his eyes. Was it not fragrant? The core secret of Wen Kai's culinary art, generous amounts of lard. Yu stuck out her tongue and quickly clarified, no, senior brother Wen Kai, your cooking is already quite good. I merely meant that Chef Ding's cooking is even better. Pouting patted his chest and proclaimed, do you not believe me? Why not give it a try? This morning, I prepared several of my signature appetizers for everyone to savor. With that, he turned and went inside to bring out a large tray. As the group beheld the array of culinary delights, their appetites awakened. Breakfast was indeed lavish. Si Mu sniffed the air and confidently asserted, I am certain these dishes must be delicious without even tasting them. The others shot him a glance. Is it necessary for you to say so? Wait. Uncle Gio halted the drooling crowd, pointing towards the guest room. Wen Kai, go invite Uncle Ming from the guest quarters to join us for breakfast. Wen Kai hurried off to summon him. Maoshan Ming awkwardly emerged, saying, Uncle Gio, everyone is here. I sincerely apologize for not being able to assist during the bandit attack last night. Uncle Gio replied warmly, "Friend, there is no need for formality. You were merely a guest, and the matter of the bandits does not concern you. Please, sit down and join us for breakfast." Maoshan Ming felt profoundly grateful for Uncle Gio's kindness and righteousness. The breakfast proceeded with remarkable speed, reminiscent of a grand feast. After chewing on a morsel of meat stuck in his teeth, Maoshan Ming remarked, "Thank you, Uncle Gio, I have never tasted such exquisite food in my life. I truly envy your stable lives. Unlike my own, wandering and struggling to make ends meet, it feels as though misfortune follows me relentlessly." Uncle Gio sighed, "My friend, there is something I must express, though it may be impolite. We disciples of Maoshan are forbidden from raising spirits." Maoshan Ming lowered his head in embarrassment, acknowledging that as an unordained impostor of Maoshan, he had little regard for such rules. Uncle Gio continued, "Since you have cultivated to the 6th level of the human master realm, you must understand some principles. Spirits gather misfortune and bad luck. Prolonged contact with them will inevitably bring about misfortune and negativity." Maoshan Ming, with a pained expression, said, "I cannot bear to let them become lost souls, bullied by others. They can at least eat with me, and we mutually care for one another." Uncle Gio replied with a wry smile, "In truth, as long as one is physically able and not overly indolent, it is not difficult to earn a meal each day. My friend, reflect on your life before you began raising spirits. Were you as unfortunate then?" Maoshan Ming offered no reply, yet the others understood. Living among the living and the dead is a burden that only leads to mutual detriment. You delay their reincarnation, and in turn, they bring you misfortune, causing your situation to worsen. Were it not for your cultivation, I fear you would have long succumbed to illness. Maoshan Ming nodded, rising to bow in gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Gio, for your guidance. I shall ponder this further." Sighing, he added, "I have no relatives. For these years, I have relied solely on Dabao and Xiaobao. They are like my children. Without them, I truly do not know where I would go alone." Uncle Gio, with a warm heart, offered, "Your cultivation is commendable. If you do not mind, after you send them back to their homeland for reincarnation, you may return here, and I can help you find work, perhaps at a nearby cemetery. While it may not lead to immense wealth, at least you could enjoy a stable life. Do good deeds henceforth, and fortune will surely favor you." Maoshan Ming, touched, said, "Thank you, Uncle Gio. Might I inquire if I could join the Maoshan sect? Do you still take disciples?" "What?" The others were astonished. "Surely not. You appear to be of a similar age to our master. Are you truly seeking to be his disciple?" "To be frank, this morning, I enjoyed the finest meal as well." Uncle Gio chuckled. "There is no predestined affinity for us as master and disciple. However, when you have resolved your aspirations and return, I can provide some guidance in your cultivation." Maoshan Ming nodded, "Very well. If I come to understand my path in the future, I shall certainly return to visit." With that, he bowed to everyone and took his leave, while Uncle Gio gifted him $10 silver for his journey. Once the guest departed, Simu pulled Linyu aside. I have made a decision. I too wish to have a pouting puppet. One to assist me in battle and another to cook for me." Linyu grinned. "Master Uncle, would you not also desire a beautiful figure to make your bed and fold your blankets?" "If such a thing existed, of course." "Ahem, nonsense. Simu, a dignified disciple of Maoshan, would never use a paper puppet for such frivolous deeds." Simu's face flushed as he nearly revealed his true thoughts. Uncle Gio shot a fierce glare at Linyu shrugged. "Do not speak of a chef. Even with a figure like Diancheng, I could only manage to create one." "Why is that?" If we each have a paper crane for transportation, why would you be stingy with combat puppets?" Linyu sighed. "It is not that I am stingy. It is the decree of heaven. Identical puppets cannot exist. I suspect it is because all these puppets have been awakened. Those spiritual cranes, while capable of receiving commands to fly, do not possess true intelligence." He then recounted the process of crafting paper soldiers the previous day, along with his analysis. Uncle Gio nodded. "Indeed, that is a plausible explanation. In the realms of existence, whether divine, human, ghost, or monster, any awakened being falls within the domain of the Tao. Just as no two leaves are identical in this world, so too are awakened paper puppets subject to limitations." At that moment, Ayu spoke up. "Master, in addition to his remarkable culinary skills, Chef Ding is also an exceptional martial artist. His technique for butchering cattle is truly impressive. Senior brother says he honed it while cooking in the kitchen." "Is that so? This Chef Ding is indeed a remarkable individual. He can both fight and cook." Simu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Pouting humbly clasped his hands. "You all flatter me. My skills are merely ordinary, not comparable to Lord Diancheng." Ayu chuckled. "Senior brother Wenkai, are you not constantly troubled by your lack of martial skill? Why not give it a try and learn this kitchen knife technique from Chef Ding?" One Kai grimaced, I think not. I am already busy practicing the Maoshan body refining fist and studying the beast taming technique to care for my pets. Where would I find the time to learn something new? The others suppressed their laughter, thinking to themselves that it was not a matter of time, but rather his fear of inadequacy. Chapter 92 The Way of Heaven. A mere paper cutouts as soldiers, and yet you wish to exploit my flaws? Lin Yu cast a sidelong glance and remarked, I was merely trying to assist you. With Chef Ding around, you shall no longer bear the burden of cooking. Should you master the art of butchering with his knife techniques, there will be no need for you to train in the Maoshan body refinement fist. When you venture forth to combat, victory shall be assured, exceptional indeed. When Kai, astonished, inquired, Is that true, Master Brother? Is it truly that formidable? At that moment, the butcher interjected, Ahem, my lord, I fear that may not be the case. Lin Yu frowned, Why not? Is it that the Ding family's butchering technique is not to be shared? The butcher shook his head, Not exactly. It is simply that I can use it, yet I cannot teach it to others. The onlookers were bewildered, How peculiar. If you can use it, why can you not instruct others? The butcher, nearly pulling his hair out in frustration, struggled to provide an explanation. At that juncture, Jioshu appeared to have an epiphany. I believe what he means is, if he lacks any memories of the techniques, how is he capable of utilizing them? All eyes turned to Jioshu, who shook his head and elaborated, the transformation of paper into soldiers is not akin to summoning deities. It manifests through magical power, materializing characters from your mind, with all their attributes derived from your memories. When you transformed paper into soldiers and enlightened the butcher, did you merely inform him of his capabilities without imparting the specific details? Lin Yu nodded, Indeed, I only knew he possessed the butchering technique, but I had no knowledge of how it is precisely practiced. Jioshu laughed heartily, Exactly. Without imparting specific memories, how could he know how to teach others? With that, Jioshu clapped Lin Yu on the shoulder, Be content, young one, the laws of heaven allowing him to utilize the abilities you set forth is already quite remarkable. Do you wish for a newly awakened paper figure to possess the wisdom to create knife techniques? Lin Yu summoned the paper figure Dianqing. Are you familiar with the training methods of Wei Wu's invincible soldiers? Dianqing shook his head, I do not know. Then how is it that you can fight using martial skills? Instinct. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu comprehended, just as Jioshu had stated, that puppets are not manifestations of deities. Everything about the puppet originates from the individual who crafted it, it cannot create from nothing. The notion of exploiting flaws was dashed. He had initially thought to fabricate a master and then seize the opportunity to learn some extraordinary techniques. If that were possible, would it not be reasonable for me to next summon Lu Jin from one man below, to learn the heavenly talisman, and the reverse triple of San Yiman seems intriguing, as does the golden light spell of Zhang Yi Long Hu. Alas, how unfortunate si, heaven did not give birth to Lin Xiaojiu. It is nearly impossible for a mere paper cutout to achieve greatness. To summon the sword godly Chun Gang? Lin Yu shook his head, Forget it, the great one who opens the heavenly gates is a terrestrial deity. How could a mere earth master of the 5th tier bring him forth? You consoled Wen Kai, I believe that even if you cannot learn the butchering technique, it would be beneficial for you to observe Chef Ding's cooking. It may enhance your culinary skills. When Kai nodded, Very well, I shall endeavor to learn more, and hopefully, I can make equally delightful meals in the future. Wait a moment, what did you just say? Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Puzzled, replied, I suggested that when Kai should observe Chef Ding's cooking, perhaps it could improve his skills. Lin Yu burst into laughter, Of course, how could I not have thought of that? Since he can employ the butchering technique, why not deduce its principles through careful observation? The laws of heaven may prevent him from imparting knowledge, but they do not forbid us from learning through stealth. Master Brother, when Kai timidly interjected, this seems exceedingly difficult. I fear I may not comprehend it. Lin Yu shot him a sidelong glance, I am not suggesting you exploit flaws, I shall take the lead. If I can master it, I can teach you. With excitement, he grabbed the butcher, Come, let us head to the kitchen and start with the first dish you know how to prepare. Whether it tastes good or not is secondary, the key is to utilize the butchering technique and reduce the speed to the slowest possible. What, the slowest? The butcher protested, "My lord, I have never produced anything unpalatable. However, if I slow down, I will not be able to keep up with the dishes." Lin Yu chuckled, "What dishes? I am not asking you to cook for consumption, I wish to learn the knife techniques. If you cook too quickly, how can I observe clearly?" "Oh, I see, very well then, wait, I shall fetch some tea leaves." Can one not enhance their understanding while stealthily learning? This maneuver left the others dumbfounded. "Master brother, this is rather cunning, is it not? Is this truly permissible?" Simu mumbled, "If you can indeed achieve this, wouldn't that grant us access to a formidable martial skill?" Jigu quietly added, "A skill, Simu, you are being too stingy. You can create a different paper figure each day. Indeed, wouldn't that be a windfall?" Joshu scoffed, "Do not rejoice too soon, the world's finest techniques are often contingent upon innate talent. My Maoshan possesses no shortage of extraordinary skills, yet how many have you truly mastered?" Throughout an entire day, Lin Yu remained engrossed in sipping tea while observing the butcher wield his knife to prepare meals. 3 carts of vegetables from Renjia town had been delivered, and the butcher had replenished his energy thrice, yet Lin Yu showed no signs of stopping. According to Simu's calculations, during this day, the butcher prepared enough meals for the future month of the charitable organization, all preserved within the Qiankuan ring. Could this be considered a form of pre-prepared cuisine? If I were to draw a comparison, Lin Yu's mind at that moment resembled a high-speed computer, tirelessly analyzing the nuances of the butcher's knife techniques. Until deep into the night, as the moon hung high in the sky, the silvery light bathed Lin Yu's face, automatically activating the perfected moonlight divine technique. Lin Yu's soul began to expand, as if a refreshing stream flowed into his muddled mind, yielding tenfold the effect of his daytime tea. A wave of profound insight surged within him, and Lin Yu's eyes grew increasingly bright. "I understand," he exclaimed joyfully, capturing the attention of all present, who ceased their training and emerged from their rooms. At this moment, Lin Yu had already retracted the paper figure and exited the kitchen. "Master brother, have you mastered the butchering technique?" When Kai, most eager, inquired. Lin Yu nodded, producing a radish in his left hand and a wide-bladed kitchen knife in his right. When Kai watched closely. With swift motions, the onlookers were left in a daze. Had he truly acquired it, the knife technique mirrored precisely that which the butcher had demonstrated. Moments later, a beautifully carved radish emerged, and as Lin Yu removed the hollowed exterior, the inner radish instantly crumbled into fine grains, cascading from his left hand. The spectators were left slack-jawed. "What do you think? Quite simple, is it not? Did you comprehend it, When Kai scratched his head, "Master brother, it was all too quick, and I could not discern the details." "Slower, very well, I shall do my best." Lin Yu attempted once more, but to the others, it seemed as though countless after-images danced before their eyes, the blade flashing yet the figure elusive. "This is," When Kai was nearly in tears, "Master brother, perhaps you could demonstrate one slice at a time? My eyes simply cannot keep up." "How could this be?" Joshu interjected, "You, since you have grasped the essence of the butchering technique, why not break it down and teach When Kai step by step?" "Break it down?" Lin Yu furrowed his brow in deep thought, his brows nearly knitting together, yet he could not manage to deconstruct the technique. Shaking his head in defeat, he apologized, "I am sorry, master, I cannot dismantle it. It seems the knife technique can only be comprehended through observation and personal insight, not by deconstruction for teaching." "How could this be? You have mastered it, why can you not deconstruct it? You are not a mere paper figure." Chapter 93 A Literary Talent. My IQ has expired. After contemplating for half a day, I suddenly slapped my thigh in realization. No wonder it felt strange watching you wield a knife. Everyone turned to Four Eyes, and Lin Yu, puzzled, inquired, "Master Uncle, what have you discovered?" Four Eyes, brimming with pride, remarked. Four Eyes scoffed, "Not just reminiscent, it is precisely identical down to the minutest detail." "But what does that signify? Isn't it a good thing?" Lin Yu questioned, bewildered. "This merely highlights my high comprehension and my excellent learning ability." Four Eyes calmly analyzed, "Youngster, while your comprehension is indeed commendable, and your learning speed is noteworthy, what you have learned is not the art of knife techniques but rather the method of the butcher's dissection." "Ha? Is there a difference?" "A difference?" Four Eyes waggled his fingers, "The difference is monumental. In essence, IU has been imitating the butcher himself, rather than mastering the art of knife techniques. Through formidable memory and mimicry, he has indelibly etched every action of the butcher in his mind. Thus, what he has acquired is the butcher's method, not the technique itself. Don't believe me? Then try using this knife technique to execute some different moves. He challenged. Lin Yu swung the knife in demonstration, but as soon as he lifted it, his movements fell apart, devolving into a chaotic flailing. It was then that the crowd understood the veracity of Four Eyes' words. Lin Yu dropped the kitchen knife and collapsed onto the ground, exclaiming helplessly, "What a scam! Is it so difficult to fix a bug? So, all I can do is replicate the butcher's every action?" Four Eyes approached and patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Count your blessings, young man. In a certain sense, you have indeed grasped the art of dissection, for your execution is exactly like that of the butcher, which undoubtedly qualifies as the art of dissection. However, the distinction lies in the fact that this technique can only be replicated through mimicry and memory, and cannot be imparted or interpreted through teaching." Though his words were somewhat convoluted, I trust you can comprehend. Congratulations, from this day forth, you possess a formidable knife technique. Lin Yu forced a smile. "Thank you, Master Uncle, but I am far from elated." The crowd erupted in laughter. "Someone give me a hand. I have drained all my energy today and can hardly stand." It was then they noticed the prominent dark circles under Lin Yu's eyes. When Kai tugged at Jia Li's sleeve. "Jia Lu, do you understand what Master Uncle means?" Jia Li nodded. "Master's words are quite clear. The senior brother has learned it, but others who wish to learn can only do so by diligently observing and imitating him." When Kai asked, "You, do you comprehend?" "Of course, it's quite straightforward." "What is senior brother?" When Kai, "Did you not understand?" When Kai replied, "I apologize, my brain has expired, it's out of service." He weakly tapped his head, grumbling internally about why he was the only one who couldn't grasp it. You consoled him. "Don't be disheartened, senior brother." When Kai, "Perhaps this knife technique is too intricate for you, you will surely discover a method of cultivation that suits you one day." "Thank you, you. If only there were a technique that allowed one to cultivate simply by eating. Eating requires no learning." Uncle Joe chuckled reproachfully. "Eating, you might as well say that sleeping could lead to cultivation." When Kai, "It matters not if you are a bit slow, for diligence can compensate for ignorance. Look at your senior brother, he is exceptionally clever, yet for the sake of a knife technique, he can endure a day without food, drink, or sleep in rigorous study. Such an intelligent person is striving hard. Why do you always wish to take shortcuts? In this world, no one's strength is bestowed from the heavens, it is all earned through sweat." When Kai lowered his head, feeling embarrassed. "Yes, master, I shall remember." Lin Yu, being carried away, felt a blush creep to his face upon hearing this statement. "Thank goodness my master is not praising me directly. I am hardly diligent, I am merely hanging around, my strength fell from the heavens." The ability to conjure wise paper figures had made the ancestral hall bustling, and many tasks could now be delegated to the paper figures, allowing others to devote more time to diligent cultivation. Dian Chang was not only an excellent bodyguard but also a reliable steward, and everyone held him in high regard. As for the butcher, he was indispensable to the ancestral hall. In the ensuing days, Lin Yu immersed himself in research, for if he could learn something from the butcher, it indicated that this method was indeed effective and not a total failure. However, when he attempted to manifest a figure resembling Lu Jin to see if he could glean the secrets of the Tong Tian Lu, he found himself utterly incapable of doing so. It was likely because Lu Jin was a cultivator of formidable strength. Though he may not rival the Grand Master, he was still among the top 10 in the cultivation world, translating to at least the golden core level in strength. What then, is the strength of the Grand Master, a pinnacle of power in the world? If translated to Uncle Joe's realm, he must be at least a golden core true person, right? Lin Yu had finished reading the feng shui manuals he procured from the last sect trading event, including the building observance breath-holding technique and embryonic transformation technique. He had even tested the former and found that after mastering it, he could indeed perform invisibility. Moreover, this invisibility was akin to merging with the heavens and encompassing all beings. Even if one stood beside him, they would remain oblivious unless their cultivation level vastly surpassed his. At least, Lin Yu could stand next to Uncle Gio without being detected. As for the breath-holding effect accompanying this invisibility technique, it was even more formidable, akin to a passive ability that did not consume mana. Just as Four Eyes had stated, even a golden core true person could not see through it. Thus, Lin Yu cast aside the purple breath-holding talisman. It had become utterly unnecessary. As for the embryonic transformation technique, Lin Yu also experimented with it. How should I put it, it was indeed impressive, but the energy cost was substantial. With Lin Yu's current power at the 5th level of the Earth Master, he could only maintain the transformation for a mere 5 minutes. It wouldn't be fair to call it useless, for Lin Yu had a cheat. He possessed pills that acted as superchargers. All combined, he could maintain the transformation for half an hour without issue. Feng Shui, invisibility, transformation. Is this the universe guiding me to switch careers to tomb raiding? Ugh, tomb raiding is so mundane. Is it merely about preying on the deceased? If I were to raid, it would have to be the treasure trove of the Incorp sect. However, not every sect possesses a heavenly artifact as their treasure vault like Maoshan does. Alas, it is a pity to have such unparalleled skills yet be firmly held back by my master and father, not allowing me to venture out and showcase my talents. Tranquil times are always fleeting. After a mere 10 days of rest, a beautiful young girl rode into the ancestral hall on a foreign bicycle, claiming to be a friend of Master Zhang Ying. Yu and Wenkai were puzzled, wondering who Zhang Ying was. Their master, known as Yimei, was named Lin Jiu. Uncle Jiu approached, recognizing the girl with familiar features. I am Zhang Ying. May I ask who you are and what brings you here? Wonderful, so you are Master Zhang Ying? My name is Min Yanning, my sister is Mi Qi Lian. It is my sister who sent me to find you. Who? Lian Mei? Uncle Jiu blurted out. Yu and Wenkai gaped in astonishment. Wow, there is some juicy gossip. Masters Lian Mei, such an affectionate address, their relationship must be extraordinary. Nianing, please come in. Has something happened to Lian Mei? Just then, Jigu, having finished offering incense at the shrine, walked out and overheard the conversation. Senior brother, who is Lian Mei? She is. Uncle Jiu's face flushed slightly. A good friend from my hometown. Min Yanning interjected, it is not that my sister is in trouble. Rather, my brother-in-law has fallen ill with a rather peculiar ailment, and my sister wishes to ask for your assistance. Your brother-in-law, who is he? My brother-in-law is... Jigu nodded. It seems they are indeed friends. She is already married. Uncle Jiu inquired with concern, Nianing, how has Lian Mei fared over the years? Is DeLong good to her? By the way, my sister is pregnant and will be giving birth soon. Pregnant? Uncle Jiu's heart shattered into 1,000 pieces. Chapter 94. Lin Yu Master, one must be devoted. Uncle Jiu commanded, Wenkai and Yu, accompany me, the rest shall remain to guard the house. Lin Yu expressed his exasperation. So, love will simply vanish, will it? In the past, when my cultivation was lacking, you at least allowed me to serve as your acolyte, taking me along on every outing. Now, it seems you've completely forgotten me. Jigu, dissatisfied, retorted, no way, senior brother, I must go as well. Uncle Jiu admonished, I am going to heal someone, what purpose would your presence serve? Jigu, indignant, replied, who knows what you might do along the way. Calling out to Sister Lian so affectionately. Hey, what nonsense are you spouting? Wenkai, stay behind, I shall accompany my master with Yu. Jigu grasped, you claim there's nothing between you, almost deceived, but this clearly is your former lover, just listen to that name. Simultaneously, Simu and others understood, there's a story here. Hee, senior brother, we wish to accompany you to see Sister Lian as well. Uncle Jiu's face flushed with embarrassment. He turned away, signaling to Lin Yu, you rascal, lend a hand with your words. Lin Yu shrugged inside, alas, it's a pity, I too wish to see the world, yet find myself without the opportunity. Uncle Jiu's face darkened, you little rascal, are you negotiating with me at a crucial moment? This is the first time Sister Lian has asked me for assistance. I cannot allow my junior sister to hinder me, nor can I take her along, such a situation would be utterly mortifying. In exasperation, Uncle Jiu winked at Lin Yu, signaling his acquiescence. Lin Yu nudged Rintingting beside him, who in turn tugged at Yu, understanding. Yu promptly suggested, Master, why not take senior brother along, I am not even a true disciple. I would be of no help. Jigu protested, Yu, has Master Ant spoiled you for nothing? Why not advocate for me? Yu, clinging to Jigu's, if both you and Master leave, who will teach me and Sister Tingting how to cultivate? Jigu pointed to Simu, but Uncle Simu is still here, isn't he? Uncle Jiu glanced over at Simu, who began to cough violently. Senior brother, I feel I've made progress in my physical training these past few days. I must enter seclusion for a while. I shall take my leave now. He then seized Jia Lo and dashed away. Jigu stomped her foot in frustration. Hey, that is ungrateful. Lin Yu stepped forward, attempting to mediate. Master Ant, why not stay and accompany Ting Ting and Ayu? Their talents are remarkable, and they are on the verge of breaking through to become true disciples. They cannot do without your guidance and care. As for Master, I will be by his side, so you need not worry. It is well known that my master is exceedingly devoted. He is not one to be fickle. Ren Ting Ting nodded in agreement. Indeed, Master Ant, just look at Lin Yu, his devotion mirrors that of Master. Lin Yu's face flushed with embarrassment, thinking, with such praise, I feel quite shy. How about I gift you the flame spirit girl I crafted a few days ago as a maid? Uncle Joe secretly gave a thumbs up. Good son, I did not raise you in vain. Jagu, and what of Sister Lian? Lin Yu scoffed. Oh, names are given by parents, it is simply coincidence. Do you think Nianying's name was chosen by her sister? Lin Yu chuckled and glanced at Nianying, subtly signaling her. Nianying, blushing, nodded gently. She dared not speak, as indeed her name was chosen by her sister. Rishigu looked at the young girl in confusion, waiting for her to speak. Lin Yu pointed at Nianying and burst into laughter. See, she nodded. I told you, the names were bestowed by their parents, nothing to do with Master. As for Master calling her sister Lian, that is entirely normal. They grew up together in the same village, childhood sweethearts. Surely, it would be odd to address her formally. Jagu pondered. I suppose that makes sense. Humph, for Lin Yu's sake, I will trust you this once. Jagu patted Lin Yu's shoulder. Lin Yu, Master Ant cherishes you the most and you must help me keep an eye on him while I'm away. Lin Yu smiled wryly. Master Ant, where is your mind wandering? My master is an upright man, how could he possibly take his disciple along to do anything nefarious? With Jagu pacified, Uncle Gio contentedly pulled Lin Yu closer. Good lad, I did not raise you in vain. Lin Yu pouted. Master, you must keep your word. Uncle Gio replied, rest assured, I promise to take you along. I will not go back on my word. Lin Yu clarified, that is not what I meant. It is evident to everyone that the one called Sister Lian must surely be your former lover. I promised Master Ant that you must remain devoted, otherwise, I will no longer be able to speak on your behalf in the future. Uncle Gio kicked him lightly. Get lost, you should call her Aunt Lian. Devoted, I arranged for you a child bride, and you dare speak to me of devotion? Lin Yu stuck out his tongue. What I am called matters little, but alas, she is already married. Otherwise, I would not mind calling her master mother if you brought her back. Uncle Gio clutched his chest. You little rascal, why bring that up? You always poke at my heart. One Kai interjected. Nianying, let us depart. I will send you off with a paper crane. Paper crane, what paper crane? Lin Yu grasped Wen Cai's arm. Wen Kai, you should stay behind. It is merely a matter of treating someone, why take so many people? Surely, senior brother, you must cultivate well at home. Have you developed a good relationship with the little chick and puppy? One must be devoted. Wen Kai replied, devoted? I wish to be devoted, but I must first find a girlfriend. In the end, Uncle Gio only took Lin Yu with him. Nianying had arrived on a bicycle. As a young girl, it was no easy feat to ride for dozens of miles. On their return, Uncle Gio produced a paper crane, allowing Nianying to share a seat with Lin Yu while he assisted with the bicycle. Nianying exclaimed in wonder, how marvelous! At the Dishui mansion in Fulong County, the great general, Long, was indulging in a feast. Recently, due to illness, he had developed a taste for raw meat, prompting the chef to prepare sashimi, sushi, lobster, and oysters. While the general may appear boorish, he treated his subordinates well. From the soldiers to the chefs, although they feared him, they genuinely followed the general. Everyone knew that while he might scold, he never mistreated his subordinates or oppressed the He was a good man. Before entering, Uncle Gio adjusted his Taoist robe, transforming it into a tailcoat. Lin Yu awkwardly remarked, Master, you look less dashing in a suit than in your Taoist robe. Uncle Gio shot him a glare. What do you... Aside from my foot being a bit stiff, my nails needing a trim, and my neck itching a tad, I have no other ailments. Uncle Gio and Lin Yu stood at the door, both noticing the 2 puncture wounds on Long's neck, exchanging glances. So he was bitten by a zombie. Don't be like that, brother-in-law. At least it is sister's kind intention. Now that he is here, let us make the best of it. Nianying urged, shaking Long's arm. Long looked up towards the entrance in surprise. Do Chiang? Is that you? Lin Yu glanced at his master in surprise. Master, is that your nickname? Long burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, your master used to learn the way, and eventually, everyone began to call him. Over time, it morphed into Dochiying. Servants, set more places. Since we are here, let us all sit down and enjoy the sashimi together. These Japanese delicacies are quite expensive. Ordinary folks cannot savor them. Enough. Why are my hands itching again? Bring me a brick. Nianying laughed and waved her hand. You all enjoy your meal, I will go change my clothes. Uncle Gio sat down, inquiring as he ate. Long, have there been any recent weddings or celebrations? Long, disgruntled, I am now the general, everyone here must call me general. Uncle Gio is patient, but that does not mean Lin you can stand by and watch his master be bullied. Hey, my master is here to save your life. If you do not want to die, it would be best to treat him with respect. Long bristled at the remark. You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Who's dying? This minor issue of mine hardly counts as an ailment. A young lad dares to threaten me. Bring this brat out and execute him. Chapter 95 RNFA. I'm quite familiar with that term, said RNFA, prompting Uncle Gio to quickly intervene. My dear sir, you is still just a child. Must you stoop to his level? DeLong snorted slightly. That's more like it, Dochiying. I'll let it slide for your sake. However, Lin Yu grasped Uncle Gio's arm. Master, we cannot allow ourselves to be belittled. What's the big deal about being shot? Is it DeLong, right? Let us see if your firearms can pierce through my clothing. Clothing? DeLong's anger intensified. How dare a mere child address me as DeLong? Listen here, Dochiying. Don't say I'm not showing you any respect. This is your son, isn't it? I'll take it upon myself to discipline him. He then summoned a subordinate, instructing him to fire a shot at the boy to instill some sense. The subordinate hesitated. Sir, is it appropriate to shoot a child who hasn't fully grown? Lin Yu waved his hand. DeLong, your subordinate seems rather disobedient. Perhaps you ought to rename yourself Soft Dragon instead. Furious, DeLong kicked. If I say shoot, you shoot, otherwise, I might just turn my weapon on you. Right, for Dochiying's sake, aim for the arm. He added, if someone ends up dead, Lian Mei will be furious. Dochiying, aren't you going to discipline your son? Uncle Gio sighed, he's grown too big. I can no longer control him. The subordinate, trembling, lifted his gun and fired. A shot rang out, striking Lin Yu in the chest. A flash of golden light enveloped Lin Yu, and a deformed bullet fell to the ground. DeLong kicked his subordinate aside. You fool, I told you to aim for the arm, not the chest. The subordinate pleaded, Sir, I aimed for the arm, but I was too frightened and my hands trembled. Let him go. What, you're unharmed. DeLong inspected Lin Yu thoroughly and spotted the deformed bullet. Wow, your clothing is remarkable, it's impervious to bullets. Is it bulletproof attire? Name your price, I'll buy it. Lin Yu huffed, why would I sell it to you? Because I'm the commander, and I can ensure you and Dochiying don't leave this room. Stop boasting. Your clothing is unbreakable. Before you threaten others, perhaps you should assess your own situation. DeLong glanced down and was taken aback to find Lin Yu had unsheathed a gleaming silver sword, perfectly poised against his lower regions. Hey, don't, you wouldn't dare, you're my master's friend, so I certainly wouldn't kill you. Just apologize to my master, and all will be well, otherwise, I might just lose my grip. DeLong pressed down on the blade, but he was afflicted with corpse poison and dark energy, causing him to be flung backward by the exquisite sword, his hand scorched black. What just happened? Your sword. Lin Yu leaned closer. You've been bitten by a zombie, you're infected with corpse poison. If not treated promptly, you'll turn into a zombie in a few days. This sword is an exorcising blade, specifically designed to slay zombies, and it's particularly effective against you. DeLong scoffed, impossible. I was bitten by a zombie, and I had no idea. It must be your sword that's the problem. Lin Yu tossed the sword to DeLong's lieutenant. You try it. Indeed, when the lieutenant grasped the blade, he was unharmed. Yet, as he drew the blade closer to DeLong, the latter felt an uncomfortable sensation. All right, I believe you, just remove the sword. DeLong was the kind of braggart who appeared imposing but was, in fact, quite cowardly. Your son hasn't deceived me, has he? Is everything he said true? Uncle Gio called Lin Yu back and nodded. Indeed, you have been bitten by a zombie. If you don't believe me, check your neck. Those are the marks of a zombie bite. DeLong had someone fetch a mirror, and indeed, there were 2 puncture marks. No wonder it itched. How could he not have realized he had been bitten? The guards outside are all dead. Ingu, you must help me eliminate the zombie. You can't let Lian Mei and me be in danger. Uncle Joe chuckled, though the fellow is a scoundrel, his feelings for Lian Mei are genuine. DeLong, to eradicate the zombie, we first need to locate it. Have there been any recent funerals or weddings at your home, or any peculiar occurrences? DeLong pondered. Our boar died, and the sow just gave birth to a litter of piglets. Also, my father passed away 6 months ago. Where was he buried? In the ancestral hall. Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh. Isn't it customary for the deceased to be interred in a graveyard? There is a certain decorum to being laid to rest. How could one be buried in an ancestral hall? That's where the memorial tablets are kept. If you display the corpse there, and something goes awry, wouldn't it quickly turn into a zombie? DeLong replied, perplexed. The feng shui master we hired advised us to do so, claiming it would bring. Nothing has ever gone wrong. Uncle Joe suggested. Very well, take me to the ancestral hall to have a look. Just then, a guard announced that the young mistress had returned. Uncle Joe turned excitedly, and indeed, a maid in black attire was assisting. Michi Lian's nose tinged with sadness. Ingu, please don't. Cough, I'm fine. I merely accidentally ingested some mustard. Ingu, DeLong has contracted a strange illness. He has sought numerous doctors without success. I already know how to treat it, so do not worry. DeLong approached with a smile. Indeed, Lian Mei, I was just about to take Ingu and his son to the ancestral hall for a visit. Son? Ingu, you have a son, he has grown so big. Michi Lian looked at Lin Yu in astonishment. Uncle Joe quickly explained. Yu is my adopted disciple since childhood. Yu, come greet her. Lin Yu scrutinized Michi Lian and indeed detected a hint of dark energy surrounding her. Aunt Lian. Michi Lian, overwhelmed with maternal affection, reached out to stroke Lin Yu's head. Good child. Oh, I'm feeling a bit of discomfort in my abdomen. The maid beside her urged. It's likely the child is kicking again. Young mistress, let me assist you back to your room. You need to rest. Very well, DeLong, ensure you take good care of Ingu. Rest assured, Lian Mei. After seeing his wife off, DeLong grinned. Yu, is it? Come, call me uncle to hear it. Lin Yu brandished the exquisite sword. Cough, cough, Ingu, let us proceed to the ancestral hall. Soon, the group arrived at the Long family ancestral hall. Observing the picturesque landscape, Uncle Joe remarked, what a splendid sight for the dead, those interred here shall indeed bring wealth and prosperity to their descendants. However, such a burial layout cannot accommodate traditional earth interment. Should the coffin touch the ground, it would bring misfortune to the entire family. If I'm not mistaken, the coffin inside must not be arranged in an ordinary manner, correct? DeLong raised his thumb in admiration. Incredible, Ingu, just as the feng shui master described. Voice over. Renefe, coincidentally, we once knew a feng shui master as well. What Uncle Joe said was exactly the same. Later, my father turned into a zombie. Upon entering, the old master's coffin rope has snapped, and one has fallen to the ground. The crowd rushed over to assess the situation. Indeed, a mishap had occurred. Uncle Joe sighed. It appears the transformation has taken place. Who is this? DeLong awkwardly replied, it's my father, who passed away 6 months ago. Lin Yu clasped his hands in jest. Congratulations, uncle, the old master has risen from the dead as a zombie. DeLong, those bitten by a zombie will also turn into 1.as Taoists, we must eliminate them upon encounter. DeLong panicked, pulling Uncle Joe aside. No, Ingu, that's my father, you can't kill him. Voice over. Renefe, coincidentally, I also said the same to Uncle Joe back then, and later I regretted it deeply. Lin Yu replied with a smile, typically, a zombie will first seek out its kin to drink their blood and grow stronger. You must have been bitten by him and before long, you too shall transform into a zombie, and then you will go on to bite others, gradually infecting your entire family. DeLong turned pale with fear. No, Ingu. You must save me. Lin Yu produced a handful of enhanced glutinous rice, which could draw out poison. However, Uncle Joe gestured for him to put it away and, with a troubled expression, said to DeLong, you merely need to grind the zombie's teeth into powder and drink it to That's wonderful, where can I find zombie teeth? Lin Yu pointed to the coffin before them. Your father will suffice, but I must clarify, extracting the teeth requires killing the— Just a moment ago, you were preventing them from harming your father. Chapter 96 Renweiyong, that voice is familiar to me, Commander, it won't budge. A group of guards exerted tremendous effort but could not open it. Uncle Joe sighed, saying, it is daytime now, zombies fear sunlight the most, the coffin lid is held fast by the corpse's energy, hence it cannot be opened. DeLong asked, what shall we do? We can only wait until nightfall, the zombie will emerge on its own to find you, and then we can seize the opportunity to extract its teeth. Why is it looking for me and not you? Because you are his son, zombies grow the fastest by absorbing the blood of their closest kin. At this moment, Lin Yu stepped forward. Master, there's no need to go through all that trouble. I have a solution. Uncle Gio looked at Lin Yu in surprise. You aren't planning to forcibly break the coffin, are you? If you kill the zombie in one go, then its teeth will be of no use. Lin Yu smiled and said, rest assured, I have experience in this matter, Commander. Please have everyone else leave. DeLong dismissed all the guards, and then Lin Yu proceeded to close the door. Uncle Gio invoked the fire incantation, igniting the candles placed before the ancestral tablets. Meanwhile, Lin Yu retrieved various items and laid them on the ground: the Sanqing bell, the Qiyang sand, and a peachwood sword for subduing corpses. He then approached the coffin with the Sanqing bell in hand. Hey, I know you can hear me inside. Let me tell you, it would be best to come out now, or I will start ringing the bell. Voiceover Renweiyong, I know this line well, Brother Long, take my advice and best go out yourself. This little rascal is quite unscrupulous. The coffin trembled a few times, indicating its defiance. DeLong exclaimed. It moved, my dad moved. Uncle Gio, in an exasperated tone, explained to DeLong, after a person dies, their soul reincarnates. The transformation into a zombie and subsequent revival is merely the evil energy occupying your father's corpse. It is not true resurrection. Lin Yu gazed at the immobile coffin and scoffed, if you won't drink the toast, you shall be forced to drink the penalty. Ding ding ding, the exquisite Sanqing bell is ineffective against such a recently It has already escaped once and bitten DeLong, so it must have evolved into a white zombie. If I can scare a black zombie to tears, how much more so for you? Indeed, within a minute, the zombie inside the coffin could no longer endure, flinging the lid aside and leaping out roared. DeLong was struck dumb. Aside from its somewhat decayed face, the rest of the body appeared remarkably lifelike. The zombie lunged at DeLong just as Lin Yu reached out to save him. He was unexpectedly pulled back by Uncle Gio. Master, what are you doing? Uncle Gio smiled and said. Silly boy, if we heal him so easily, what if this fellow denies it later? Let him suffer a bit. Lin Yu pouted. I seriously suspect you are settling a personal score. Uncle Gio's face flushed. If you don't let him experience the terror of a zombie, how will he agree to our plan to exterminate it? Very well, you are my master, and your reasoning is sound. Indeed, moments later, DeLong found himself caught in a tight grip around the neck by the zombie. Just as he was about to be bitten again, Uncle Joe intervened, striking the zombie away with a peachwood sword. You, use the ink line to bind the zombie. Lin Yu chuckled, why go through such trouble? A mere white zombie, and you, a master of the 8th rank, could subdue it with bare hands. At the very least, a yellow corpse restraining talisman would suffice. Who are you performing for? Ahem, I understand now. Master is preparing to teach the rival a lesson. Very well, Master. Lin Yu picked up the ink line and charged forward. The master and apprentice exerted tremendous effort and finally subdued the zombie. Lin Yu kindly retrieved a yellow corpse restraining talisman and